In the land of dragons, there exists an extraordinary toy shop shrouded in mystery. The toys here possess an astonishing sense of realism. Imagine Transformers towering as tall as buildings, Lego bricks that can be assembled into interstellar spaceships, and yo-yos that emit dazzling lights and effects. Even more astonishing is the ability to ride a flying magical broom simply by reciting an incantation, along with a magical staff that can change size at will. When children, clutching their hard-earned pocket money accumulated over the years, bring these wondrous toys home, their classmates, parents, teachers, and even scientists and mystics, as well as the entire world, are left in awe. At this moment, are you also curious about the identity of the shopkeeper? What incredible tales have unfolded because of these toys? Join me as we step into this enigmatic toy shop. Wang Liang, the proprietor of this toy shop, stands within, gazing at the desolate alley outside, his heart heavy with helplessness and sighs. Ever since the nearby Industrial Road Primary School relocated, the business of the toy shop has plummeted, with toys piling up like mountains, yet no one shows interest. Sigh. If this continues, I might truly have to find a job in a factory, Wang Liang muses inwardly. Just then, the sudden ringtone of his phone interrupts his thoughts. Without a doubt, it is a call from his landlord, pressing for the rent. The lease is soon to expire, and the landlord has repeatedly inquired if he intends to renew. Upon checking his phone, it is indeed a call from the landlord. Wang Liang takes a deep breath, preparing to decline the renewal, but at that moment, a clear and distant ding resonates in his mind, akin to a Taoist soul-calling bell, causing his head to buzz. Immediately following, a cold electronic voice echoes in his mind. Detection complete. Wang Liang is a traverser and owns a toy shop, making him highly suitable for binding with the marvelous toy supply system. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Beginner's task: sell 10 firepower silver electric yo-yos. Beginner's task reward: dimensional shop, a mysterious shop located in a dimensional space that can change its position at will. When closed, the shop will automatically vanish from this space, ensuring safety and secrecy. Firepower silver electric yo-yos are being dispatched. Dispatch successful. As soon as the voice fades, a flash of silver light appears before Wang Liang, revealing a black box on the counter. Firepower silver electric yo-yo priced at 10,000 each. Temporary profit-sharing ratio: 1%. This ratio will further increase as the host completes more tasks. Traverser, sell well, and you shall become the most remarkable individual in this world. As the electronic voice dissipates, the landlord's impatient voice breaks through again. Little Wang, have you made a decision yet? Wang Liang inhales deeply, suppressing his shock and excitement, and replies to the landlord. Aunt Zhang, isn't there still a month left? Please don't rush me, allow me to think it over a bit more. After hanging up the phone, Wang Liang approaches the counter, his heart racing as he gazes at the black box. He is indeed a traverser from Earth. Before his crossing, he was an orphan raised in an orphanage holding a college diploma in e-commerce. After graduation, he worked as a night shift customer service representative at an e-commerce company, enduring sleepless nights. Until one fateful evening, he experienced a sudden, intense pain in his heart, lost consciousness, and upon awakening, found himself in this world, sprawled across a glass counter. He merged with the memories of this world's Wang Liang, discovering that they shared the same name and even the same birth date. Coincidentally, this world's Wang Liang was also an orphan, raised in an orphanage, who succumbed to a heart attack from overexertion. This world bore an uncanny resemblance to his original one, akin to a parallel universe. Thus, he became the owner of this toy shop, yet business had always been lackluster. Now, filled with excitement, he opens the black box, revealing 10 neatly arranged yo-yos. These yo-yos are silver on the outside and red on the inside, inscribed with the words Firepower Silver Electric in shimmering silver characters. Wang Liang is uncertain whether the post-00S generation still appreciates yo-yos as a toy. However, for someone of his 90s upbringing, yo-yos are undoubtedly a classic. He fondly recalls watching Firepower Youth King, practicing yo-yo tricks, and competing with classmates over who could achieve the longest sleep time. Those carefree days remain etched in his memory. He retrieves one yo-yo, loops the string around his middle finger, and gives it a flick. The yo-yo swiftly descends along the string and begins to spin with a satisfying hiss. This is what players refer to as sleep. Moments later, silver-white lights begin to radiate around the yo-yo. These lights intensify, swirling in tandem with the spinning yo-yo, creating a dazzling spectacle. Wang Liang watches in astonishment, murmuring, "Isn't this the effect I dreamed of as a child?" In Firepower Youth King, each competitor's performance was accompanied by stunning effects. The move Silver Dragon from the sky could summon a silver dragon soaring through the air, leaving him in awe. To discover that this yo-yo could indeed produce effects is beyond his expectations. No wonder it commands a price of 10,000 each. Wang Liang must concede that he underestimated this system. Initially, he thought, who would buy an ordinary yo-yo at such a high price? But now, all he desires is to raise the price. He retrieves the yo-yo and returns it to a sleep state, showcasing a trick called Eiffel Tower, shaping the string into an Eiffel Tower, followed by cradle rocking the yo-yo like a cradle through the string's movement. Finally, he attempts the challenging Silver Dragon from the sky, making the yo-yo spin in midair before landing precisely on the string and bouncing back. This trick is highly demanding, requiring impeccable precision. He once garnered a following in school for showcasing this move. However, the challenge lies in the yo-yo needing to land precisely on the string before bouncing back, which many fail at. He too practiced for a long time to succeed, even a few times, only to have to retract the yo-yo when it could no longer sleep. Now, as he executes Silver Dragon from the sky, a shimmering silver dragon spirals above his head. This spectacle captures the attention of a plump boy passing by with a large backpack. The boy, peering through the glass, gazes in awe at the yo-yo in Wang Liang's hand and the dragon dancing above him, his eyes wide with wonder. Instinctively, he pushes the door open and approaches Wang Liang, exclaiming, "Uncle, I want to buy one of those yo-yos." He swallows hard after speaking. Wang Liang, taken aback by the swift arrival of a customer, feels a wave of disappointment wash over him. How could this child possibly afford such an expensive yo-yo? He sighs and responds, "Little friend, this yo-yo costs 10,000. You might need to have your parents come and buy it for you." His voice trails off, growing quieter. After all, who but a true tycoon would grant their child such an extravagant toy? Yet the plump boy insists, "Who says I can't afford it? I can definitely buy it with my accumulated pocket money." With that, he turns and dashes toward the door, pausing just before exiting to remind Wang Liang, "Uncle, he'll come back to buy it after school tomorrow, so don't sell the yo-yo that can summon a dragon to anyone else." Chapter 2. The chubby boy acquires a yo-yo, shocking his classmates the following afternoon. Wang Liang was in his shop recording a video of himself playing with a yo-yo, hoping to leverage the power of the internet to swiftly sell the toy. He initially intended to showcase it on the street, but alas, the system imposed restrictions. Unless payment was made, the yo-yo could not leave the store. As the proprietor, he was further bound by a rule preventing him from purchasing the item for himself, leaving him with no choice but to resort to this workaround. Suddenly, the shop door swung open, and in walked the chubby boy from the previous day, panting heavily. "Uncle, I've got the money," he exclaimed, placing his backpack down and producing a thick envelope from within, which he handed to Wang Liang. Upon opening the envelope, Wang Liang was greeted with a stack of red bills. "Uncle, hurry, give me the yo-yo. Where did you get so much money? Do your parents know you're spending this much on a yo-yo?" Wang Liang was eager to sell the yo-yo, but he couldn't accept just any money. What if the chubby boy had pilfered from his family to make this purchase? Not only would that invite trouble, but he also couldn't stand idly by while the child embarked on a misguided path. The chubby boy, perceptive and astute, quickly grasped Wang Liang's concerns. Furrowing his brow and appearing anxious, he insisted, "Uncle, this is my lucky money that I've saved since I was little. Kept in my piggy bank that I absolutely did not steal it. Please, just sell me the yo-yo." He added, "If I'm lying, the dragon in the yo-yo will definitely not appear." "Uncle, I'm not lying. Everything I'm saying is the truth." To prove his honesty, the chubby boy raised 3 fingers and began to swear, "If I lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning." Wang Liang studied the boy's earnest expression and felt reassured that he was not being deceitful. Saving 10,000 in lucky money was indeed plausible. He had heard from classmates with better financial circumstances that their grandparents often gifted them no less than 1,000 during the new year. Counting the bills in the envelope, there were precisely 100. He turned and retrieved a yo-yo from a black box behind the counter, handing it to the chubby boy. "Thank you, Uncle." The boy clutched the yo-yo tightly and dashed off, as if fearful that Wang Liang might change his mind. Watching the boy's retreating figure through the window, Wang Liang shook his head and mused, "The world of children is indeed simple. They are unafraid of the possibility of pretense and just take what they can. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of silver caught his eye, and an object resembling a miniature ATM machine appeared on the counter. Congratulations on selling your first yo-yo. Please deposit the cash into the register. It chimed. Glancing at the still cold money, Wang Liang approached the register and deposited the bills into the cash slot. With a beep, an electronic voice rang out. You have earned 100 yuan. Would you like to exchange it for points? Points? What are points for? The merchant's product page is now expanding to completed.in in an instant. A product page resembling an online marketplace materialized before Wang Liang's eyes. The top section was divided into 3 categories: food, drink, and play, alongside a special product category. This is an exclusive benefit for the magical toy supplier. Here, you can purchase items from various universes. To view specific products or browse the product categories, simply concentrate your thoughts and click the corresponding position. As a food enthusiast, Wang Liang immediately focused on the food category. It showcased an array of bizarre delicacies, such as roasted dinosaur meat. From the image, the exterior appeared golden and crispy, incredibly tempting, making him feel quite hungry. A single portion required 888 points. He quickly inquired, how much does it cost to exchange for 1 point? 100 yuan equals 1 point, and you can only exchange points with the money earned after sales. Primarily to incentivize suppliers to sell well. Note, the register currently only accepts Longwa currency. Additional payment methods will be introduced as the supplier's level increases. After hearing the explanation, Wang Liang browsed through the other product categories, each appearing more enticing than the last. For instance, the play category featured a 7-day, 7-night tour of an alternate universe, which was exhilarating just to contemplate, requiring 9,999 points. Given his current financial situation, he could never afford it. After some reflection, he decided to withdraw the 100 yuan, realizing that he still needed to buy food in reality. Previously, he had drained his savings to open this toy store, leaving him with only about 500 yuan. He was practically broke. With this 100 yuan, he could treat himself to a large pig's trotter and slightly improve his living conditions. As Wang Liang simmered the pig's trotter, the chubby boy had already finished his meal and sneaked into his bedroom to secretly play with the yo-yo. His talent was remarkable. After only a few attempts, he mastered a trick that someone else took pride in. As the heavenly silver dragon emerged, a swirling silver dragon appeared above him, nearly causing him to shout in excitement. But he managed to hold back. When he bought the yo-yo, he had indeed spoken the truth. The money was genuinely his accumulated lucky money, but his parents would never allow him to spend it frivolously. If they discovered that he had spent 10,000 on a single yo-yo, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Nevertheless, he was prepared to face any punishment for the sake of this extraordinary yo-yo that could summon a dragon. It was all worth it. The following day, the chubby boy woke early, completing his morning routine and breakfast, all under the astonished gaze of his mother. He packed his backpack and sat on the sofa, eagerly awaiting a ride to school. Upon arrival, he promptly handed his homework to the class representative and called over his classmates, hiding in the restroom to unveil his newly acquired yo-yo. Look, everyone! This yo-yo can summon a dragon. As soon as the chubby boy finished speaking, laughter erupted among his peers. Zhang Dong, have you been enchanted by those cartoons? As far as I know, don't you need 7 Dragon Balls to summon a dragon? Wang Chong, have you also succumbed to the cartoon craze? Ignoring his classmates' laughter, Zhang Dong unleashed a downward flick of the yo-yo, executing a sleep trick. The silvery light surrounding the yo-yo rendered the restroom eerily silent. With his classmates gaping in awe, their mouths agape and eyes wide. Summon the dragon! Zhang Dong shouted, performing the heavenly silver dragon trick, and instantly, a spiraling silver dragon appeared above him. Wow! It's really a dragon. Zhang Dong, where did you buy your yo-yo? Zhang Dong did not reply to his classmates' inquiries, continuing to flaunt his heavenly silver dragon until the physical education teacher entered the restroom, prompting him to quickly stow the yo-yo and feign nonchalance as he hurried toward the exit. The teacher rubbed her eyes, murmuring to herself, "What was that? Did I just see a dragon flying? Is it true what the homeroom teacher said about me being frail and delusional? Zhang Dong, let me have a turn. I also want to summon a dragon. Donggu, where did you buy your yo-yo?" Hearing the student's pleas, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Chapter 3. The principal is shocked, coming to buy a yo-yo outside the boys' restroom at Gongyuan Road Primary School. The physical education teacher cleared her throat and attempted to sound stern. What just happened with that dragon? As soon as she spoke, all eyes turned to Zhang Dong. The chubby boy stammered, Li teacher, I bought a yo-yo that can summon a dragon. A yo-yo that summons a dragon? Teacher Li frowned, her eyes wide with skepticism, almost visibly inscribing disbelief across her face. After reflecting on the earlier scene in the restroom, she recalled Zhang Dong indeed playing with the yo-yo. She was prepared to witness this so-called dragon summoning yo-yo for herself when a voice called from behind, Li teacher, what's going on? Turning around, she saw a stern-looking middle-aged woman wearing black-framed glasses approaching. The students immediately lowered their heads upon seeing the woman. Teacher Li quickly said, It's nothing. We were just chatting. Everyone, return to your early reading. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong was the first to dash toward the teaching building, with the others quickly following suit. During early reading, notes began to fly toward him like snowflakes. After class, take a look at your yo-yo. Zhang Dong, where did you buy your yo-yo? Please respond, let me play with your yo-yo after class. Unsurprisingly, the middle-aged woman, their homeroom teacher whom the students referred to as the old witch, soon caught wind of the commotion. After reading the notes, the old witch marched directly to Zhang Dong's side. Extending her hand and coldly stating, hand it over in an instant, Zhang Dong panicked. Tio protect his precious dragon summoning yo-yo. He mustered his courage and said, Teacher Wang, I promise not to play with it during class. Could you please not confiscate it? This declaration left his classmates wide-eyed in disbelief. Who gave him the audacity to negotiate with the old witch? This is what you said, after intimidating Zhang Dong. The old witch returned to the podium, pulled out her Chinese textbook, and announced, Now, let's read from the 100 Herb Garden to the 3-Flavor Study Room together. The half-hour early reading session came to an end in the blink of an eye. As the old witch exited the classroom, a throng of classmates quickly surrounded Zhang Dong. Come on, use the yo-yo to summon the dragon for Su Min, that country bumpkin. I told her you could summon a dragon. And she didn't believe me. The speaker was a dark-skinned boy, while the subject of his teasing was a fair-skinned girl. As soon as he finished speaking, a playful scuffle ensued between the two until Zhang Dong retrieved the yo-yo from his backpack, bringing their antics to a halt. Having gathered their attention, I shall now commence the summoning of the divine dragon. Zhang Dong initiated a spell of slumber, and silvery beams of light emanated from the yo-yo. Rendering his classmates utterly astonished and speechless, Behold my summoning of the divine dragon, he proclaimed, executing the heavenly silver dragon maneuver. His peers gazed in awe at the silver dragon spiraling above them. Gasping in amazement, and even passers-by from other classes were drawn to the spectacle, including Mr. Li, the physical education teacher. Ever since he encountered the dragon in the restroom, his curiosity had been piqued. As soon as morning reading concluded, he made his way to Zhang Dong's classroom to discuss matters of the dragon, only to find himself witnessing the phenomenon firsthand. Observing Zhang Dong's performance, he recognized it as the heavenly silver dragon from the young Firepower King. Being a product of the 90s, he was thoroughly familiar with this television series. He could hardly believe that such a yo-yo, capable of producing special effects, truly existed. Entranced, he stood at the doorway when a balding, middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside him. Upon seeing the silver dragon circling above the classroom, the man gasped and took a step back, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Mr. Li, is that a yo-yo? Indeed, it is a yo-yo. Zhang Dong was reveling in his performance when he suddenly heard a familiar yet intimidating voice. Turning around, he saw the principal and the physical education teacher standing at the classroom door. The other students noticed as well and promptly dispersed, sitting up straight in their seats. Despite not being in class, Zhang Dong felt no fear. He confidently approached the principal and Mr. Li with his yo-yo in hand. Good day, Principal Zhang, Mr. Li. Principal Zhang nodded and, accompanied by Zhang Dong and Mr. Li, walked into the principal's office under the watchful gaze of numerous students. This student, please demonstrate your yo-yo. I would like to record a video, he said, picking up his phone from the desk and aiming it at Zhang Dong. Under the dual pressure of the principal and the teacher, Zhang Dong faltered repeatedly, failing to summon the divine dragon. In a crucial moment, Mr. Li stepped forward, took the yo-yo, and after a dazzling display of skill, not only summoned the divine dragon but also a fire phoenix. The principal gasped in astonishment, resembling a startled rabbit encountering a wolf. After the performance, Mr. Li reluctantly returned the yo-yo to Zhang Dong and eagerly inquired, Where did you purchase this yo-yo? In a little alley near my home. Take me there after school. Certainly. After Zhang Dong and M.R.Li departed, the principal sent the recorded video to a student involved in research, who quickly replied, "Is this for real? Don't tease me. It is absolutely genuine. No special effects added. That dragon was projected from the yo-yo. Upon reflection, I suspect someone has cracked the technology for holographic projection. Can you acquire this particular yo-yo? I should be able to quickly buy one and send it over. Holographic projection technology is immensely important for our country. Understood." At 5:30 in the afternoon, under the scrutiny of many classmates, Zhang Dong boarded the principal's car. Upon entering, he discovered that M.R.Li was also present. "I've already called your mother. She won't be coming to pick you up. We'll drop you off after we purchase the yo-yo. As M.R.Li spoke, the car slowly exited the school gates. Following Zhang Dong's directions, they soon found a toy store named Super Player. Upon entering, a slender young man with an appealing appearance was engrossed in his phone, playing with a yo-yo and calling out, "Brothers who just came in? Don't leave. Have you ever seen a yo-yo that produces special effects?" Upon noticing their presence, he halted his actions, glanced at Zhang Dong, and frowned, asking, "Is this your guardian?" "No, they are my teacher and the principal." "Both the teacher and the principal have come?" "Uncle, you misunderstood. They are here to buy a yo-yo." The chubby Zhang Dong, exasperated, thought to himself, "I am a very honest child, am I not? How could they not believe me?" Upon realizing they were there to purchase a yo-yo, Wang Liang breathed a sigh of relief and silently praised the chubby boy for being such an honest child. "How much is the yo-yo?" M.R.Li inquired, pulling out his phone to open WeChat. A yo-yo that produces special effects was precisely the toy he had dreamed of as a child. He could hardly contain his excitement to play with it. 10,000 each. 10,000. All right. Where's the QR code? Mr. Li instinctively thought 10,000 for a yo-yo was exorbitant, but then reconsidered. This was a yo-yo capable of producing special effects. What was expensive about that? Following the direction indicated by the shopkeeper, they arrived at a black machine, scanned the QR code, and completed the payment. "I'll buy one too." "No, make it two," the principal said, scanning the QR code and paying 20,000. One for a friend, another for his grandson. In the blink of an eye, 3 yo-yos were sold, and Wang Liang was elated, even gifting the chubby boy a water gun as a bonus. After purchasing the yo-yos, the principal intended to inquire about the supply channels, but thought better of it. Asking so directly would make him seem foolish. There was no way anyone would divulge their profitable secrets so easily. It would be better to wait for someone from the higher-ups to come and ask. After all, he was the one who first discovered the yo-yo with special effects, and he certainly deserved some credit. He then bid farewell and led the group out of the toy store. Wang Liang glanced at the phone stuck in the stand. Astonishingly, the live stream had lost even the robots, so he decisively ended the broadcast and began tidying up the toys in the store. The chubby boy's yo-yo had already begun to exert its promotional influence, and his current task was to swiftly sell these toys at a low price in the night market to earn some pocket money. The 300 he had earned previously had already been converted into points. Although it was only 3, a small amount, it should not be underestimated. As the saying goes, a 9-story platform rises from the soil. He was a patient individual and aimed to accumulate points gradually to achieve his goal of traveling to alternate universes. After tidying up the toys, he boiled a pack and a half of instant noodles, added 2 eggs, and sliced a sausage. After hastily finishing his meal, he locked up the store and set off for the nearby night market with his toys. He had no concerns about leaving the yo-yos in the store. The system had assured him that as long as no payment was made, no one could take a yo-yo from the store. While setting up at the night market, the influence of the yo-yo was rapidly spreading. First, let us talk about the chubby boy. After the principal dropped him off at home, he specifically informed his parents about his yo-yo purchase, emphasizing its price, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. "This old man? I kindly took you to buy a yo-yo, and you turned around and sold me out." He was genuinely furious. Once the principal and the physical education teacher exited with smiles, he was immediately subjected to a rigorous interrogation and had no choice but to recount every detail of his yo-yo purchase. "Son, can this yo-yo really summon the divine dragon?" Summon one for me to see." The chubby boy took the yo-yo from his father's hand and performed the heavenly silver dragon move, leaving both his father and mother astonished, leaping about like 2 frightened rabbits. "All right, quickly do your homework." His father interrupted his performance, taking the yo-yo to play with it himself. Zhang Dong felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This is a child's toy?
All right, what are you adults doing playing with it? Complaining was one thing, but homework still needed to be done. After all, one could not oppose authority. His classmates were even worse off than him. Having witnessed the yo-yo that could summon the divine dragon during the day and learned of its price and where to buy it, they hurried home after school to complete their assignments and hesitantly mentioned to their parents their desire to purchase the yo-yo. Unsurprisingly, they were met with universal rejection. I have a large bee bag here. Do you want it? I haven't seen you so eager about studying, but once toys are mentioned, you perk up. This sentiment echoed among many parents. The students could only retreat to their rooms, silently grieving, while nurturing a dream. When I grow up and earn money, I will buy a room full of toys and play to my heart's content. A certain writer surnamed Liu once stated that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. For instance, Mr. Li was far happier than his students. After dinner, he strolled downstairs, playing with his newly purchased yo-yo. The special effects produced by the yo-yo quickly attracted a large crowd of residents in the community, including several young women recording videos with their phones. With beautiful women around, Mr. Li's desire to perform surged, and he showcased an array of tricks, with the yo-yo's special effects constantly changing. Nearby, onlookers, including elderly gentlemen and ladies, stood agape at a young man, spotting a pair of dentures on the ground, called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, your dentures have fallen." At that moment, the elderly couple realized their mouths were empty, and they began to search for their lost teeth. That evening, several videos of M.R.Li playing with the yo-yo surfaced online. The titles were largely similar, all stating that they had witnessed a yo-yo capable of producing real special effects. After watching the videos, netizens flooded the comments with skepticism. The effects are impressive, but why does the uploader think I'm a fool? Do you really think I'm that gullible? If a yo-yo could produce special effects, I would stand on my head and defecate. The uploader, upon reading the comments, shook his head slightly, understanding that it was not the viewer's fault for their disbelief. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he too would not have believed it. The next day, as the chubby boy stepped through the school gates, he was immediately surrounded by his classmates. "Zhang Dong, would you kindly showcase your yo-yo? I shall treat you to some spicy strips." "Dong Gu, do allow me to take a turn. I too wish to play." Listening to his classmates, the chubby boy let out a heavy sigh and lamented, "What a joke. My father confiscated my yo-yo, and I won't get it back until the holidays." With that, a look of sorrow washed over his face. The other students echoed his sighs, animatedly discussing strategies to persuade their parents to relent and purchase them a yo-yo. Adults, however, were free from such worries. Early in the morning, Teacher Li brought 3 friends to Wang Liang's toy store, where they procured 3 yo-yos before heading to the competition venue. This was an A1 competition, showcasing individual yo-yo performances. Despite being labeled as a contest, it was essentially a gathering for yo-yo enthusiasts. In the present day, the popularity of yo-yos has waned significantly, and those still engaged with them are true aficionados. Upon arriving at the venue, many approached Teacher Li to greet him. "Oh, Old Li, what a rare sight. Is that not Old Li himself? Welcome back." Teacher Li had previously participated in the World Yo-Yo Contest. Although he never secured a notable rank, he was still a well-known figure in the yo-yo community of Jincha City. As he grew older and life became busier, he gradually distanced himself from this realm, abandoning yo-yo played. To his surprise, the emergence of a special effects yo-yo rekindled the spirit of his youth, prompting him to invite friends for a little fun. "This time, I come prepared, with victory in my sights." "Well then, should you win the championship, I shall have Xiao Xiao reward you with a kiss," quipped a fashionably dressed young man with a small mustache, gesturing towards a nearby lady practicing her yo-yo skills. "Off you go, you old rascal." Chapter 5. Completing the novice task and reclaiming youth. The competition soon commenced. The prize was not a kiss but rather a stunning yo-yo, sponsored by Audi, a company whose toys had once been the cherished memories of an entire generation. The first to perform was the lovely Xiao Xiao, the very lady the mustached youth had mentioned. In this era, few engaged in yo-yo play, and female players were even rarer. As Xiao Xiao took the stage, she was met with a wave of cheers. With the host's cue, she smoothly transitioned from the simple atomic bounce to the more intricate celestial silver dragon, culminating in her own unique tricks, demonstrating her prowess as a yo-yo master. Teacher Li, drawn by fate, was drawn to perform second. As he retrieved his yo-yo, the young man beside him chuckled. "What era are we in? Why are you still playing with such an outdated, recyclable plastic yo-yo? This one has special effects. You'll see shortly, Teacher Li replied. The young man shook his head in disbelief. Keep dreaming. Teacher Li chose silence, focusing intently on the lady. Moments later, after Xiao Xiao concluded her dazzling display, she was scored by a panel of seasoned yo-yo players, receiving a commendable 7 points after eliminating the highest and lowest scores. Now, please welcome Li Shuai to the stage. He is a veteran yo-yo player. And newer players may not know he once represented Longhua in the World Yo-Yo Contest, showcasing remarkable skill before retiring. Who would have thought we would see him again today? As Teacher Li ascended the stage, the host held the microphone to his lips and inquired, Li Shuai, what prompted your return to the yo-yo community? It is the nostalgia of youth, he responded. Indeed, I am here to reclaim the memories of those vibrant years. Teacher Li stepped to the center of the stage and initiated his first trick, the baby cradle. This was the first trick I ever learned. The audience fell silent, captivated by the silver light spiraling around the yo-yo, their minds transported back to the summer of watching the King of Firepower, a season filled with ice cream and cheers for Li Fei, hoping that the Eastern ideals would triumph over Western speed. This is the second trick I learned, he continued, demonstrating the atomic bounce, followed by the Eiffel Tower, dog walking, and magic gloves, all foundational tricks. Finally, amidst the awed gazes of the audience, he unleashed the ultimate move. The celestial silver dragon, as the shimmering dragon circled above Teacher Li, the spectators were left in astonished silence, tears welling in their eyes, their hearts shouting, "My youth has returned." The celestial silver dragon was a move he had practiced tirelessly, replacing countless strings in pursuit of perfection. While the audience remained lost in nostalgia, Teacher Li concluded his performance and stepped down. Upon returning to his seat, the mustached youth seized his arm, pleading, "Please let me try your yo-yo for a moment. And where can I find one of those special effects yo-yos? I wish to buy one too." The moment the young man finished speaking, all eyes turned to Teacher Li, filled with eagerness and longing. At that moment, Teacher Li felt akin to a lamb encircled by a pack of wolves. He quickly replied, "I purchased it from a toy store called Super Players, located in Alley 2, on Industrial Road." Around 10 a.m., Wang Liang was busy tidying up toys in his shop, having sold a portion the previous night, aiming to clear out the rest by evening. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a throng of people rushed in. The mustached youth, breathless, exclaimed, "Boss, I want to buy a yo-yo that has special effects." The crowd echoed, "I want one too." "Me as well." Instantly, the store transformed into a bustling marketplace, and Wang Liang felt overwhelmed. There are only 3 left. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to buy one. Just as he finished speaking, a system notification echoed in his mind. The shopkeeper is doing well, not arbitrarily raising prices. According to the second set of rules, if the shopkeeper raises prices without permission, he will face severe punishment, such as being transformed into a monkey on a May mountain for 1 month. Upon hearing the system's warning, Wang Liang felt a chill run down his spine. Please don't misunderstand. It's not because I wore my sweater backward, but from fright, he thought. He had intended to say that whoever pays the most gets to take one home. However, he reconsidered, realizing that raising the price of the yo-yos might lead to complications, and chose to remain silent. To his relief, he avoided a significant pitfall, being turned into a monkey on a May mountain. Well, that might not be too bad. After all, he could leverage the identity of a protected animal to do as he pleased. With that thought, Wang Liang mused, not raising prices is futile. These yo-yos will undoubtedly be resold at inflated prices. Reminder, all products will be bound to customer IDs. Once someone obtains a yo-yo, they can only play for 24 hours. Thereafter, the holographic projection function will deactivate until the customer who is bound to the ID retrieves the yo-yo. The shopkeeper, however, can play with the toys in the store freely but cannot purchase them or take them outside. Violating this rule will result in penalties from the second set of rules. After absorbing the system's words, Wang Liang felt utterly defeated. It left no loopholes whatsoever. Simultaneously, the 3 victors of the rock, paper, scissors game emerged. Amidst the envious gazes of their companions, they paid and received their special effects yo-yos. As they departed, the players who missed out wore forlorn expressions, pitifully pleading, "Boss, you must restock quickly. I truly wish to play with a special effects yo-yo." Regardless of whether the next batch from the system would include yo-yos, Wang Liang readily assured them, "No problem, I will expedite the restock." Just as the crowd exited, the system notification chimed once more. Would you like to convert your earnings into points? Convert, he replied. Conversion successful. You now have 9 points, which cannot be used for purchases. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang felt utterly defeated. Did they really need to remind him that he couldn't buy anything? How utterly demoralizing. Novice task completed. Reward, level 1 dimensional shop. Automatically upgraded to black iron level toy supplier. Supplier level, black iron, bronze, silver, gold. As levels rise, supplier permissions and benefits will continuously improve. Dimensional shop level, 1, 2, 3, 4. As levels rise, the functionality of the dimensional shop will continuously enhance. New task, seize the opportunity and sell 2,000 firepower silver electric yo-yos. Task reward, a set of high-tech clothing. One must look dashing as a magical toy supplier. Shipping successful. Distributing dimensional shop, distribution successful. As those words left his mind, Wang Liang was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Chapter 6. Acquiring the dimensional shop. Teaching the secrets of yo-yo techniques. Moments later, a glimmer of light appeared, gradually intensifying until a silver-gray wall materialized before him, etched with irregular black lines. Turning around, he discovered himself standing in a spacious room, adorned in a silver-gray decor, with the other 3 walls similarly adorned with abstract black lines. A fist-sized transparent sphere embedded in the ceiling emitted a soft glow. Opposite him stood a transparent counter, neatly arranged with 10 rows of firepower silver electric yo-yos, upon which rested a black square machine. The cash register. Behind the counter stood a black door. Wang Liang approached it and pushed it open, only to be met with utter darkness. He retrieved his phone, brightened the screen, and shone it around, yet still saw nothing. Friendly reminder. This is the entrance to the living quarters. A cold electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind, startling him. After a moment's pause, he exhaled a deep breath and stepped inside. In an instant, the surroundings brightened, revealing a space where the outside scenery was visible from all sides, with only the silver-gray floor and ceiling being solid. After taking a few steps to the left, he bumped into a transparent, soft wall, ripples radiating outward from the point of impact, as if the wall were made of water. Friendly reminder. The living area is divided into leisure mode and rest mode. What mode is it now? Leisure mode. Switch to rest mode. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding scenery vanished, and the walls turned silver-gray. Only then did Wang Liang discern the layout of the room. Upon entering, he found a living room furnished with a semicircular arrangement of silver-gray sofas. To the left of the sofa area lay the kitchen and dining room, while to the right were the bedroom and bathroom, all adorned in the same silver-gray decor. After exploring these rooms, he noted that the furniture and appliances were all present, even the mattress and blankets, making it entirely ready for immediate occupation. Just as he finished his tour of the living area and stepped out, the electronic voice resonated once again. Please select the location for the dimensional shop. Instantly, a world map appeared before him, and without hesitation, he marked the shop's position adjacent to the previous storefront. Surely, those who bought the yo-yos would attract more customers. It was imperative that they could find it easily. Location selected. It cannot be changed before the next task. As soon as the electronic voice concluded, a black door materialized on the silver-gray wall opposite the counter. Wang Liang pushed the door open and discovered it was situated right beside the previous storefront, with the words Magical Toy Store emblazoned in large silver-gray letters above the entrance. He did not return, instead heading back to the former store to begin packing for the move. Meanwhile, the influence of the yo-yo continued to spread out in the electronic holographic laboratory at Yinjing University. Yang Xiyuan carefully unwrapped a package under the curious gazes of his students, revealing a yo-yo. The students were momentarily dumbfounded, expecting some crucial experimental apparatus, only to find a simple yo-yo. Was Teacher Yang reminiscing about his youth? That couldn't be right. He had never owned a yo-yo in his younger days, though he did recall seeing elderly men playing with Diablo in the park. The yo-yo was a classic toy from their generation. Perhaps it was a gift for his grandson? While the students puzzled over this, Yang Xiyuan inquired, "Who here knows how to play with a yo-yo?" "I do." The boys responded in unison, raising their hands eagerly. Yang Xiyuan scanned the room and handed the yo-yo to a bespectacled boy, known for his diligence. He entrusted the task of demonstrating the yo-yo to him. The boy took the yo-yo, looped the string around his middle finger, and with everyone watching, gave it a flick, performing a trick called sleeping. The yo-yo spun for several seconds, and silver light began to emanate around it, swirling in synchronization with the yo-yo's rotation. Startled, the bespectacled boy panicked, exclaiming as he jerked his hand, causing the yo-yo to return to him as if it were a large spider. The other students, witnessing the emergence of the silver light, froze in astonishment, gaping at him as he excitedly flailed the yo-yo. "Stop!" Yang Siyuan shouted. Seizing the yo-yo from the boy's hands, he inspected it, confirming it was undamaged, and let out a sigh of relief. That moment, the other students regained their composure, their eyes wide as they fixated on the yo-yo in Yang Siyuan's hands. They began to chatter animatedly. What kind of yo-yo is this? I remember now. Isn't this the one from Firepower Youth King that produces special effects? I dreamed of having one like this when I was a child. Teacher Yang, where did you buy it? The laboratory erupted into a cacophony akin to a bustling market, leaving Yang Siyuan with a throbbing headache. He quickly called for silence. Once the room quieted, he pulled out his phone, ready to share a video sent by an old classmate, when someone suddenly shouted, "Whoa, isn't that the celestial silver dragon?" This exclamation sent the boys into a frenzy, all of them fixating on the yo-yo with intense enthusiasm. "Who can summon the dragon?" "I can." They all chimed in unison, resembling kindergartners eagerly awaiting candy from their teacher. This time, Yang Siyuan chose not the timid, bespectacled boy, but a robust, dark-skinned student known informally as Big Black Bull. Filled with excitement, Big Black Bull accepted the yo-yo from Yang Siyuan and attempted to summon the celestial silver dragon using the technique he remembered. Unfortunately, his skills were lacking, and after several failed attempts, it was the bespectacled boy who bravely stepped forward, successfully invoking the celestial silver dragon. The moment the dragon appeared, the laboratory erupted in cheers, with the boys jumping and celebrating as if they had returned to their carefree youth, reminiscing about watching Firepower Youth King and competing with friends over who would assist him with homework if they lost. Yang Siyuan, having never owned a yo-yo in his childhood, felt no nostalgia. His mind was solely consumed by holographic projection technology. "All right, everyone back to your stations. Let us begin scanning this yo-yo. I want to investigate its internal structure," he declared, interrupting the bespectacled boy's display. The group hesitated, first wanting to ascertain where the yo-yo had been purchased before commencing their work. After scanning with the machine, they discovered that the yo-yo was a single unit, aside from the string. It contained no other components, which implied it could not be reverse-engineered. Yang Siyuan felt disheartened. Treasure was so near, yet he could not return empty-handed. He decided to take the yo-yo to another laboratory, placing it on a laser cutting machine, and cut an opening along the edge, hoping to uncover its secrets. However, as soon as the laser penetrated, the yo-yo instantly melted into a puddle of black liquid. He was about to collect the mysterious liquid to have his colleagues study its composition when, to his astonishment, the black liquid evaporated at a visibly rapid pace. Within a second, the cutting table was left spotless, as though nothing had ever been placed upon it. Yang Siyuan placed his hands on his hips and sighed, resolving to visit the toy store personally to inquire about the supply channels and negotiate with the manufacturer. Just as he finished booking his plane ticket online, the principal called. Upon answering, before he could speak, he heard the principal's urgent voice. "Old Yang, is it true about the special effect yo-yo?" The principal was incredibly well informed. As soon as Yang Siyuan unveiled it, word had already spread. "What nonsense! I saw it on the campus network. The entire Yinjing University is buzzing about whether the special effect yo-yo is real or not." "It is real." "What?" Upon hearing this, a sound of shattering glass echoed through the receiver. Yang Siyuan, having worked alongside the principal for over a decade, instantly guessed he had broken a teacup, as he always did during significant events. After a brief pause, the principal's anxious voice returned. "Where's the special effect yo-yo?" "It's gone." "Gone?" The principal's voice turned incredulous, followed by a thud, indicative of him bumping into the desk as he stood up. "Why is it gone?" "I used the laser to cut it." "What about the components?" "After cutting, it transformed into a puddle of black liquid and evaporated." At this, the principal became momentarily speechless, utterly baffled by the absurdity of it all. Had Yang Siyuan not told him himself, he would have never believed it. "Don't panic. I'll personally visit the toy store selling the special effect yo-yos and try to trace the source of the holographic projection technology." "Understood." The principal hung up and picked up the red landline phone on his desk, dialing a special number. "Hello, Xiao Lu. What's the matter?" Someone has cracked the holographic projection technology and produced a yo-yo that emits special effects. Yang Siyuan is investigating the source, he reported. What? Are you certain it's holographic projection technology? Absolutely. Many students at Yinjing University have witnessed it firsthand. I'll send you the video shortly. Do it now. Alright. After sending the video, Liu, the principal, drafted a detailed report and submitted it, then scoured the internet, discovering several videos showcasing the special effect yo-yo. Upon reading the comments, he noted that most netizens were skeptical of its authenticity. The following morning, around 10 a.m. Yang Siyuan arrived at No. 2 Alley, Industrial Road, Dongha District, Jinchacha City, looking weary and hasty. Following the address, he easily located the Super Player toy store. Upon entering, he found the place desolate, with only a stack of neatly organized papers. Are you here to buy toys? A voice suddenly rang out from behind him, startling him greatly. Upon glancing back, a youthful gentleman of striking appearance entered the shop, accompanied by an elderly man. Indeed, I have come to purchase a special effect yo-yo. He inquired immediately about the procurement channels, seeking to establish a rapport with the proprietor. Please wait a moment. Wang Liang gestured towards the paper scraps scattered about the store and remarked. Sir, this is all we have. The elderly man remained silent, weighing the items with an old-fashioned scale before declaring, exactly 10 yuan. Wang Liang accepted the 10 yuan, tucking it cautiously into his pocket, his mind awash with confusion. What was going on? How could the owner of a shop specializing in such extraordinary yo-yos appear somewhat impoverished? Surely, a proprietor with access to such cutting-edge merchandise could not possibly be financially constrained. He must simply be miserly. Little did he realize that Wang Liang was indeed quite destitute. After managing the toys in the store, his savings barely surpassed the 3,000 yuan mark. He endeavored to convert as much of the profits from yo-yo sales into points as possible, necessitating frugality in his expenditures. Once the elderly gentleman departed with the paper scraps, he ushered the customer to the adjacent miraculous toy store. Observing the shop's minimalist yet elegant decor, Yang Siyuan's belief in the proprietor's stinginess grew stronger. Wang Liang, oblivious to the label of miser that had been affixed to him, retrieved a yo-yo from behind the counter and indicated the nearby cash register, stating, the QR code is displayed on the machine screen. One is 10,000. I will purchase 0.5, Yang Siyuan declared. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang's face lit up with joy. He had not anticipated such a significant client. While retrieving the yo-yos, he hastily poured a cup of water for the customer using a disposable cup. Yang Siyuan accepted the cup, took a sip, and promptly paid, realizing that with these 5 yo-yos, he could delve into extensive research, perhaps even unravel the technology behind them. With a smile, he remarked, it seems that such extraordinary yo-yos can only be acquired from your establishment. Not necessarily. It's quite possible that in due time, they will also be available in Freedom Country. Wang Liang replied. Is the manufacturer from Freedom Country? Yang Siyuan inquired. Indeed, I heard from the wholesaler that they are produced there. Otherwise, they could not be priced so steeply. Wang Liang mused silently, contemplating the rapid attention he had attracted from such a significant client. Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated in his mind, startling him. Friendly reminder. According to the first set of rules, on launching, no one can kill a black iron-level miraculous toy supplier. However, to prevent harm, such as beating, arson, stabbing, or vehicular assault, suppliers should exchange for self-defense items in the special goods section. After processing the system's message, Wang Liang wholeheartedly agreed. As the influence of his products expanded, it was inevitable that many would seek to extract something from him, such as the procurement channels that this significant client was currently probing. If he refrained from sharing, there was a high probability of being harmed, perhaps even being abducted to a desolate area, threatened with a knife, forced to divulge information, and should he refuse, facing dire consequences. Upon hearing Wang Liang's words, Yang Siyuan felt a sense of unease. Freedom Country had evidently made new technological advancements, particularly in such groundbreaking black technology. It was quite vexing. With a sigh, he instinctively asked, could you provide me with the wholesaler's contact information? I apologize, but that constitutes a trade secret and is essential for my livelihood. I cannot divulge it. I shall not intrude further, Yang Siyuan said as he exited. He promptly reported this dubious information, which Wang Liang had fabricated, to Principal Liu. Upon learning of this, Principal Liu shattered his newly purchased teacup in frustration. Naturally, This information was relayed promptly to higher authorities, who began an intense investigation. Chapter 8. Exchanging for self-defense items. Wang Liang transforms into a handsome young man after the departure of the significant client. Wang Liang converted the 500 yuan earned from yo-yo sales into 5 points, bringing his total to 14 points, including the 9 previously accumulated. He accessed the product page, gazing longingly at the myriad of items displayed, lamenting his inability to afford anything. Even the most economical miraculous lollipop required a staggering 100 points, equivalent to 10,000 yuan, far too exorbitant. During his initial novice phase, the special goods section had remained inaccessible, leaving Wang Liang curious about its offerings. Upon opening it today, he was astounded. The first item listed was an R2 type nuclear fusion-powered combat mech, described as manufactured by Deep Space Group, equipped with anti-gravity systems, life support systems, intelligent combat systems, and 10 particle laser cannons, priced at 10,000 points. The second item was a 1A type intelligent bodyguard robot, produced by Yinhuang Light Industry, featuring a small nuclear fusion energy core, intelligent protection systems, anti-gravity systems, a shielding system, and 5 particle laser cannons, priced at 12,000 points. The third item was a golden core stage battle puppet, manufactured by the Haotian sect of the Cultivation Civilization, boasting the full capabilities of a golden core practitioner, priced at 20,000 points. Upon witnessing these offerings, Wang Liang shook his head. Although they were impressive, he could not afford a single wanda. Was there nothing available at a more reasonable price? With this thought in mind, he scoured the section and indeed discovered 2 items on sale. A super anti-wolf spray produced by Future People Group, with a 10-meter misting range and excellent wolf-repelling effects, priced at 5 points, and a complete nourishment pill produced by the Z-Way Pavilion from the Cultivation Civilization, capable of significantly improving physical fitness. Also priced at 5 points. In the interest of his safety, Wang Liang decisively exchanged his points for these 2 items. Accumulating points proved challenging, yet spending them was effortless, and in the blink of an eye, he was left with merely 4 points, causing a slight pang in his heart. With a flash of silver light, 2 small black boxes appeared on the counter. Opening one rectangular box revealed the super anti-wolf spray, its transparent exterior facilitating concealment. As he pressed the nozzle, a hissing sound filled the air, enveloping the shop in a silvery mist. Wang Liang approached the mist's edge and experienced a torrent of tears and mucus streaming down his face. After a moment of weeping, he opened the other square box, which contained a dark pill, roughly the size of a 6-flavor Rehmannia pill. Raising it to his nose, he detected no bitter herbal scent, only a pleasant fragrance. As soon as he placed it in his mouth, it instantly dissolved into liquid, flowing down his throat and into his stomach before he could swallow. Mere seconds later, his body began to heat up, first pleasantly, as if soaking in a hot spring, but soon escalating to the sensation of being immersed in boiling water at 100 degrees. Wang Liang dashed back to the living area, bolting into the bathroom and turning on the shower, attempting to cool himself down. However, it proved futile, and he cried out in agony. He lost track of how long this discomfort lasted, but in a daze, he perceived that the heat had diminished, leaving him feeling strangely cool and extraordinarily relaxed. Testing his limbs by jumping, he was astonished to collide with the ceiling. "Goodness!" Wang Liang exclaimed, glancing up at the ceiling, which was at least 3 meters above him. His newfound jumping ability rivaled that of elite basketball players. Indeed, this complete nourishment pill was remarkable. After turning off the shower and preparing to change clothes, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and was utterly stunned. The young man staring back was undeniably handsome. With sharp brows and bright eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a slight smirk, his complexion was flawless, devoid of any blemishes, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient noble. If he ventured outside without any means of self-defense, the consequences of attracting the attention of those long single women in their 20s would be dire. After admiring his striking visage for a while, Wang Liang nodded in satisfaction, exited the bathroom, changed into dry clothes, and returned to the shop. He began posting sublease advertisements on the 68 Tongqing website. The previous shop still had nearly a month left on its lease, and he could not afford to waste it. By subleasing it, he could earn an extra month's rent. Just as he finished posting, a large group of people surged into the shop. The bespectacled leader paused upon seeing Wang Liang and politely inquired, "Hello, do you sell special effect yo-yos?" How many would you like? He asked. The others eagerly chimed in. I want one. Me too. Same here. They were none other than students from Yinjing University who had witnessed the special effect yo-yos firsthand. The transaction was swift, and they purchased a total of 15 yo-yos. Wang Liang converted the earnings from these sales entirely into points, raising his total to 19 after the students from Yinjing University exited the toy store. A buzz of excitement erupted, especially among the female students, who blushed and exclaimed, "This owner is incredibly handsome." One of them shyly covered her face. The male students, begrudgingly, had to admit that this proprietor's looks posed a threat to their own. They were met with a chorus of eye rolls from the female students. Is that a threat? That's a complete annihilation. Thank you very much. The following afternoon, Wang Liang successfully subleased his previous shop. Given its location in an alley, which was not particularly favorable, his savings only increased to 5,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the students from Yinjing University took the special effect yo-yos back to campus. Upon their arrival, they immediately attracted a large crowd of students and teachers on the playground. The somewhat clumsy Dahenyo diligently practiced the silver dragon from the sky, drawing envious glances from his peers who surrounded him, practically drooling with desire. After some time, Dahenyo successfully executed the move, eliciting gasps from the crowd as they whipped out their phones to record the moment. Among them was a Bilibili content creator named Hao Tongxue, a humorous young man with over 100,000 followers, who typically shared snippets of his daily life. He was delighted to capture footage of the special effect yo-yo. After recording and editing the video, he titled it Firepower Youth King, the emergence of the special effect yo-yo, and uploaded it to Bilibili, hoping to gain some traction and increase his follower count. The notion is not held by him alone. A sudden surge of videos showcasing special effect yo-yos has emerged online. The ever-witty netizens expressed their bewilderment. 1 or 2 videos could be dismissed as mere fabrications. Yet the plethora of such videos flooding the internet has ignited a trending topic. Is it truly possible for a yo-yo to emit special effects? Naturally, where there is buzz, there are those who seek to capitalize on it. A reviewer known as Xiaogue Kaixiang has released a video, claiming to have discovered a source for purchasing special effect yo-yos. He invites everyone to witness the truth during a live stream of the buying process. Curious netizens flock to the comments, eagerly anticipating the live broadcast. I predict it's fake. If it's real, I'll stand on my head. On second thought, I want to buy one too. Chapter 9. The yo-yo craze and the arrival of outsiders. Those intrigued by special effect yo-yos are not merely the netizens. There are also higher-ups taking notice. Following an extensive investigation, it has become apparent that the Free Nation has not conquered holographic projection technology. Coincidentally, they are also probing whether the Dragon Nation has made any breakthroughs in this field. This leaves only one possibility. The boss is lying. In the office of the Minister of Science and Technology, Hao Jianya stood by the window after reviewing the submitted investigation report. Rubbing his temples, he furrowed his brow and addressed his secretary behind him. Xiao Li, I need you to go personally. Understood, replied Xiao Li. If they refuse to disclose the sourcing channels, do not press them, just return. Xiao Li nodded and was about to leave when Hao Jianya added, remember to be polite. Do not offend anyone. Bring back 2 boxes of tea. Will do. The following morning, around 9 o'clock, the reviewer known as Xiaogue Kaixiang, having just disembarked from the train, eagerly opened his live stream. After all, the longer he streamed, the greater the likelihood of receiving gifts from others. The camera focused on the large sign of the Jinsha City train station as he exclaimed, Friends? Xiaogue keeps his word. I have arrived in Jinsha City and will soon take a taxi to the toy store selling yo-yos. Please, a free like for Xiaogue would be much appreciated. Thank you all. It happened to be a Sunday. Regardless of whether they enjoyed 2 days off or just one, workers were at home, resting and playing on their phones. Shortly after the broadcast began, over 2,000 viewers filled the stream, and the comments flowed rapidly. Enough chit-chat, hurry, and take a taxi. How could a yo-yo possibly emit special effects? The host is too slow. I checked next door. They re nearly at the toy store already. I'm off. Upon seeing this comment, Xiaogue hastily hailed a taxi. When he arrived at the entrance of Industrial Road No. 2, he was taken aback. The alley was filled with streamers wielding selfie sticks. After considerable effort, he finally made his way into the store, only to be stunned by the sight of the owner behind the counter. This person was extraordinarily attractive. To describe him as handsome would be an understatement. He was simply breathtaking. The thousands of viewers in the live stream erupted. Wow, I've fallen for this owner. What should I do? That young man is so handsome. I've fallen for him too. Get away from me. The owner is mine. Xiao Gui had intended to linger in the store to capture more footage of the owner and boost his popularity, but the crowd's incessant urging forced him to buy a yo-yo first, planning to conduct his review in a less crowded area outside. Friends, this is the special effect yo-yo. Let us test it and see if it truly emits special effects. With that, he performed a trick, watching the silver light swirling around the yo-yo. Xiao Gui gasped in awe, his voice high-pitched and drawn out, resembling a startled donkey. Yet, the live stream displayed an entirely different scene. Stop showcasing it. We already know. We want to see the owner. Hurry and get back inside to see the owner. Host, I want to see the handsome guy. After finishing his review and glancing at the comments, Xiao Gui instantly felt disheartened. Indeed, this was an era where appearances reigned supreme. Despite his diligent efforts, no one seemed interested in his review, while everyone clamored for the owner's attention. The disparity was too glaring. Unbeknownst to him, the owner, Wang Liang, was suffering greatly. These people, seizing the opportunity to buy yo-yos, constantly grabbed his hands. The women were one thing, but the men, this was unbearable. Ultimately, he placed the yo-yos directly on the counter, refusing to hand them over personally. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Secretary Xiao Li arrived at the entrance of Industrial Road No. 2. Gazing at the bizarre scene within, he was momentarily stunned. These streamers were dressed in an array of costumes to attract views, some portraying the four disciples of Tang Song, while others dressed as Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, and even Ultraman. Just then, Zhu Beiji shouted, "Watch my dog walking trick," as he placed the yo-yo on the ground, shaking his large ears, and began to chase after it. It was unclear who was truly walking whom. Tang Song, not to be outdone, shouted, "I can walk dogs too," and followed closely behind Zhu Beiji. Xiao Li shook his head in resignation and entered the alley, contemplating the store next to the magical toy shop that was undergoing renovations. After a few seconds, he squeezed into the toy store. Upon seeing the owner behind the counter, he was once again taken aback. This person was exceptionally beautiful, surpassing even most women. No ordinary woman could compare to this owner. Even typical female celebrities would pale in comparison. Wang Liang was unaware of Xiao Li's presence, as he was currently dealing with a female streamer at the counter. "Sisters, could you please stop crowding around me for photos? What is there to capture? Young man, are you looking for a partner?" The female streamer, in her 30s, wore a thick layer of makeup and batted her eyelashes. Wang Liang almost lost his lunch right there. He regretted taking the health tonic, as being surrounded by these women was incredibly uncomfortable. Just then, Xiao Li appeared, displaying his credentials. "Boss Wang, I'd like to have a word with you." As he placed 2 boxes of tea on the counter. The crowd gasped upon seeing the badge and the words "internal supply" on the tea box, exclaiming in their hearts, "Oh wow!" A big shot from above. Wang Liang, surprised, immediately thought of the major client inquiring about sourcing channels and feigned confusion as he said, "Hello, leader. What can I do for you?" "I'm not a leader. Just call me Xiao Li," he replied, glancing around at the crowd. The streamers quickly understood and vacated the toy store. Once the room cleared, Xiao Li continued, "I am the Secretary of Minister Hao from the Ministry of Science and Technology. I am here to inquire about the sourcing channels for the special effect yo-yos." Upon hearing the word sourcing channels, Wang Liang's head began to throb, and suddenly, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Friendly reminder. Under no circumstances should the existence of the system be revealed, as it may lead to unpredictable consequences, such as a forced time rewind on Blue Star, erasing all human memories. Understood. Do you take me for a fool? If I expose you, I'll be dissected for research in an instant. Wang Liang mentally conversed with the system before addressing Xiao Li. "This is my biggest secret. You must not leak it. Rest assured, if it's of significant importance, I will classify this conversation as top secret. Can I choose not to speak?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Li felt utterly helpless. "I've been enthusiastic for so long, only to be met with your refusal to talk. Are you playing with me?" During his journey, Minister Liu had instructed him not to press for answers if the other party was unwilling to share. Just as he was about to say it was fine, Wang Liang interrupted him. "I know you wish to obtain the holographic projection technology contained within the yo-yos, and I can unequivocally assure you that even if you locate the manufacturer, you will not acquire the technology." Chapter 10. Wang Liang's ambition to travel to the moon and corporate investigations. Upon witnessing Wang Liang's earnest expression, Xiao Li sighed. This technology is of utmost importance to our nation. I understand its significance. But what I've said is the truth. Then I won't take up any more of your time in the office of the Minister of Science and Technology, after Shaoli recounted the details of his visit. Minister Hao Jianya sighed repeatedly while seated at his desk. Minister, I noticed a store next to the magical toy shop is undergoing renovations. Should we consider purchasing it and stationing someone there? After hearing this, Hao Jianya nodded emphatically, adding, we should also send a beautiful woman. Wise leadership, Shaoli praised, giving a thumbs up in the office of the director of the Security Bureau. A tall, long-haired beauty with fair skin and a standard oval face stood before the desk, intently studying the documents in her hands. Director Shinhua smiled and said, Xiao Miao, there's no rush. Take your time to read through them. Once you're finished, what are your thoughts, Director Shin? Could I request a different person? My expertise lies in apprehending spies, not going undercover. Oh, Xiao Miao. This is a highly honorable and significant mission, one that concerns the nation. Before the director could finish, Xiao Miao quickly interrupted, Director Shin, I accept. Shinhua was known as the Golden Hoops, and everyone in the bureau feared his incessant recitations, which could drive anyone to distraction. All right, you need to learn how to make knife-cut noodles from Chef Liu in the cafeteria as quickly as possible. Wang Liang's people all love a good bowl of knife-cut noodles. He surely won't be any different. Mastering this will aid in your work. Understood. A young man clad in a black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stood earnestly before a desk, skillfully manipulating a yo-yo. Chairman Ren Fei loomed behind the desk, his eyes wide with intensity, fixated on the dazzling effects projected by the yo-yo. After 2 minutes, the young man retrieved the yo-yo, his expression gravely serious, and declared, Mr. Ren, if Huawei phones were to incorporate holographic projection technology, they would undoubtedly dominate the market. Ren Fei nodded emphatically and responded, expedite the investigation into the manufacturers of the special effects Yo-Yo. Understood. In the office of the chairman of Dami Company, Chairman Lei Xiaojun was engrossed in a firepower silver electric yo-yo, conversing with the general manager beside him. Quickly investigate the manufacturers of the special effects yo-yo. We must establish a technological partnership as swiftly as possible. Absolutely. Meanwhile, in the office of Qin Yong, the chairman of OPP Company, he deftly manipulated the firepower silver electric yo-yo, occasionally performing tricks. The general manager, with utmost seriousness, remarked, Chairman, I've dispatched personnel. I anticipate we will identify the manufacturer shortly. Simply identifying the manufacturer is insufficient. We must secure a partnership before other companies do. Understood. In the conference room of VIV Company, Chairman Shin Yun showcased the firepower silver electric yo-yo, captivating the executives and major shareholders, who gazed at it with wide eyes. This yo-yo embodies holographic projection technology. I urge everyone to mobilize their resources to swiftly identify the manufacturer and forge a collaboration. The executives and shareholders nodded in solemn agreement. In the Free Nation, the office of Apple Incorporated's president, due to time zone differences, it was now late at night. President Cook, along with several senior executives, sipped coffee while watching an assistant play with a yo-yo. After a minute, Cook declared resolutely, Apple must acquire holographic projection technology. The senior executives nodded in affirmation. This is merely a glimpse into the maneuvers of prominent corporations. Many other lurking capital giants, akin to sharks sensing blood, fervently sought the manufacturers of the firepower silver electric yo-yo. 3 days later, a noodle shop named Yongfu Daxiomian opened next to the magical toy store. The establishment featured 5 tables and was adorned with 2 floral arrangements at the entrance. The owner, a simple middle-aged man with a slight limp, walked with uneven shoulders. His daughter, a tall and fair-skinned young woman with long black hair and large, dimpled eyes, bustled about with boundless energy, attending to customers. Most diners were local residents. Within 2 days, the fame of the Daxiomian Shisher spread throughout the neighborhood, attracting many single young men. Each time Wang Liang passed the shop on his way to buy groceries, he would see the Daxiomian Shisher hard at work, certainly beautiful, yet he had no intention of entering to dine. With that money, he could prepare a pot of noodles himself, enough for several meals. In the evening, Miao Shiyu, while reporting to her superiors via a dedicated line, lamented, people simply do not come to the noodle shop for a meal. The beauty ploy is ineffective. Is the noodles too unpalatable? Nonsense. I've been utterly exhausted these past few days. Remain patient, continue to lie low, and send me another server. All right, I will consult with Director Shan. After hanging up, Miao Shiyu recalled Wang Liang passing by the shop, muttering, "He is quite handsome. Rest assured, you will not escape my grasp." She then theatrically made a fist with her fingers. "Little Miao, have you developed feelings for that young man?" A voice suddenly chimed from behind, startling Miao Shiyu, who feigned calmness and replied, "Brother Sun, could you refrain from such nonsense? How could I possibly be smitten with that delicate pretty boy?" Brother Sun remained silent, shaking his head slightly, and locked the dedicated phone in a safe. Achoo, achoo. Wang Liang rubbed his nose, muttering, "Who on earth is cursing me? Just let me find out. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it." He then pulled up the product page to check the sales point. 2,000 firepower silver electric yo-yos had sold out, with only one remaining. The task would likely be completed by tomorrow, and his points had reached 1999. After enduring a long period of hard work, the moment of reward was finally at hand. After careful consideration, he decided to redeem for a 2-day trip to the moon, precisely requiring 2,000 points. What a splendid opportunity to earn some money while enjoying himself. Once he sold the last yo-yo tomorrow, he would have enough points to proceed with the trip. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Wang Liang opened the shop as scheduled. As expected, a throng of customers rushed in. The young man at the forefront looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Wang Sikong, the so-called internet celebrity slayer. Accompanying him were 2 internet-famous beauties. "Boss, give me 10 yo-yos." Chapter 11. The magical toy store vanishes into thin air, leaving everyone astounded. The others in the store recognized Wang Sikong, as he was a prominent figure associated with Baidu Group, frequently sharing unfiltered truths online. They whispered amongst themselves, "Wherever there is excitement, there he is. I can't believe Wang Sikong is here to buy yo-yos. Finally, I've met him in person." Wang Liang retrieved the lone yo-yo from behind the counter and stated, "There's only one left." Without uttering a word, Wang Sikong paid, took the yo-yo, and turned to leave. While the 2 internet beauties glanced back longingly at Wang Liang at that moment, the notification sound indicating the completion of his task resonated. Wang Liang quickly announced, "Everyone, the yo-yos are sold out. I will restock as soon as possible. You may return home for now." He ushered the crowd out, akin to herding sheep. During this, an audacious female streamer attempted to sidle into his arms but was swiftly pushed back into the throng, eliciting a chorus of shrieks. Once the shop was cleared, he decisively locked the doors. Those who approached the door found it transformed into a wall. Technically, a door painted on the wall. It could not be pushed open. The previous patrons exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. How could a perfectly functional door suddenly turn into a wall right before their eyes? Some of the more curious individuals, after meticulous observation, concluded that the area behind the wall was merely the community's bicycle shed, with rows of bicycles and electric scooters, no buildings in sight. They shared their discoveries with the gathered crowd, who were equally perplexed. After thorough investigation, they stood in the bicycle shed, questioning their very existence. Their 9 years of compulsory education and common sense insisted that a store could not be concealed within a wall. Yet reality delivered a harsh slap in the face. Both the door and the store had vanished. This was utterly absurd. Miao Shiyu was among those investigating the bicycle shed. As she gazed at the bicycles and electric scooters, confusion washed over her. Repeating the words, "Where is the store?" she suddenly sprinted back to the shop, where she found Brother Sun in the kitchen preparing dough. The store is gone, vanished without a trace, leaving only a painted door on the wall. Brother Sun, momentarily stunned by Miao Shiyu's revelation, instinctively asked, "How could a perfectly fine store just disappear?" "I overheard the customers buying yo-yos say that once the yo-yos sold out, the boss shooed them away, and then, just like that, the store's door vanished, turning into a wall. No, wait, there was still." Before Miao Shiyu could elaborate, Brother Sun bolted out of the kitchen. Upon arriving at the magical toy store's entrance, he found a large crowd gathered. He pushed through with great effort, reaching the front to touch the painted door on the wall. Utterly bewildered, in the kitchen, Miao Shiyu retrieved the dedicated phone from the safe and dialed her superiors. "When connected," she said, "please connect me to Director Shen." "It's urgent." A familiar voice responded. "Xiao Miao, what's the matter?" "Wang Liang's store has vanished, leaving behind only a painted door on the wall." "What?" As soon as she spoke, a loud clatter echoed through the receiver. She recognized the sound of a folder dropping to the floor. Whenever something went awry, Director Shun would invariably knock over a folder on his desk. After a brief silence, Director Shun spoke again. Xiao Miao, this is no time for jokes. A store that large cannot simply disappear, Director. I wouldn't dare jest at a time like this. You can ask Brother Sun. He witnessed it too, with the matter laid bare. It left no room for disbelief. Director Shun rubbed his temples, forcing himself to remain composed, and instructed, Xiao Miao, record a video of the painted door on the wall and send it to me. Then submit a detailed report. Understood. Miao Shiyu hung up and Brother Sun, still in a daze, returned to the kitchen, scratching his disheveled hair, muttering, this is utterly bizarre. Outside, the streamers were animatedly sharing the extraordinary tale of the toy store's inexplicable disappearance with their viewers, who were equally perplexed. Yesterday, the store was thriving, and today you tell me it has vanished. Is this not absurd? People are venting their frustrations. Host, do you take me for a fool? For the sake of views? You have truly lost all sense of dignity. Anyone who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education knows this is a fabrication. I am the office of the Minister of Science and Technology. How Jianya was immersed in his work when the red hotline phone on his desk rang. He answered the call, and after a few seconds, abruptly stood up and exclaimed, how could this be possible? Minister Hao, my people witnessed it with their own eyes. I will send you the video and report shortly. All right, expedite the process, he replied before hanging up. Immediately, Hao Jianya opened his internal email, his other hand drumming incessantly on the desk. After 2 minutes, an email appeared in his inbox, and he opened it with great seriousness. After reading, he picked up the hotline phone and called the president of the Lonka Institute. Once connected, he inquired, Director Zhao, are you aware of the magical toy store? Of course, how could I not know? My grandson has been pestering me daily to buy him that special yo-yo, Zhao responded. The magical toy store has vanished into thin air, leaving only a painted door on the wall. I wish to ask. Before Hao Jianya could finish, he heard the other end gasp, how could it just disappear? This matter has been thoroughly investigated and is indeed true. I want to know, scientifically speaking, how could the store have vanished? Well, Director Zhao hesitated. Such phenomena are simply unscientific. After a moment's thought, he said, it's too early to draw conclusions. I will come and take a look myself. I will have Shaoli accompany you for support on the way. At the entrance of the magical toy store, representatives from Huawei Company and Dami Company stood bewildered, gazing at the painted door on the wall and listening to the surrounding chatter. Their companies had sent them to investigate supply channels, and now the store had inexplicably vanished, leaving them with nothing to report. Renfei, the chairman of Huawei Company, was in a meeting when the phone rang. He answered, and moments later stood up in shock, saying, how could it disappear? The executives in the conference room exchanged puzzled glances, all wondering what could have unsettled the usually composed in Chapter 12. A whirlwind of deliveries arrived, offering a trip to the moon. After a minute and a half, Renfei ended the call and returned to his seat, frowning as he stated, the store selling the special yo-yo has vanished. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the executives widened in disbelief. Their thorough investigation had yielded no trace of the special yo-yo manufacturer, which was already peculiar. They had intended to offer the toy store owner a sum of money to locate the manufacturer, never anticipating the store's disappearance. Meanwhile, other company chairmen and shadowy capitalists learned of the news. Lei Xiaojun, chairman of Dami Company, nearly spat out his coffee upon hearing the store had vanished. Chen Yong, chairman of OPP Company, absent-mindedly pushed an ice cream cone into his nose upon hearing the same news. Shun Yun, the diligent chairman of Viv Company, was engrossed in work when his secretary entered to inform him of the store's disappearance. He was about to suggest alternative measures when he suddenly realized something was amiss, frowning and asking, what did you just say? The toy store has vanished? Yes, Mr. Shun, the toy store has disappeared, and this matter is trending. Shun Yun quickly grabbed his phone, opened the browser, and upon searching for the magical toy store, discovered the top headline regarding its disappearance, marked with an explosive symbol, indicating it was a sensational story. After reading the reports, Shen Yun finally understood why he could not locate the manufacturer of the special yo-yo. It was not due to his incompetence, but rather the extraordinary circumstances surrounding it. The president of Apple, Kyuk, faced the worst situation. Due to time zone differences, he was awakened in the dead of night by a phone call. Drowsily, he heard his assistant say that the magical toy store had vanished, leaving him bewildered. After a few seconds of confusion, he sat up in bed, furrowing his brow and asking, Did you just say the magical toy store has vanished? Yes, sir. This news has already made headlines in Longhua. Hyuk took a moment before responding. Do not let them return. Observe the area for a while. After hanging up, he leaned against the headboard, staring blankly at the ceiling. Now he understood why he could not find the special yo-yo manufacturer. The technology at play was far beyond his imagination. Should the magical toy store reappear, he resolved to cultivate a relationship with its owner at any cost. He was not the only one with such intentions. Many other company presidents and wealthy capitalists shared the same thought. Wang Liang was unaware that his casual closure of a store would spark such a significant commotion. At that moment, he was busy claiming his reward. Task completed. Reward. A set of high-tech clothing. This garment, produced by Yinhuang Weaving, will automatically adjust its temperature according to body heat, is fire-resistant, cut-resistant, and dust-resistant. In a vacuum environment of space, it will automatically activate a life support system to ensure the wearer's safety. A flash of silver light revealed a black box on the counter. New task. Sell 1,000 off-road vehicles. These off-road vehicles have been sitting in the warehouse for an extended period. As a black iron-level magical toy supplier, you must have a way to sell them. Price: 20,000 each. Hearing that each vehicle was priced at 20,000, Wang Liang mused. These off-road vehicles can't possibly unleash a whirlwind charge like in the cartoons. Can they? The system seemed to have heard his thoughts and promptly provided additional details about the off-road vehicles. This model is called Whirlwind Charge, constructed from D-type alloy, equipped with an A2 power motor, micro super battery, micro anti-gravity device, and a simple voice control system. Its special move is Whirlwind Charge Tornado. After hearing the introduction, Wang Liang instinctively exclaimed, "Wow!" The system responded, "With such an excellent off-road vehicle, can't you sell it for a higher price?" Task reward: 1 spin of the lucky wheel. The lucky wheel contains many precious prizes. With good fortune, you can easily obtain something valuable. Wang Liang understood that, as someone who was perpetually unlucky, he would likely not win anything worthwhile. Complete a few more tasks to advance to the brass-level magical toy supplier. Many benefits will follow your promotion. Keep it up. How many tasks must I complete? Can you provide an exact number? The system remained unresponsive, silent as a grave. Wang Liang helplessly shook his head and glanced at the black box on the counter. Realizing the Whirlwind Charge off-road vehicles had been neatly arranged there without his notice. Opening the black box, he found a set of black robes inside. The edges of the robe were silver, with a chaotic silver circle embroidered on the back, the meaning of which remained unclear. It felt incredibly soft and smooth, akin to the touch of a beautiful woman. As he donned the robe, a sudden wave of coolness enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. He took out his phone, opened the selfie camera, and gazed at his reflection. He looked just like a hero. With a gleaming sword, he would be a legendary swordsman. With a mighty blade, he would resemble a formidable warrior. After admiring himself, Wang Liang accessed the product page and scrolled to the bottom, locating the 2-day trip to the moon. Without hesitation, he clicked to redeem it. His 2,000 points were instantly depleted. At the same time, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. You have successfully purchased a 2-day trip to the moon. This journey will be conducted by Future Star Interstellar Travel Company. At your service. Note: you do not need to bring water, food, or daily necessities. We will provide everything. Departure in 1 hour. Please prepare accordingly. Wang Liang glanced at the time. It was now 10:05. Perfect, he thought. He could play with the newly arrived Whirlwind Charge off-road vehicle for a while. This model was a classic, often the first off-road vehicle many people played with during their childhood. Of course, others might have played with models like Pioneer Sonic, Triangle Arrow, Rapid Axe, or Spider King first. He retrieved an off-road vehicle from the counter and switched it on. The familiar sound of the motor whirred to life. Placing it on the ground, he dramatically shouted, "Whirlwind Charge, go!" The off-road vehicle shot forward like an arrow. Just as it appeared ready to crash into the wall, Wang Liang recalled the instructions and shouted, "Turn." The vehicle executed a sharp turn, skimming along the wall and racing in the opposite direction. After spinning around the room a few times, he yelled, "Whirlwind Charge Tornado." In Chapter 13, Visiting the Space Station, nations were left in shock. The Whirlwind Charge truly took flight, spinning in the air just like in the cartoons. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. Suddenly, a brilliant silver light filled the store, and a silvery vortex appeared, revealing a gray metallic door within the whirlwind. Simultaneously, an electronic voice resonated in Wang Liang's mind. "Dear passengers, the departure time has arrived. Please board the spaceship." Wang Liang had long been prepared. With a great stride, he stepped into the vessel. The interior of the spaceship was spacious, with a plush black seat at its center, enveloped in a fine layer of velvet that felt incredibly comfortable against the skin. To his surprise, there were even dual sockets on the outside of the armrests. Had he known, he would have brought his phone charger along. Before departing, Wang Liang had ensured his phone was fully charged. Eager to capture some splendid photographs on the moon, making the journey worthwhile. "Dear passengers, please secure yourselves as we are about to head to our first destination, the newly constructed Tiangong space station of Longhua." Upon hearing this announcement, Wang Liang exclaimed with excitement, "My goodness!" The Tiangong space station was a source of pride for all Longhua citizens. In the past, under the leadership of the Free Nation, an international space station was established, deliberately excluding Longhua from participation. As the saying goes, if the enemy can advance, so can we. The scientists of Longhua did not lose heart. After years of arduous effort, they established their own space station. Now, with the International Space Station on the verge of decommissioning, only the Tiangong space station would remain in the skies. Any country wishing to conduct scientific research in space would have to heed Longhua's authority. This was truly a case of 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. Do not underestimate the seemingly weak. Wang Liang excitedly made his way to the Tiangong space station. Director Zhao Shengli of the Longhua Institute disembarked from the high-speed train, hastily accompanied by his secretary, Xiao Li, towards alley number 2 on Industrial Road. That moment, the alley was teeming with people, the sounds of drums reverberating through the air. With only the absence of firecrackers. Some were curious onlookers drawn by the news, some were streamers seeking to ride the wave of excitement, and a few were spies sent by major corporations and investors. Upon learning of Zhao Enli's arrival, the leaders of Jinchaxia City attempted to seal off the alley, forbidding anyone from entering, but Zhao Enli refused, fearing it would offend the enigmatic owner of the magical toy store. Who knew if that extraordinarily eccentric owner would reappear? If he suddenly showed up and found the alley blocked, he might leave without a trace, never to return, and how then could they acquire the cutting-edge technology from him? Ultimately, the leaders deployed a significant number of plainclothes officers in the alley to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Zhao Xingli and Xiao Li, under the cover of these officers, struggled to make their way to the entrance of the magical toy store. Upon seeing the painted door on the wall, Xiao Li couldn't help but exclaim, "This is unbelievable. The last time I was here, there was a real door. But now, it's gone, vanished." Zhao Xingli reached out to touch the painted door. Furrowing his brow and sighing deeply, some curious onlookers recognized him and shouted, "Isn't that the director of the Longhua Institute? I've seen him on TV. Hello, Director Zhao." As soon as those words were uttered, others chimed in, "Hello, Director Zhao." Zhao Enli was no mere internet celebrity. He was a legitimate scientist who had participated in numerous significant research projects, making substantial contributions to the nation, thus earning the respect of the crowd present. Viewers watching the live stream also flooded the comments with greetings. "Hello, Director Zhao." "Hello, everyone." Zhao Xingli acknowledged the crowd, passing through the community gate to the area behind the wall. He gazed at the ordinary-looking carport, thoroughly questioning the meaning of life. From any perspective, there could not possibly be a store hidden within the wall. Just as he pondered the use of transcendent technology, someone shouted, "The toy store owner has appeared. He is in outer space." This shout silenced the crowd instantly. People widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging looks of shock. Seconds later, the individual who had shouted about the toy store owner yelled again, "Quick, take out your phones and search for toy store owner Wang on Douyin." Hearing this, Xiao Li swiftly pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and searched for toy store owner Wang, bringing up a live stream. Inside the stream, owner Wang sat comfortably, pointing at the space station outside his window, exclaiming, "Dear friends, this is our country's Tiangong space station. I'm seeing it up close for the first time. How exhilarating!" After speaking, he took a sip from a cup filled with a dark liquid, his expression radiating sheer enjoyment, as if the drink were exquisite. How could one not enjoy such a moment? Meanwhile, gifts were raining down in the live stream, creating a financial windfall. Xiao Li was utterly bewildered, his mind racing with a singular question. How did he get up there? Standing beside him, Zhao Xingli stared at the phone, dumbfounded. Others stood frozen in place, as if they were a line of unorganized terracotta warriors. If anyone were to be the most bewildered, it would undoubtedly be the staff from the space agency. Inside the monitoring room of the Tiangong space station, an eerie silence enveloped the space. All personnel fixated their gazes on the screen displaying the oval silver spaceship, their expressions blank, as if they had been struck dumb. Moments later, someone suddenly shouted hoarsely, "Aliens are coming! Hurry! Report to the leadership!" Instantly, chaos erupted, as everyone rushed towards the office of the director. Bai Weibao, the director of the space agency, sat diligently at his desk when the door was flung open, startling him. Turning to see Deputy Director Dong Peng stumbling in, he thought of countless scenarios, such as a crisis at the space station. Old Bai, something big has happened. An alien spaceship is orbiting alongside our space station. Bai Weibao remained silent, frozen in his chair, contemplating the dire implications. He had never anticipated that aliens would arrive, and even more so, that they were orbiting beside the Tiangong space station. Surely, they wouldn't be planning to abduct astronauts? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine as he dashed toward the monitoring room, shouting, "Old Dong, you must report this matter to the leadership immediately." Understood. Dong Peng swiftly returned to his office, picked up the dedicated phone line, and dialed a special number. "Hello, this is Deputy Director Dong Peng of the Space Agency. An alien spaceship has appeared beside the Tiangong space station. What should we do now? Please provide instructions." There was a brief silence on the other end before a commanding voice replied, "Do not panic. Maintain strict surveillance and await further instructions." That moment, it wasn't just the Longwa Space Agency that discovered the alien spaceship. Other nations' space agencies were also alerted. In the Free Nations ANSA Command Center, Director Chris gazed at the screen displaying the oval silver spaceship, shaking his head in disbelief. My God. Aliens have truly come to Blue Star. We must urgently contact Longwa and Maoxiong Nation. We must unite if we hope to confront the extraterrestrial threat. Chapter 14. Misunderstandings resolved. All must forge good relations with Wang Liang inside the Tiangong space station. Commander Li Yong, upon receiving orders from the ground, took refuge in the shelter with two other astronauts. Through the high-definition external camera, they observed the oval silver spaceship and calmly remarked, "Let us write our wills." The other two astronauts nodded, pulling out notebooks and specialized pens designed for space use, silently beginning to write their final messages. Li Yang let out a soft sigh, penning the words, "Goodbye, dear mother. Goodbye, beloved homeland." After writing that line, though his heart brimmed with countless emotions, he found himself at a loss for words. With a heavy heart, he placed the notebook in a specially designed box, hoping that his family would one day have the chance to read it. In the ground monitoring room, the eyes of all personnel were red-rimmed with emotion. Director Bai Weibao stood in a corner, speaking loudly into the phone. "I request the immediate launch of a rocket to bring the astronauts home." "What? How long must we wait?" The astronauts. Just as he began to speak, a smartphone screen suddenly appeared before him, displaying a strikingly beautiful young man in a black robe, who pointed out the window at the space station and said, "This should be the core module. Old Bai, that spaceship is not of alien origin. It belongs to the toy store owner." Deputy Director Dong Peng chuckled. The toy store owner? Bai Weibao was utterly perplexed, staring blankly at Dong Peng beside him. "You mean the one who sells those special effect yo-yos? Just the other day, your grandson was pestering you to buy one. Wasn't he? This morning, that store just vanished into thin air and made the news. And after some investigation, it was discovered that the owner had taken a spaceship into outer space and was even live streaming." Dong Peng's words were loud enough for the monitoring room personnel to hear. They exchanged glances, feeling as though they were listening to a mythical tale. Bai Weibao took several moments to digest this utterly fantastical reality. Simultaneously, high-ranking officials from various countries received the news from Longwa. In the Free Nations NASA Command Center, Chris inhaled deeply after hanging up the phone, addressing the staff present. "That spaceship belongs to a Longwa citizen." The personnel in the room stood frozen as if enchanted, unable to move, akin to turtles. Moments later, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, Chris must be insane." Everyone turned their gaze toward Chris, filled with pitying concern. Chris, exasperated, replied, "That Longwa citizen is live streaming on a Douyin app. Those fools told me this directly." Upon hearing this, the command center erupted in astonishment. A young man knowledgeable in network technology quickly connected to Longwa S network and downloaded Douyin. Upon opening the app, The first recommended live stream was that of toy store owner Wang. He instantly spotted the space station outside the window. Covering his mouth in shock, he exclaimed, "Oh my God! Chris, wasn't he crazy? That spaceship indeed belongs to Longwa. Our space technology has been far surpassed by them." As the crowd gathered to behold the spectacle within the live stream, a wave of astonishment swept through them. At that moment, the space agencies of the Bear Nation and the Western Alliance were equally unsettled. "Well, you clever rabbit. Silently, you managed to fabricate a spacecraft. I am truly impressed. You sly one." Inside the Tiangong space station, the two astronauts had just finished writing their farewell letters when news arrived from the ground. "The danger has been averted. That spacecraft belongs to the Dragon Nation. I repeat, the danger has been averted. That spacecraft belongs to the Dragon Nation." Upon hearing this, the three astronauts were left dumbfounded. "We had prepared ourselves for sacrifice, and now you tell me that the spacecraft belongs to the Dragon Nation? Are we jesting? Moreover, when did the Dragon Nation acquire such advanced spacecraft? If they possess such technology, why do they still expend vast resources to launch rockets to the space station? What is truly happening?" Perhaps sensing the astronauts' unspoken queries, the ground control center added another message. "You may open the Douyin app and search for Wang Laoban of the toy store. He is currently live streaming from the spacecraft." Upon hearing this, the astronauts swiftly retrieved their phones, opened Douyin, and entered Wang Laoban's live stream. They beheld a striking young man clad in a black robe, seated in a black chair, gazing out at the space station. The viewer count had already surged to 100 million, with a barrage of comments and gifts flooding the screen. The young man stretched lazily, turned his head, and remarked, "I forgot to bring the charger. I'll have to end the stream here. Once I arrive on the moon, I'll take you all to witness its wonders." With that, he abruptly ended the broadcast. Simultaneously, on the large screen in the ground control room, an oval-shaped silver spacecraft gradually soared into the depths of the universe, seemingly at a leisurely pace, only to vanish from the surveillance range in the blink of an eye. Director by Weibo and Deputy Director Dong Peng exhaled deeply. After watching the live stream, Zhao Xingli, the president of the Dragon Institute, and his secretary, Xiao Li, hurriedly boarded a high-speed train to the capital. Meanwhile, Miao Shiyu, who had been lurking in a noodle shop, put down her phone and said solemnly to Sun Gu, who was peeling potatoes, "It seems this mission may prove challenging. When soldiers come, we shall defend. When water rises, we shall dam it. The crux of this mission lies in." Suddenly, a ringing phone interrupted Sun Gu. Miao Shiyu walked over, opened the safe, retrieved her dedicated phone, and moved to the break room to answer the call. "Xiao Miao, I trust you have recognized Wang Liang's significance, hence the need for an adjustment in the mission. Once he returns, you must do everything in your power to get close to him, preferably becoming his partner. Director Shin, perhaps you should assign someone else. I truly cannot. I've never even dated anyone. My expertise lies in..." Before Miao Shiyu could finish, Shin Hua interrupted her. "I am aware your specialty is in apprehending spies. Who in our bureau does not possess that skill? However, there are no buts. You have already made an appearance before Wang Liang. If we suddenly switch personnel, it will undoubtedly arouse his suspicion. You must not only approach him but also guard against other women with ulterior motives. Do you understand?" "Understood. Good luck. You are the most capable young person in our bureau, and I have faith that you will successfully complete the mission." "All right, Director Shin, I will do my utmost." Following the spacecraft incident, it was not only the higher-ups who desired to get close to Wang Liang. Various corporations, immense capital, and nations were all devising strategies. Upon returning to the capital, Zhao Xingli, the president of the Dragon Institute, promptly visited the Ministry of Science and Technology. In the office, Minister Hao Jianya poured tea while stating, "Regarding Wang Liang, arrangements have already been made from above. That is reassuring. If the technology in Wang Liang's hands were to fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire. Rest assured, we have the means. Anyone who dares to reach out will be dealt with accordingly," Hao Jianya declared, making a chopping gesture with his hand. "Additionally, do you have any ideas on how to procure the technology from him?" "Well, we currently lack effective strategies. We can only focus on building a relationship first and consider our next steps later. I actually have an idea." Chapter 15. Wang Xikong participates in the World Yo-Yo Championship. What idea? Zhao Li leaned in closer to whisper to Hao Jianya. Both burst into laughter, sounding like two hens in the office, unbeknownst to outsiders. Inside the travel number spacecraft, Wang Liang gazed at the gifts and donations pouring in on Douyin, chuckling heartily. This live stream was entirely spontaneous. While taking pictures, he unexpectedly discovered that his phone was connected to Wi-Fi. Realizing there was internet aboard the spacecraft, it was the perfect opportunity to go live and earn some pocket money, resulting in a windfall of over $20,000. No wonder those streamers stubbornly linger in shops. Live streaming is indeed a lucrative endeavor. As for being targeted, if they want to keep an eye on him, so be it. He had long been under scrutiny, and this was just another instance. As the saying goes, the more lice, the less itch. The more debt, the less worry. After withdrawing cash, he picked up a glass of dark raspberry juice, sipping it while admiring the blue planet in the cosmos. At that moment, a significant event was unfolding on the blue planet, directly related to him. The World Yo-Yo Championship had commenced. Wang Xikong, the son of the Baida Group, arrived in the Rose Nation aboard a private jet. He claimed to have come for the competition, but in truth, he was also there to show off and pursue foreign beauties. Both motives were equally important. The event featured categories such as 1A, 2A, 3A, and offline play, and he opted for the simplest 1A style, which involved single-handed yo-yo play. Upon arrival, the competition was already in progress. Logically, one could not join midway. But he had never adhered to convention. After a brief negotiation, he replaced a local contestant from the Rose Nation. On stage, a contestant from the Plaster Nation was performing intricate tricks. Wang Xikong shook his head, took out his fire silver electric yo-yo, tilted his chin, and silently declared, "A bunch of amateurs. I'll make you call me daddy in a moment." After a dazzling display, the contestant from the Plaster Nation scored 90 points out of a perfect 100, bowed, and strutted off stage with immense pride. Next up was a contestant from the Free Nation, a tall and lanky lad dressed in an oversized t-shirt, practically exclaiming, "I enjoy singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball." Upon taking the stage, he dazzled the audience with his yo-yo skills, drawing cheers from a throng of admirers below. Wang Xikong scoffed internally, thinking, does he not fear the yo-yo will knock him senseless? After finishing his performance, the Free Nation contestant received a score of 95 points. Immediately, he was surrounded by a group of attractive women. The round-faced, pudgy host took to the stage, glancing at his notes, and announced, "The next contestant is from the Rose Nation." No. Rather, a contestant from the Dragon Nation. The audience remained indifferent. Dragon Nation contestants often appeared unremarkable and lacked charisma. Wang Xikong dashed onto the stage with his fire silver electric yo-yo, not waiting for the host to signal the start. With a swift flick of his wrist, he initiated a trick known as sleep, determined to show these rustic foreigners what a true yo-yo master could do. The yo-yo spun for several seconds, and silver light began to radiate from it, swirling in tandem with its rotation, creating a stunning display. At that moment, the audience fell silent, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the spinning yo-yo. Sensing that his overwhelming presence had captivated the crowd, Wang Xikong unleashed his ultimate move, Silver Dragon from Beyond. As the silver Oriental Dragon appeared above him, the audience erupted in chaos. The judges clutched their heads, exclaiming, "Oh my God," while the women gazed at him with starry eyes, repeatedly exclaiming "cool," their vocabulary disappointingly limited. The other contestants, more discerning, murmured, "Effect yo-yo. It's the legendary effect yo-yo." They had seen videos of it back home. Unfortunately, the effect yo-yos had sold out, and the owner had departed the blue planet aboard a spacecraft. It remained uncertain if he would ever return, and the effect yo-yo might soon become a rarity. After finishing his Silver Dragon from Beyond performance, Wang Xikong calmly walked off stage without waiting for the judges' scores. Women instantly flocked to him, no longer minding his average looks. The earlier handsome contestant from the Free Nation glared at his ordinary yo-yo, wishing he could smash it on the spot. The next day, as Wang Xikong awakened, he found two blonde beauties beside him, still sound asleep. He checked the time on his phone, only to receive a notification. The toy store owner you follow is currently live streaming. He quickly clicked into the stream, where he saw the owner standing by the spacecraft window, pointing outside at the desolate landscape. "We have arrived on the moon, and it is as desolate as imagined. Nothing but stones and dirt." The camera panned to reveal a massive blue planet hanging in the sky. This is the blue planet in the universe, resembling a brilliant blue sapphire, truly beautiful. Wang Xikong felt exhilarated, as if he himself were on the moon, and promptly sent 100 gifts in a carnival frenzy, hoping the owner would acknowledge him with a thank you. To his dismay, the relentless Douyin officials flooded the screen with gifts. obscuring even his own comments. Wang Liang, naturally, took notice and shook his head slightly, stating, "Douyin officials, please cease the gift bombardment. It serves no purpose." This remark elicited laughter from the viewers watching the live stream. Amidst a flurry of comments, viewers exclaimed, "Boss Wang is magnificent. Boss Wang is incredible. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought the officials would be scorned?" "I in the office of the chairman of Douyin Company," the secretary whispered. "Zhang Zong, are we still sending gifts?" "Yes. Did you not see that withdrawal record? It indicates that Boss Wang is in need of funds." "All right." Just moments later, an abundance of official accounts began showering gifts in the live stream. Companies such as Dami Group, Huawei Group, OPP Group, VIV Group, Apple Incorporated Penguin Company, Alibaba Group, Citibank, Sequoia Capital, and SoftBank Ventures, among others, witnessed Douyin Company taking action and were eager to respond, swiftly joining in to establish familiarity. The viewers were taken aback, their thoughts racing. Wow, today, they finally understood what it meant to encounter a true magnate. As the live stream commenced, major corporations and significant capital sought to curry favor. Suddenly, the official account of the Dragon National Space Agency appeared, sending a few little hearts. Soon after, the official diplomatic accounts from the Free Country and Bear Country also emerged, each sending a few little hearts. The viewers were left astonished, their minds echoing a single phrase, "Incredible." Chapter 16. Arriving on the moon, accepting a special mission. Wang Liang, of course, noticed the gifts from various nations, but at that moment, he was too occupied to pay them heed, as he was listening to the system speak. "Do you have arrived at the moon, triggering a special mission? Do you accept?" "What mission?" Countdown, 30 seconds. "Will you accept?" 30, 29. Accepted. Special mission. Find some aesthetically pleasing rocks on the moon, carve them into dolls, and successfully sell them to generate additional revenue for the magical toy store. Note, the number of dolls must not be less than 10. There will be no profit sharing after the sale. Doll price, 2 million each. Reward, a limited time claw machine, which may yield unexpected prizes. When others use the claw machine, you will receive a 1 share of the profits. Upon hearing the rewards, Wang Liang could hardly contain his excitement. He was known by the moniker Claw Machine Nemesis. No matter how high the difficulty set by the owner, he could always grasp the prize. While selling dolls offered no profit sharing, he was certain he'd acquire splendid prizes from the claw machine. He feared only that the system might weep, imploring him to stop, exclaiming, "If you keep grabbing, we'll go bankrupt." Ha ha ha. The viewers watching the live stream saw Wang Liang standing by the window, grinning foolishly, leaving them bewildered. They flooded the comments with remarks. Did Boss Wang dream of marrying a wife? Why is he smiling so happily? Could it be that he has seen Chang'e? The handsome brother's smile is so sweet. Just as they were conversing, the spaceship's door swung open, and Boss Wang stepped out without even wearing a spacesuit. The live stream chat erupted in chaos. Wow, he dares to go out like that without a spacesuit. Is he out of his mind? I can only say 2 words, incredible. Some viewers questioned whether Boss Wang had thought things through. Surely he had some advanced technology to protect himself. In the office of the space agency, Director Bai Weibao stared at his phone with wide eyes, fixated, muttering to himself, how much advanced technology is still out there? Behind him, Deputy Director Dong Peng's face flushed with excitement, eager to acquire this technology that could protect humanity in a vacuum environment. At the NASA Command Center of the Free Country, the head, Chris, rested his hands behind his head, shaking his head and repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh my God." The head of Bear Country's space agency, Ivan, along with Alpes from the West State Alliance Space Agency, echoed his sentiments. "Oh my God, it seemed only a divine intervention could explain why Boss Wang was so extraordinary." Leaders from various companies and capital groups were trembling with excitement, envisioning the monumental advancements in technology they could obtain from Boss Wang, imagining wealth multiplying by hundreds or even thousands of times. Upon exiting the spaceship, a faint yellow protective shield activated from his cloak, enveloping him without causing discomfort. Everything felt normal. Utilizing the spaceship's lights, he scanned the area thoroughly, discovering a large rock. After considerable effort, he managed to lift it onto the spaceship. Approaching his phone, he pointed at the rock and made a promotional announcement. "Dear friends, I will carve 10 dolls from this lunar rock. I welcome everyone to come and purchase them." Having glanced at his phone's battery, realizing it was down to 20, he hastily ended the live stream. Director Bai Weibao, observing the pitch-black live stream, resolutely declared, "We must at least purchase one doll. I will apply for funding now." Just as Deputy Director Dong Peng was about to leave, the direct line rang. Bai Weibao answered, murmuring a few affirmatives before hanging up, turning to Dong Peng to say, "No need to go. The higher-ups have instructed that no matter the cost, we must acquire all 10 dolls, and we also need to buy back any leftover scraps from the carving." Dong Peng nodded in agreement, saying, "I will send someone to guard the store. The moment it opens, we will make our purchase." Yes, speed is of the essence. We are certainly not the only ones interested in lunar rocks. Bai Weibao was correct. The moment Wang Liang announced the sale of the dolls, wealthy individuals and research institutions from various nations sprang into action. Lunar rocks held immense value, both in terms of collection and research significance. On the third morning, a silver vortex appeared in the magical toy store. Wang Liang pushed open the hatch and emerged from the vortex with the large rock in hand. "Dear travelers, this journey has concluded. See you next time." The electronic voice faded, and the silver vortex vanished instantly. Gazing at the large rock on the ground, Wang Liang found himself in a predicament. He lacked tools and expertise for carving the dolls. Friendly reminder: you can open the product page and rent a prank doll carving machine from the special items section. But I have no points. How can I exchange? No points are required. The prank doll carving machine is sponsored free of charge by the Prank King. The Prank King? Wang Liang expressed confusion. What is that? A specialist in pranks. The system offered no response, remaining eerily silent. Accessing the product page, he found the first item in the special goods section was indeed the prank doll carving machine, with a note indicating it could be rented for free once. Clicking to rent, a flash of silver light revealed a square red machine appearing on the ground. The machine had a feeding port on top, with a few crooked black lines drawn on the side. Their meaning unclear as Wang Liang lifted the rock, preparing to place it in the feeding port. A series of high-pitched donkey brays suddenly erupted, startling him and nearly causing him to drop the stone on his foot. What the hell? After expressing his frustration, the machine began to tremble, and moments later, it surged toward Wang Liang. He raised the rock, ready to smash the rogue machine. Sensing danger, the machine halted its movement. "You think you can show off in front of me? I'll smash you," Wang Liang declared defiantly, placing the rock into the feeding port, only to be startled again by the crowing of a rooster. As he prepared to curse, the machine began to sing. Son, I am your father, your biological father." He was utterly exasperated. "This is torture. Now I understand why this machine is free. Next time, I'd pay to avoid using it." After finishing the song, 10 dolls the size of a palm slid out from the side discharge port. There were the 7 brothers of Calabash, along with their grandfather, and the remaining 2 were an old witch and Snow White, each carved with remarkable detail and realism. With a flash of silver, the prank doll carving machine vanished without a trace. Just as Wang Liang was about to retrieve the dolls, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he caught a glimpse of a dark figure rushing past, accompanied by a voice that echoed ominously, "Kid, having used my machine, you shall never escape my grasp in this lifetime." As the words faded, a series of sharp, cackling laughs reverberated, gradually diminishing into the distance. Chapter 17. Everyone comes to buy lunar rocks. Claw machine defeat. Have I become entangled with him? Wang Liang regretted listening to the system's dubious claims about the free prank doll carving machine. Indeed, what is free often proves to be the most costly. Now, being pursued by this so-called prank king, he felt a chill run down his spine. After a few moments of chilling contemplation, he felt his spirits rise. Even if I were to die from staying up late, I could still traverse to a parallel world and live a second life. Clearly, my fate is resilient. I fear not this prank king. If he dares to approach, I'll show him. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden shout of "Grandpa!" startled Wang Liang once more. Looking down at the calabash doll, he murmured, "Surely, you did not just shout." This was all becoming inexplicably strange. He placed the dolls on the counter and returned to the living area for a quick wash before opening the dimensional store. Those waiting outside noticed that the door on the wall had transformed into a tangible reality. Testing it, they found the door swung open, prompting them to rush into the store. Reaching the counter, one exclaimed, "Boss Wang, I want to buy all 10 of those dolls. How much are they?" 2 million each. Totaling 20 million. You can pay by card, Wang Liang replied, gesturing toward the bank card machine on the counter. All right, the buyer. A middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit moved with remarkable efficiency, completing the transaction in mere seconds. Wang Lianggang retrieved a doll, and 3 foreigners hurriedly crowded around the counter, exclaiming loudly, "Greetings, Boss Wang. I represent the Free Nation and am willing to pay double the price for a doll." "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am the representative of the West State Alliance, and I too shall offer double the price for a doll. I am the representative of the Bear Country. I will pay 3 times? No, 5 times the price for a doll." Behind these 3 foreigners stood a group of wealthy representatives, who shook their heads in disbelief after hearing these words. The moon rock was indeed beyond their reach. A middle-aged man who had already made a payment, witnessing the fierce competition, quickly interjected. "I am the representative of Dragon Country. Regardless of what they offer, I shall outbid them by 3, no, 5 times." Upon hearing this, the 3 foreigners' faces immediately displayed expressions of helplessness. Just as they prepared to continue raising their bids, Wang Liang interrupted them. "The toys here are clearly priced. They are sold at their listed price without the need for bidding. This gentleman has already made a payment, thus these dolls rightfully belong to him." The 3 foreigners, upon hearing this, shook their heads and sighed repeatedly. They had rushed into the store first but were inexplicably pulled back by someone and missed their chance to purchase the moon rock. Infuriating! The representative from Dragon Country instructed someone behind him to bring a safe, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he meticulously placed the dolls one by one into the safe, locked it, and then spent an additional 100,000 to purchase 5 Storm Charge off-road vehicles before leaving with a smile. Others, unable to procure the moon rock, did not leave empty-handed either, whether 1 or 2. They mostly purchased Storm Charge off-road vehicles. In the blink of an eye, 500 vehicles were sold. Wang Liang converted all the money he received into points, totaling 1,000 after 2 live broadcasts. He had earned over $100. He was not in need of money and could focus solely on accumulating points. Unbeknownst to him, it was already noon, just as he was preparing to order takeout. Hoping to enjoy a meal and later claim rewards for special tasks, a beautiful woman from the noodle shop next door entered, carrying a plate of dumplings. "My brother made some dumplings filled with lamb and carrots. I brought you some." Wang Liang was about to express his reluctance to accept such a generous gesture, then tried to push back a little before finally accepting the dumplings. However, the beauty placed the dumplings down and left, casually reminding him, "Remember to return the plate after you finish." The streamers who lingered in the store erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "I have an announcement. From this moment on, no streamer is permitted to broadcast live in this toy store. Those who disobey will find themselves sent to the moon, left to fend for themselves." Upon hearing this declaration, a chorus of lamentations filled the store. The streamers, wary of Wang Liang's authority, left the toy store. Glancing back multiple times, the viewers watching the live stream chuckled, their comments filled with laughter. Once everyone had departed, Wang Liang locked the store door, returned to his living area with the dumplings, peeled a clove of garlic, poured a bit of vinegar into a bowl, picked up a dumpling, dipped it in the vinegar, and popped it into his mouth. With a gentle bite, the savory flavor of lamb mixed with the freshness of carrots flooded his palate, causing his mouth to water. Another bite revealed a burst of meat filling, making it impossible to stop. After 5 or 6 minutes, he polished off the entire plate of dumplings and decided that when he returned the plate in the afternoon, he would buy 2 pounds of dumplings to enjoy. No wonder the noodle shop next door thrived. The chef truly had remarkable skills. These dumplings were divine. After finishing his meal and washing the dishes, he returned to the store and quietly said, "System, claim the rewards for the special task." Rewards being distributed, distribution complete. A flash of silver revealed a black claw machine positioned against the wall, filled with a jumble of black boxes. Countdown begins for 3 days. After 3 days, the claw machine will be reclaimed. Hurry and try your luck. There are many unexpected prizes inside. Wang Liang nodded, striding confidently towards the claw machine. However, upon seeing the electronic display indicating 1,000 for each attempt, he felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. This is simply too expensive, with his current financial status. He could only afford a little over 100 tries. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. If he was afraid of losing, how could he hope to win? No amount of money could buy the system's prizes. It was worth a gamble. Resolutely, he retrieved his bank card from the living area, inserted it into the claw machine, and made an initial payment of 1,000 to test the waters. Manipulating the joystick, he began to shake the claw, This was Wang Liang's secret technique for winning at claw machines, the shaking claw method. After a satisfactory amount of shaking, he seized an opportunity and pressed the black button. Allowing the claw to descend as he had anticipated, it accurately grasped the black box and began to ascend slowly. He quickly maneuvered the joystick towards the opening, but alas, he was a moment too late. Just shy of the opening, the black box slipped from the claw's grip, signifying the loss of 1,000. Wang Liang rubbed his face, forcing himself to calm down, and paid another 1,000. Yet again, he came up just short. As this back and forth continued, he experienced 5 consecutive failures, losing 5,000 in total. At this point, he faced 2 choices. 1. Quit while he was ahead, or 2. Persist to the bitter end. Having already invested 5,000, Wang Liang was unwilling to give up. He had to win a prize to recoup his losses. He paid another 1,000. Unsurprisingly, he failed once more. He considered that he would only spend up to 10,000. If he exceeded that without winning a prize, he would stop playing. He decisively inserted another 1,000, and oh surprise, he lost again, making it 4 consecutive failures. Each time, he was left just a little short. The thought of 10,000 slipping away ignited a fire within him, casting aside his earlier resolution to stop if he exceeded that amount. Chapter 18. Acquiring the future person's phone. Everyone seeks to please Wang Liang at 5:31 p.m. His bank card balance stood at 15,400. Wang Liang rubbed his cheeks, which had flushed with urgency, took a sip of water to soothe his throat, and sighed dramatically, tossing his last 1,000 into the claw machine. He couldn't believe that with over 100,000. He couldn't win a single prize. He shook the claw, selected a position, and pressed the black button. The claw began its descent, precisely grasping a black box. It ascended, and he quickly maneuvered the claw towards the opening. Don't fall, please, I'm begging you. As the claw neared the opening, Wang Liang's heart raced faster. Finally, the claw reached the top of the opening, and the black box dropped into the opening. Wang Liang rubbed his eyes, nearly moved to tears. Over 100,000. Finally, he had snagged a prize. It was incredibly challenging. His excited heart and trembling hands retrieved the black box from below the opening. Upon opening it, he discovered a silver card inside. Inscribed with Future Person 2.0 phone, please place the card in the redemption slot. A phone. Wang Liang immediately donned a mask of despair. Over 100,000 for a phone, he felt like a fool. After a moment of despondency, he quickly regained his composure. So what if it was over 100,000? He could earn it back again. He felt no regret. First, he decided to check the prize. Following the instructions, he placed the card in the redemption slot, and after a few seconds, a rectangular black box slid out of the prize outlet. Opening the box revealed a phone entirely in silver. Just as he prepared to turn it on, an electronic voice suddenly spoke. Facial recognition successful. Iris recognition successful. Please place your finger on the screen. Wang Liang complied, placing his finger on the phone screen. Fingerprint recognition successful. Please speak. There's a big fool watching me. Voice print recognition successful. ID binding in progress. Binding successful. Welcome to the Future Person phone. I am your intelligent assistant. Shout WEI.as. The voice faded. A cluster of light points appeared at the top of the phone screen, swiftly coalescing into a figure clad in a silver robe. Wang Liang gazed at this lifelike figure and remarked, interesting. This must be the holographic projection feature, right? Indeed. What other novel features does it possess? The Future Person phone is equipped with a quantum communication system, allowing for interstellar communication. It includes a weak artificial intelligence assistant, capable of fully resisting virus invasions, protecting data from leaks, and boasts a quadruple authentication system: fingerprint, iris, facial, and voice print. Even if the phone is lost, others cannot use it. We are also developing more practical features. After hearing this, Wang Liang nodded in satisfaction that a businessman of his stature deserved a more impressive phone. Otherwise, how could he showcase his identity? What are its specifications? He continued to inquire. The Future Person phone is powered by a 2.0 quantum chip, whose computational speed rivals that of Dragon Country's latest 9-chapter supercomputer. It is also equipped with a 2.0 storage module, featuring an internal storage space of 1,000 terabytes and a running memory of 50 TB. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang couldn't help but exclaim internally, wow, this phone is incredibly powerful, not to mention the chip's capabilities. Just the internal memory of 1,000 terabytes was astonishing. To put it into perspective, 1 TB equals 1024 GB. How many films could it hold? Referring to high-definition films, not the other kind. It also incorporated an energy battery with a theoretical battery life of 100 years. Given that most customers using the future person phone were male, the camera's pixel count was set at a mere 1 billion, which sufficed for daily needs. With these specifications, Wang Liang was utterly impressed, and no wonder he had spent over 100,000 and had to exert so much effort to obtain this phone. It was worth every penny. Comparatively, the likes of Apple 13, Huawei Mate 50, Xiaomi 13, Vivo X90, and Oppo Find N2 paled in significance to the future person phone. Currently, he was using a Redmi Note 8 Pro, an outdated model with subpar specifications which had seemingly been discontinued. However, it is hardly a hindrance. I originally intended to use it for a few more years, but now I can retire early, after swapping out the SIM card. I barely played on my phone for a moment before my stomach began to protest, urging me to eat. I went to the living area to fetch a clean plate, opened the shop door, and as I stepped outside, I was immediately surrounded by a throng of people. Boss Wang, I am a representative from the rice company. Here is my business card. Mr. Wang, I represent SoftBank Ventures. Please accept this small gift. Boss Wang, I am from Penguin Group. This is a bottle of 1982 Feiyan Mitai. The onlookers and opportunistic streamers standing in the alley were drooling with envy, internally exclaiming, "Is this the real deal?" Major corporations were vying to present their offerings. One who eats is softened, and one who receives is beholden. Naturally, Wang Liang would not accept these gifts. Clasping his fists in gratitude, he said, "I appreciate your kind gestures, but I must decline the gifts. Please make way." "Thank you." With that, he squeezed through the crowd and entered the noodle shop. The representatives from various corporations and capital firms promptly transformed into sycophants. Closely trailing behind him, the modest noodle shop quickly became packed. "Hello, do you still have the lamb dumplings from yesterday? I would like to purchase some," Wang Liang said, handing his plate to Miao Shiyu. "We no longer sell dumplings. We only have braised meat and knife-cut noodles." Before Miao Shiyu could finish her sentence, the representatives in the shop chimed in unison, "Boss Wang, I will buy the dumplings for you." Their purpose for being sent was twofold: to probe for the latest black technology and to curry favor with Boss Wang. Miao Shiyu felt quite helpless, willing to compromise her dignity to glean technology from Wang Liang, which exponentially increased the difficulty of her task. "Please, I will just have the knife-cut noodles," Wang Liang stated. Just as he finished speaking, a crowd of people scanned their payment codes, prompting him to quickly cover the QR code and sternly declare, "If you continue this way, I will have to ask you to leave." The representatives instantly set their phones down, transforming into obedient children, nodding incessantly. If Wang Liang were to dismiss them, their livelihoods would be at stake. A bowl of noodles, with an egg and a slice of braised meat. "Thank you, brother." Also, add another bowl of noodles. Miao Shiyu called out to the kitchen, grabbed a small dish of pickled vegetables, and placed a pair of chopsticks on the table. Sitting down, Wang Liang instinctively took out his phone and began scrolling through Douyin. A cluster of light dots appearing above the screen, coalescing into a small figure. Using holographic projection mode to watch videos minimizes eye strain. "Would you like to activate it?" Activate. As soon as the words left his lips, a 3D holographic female host appeared before him, serenading in a rather unmelodious tune. "How do I skip to the next video?" "Swipe up with your hand gesture." Wang Liang raised his hand and swiped upward, revealing a video of a turtle shedding barnacles, which was incredibly relaxing and exactly the kind of content he enjoyed. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual silence in the shop. Looking up, he noticed that every individual in the establishment was fixated on the phone in his hand, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger, akin to wolves eyeing a lamb. Moments later, the representative from the rice company broke the silence, his voice trembling. "Boss Wang, what phone do you have in your hand?" "A phone from the future people." "Future people?" The representatives in the shop, including Miao Shiyu, expressed perplexity. They had never even heard of that brand. That moment, Wang Liang suddenly recalled what the system had mentioned. He could earn a one-take from the claw machine's winnings. And with only 5,400 in savings, he needed to recover some funds quickly. After a brief contemplation, he said, "This phone is a prize from the claw machine. If you are interested, you can try your luck at the shop later. But I must warn you, if you don't win, don't blame me." Upon hearing this, the representatives in the noodle shop turned crimson with excitement, eagerly responding, "How could we blame Boss Wang if we don't win?" It's merely bad luck on our part. Each one was cautious, fearful that Wang Liang might change his mind and refuse them the chance to play. That's settled, he replied as they were speaking. The knife-cut noodles were served. Wang Liang ate quickly, and as Miao Shiyu promptly reported the phone and claw machine situation to her superiors, the representatives from various corporations relayed the news back to their headquarters. The responses were nearly identical. No matter the cost, ensure we seize that prize, grab as many as you can. Wang Liang finished his meal swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, he devoured a bowl of noodles and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, sipped some tea, wiped his mouth, and went to the counter to scan his payment code. As he stepped outside, stretching lazily, a horde of people rushed in like bandits. Had it not been for Wang Liang's physical fitness, he would have been toppled over, causing a stampede. This scene reminded him of the days when he rushed to internet cafes after school, desperate to secure a computer, fearing he might miss out. The first to seize a machine was a well-built young man with a buzz cut. He was a reinforcement sent from above, having spent 5 years as a Special Forces soldier. Prepared for situations like today's, he had never played a claw machine before, deeming it childish. Inserting his bank card, he quickly familiarized himself with the operation and began earnestly trying to win. Before arriving, he had been instructed not to mind the cost per attempt. Just treat the money in the bank card as mere numbers, maintaining a calm mindset in hopes of winning a prize. When he saw that each attempt cost 10,000, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Silently, he thought, if I don't win, I can't be blamed. I've already. Just as he was halfway through his thought, the claw holding a black box dropped it into the prize hole. Watching from behind, Wang Liang was left dumbfounded. What just happened? I struggled for over 100 to win a single prize. And yet you managed to snag one on your very first tee, or why is there no joy left in this game? Unaware of the claw machine's difficulty, the others watched in envy as the young man won on his first attempt, eagerly expressing their desire to try. If you win a prize, please make room for others. Seeing the desperation in their eyes, Wang Liang hastily established the rules. Please listen carefully. Due to the overwhelming interest in the claw machine, each person may only have 30 attempts, regardless of whether they win or not, after which they must vacate. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere grew silent. The crowd cracked their knuckles, their eyes gleaming with determination, fixated on the claw machine. The young man's luck did not persist. He failed to win any prizes after his initial success, and just as he was about to leave with the black box, Wang Liang called out to him. Inside the box were cards indicating the prizes, which needed to be placed in the redemption slot to claim the reward. Under the scrutiny of many gazes, the young man opened the black box. Inside lay a silver card, inscribed with, Complete Manufacturing Technology for Super Batteries. Each super battery can store at least 10 million kilowatt-hours of electricity, enabling you to establish a battery manufacturing company. Upon reading the text on the card, the representatives in the shop were visibly ecstatic. They understood that energy storage had long been a significant challenge globally. Any surplus electricity generated by power plants was wasted. If super batteries were available, they could store energy for later use during peak demand, significantly reducing costs. The persistent issue of electric vehicle range limitations would also be resolved, signaling a seismic shift in the automotive industry. The military sector would also experience transformations, as high-energy consuming electromagnetic cannons and laser weapons would become widespread. And this merely scratched the surface of the super battery's potential. Realizing this, the representatives eagerly proclaimed, Sir, if you plan to establish a super battery manufacturing company, Sequoia Capital will fully support you with funding. If not, we can purchase the technology at a premium. I, too, from SoftBank Ventures, assure you that we will only invest without intervening in company operations. Morgan Group is your best partner. We possess the world's most professional investment team. Collaborate with us, and your name will surely appear on the Forbes list. The young man paid no mind to their offers. Quickly, he placed the card into the redemption slot and retrieved a black USB drive from the prize outlet. He then took out a dedicated phone and dialed a special number, stating, I have secured a significant prize. Send more personnel to assist me. Moments later, a group of sturdy men clad in Zhongshan suits entered the toy store, visibly armed. This moment, everyone realized the caliber of the individuals backing the young man. The leader approached Wang Liang, smiling, and said, Boss Wang, a small gift, merely a token of respect. As he gestured, others brought forth 2 large boxes. Before Wang Liang could respond, they whisked the young man away from the toy store. The representatives from the rice company were quick-witted, immediately seizing the opportunity to access the claw machine. Upon opening one of the boxes, Wang Liang discovered a resplendent statue of the god of wealth, perfect for attracting fortune to his shop, while the other box contained a beautifully crafted tea set along with a jar of tea. Excellent. Now I can enjoy some tea and cultivate my spirit. Given that the higher-ups have received such an impressive technology from me, accepting these gifts seems reasonable. Meanwhile, the prize won by the young man was promptly dispatched to the Dragon Science Institute. At that moment, the Dragon Science Institute was anything but tranquil. It was in a state of disarray. Director Zhao Shengli, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, was intently staring at a doll made from lunar rock. Suddenly, Chapter 20, The Cursed Doll, A Frenzy of Torment. A voice echoed through the laboratory. Grandpa! The professors standing behind him collectively took a step back, their eyes wide with astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. Ever since these peculiar dolls, crafted from lunar rocks over the past few months, were brought into the lab, bizarre occurrences had ensued. A female doctoral candidate claimed to have seen a ghost, breaking down into tears in sheer terror. An elderly academic reported visions of his deceased parents, weeping inconsolably. Occasionally, the lab would resonate with faint cries of grandpa. The enigma lay in the fact that these dolls had been subjected to extensive scanning by various instruments, revealing only a new mineral without any other anomalies. It was indeed strange. Zhao Shengli shook his head lightly, murmuring, "This defies the principles of science. Where could that voice possibly originate? Old Zhao, why not dissect one to investigate?" Just as the elderly academic finished speaking, the laboratory was abruptly filled with the sound of wailing. Moments later, it was followed by a chilling laughter. Although the assembled scientists were skeptical of the existence of ghosts, the eerie atmosphere rendered their faces pale. A few female doctoral candidates shrieked and stumbled out of the lab in panic. Fear is contagious. Soon, others began to exit as well. Within seconds, Zhao Li found himself alone in the desolate laboratory. He looked around, shaking his head in resignation, muttering, "What a bunch of cowards!" Suddenly, the lab was filled with high-pitched braying. Overwhelmed, he dashed out of the laboratory. Before he could catch his breath, his phone rang abruptly, startling him once more. Pulling it from his pocket, he saw it was a call from Minister Hao Jianye of the Ministry of Science and Technology. As soon as he answered, a hearty laugh echoed through the line. "Old Zhao, we have struck gold, an incredible fortune." "What fortune?" "Our team has obtained a super battery manufacturing technology from Wang Liang. I perused the technical documents, and under our existing conditions, we can indeed produce super batteries. Do you have any idea how much electricity a super battery, roughly the size of a laptop, can store?" "How much?" 10 million kilowatt-hours. Upon hearing that figure, Zhao only felt a buzzing in his head. Momentarily at a loss for words, "The technical documents have already been sent to the Southwest Laboratory. Pack your things. Someone will be by to pick you up shortly." Half an hour later, Zhao Shengli, along with numerous experts, boarded a military aircraft heading from the capital to the deep mountains of southwest China. The cursed dolls were taken away, entrusted to an expert in metaphysics named L.V. Ku, colloquially referred to as Mr. 1-2, due to the peculiar arrangement of his 3 distinct red birthmarks on his forearm, resembling the numbers 1 and 2. After receiving the dolls, L.V. Ku placed them on the windowsill, arranged them to face one another, and began to clear his mind, attempting to sense the energy within the dolls. Suddenly, a gaping maw materialized before him, sending a jolt of fear through his body. Immediately, the room was filled with sinister laughter. He swiftly packed the dolls away and sent them back. "This is too damn eerie," he muttered. His skills were insufficient to handle such phenomena. As he departed, he remarked, "Such cursed objects should be studied collectively." Hence, only one doll remained sealed for research, while the other 9 were returned. Wang Liang gazed at the dolls in the coated case, perplexed. Why have they been sent back? The burly man delivering the dolls shook his head, replying, "I don't know. I was instructed to deliver this case to you." With that, he exited the toy store. Wang Liang retrieved one of the dolls, played with it for a while, and exclaimed, "Who wants to buy a doll made from lunar rocks? Only 2 million each." Upon hearing this, spies from various nations lurking in the store instantly raised their hands. In no time, Wang Liang's bank account swelled by 18 million. Gazing at the notification on his phone, he could only utter 2 words, "Exciting." Noticing the time, he realized it was past 8 in the evening. We re-closing. Come back tomorrow? This afternoon? It seemed that all luck had been swept away by the young man who had secured the super battery technology. Others had not even caught a glimpse of a prize. As the announcement of closing echoed, those who remained departed the toy store with palpable dissatisfaction. Once the patrons had left, Wang Liang hastily locked the store, pulled out his bank card, and inserted it into the claw machine. With over 18 million at stake, he intended to seize a prize tonight, aiming for something that could rival a futuristic phone. Time flies during joyous moments. Before he knew it, it was already 8 in the morning the next day. Observing the bank deduction notification indicating a balance of 5,385, he inhaled deeply and shouted, "Exciting!" His voice trembled slightly, revealing the thrill he felt. At that moment, he could only think, if I play that claw machine again, I'll be a fool. The entire night passed without him catching a single prize. He profoundly suspected that the young man sent from above had drained his luck entirely. How else could he have put in over 18 million without even a ripple? Returning to his living quarters, he quickly washed up, prepared 2 packets of instant noodles, and after a hurried meal, opened the store door, eager to recover some of his losses. On the third day, as people with bloodshot eyes fervently engaged with the claw machine, it suddenly ceased to function. Wang Liang, observing the commotion from the back, quickly announced, "This event has come to an end. There will be more activities in the future, and we welcome everyone to participate eagerly." As those words left his mouth, the store erupted into a chorus of lamentations. "Damn it, not a single prize caught. Don't end it. Help me up. I want to keep trying. I was so close to winning a prize. I am furious." Looking at these unwavering individuals, Wang Liang could only think, "Wake up. I've put in over 19 million altogether, and after tremendous effort, I only managed to snag a phone. How is it possible for you to win?" At that moment, he recalled the young man dispatched from above, and he seriously suspected that the young man had somehow harnessed the luck of the Dragon Nation while playing the claw machine. Otherwise, how could his luck have been so extraordinary? After a bout of despair, each individual reported the incident to their superior, who sighed heavily, cursing the Dragon Nation's stroke of luck. Next time such an event occurs, we must win. Meanwhile, the 9 dolls sold by Wang Liang had already been shipped to various countries. True to the expectations of the Dragon Nation's intellectuals, they drove researchers from different countries to the brink of madness, leaving them on the verge of neurosis. In a secret laboratory in Area 51 of the Free Nation, an elderly white man in a lab coat pointed at the dolls, exclaiming, "For the love of God, take this damn doll away. It is cursed by Satan." No sooner had he spoken than the laboratory echoed with sinister laughter. Chapter 21. Sealing the dolls, deciphering the technology within the racing car. Suddenly, his assistant pointed at the ceiling, shouting, the devil is here." The piercing voice and contorted expression sent the others scurrying into corners, trembling in fear. The elderly man dared not take it upon himself to destroy the doll, hastily instructing others to pack it away and store it in the basement. After completing this task, he retrieved a whirlwind charge racing car from the safe and announced to the group, "Let us first investigate this miraculous racing car from the magical toy store." Nodding in agreement, the group was relieved to study anything other than the doll. The elderly man then produced a silver-covered manual from the safe, opened it, and frowned as he scanned the pages. "Does anyone here understand the square characters of the Dragon Nation?" "I know a bit," a curly-haired young man replied, stepping forward to examine the manual. After a moment, he took the racing car from the elderly man's hands, flipped the switch on the chassis, placed it on the ground, and after it traveled a short distance, shouted in broken Dragon Nation language, "Whirlwind charge, tornado!" Before the astonished crowd, the racing car suddenly spun and took flight. The elderly man's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands clasped behind his head, repeatedly invoking the name of God. Seemed as though God himself understood why this racing car was so extraordinary. The curly-haired youth, gesticulating wildly, shouted, "Oh my God!" The others were no better off, some exclaiming "God," while others cried "Oh my God," and even a few yelled for their mothers. After soaring for a distance, the racing car landed smoothly, began to move forward, and as it approached a table leg, the curly-haired youth shouted "Stop." The racing car came to an immediate halt just before colliding with the leg. The elderly man grasped the curly-haired youth's arm, his voice trembling as he inquired, "What does that phrase in the Dragon Nation language mean? Why did the racing car suddenly take flight?" "It has no specific meaning," It's just a slogan, the curly-haired youth explained. Pulling out his phone and browsing the internet, he soon discovered that Whirlwind Charge, Tornado was a catchphrase from an animated series called Racing Brothers. When the protagonist uttered this phrase, his racing car would soar. The racing car from the magical toy store was an exact replica from the series. Even replicating its functionality, it was utterly absurd. As the crowd gathered around the curly-haired youth, they came to understand the significance of the phrase. Marveling at its brilliance, the elderly man, frowning, declared, "Indeed, the toys from the magical toy store are remarkable. Begin scanning the internal structure of the racing car. I suspect it contains anti-gravity technology that transcends the era." As those words left his lips, the crowd's faces flushed with excitement. If the technology of anti-gravity could be successfully developed, they would possess boundless wealth. 2 hours later, one by one, they stood before the machine, sighing incessantly. And no matter how they scanned, the interior of the all-terrain vehicle remained shrouded in darkness, rendering even its specific structure invisible, let alone deciphering the anti-gravity technology. During the disassembly, a warning would echo. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from dismantling. It was quite a headache. The old man rubbed his throbbing temples and remarked, "Forceful disassembly." The task of dismantling fell again to the curly-haired youth, who, for safety's sake, had deliberately placed the all-terrain vehicle in a special disassembly box made of bulletproof glass. Operating the mechanical arm, he began the forceful disassembly. The all-terrain vehicle emitted continuous warnings. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from dismantling. Unauthorized personnel. Just as he lifted the hood, a sudden plume of black smoke erupted from the vehicle. When the smoke cleared, a pile of indistinguishable black substances lay within the disassembly box. Gritting his teeth, the old man exclaimed, "FCK," and stormed out of the laboratory. Such scenes unfolded similarly in other places. When people realized that deciphering the technology within the all-terrain vehicle was utterly impossible, their gaze shifted to the claw machine, fervently hoping that Wang Liang would organize another claw machine event. After all, the Dragon Country had indeed acquired a technology for manufacturing super batteries, which was tantalizing. Unbeknownst to Wang Liang, the dolls crafted by the prank carving machine held a peculiar significance, and he had no inkling of how desperately various companies, capitalists, and nations desired him to host another claw machine event. At this moment, he simply wished to ascertain whether the chubby boy and his classmates had deceived him. At the counter, the chubby boy who had previously purchased the fire-silver electric yo-yo wore a frown. His face etched with urgency. "Uncle, I swear I'm not lying. This money is genuinely his pocket money saved since childhood. Just sell us the all-terrain vehicle," he implored. "Let me tell you, this Whirlwind Charge all-terrain vehicle possesses a special move just like in the cartoons. If I'm lying, I can deactivate that special move at any moment." Upon hearing this, the chubby boy grew even more anxious, raising 3 fingers and exclaiming, "I'm really not lying, uncle, if I am. May lightning strike me." "All right, I believe you," Wang Liang replied, counting the money before tossing 2 stacks of red bills into the cash register. He retrieved an all-terrain vehicle and an instruction manual, handing them to the chubby boy's classmate. With the all-terrain vehicle in hand, the two turned and fled, as if fearing Wang Liang would change his mind and refuse to sell it to them. After this sale, there remained 499 vehicles in the store. As most customers had been preoccupied with the claw machine, resulting in only a few vehicles sold. Their points had accumulated to 1,002. Just recently, they discovered that the money earned from the claw machine could not be exchanged for points. Only the money from sales could be converted into points. This meant that they should avoid spending the sales money whenever possible. They needed to earn extra income to sustain their livelihoods. However, there was no urgency at present. Over the past few days, the claw machine had allocated Wang Liang 100,000, enough to sustain him for quite some time. Yet, the figures did not add up, with so many people incessantly playing. How could the earnings amount to only 100,000 with a 1 commission? Inquiring with the system yielded silence, as quiet as a grave. At this moment, Wang Liang suddenly began to realize that the claw machine the system had arranged for him was timed just after his lunar expedition. He strongly suspected that the system was aware he would undoubtedly strike it rich due to the lunar trip, thus orchestrating a special task to set up the claw machine and rake in a substantial profit, nearly leaving him stripped bare. As he pondered this, a savory aroma of meat wafted through the air. Looking up, he saw Miao Shiyu from the neighboring noodle shop entering with a plate of stewed lamb. My brother made a pot of lamb stew for lunch and asked me to bring you some, she said. Thank you, that's too kind of you. I'll be barbecuing at the shop in Trance tonight. You all should come by for some skewers, Wang Liang replied as he accepted the plate. All right, I'll get back to work, Miao Shiyu said, returning to her shop, humming a little tune while wiping tables. In the back kitchen, Brother Sun, who was kneading dough, glanced at her through the glass and smiled, shaking his head. The chubby boy and his classmate had not eaten lunch, as they were occupied with an important competition that determined who would write the homework for the following week. Chapter 22. The memories the toy all-terrain vehicle brings us. In the small grove of the People-S Park, 5 elementary school students stood facing each other. On the left were the chubby boy Zhang Dong and his classmate Wang Lei. On the right were Su Jinlong, Du Maowei, and Chang Kai from the adjacent class. Zhang Dong, if you lose, not only will you have to write a week's worth of homework for the 3 of us, but you'll also have to lend us your special effect yo-yo for 3 days. Do you dare? Su Jinlong challenged, knowing that his all-terrain vehicle had been modified by his brother with a competition-grade motor, making it exceptionally fast. Zhang Dong, daring to challenge him with his all-terrain vehicle, was bound to lose. If you want to play with my yo-yo, you'll have to write us 3 extra days of homework, he retorted. All right, whoever backs out is Li Shui's little brother from Class 5. Whoever backs out will be struck by lightning. After establishing the rules, they found a straight path, turned on the all-terrain vehicles, and counted down 3, 2, 1, releasing the cars simultaneously, running alongside them. Seeing that Zhang Dong and Wang Lei's all-terrain vehicles quickly surpassed his, Su Jinlong shouted, Rapid Axe, charge! They surged ahead, while Du Maowei and Chang Kai joined in, yelling, Rapid Axe, charge, whirlwind charge, go, whirlwind charge, speed up. The shouts of the elementary school students drew the attention of passers-by. By Chang, an all-terrain vehicle enthusiast, who enjoyed playing with his modified vehicles during holidays, heard the children's exclamations of Rapid Axe and whirlwind charge, and his interest was piqued as he walked toward the source of the commotion. As he crossed through the grove, he spotted several children running alongside 2 all-terrain vehicles while shouting excitedly. Memories flooded back to his childhood, recalling how, after watching Four-Wheel Brothers, he and his friends would build a track with bricks, taking out the all-terrain vehicles they had painstakingly saved for, and starting a race. Back then, the guiding wheels of the all-terrain vehicles were made of plastic, frequently breaking, and the motors were fragile, burning out after a short period of play. Most importantly, they couldn't afford rechargeable batteries. Ordinary batteries would run out quickly, forcing them to scavenge batteries from the TV remote to continue playing. Once they finished, they would hastily replace the batteries. During the peak of the all-terrain vehicle craze, adults would often complain that the remote control was malfunctioning. Lost in reminiscence, he suddenly heard, whirlwind charge, tornado. Fixing his gaze, he witnessed the whirlwind charge lifting off the ground in a spinning motion. Zhang Dong and Wang Lei stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in astonishment. Su Jinlong, Du Maowei, and Chang Kai exclaimed in unison, What the heck? Bai Chang stood frozen, muttering, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had seen the whirlwind charge tornado before, but only in cartoons, as a child. He had fantasized about owning a miniature model like that, but he had never believed such an extraordinary all-terrain vehicle could exist in reality. To his astonishment, he now beheld an all-terrain vehicle capable of performing the whirlwind charge tornado. Simply unbelievable. The whirlwind charge soared past the finish line, landing on the grass. Wang Lei quickly shouted for it to stop and rushed over to retrieve the all-terrain vehicle. Just as he was about to mention the homework, Zhang Dong interjected, Tomorrow is Monday. You 3 will help us write until the Wednesday of the next week. Su Jinlong, looking unconvinced, nodded and asked, Where did you buy your all-terrain vehicle? How can it even fly? Dante asked, I'll tell you, but you still can't afford it. Zhang Dong replied, turning to take Wang Lei elsewhere to play, but was stopped by Bai Chang. Little friend, where did you buy your all-terrain vehicle? From the magical toy store. Upon hearing this, Bai Chang felt a sudden realization, cursing himself for his ignorance. It was clear that such a remarkable flying all-terrain vehicle could only be found at the recently popular magical toy store. It was unlikely to be available elsewhere. Su Jinlong, Du Maowei, and Chang Kai left dejectedly. The toys at the magical toy store were too expensive for them to afford. Zhang Dong and Wang Lei remained, continuing to play with the all-terrain vehicles in the park. Bai Chang stayed as well. It was Sunday, and he didn't have to work, intending to watch for a while before purchasing the all-terrain vehicle. During this time, He learned the price of the all-terrain vehicles and also gathered information about the two boys' school and the homework assistance arrangement. Determined to prevent them from straying down a wrong path, he decisively walked outside the park and dialed the class teacher's number. "Hello, sister, there's something I need to tell you. Go ahead. Is there a student in your class named Zhang Dong or Wang Lei?" "Yes, why?" "It's about At that moment, the chubby boy Zhang Dong was still happily playing with Wang Lei, completely unaware that they had randomly encountered someone in the park who happened to be the class teacher's brother, and more importantly, that they had been reported. Time flew swiftly in the blink of an eye. It was Tuesday. The chubby boy Zhang Dong made a round at the door of the adjacent class, retrieved his and Wang Lei's homework, and submitted it to the class representative. After the morning reading session, while playfully tussling with his deskmate, the class monitor approached with a smug grin, announcing, "Zhang Dong, the teacher wants to see you." Hearing this, the smile on Zhang Dong's face froze instantly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Wang Lei, seated behind him, also lost his smile. Noticing Zhang Dong standing still, the class monitor urged, "Hurry up, the teacher is calling for you to her office." Zhang Dong took a deep breath, his heart racing with anxiety as he walked to the office door, knocked, and called out, "Reporting." Upon entering, Zhang Dong found Teacher Bai with a grim expression, diligently grading assignments, which only heightened his anxiety as he glanced at his own work. He followed the direction of Teacher Bai's finger and was dismayed to see an abundance of red marks on his exercise book, with not a single correct answer in sight. "You have time to play with your toy cars, yet you neglect your homework, do you?" "And no, that's not true." Zhang Dong stammered, "I heard that you, sir, have been racing toy cars with Su Jinlong, Du Maowei, and Chang Kai from Class 3, and that whoever loses must complete the winner's homework for a week. Is there any truth to that?" At that moment, Zhang Dong was utterly flustered. He never anticipated that his homeroom teacher would be aware of the competition. "Rewrite your assignments and bring Wang Lei over when you return." After school, as Zhang Dong arrived home, his mother summoned him to the small bedroom. Once the door was shut, a cacophony of anguished cries ensued. His father instinctively lowered the television volume, fetched a broom from the bathroom, and began cleaning, fearing he might become collateral damage in the turmoil. A renowned author with the surname Liu once remarked that when one is sorrowful, others often find joy. Indeed, the despondent one was the plump Zhang Dong, while Bai Chong reveled in delight. At that moment, his toy car, the Whirlwind Charge, was racing ahead on the track, leaving other cars far behind. Chapter 23. Task completed. Lottery draw. Bai Chong, what kind of motor did you install in your car? How is it so fast? Inquired a tall, slender young man, furrowing his brow. There's something even more impressive. Bai Chong replied. What could possibly be more impressive? Do you remember the Whirlwind Charge tornado? You can't be suggesting that your Whirlwind Charge can unleash the tornado, can you? Congratulations, you are correct. As Bai Chong declared this, the enthusiasts surrounding the track shook their heads in disbelief. Only one bespectacled young man, stroking his chin, fell into deep contemplation. I don't believe it, the tall, slender young man said, shaking his head. If your car can indeed unleash the Whirlwind Charge tornado, I'll treat you to 2 skewers. If it can't, you owe me one. Bai Chong sighed, feigning profundity. It seems that today's skewers are an absolute necessity. With that, he shouted, Whirlwind Charge, tornado. Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, the Whirlwind Charge suddenly soared from the track, spinning as it surged forward. The slender young man, wide-eyed with astonishment, was instantly transported back to the summer days of watching toy car races, in his quest to buy a front-wheel drive behemoth. He had scavenged countless beverage bottles, only to have his grandmother sell it to buy him a pair of sandals, leaving him in tears, forsaking even his favorite stuffed buns. As others witnessed the Whirlwind Charge take flight, they too were reminded of their childhood days spent racing toy cars, their hearts exclaiming, Ah, my youth has returned. That evening, a group of toy car enthusiasts gathered at a barbecue stall, reminiscing about times long past. Bursts of laughter punctuating their conversation. Life was tough, yet only when engaged in racing toy cars could they temporarily set aside their worries. Wang Liang was also indulging in barbecue. This feast was supposed to have taken place the previous day, but they had been unable to acquire a grill until today, when they finally purchased one from a hardware store. Miao Shiyu sat opposite him, relishing skewers of lamb in her left hand and pork belly in her right, thoroughly enjoying herself. The grilling was done by Sun Gu, as Wang Liang's attempts at cooking had proven unsuccessful. Not far away, a group of streamers stood, salivating as they live-streamed Wang Liang devouring skewers. When Wang Liang took a few skewers of lamb grilled by Sun Gu and handed them to Miao Shiyu, the viewers in the live stream couldn't contain their excitement, flooding the chat with comments. That girl is so lucky. Her shop is conveniently located next to the magical toy store. I must open a shop next to it too. It wasn't just the female viewers who thought this way. Major companies and investors had already begun to take action. And it was no surprise when the other two shops in the alley were purchased by a mysterious figure. The next day, as Wang Liang opened the door, a throng of toy car enthusiasts burst into the store. They remained busy until noon, selling out the remaining 400 toy cars. His points had accumulated to 2,000. Simultaneously, the long-awaited electronic notification chimed in his mind. Task completed. Please clear the store of customers to facilitate shipping. Dear friends, the Whirlwind Charge toy cars are sold out. Our shop will temporarily close for half a day. Please head home. Customers who had not secured a toy car exited the store, shaking their heads. While spies sent by various companies and nations hastily contacted their headquarters, reporting that the toy cars at the magical toy store had sold out and new stock was on the way. The replies they received were mostly uniform. No matter the stock, make sure to procure at least two. Once the customers departed and the store was locked up, the electronic notification chimed again. Reward, 1 spin of the lucky roulette. Latest task, sell 1,000 battle tops. Battle tops. Wang Liang instantly thought of an animated series by that name. Although he hadn't watched it much, he only remembered the 4 divine beast tops, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, with Xuanwu possessing the highest defense, impervious to the other tops' attacks. The tops could also unleash the 4 divine beasts to assault others. In reality, the disparity was vast. Special effects were a fantasy. And his top would falter after just a few collisions. This had once been one of Wang Liang's least favorite toys. However, some were quite fond of them, such as his deskmate, who would add metal pieces to their tops to smash opponents' tops into pieces. This had led to a rather painful encounter for him. These 1,000 battle tops had been sitting in the warehouse for quite some time. As a black iron level toy supplier, you are certainly capable of moving them quickly. Price, 10,000 each. Task reward, 1 experience card for the fruit machine. Upon hearing fruit machine, Wang Liang's excitement surged. Is it the kind where you press apples and watermelons? Indeed, if you're lucky, you'll easily accumulate a great number of points to exchange for whatever you desire. Wang Liang nodded, a smile spreading across his face. He had once been known as the Fruit Machine Prince. After school, he would often wander around the arcade, pressing the coin release buttons on unattended machines. Sometimes getting coins that were stuck. This day, he wasn't sure how they got jammed. With the free coins, he rarely played fighting games, focusing instead on the fruit machines, often winning a tidy sum. Leading to recognition among the dropouts who frequented the arcade, who would wait in alleyways to rob him. Would you like to spin the lucky roulette now? Yes. As soon as he spoke, a spinning wheel appeared before him. Adorned with an array of peculiar and extraordinary prizes, from ultra-light speed spaceships to nuclear fusion reactor technology, as well as magical wands and brooms, even including saplings of peach trees and ginseng fruit trees. Among them, Wang Liang's heart was set on a flying sword. The description beneath it read, the sword of El Dongbin, capable of cleaving heads from 1,000 miles away and soaring for 10,000 miles. If he could win this flying sword, what would it feel like to fly? As he fantasized, the pointer on the lucky roulette began to spin, gliding past the flying sword without granting him a single opportunity. Wang Liang muttered to himself, no flying sword? A light-speed spaceship will suffice. I shall contribute to humanity's exploration of space. As soon as he finished speaking, the pointer passed the ultra-light-speed spaceship without so much as a nod. No ultra-light-speed spaceship? A magic wand will do. I shall open a magic academy on Blue Star and become a distinguished principal. The pointer, however, disregarded Wang Liang's wishes and swiftly bypassed the magic wand. As its speed began to slow, it finally landed on an all-purpose beautiful maid robot. Chapter 24. Armored Tortoise vs. Fiery Phoenix. Ding. Congratulations, you have received an anti-cancer special medication. Anti-cancer medication? Wang Liang furrowed his brow. Such a medication might hold some value, as he could sell it to wealthy individuals afflicted with cancer and make a handsome profit. Shipping. Shipment complete. With a flash of silver light, a small black box appeared on the counter. Alongside 5 different battle tops, Silver Tooth Hunter, Armored Tortoise, Dragon Knight, Fiery Phoenix, and Steel Shield Monkey, each with 200 units, totaling 1,000 out among them. Wang Liang had played with the armored tortoise in his childhood. It was heavy and spun very steadily, unable to be toppled by ordinary tops. Not rushing to play with the tops, he first opened the small black box on the counter, revealing a white pill that exuded a sweet aroma reminiscent of the sugar pills given by doctors after vaccinations in his youth. This sugar pill was delicious, possessing a unique sweetness that Wang Liang could never forget. He closed the box, placed it back in the living area, and returned to the store, retrieving the armored tortoise to examine the instructions before loading the top into the launcher. With a firm pull, as the launcher projected the phantom of Xuanwu, the armored tortoise top also dropped to the ground. He then took out the fiery phoenix top. Upon launching, a brilliant red fiery phoenix also manifested on the launcher. At the moment of collision, the tops displayed the sacred beasts Xuanwu and fiery phoenix simultaneously. The tops collided. The sacred beasts were engaged in a fierce clash, a spectacle of remarkable grandeur that instantly evoked memories in Wang Liang of scenes from the animated series Beyblade. With a dazzling display of spinning flames, the ultimate move was unleashed, causing the flame phoenix to soar majestically and alight upon the formidable armored battle tortoise. Despite its exceptional defensive capabilities, the tortoise continued to whirl in defiance. Minutes later, both contenders collapsed, the outcome remaining indeterminate. Wang Liang proceeded to test the other 3 battle tops, recording a video that he subsequently shared on Douyin. Following his live broadcast from outer space, his follower count effortlessly soared to 100 million. Within mere moments of the video's release, the likes surged past 50,000. Should the proprietors of various short video companies catch wind of this, they would surely be envious, for they toil to analyze trends, devote time to filming and editing, and invest money in promoting their content, only to achieve mediocre views and likes. Meanwhile, Wang Liang casually posted a video and garnered such an audience. Upon opening the comments section, he was met with a cascade of nostalgic musings about battle tops. Silver Tooth Hunter, my first top, took me a week's worth of breakfast money to procure. I can't believe my beloved armored battle tortoise is featured. Wow! It truly brings forth the sacred beasts. Enough said, I simply must purchase my childhood favorite, Dragon Knight. Half an hour after the video's release, it skyrocketed to the trending section on Douyin. Enthusiasts of battle tops, upon viewing it, erupted in cheers and promptly purchased tickets to Jincha City. At the Jincha City Central Hospital, a bald young boy lay in his hospital bed, engrossed in his phone when he stumbled upon Wang Liang's video showcasing the battle tops capable of summoning sacred beasts. This immediately captured his attention, as he owned 2 tops himself, the Sea Dragon and the Fiery Bird, both of which were ordinary and incapable of unleashing sacred beasts. After perusing the comments, he learned that a magical toy shop was selling these extraordinary tops. He had heard about this enchanting store from classmates during his school days. It was a wondrous establishment where yo-yos could summon dragons. When he grew up and earned money, he vowed to acquire one of those mystical yo-yos. The boy was utterly captivated. Just then, an elderly woman with graying hair approached, offering him a cup of milk. Mom, didn't you ask me what my wish was? I want to buy a battle top that can summon sacred beasts from the magical toy shop, the boy said, accepting the milk and placing his phone before the middle-aged woman. All right, we shall go buy it tomorrow. Yay? Thank you, Mom. The middle-aged woman gazed at her son's beaming smile, her heart heavy with anguish. She forced a smile and exited the ward, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Last week, little Jia had suddenly complained of a headache. Upon examination at the hospital, he was diagnosed with a primary malignant brain tumor, commonly known as brain cancer, which had progressed to an advanced stage, with cancer cells beginning to metastasize. The doctor recommended chemotherapy to stabilize the condition before proceeding with surgery. After the chemotherapy, little Jia's condition finally stabilized, and surgery was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. After shedding tears for a while, Jia's mother conveyed her son's wish to the doctor, who advised her to purchase the battle top and return to the hospital immediately, cautioning against lingering outside to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. The following day, Wang Liang opened the shop door, swiftly stepping aside to avoid any potential collisions. Strangely, no one rushed in. Typically, whenever new toys were released, people would surge into the store like wolves chasing prey, desperate not to miss out. What was happening today? While pondering, a modestly dressed, graying-haired woman entered, pushing a wheelchair that bore a pale-faced young boy with lively eyes, who looked at him timidly. Trailing behind them was a throng of onlookers. Just as Wang Liang was about to inquire, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. Friendly reminder. The young boy before you is afflicted with cancer, with vital signs expected to last no more than 3 months. You can sell him the anti-cancer miracle drug at a high price. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang finally comprehended why the crowd was subdued. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sympathy for the young boy. It was a tragic fate for one so young, who should be at school and playing, to be stricken with such a terminal illness. The system prompted him to sell the anti-cancer miracle drug at an exorbitant price. However, he noticed that the boy's mother, dressed plainly, with graying hair and deep wrinkles around her eyes, had large, rough hands, indicating she was not affluent. How could he sell it at a high price? As he contemplated this, the young boy spoke up. "Uncle, I want to buy the armored battle tortoise." Wang Liang nodded and retrieved the green armored battle tortoise from the counter. Jie's mother wheeled the chair to the counter, pulling out a somewhat faded cloth bag and asking, "Do you have a POS machine? Just swipe the card at the register." "It's 10,000 for one top," Wang Liang replied, gesturing toward the black cash register. It was evident that the middle-aged woman was taken aback by the price of 10,000, confirming her status as an ordinary mother on the verge of losing her child. How could he sell the medicine? After completing the transaction, as Jie's mother was about to push the wheelchair away, Wang Liang called out to her, "Wait a moment, I have a solution for your son's illness." He dashed back to the living area to fetch paper, a small knife, and the anti-cancer miracle drug. Upon returning to the store, all eyes were fixated on Wang Liang. Wide with astonishment, Jie's mother was in tears, having heard tales of the shop owner's extraordinary abilities while waiting for the store to open earlier that day. He was shrouded in mystery and possessed various advanced technologies. With the promise of a solution, hope surged that little Jie would be saved. Chapter 25. Selling medicine and saving lives. Wang Liang's astuteness under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Wang Liang extracted the anti-cancer medicine from the small black box, placing it on the paper. With the knife, he scraped off some powder, wrapped it up, and declared, "This is the precious anti-cancer miracle drug I obtained through great effort. I will give this powder to whoever helps this child purchase the medicine." No sooner had he finished speaking than all the spies in the shop raised their hands in unison, clamoring, "I'll buy it. I'll help this child buy it. How much is it, Boss Wang?" Wang Liang raised his hand to quiet them, and once the shop fell silent, he continued, "For this life-saving item, I do not intend to sell it for an exorbitant price. 2 million will suffice. As per usual, we shall play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins will make the purchase." Upon hearing this, the spies sharpened their wits, some clasping their hands in prayer, others drawing crosses on their chests, invoking divine blessings. They were not being dramatic. Securing the anti-cancer miracle drugs powder would undoubtedly yield a substantial reward. For the sake of the prize, they were all in. After a fierce competition, a tall, lanky man emerged victorious. This individual was no ordinary player. Before each round of rock, paper, scissors, he would calculate and chant, demonstrating a mastery of divination. Zhang Dong provided him with a bank account number, and in less than a minute, the funds were transferred. The lanky man took the anti-cancer drug powder but did not leave immediately. He waited as a group of robust men in Zhongshan suits entered the store. The leader of the group took the paper package containing the drug powder, placed it in a locked safe, and exited the toy store with his companions. At that moment, spies from various companies, capitals, and nations felt a wave of despair wash over them. This was not how it was supposed to go. Again, it was people from above, Dragon Country, having sold the medicine for a staggering 2 million. Wang Liang was in high spirits as he approached the young boy and handed him the medicine, smiling as he said, "You're quite lucky, kid. This anti-cancer drug just arrived yesterday. It smells sweet and tastes delightful. Hurry up and take it." The boy hesitated before consuming it, glancing at his mother for reassurance. Receiving her nod of approval, he thanked Wang Liang and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, placed the medicine into his mouth. Moments later, he murmured, "I feel so sleepy," as his eyes gradually closed, drifting into slumber. Just as the boy's mother was about to express her gratitude to Wang Liang, a throng of doctors clad in white coats burst into the shop. Among them was an elderly expert with graying hair, whom she recognized as the one who diagnosed Jie's condition. "Ms. Su, has your son already taken the anti-cancer miracle drug?" the elderly expert inquired, breathless from their hurried arrival. Upon receiving a notification from above, they had rushed over at breakneck speed. "He has. Wang Liang answered on behalf of the boy's mother, adding, "This anti-cancer drug is extremely precious. I only have one. If anyone else falls ill, don't come looking for me. There won't be any left. Also, please do not use this child for any experiments. The last time I set up a space-based cannon on the moon, that cannon is also highly valuable. Each shot has a power equivalent to that of a medium-sized nuclear explosion. Make sure you think carefully before proceeding." With these words, the expressions on the faces of the spies from various countries turned ashen, particularly those from the Plaster Country. One bystander, eager for chaos, shouted, "Boss Wang, what are you waiting for? Just fire off a dozen shots at the Plaster Country to relieve some stress." Hearing this, the spies from the Plaster Country trembled uncontrollably. "All right, when I'm in a bad mood one day, I might just launch a few dozen shots to vent my frustrations." At this, the spies from the Plaster Country could no longer bear the pressure, shuffling outside with trembling legs to promptly report this shocking news to their headquarters. At that moment, the elderly expert stood dumbfounded by Wang Liang's words, stammering, "Wang, Boss Wang, you misunderstand. We are not conducting experiments. We merely wish to observe little Jie's physical changes and seek a cure for cancer." "You have misunderstood. I am not addressing you, but rather those heartless capitalists who, in their quest to develop anti-cancer medications for exorbitant profits, are capable of anything. Rest assured, it has already been stated that the safety of Xiao Jie will be protected." Wang Liang nodded, scanning the room filled with patrons before stating, "Do not be overly anxious. Rest assured, I shall not hastily deploy the space-based cannon." That afternoon, two matters related to Wang Liang surged to the forefront of various online platforms. The first was the astonishing claim that the owner of the marvelous toy store had installed a space-based cannon on the moon, which, according to him, possessed the explosive power equivalent to that of a medium-sized nuclear bomb. Anyone who dared to provoke him would face dire consequences, inciting widespread panic among nations. Following this, Long Country issued a statement to dispel the rumors, asserting that it was merely a jest and urging the public to remain calm. Upon reading this news, netizens were left utterly flabbergasted, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? A space-based cannon on the moon, with the power of a nuclear explosion? How audacious! And they dare say it was a joke?" The public shook their heads at such a feeble attempt to cover up the truth, wondering why they couldn't just acknowledge the situation openly. With a space-based cannon in play, would those barbaric outsiders still dare to act brazenly? Moreover, skepticism lingered regarding the denial. After all, the enigmatic Wang Liang had indeed traveled to the moon and crafted 10 extraordinarily peculiar dolls from lunar rocks. The aura he exuded was undeniably sinister, and there was over a 90% likelihood that he had installed the cannon. How to contend with this mysterious and uncanny Wang Liang became a perplexing dilemma. Just as netizens were digesting this revelation, another headline concerning Wang Liang emerged, announcing that he had produced an anti-cancer miracle drug that cured a young boy of brain cancer. After perusing the article, netizens applauded Wang Liang's ingenuity, commending him for his ability to profit while saving lives. The following morning, shortly after the marvelous toy store opened its doors, Xiao Jie's mother entered, carrying 2 large bags. She dropped them down and, with a thud, knelt on the floor, weeping as she expressed her gratitude. "My son's illness has been cured. Thank you, thank you." Xiao Jie also knelt, repeatedly thanking his uncle. Wang Liang hurried out from behind the counter, helping the mother and son to their feet while smiling. "No need for thanks. Strictly speaking, the funds for the medicine were provided by higher authorities. Life is not easy. Cherish it upon your return." After exchanging a few more words of gratitude, the mother and son exited the toy store, escorted by those in charge for their temporary protection. Meanwhile, Battletop enthusiasts scattered across the nation finally arrived in Jinchaxia City. Chapter 26. Wang Liang soars on a pig. The top whirls into a tornado among the 5 types of Battletops. The Dragon Knight sold the fastest. By the afternoon, only 100 sturdy battle turtles remained in the counter. Wang Liang converted all the earnings from the tops into points, accumulating a total of 2,900 points. Browsing the merchandise page, he discovered an incredible discounted item in the special section, the Staff of the Prank King. The description below read that the Staff of the Prank King possessed various unbelievable powers and should be used with caution. The original price, 90,000 points. Current price, 900 points. To purchase or not to purchase? That was the question. Recalling the peculiar incidents generated by the prankster carving machine, Wang Liang ultimately resisted the temptation of a bargain. Just as he was about to close the merchandise page, a system notification chimed in. Friendly reminder. The staff of the Prank King is on sale for 1 week. Do not miss out. With the system prompting him, how could he not buy? To hesitate would be cowardly, and Wang Liang was no coward. He decisively spent 900 points to redeem the staff of the Prank King. A flash of silver light revealed a rectangular black box on the counter. Upon opening it, he found a small stick, roughly the length of a keyboard, made of an unknown material, its appearance dark and crooked, reminiscent of Harry Potter's old wand. Beside the wand lay a yellowed scroll. Opening the scroll revealed a series of indecipherable characters, which Wang Liang whimsically dubbed insect script. Above the insect script, syllables were marked mu.tai, he pronounced, only to realize it should be mother tai.as soon as he completed the first line. The wand within the box abruptly levitated, releasing a cloud of black smoke before emitting a pig's squeal. A chubby white pig emerged from the smoke, greeting him with, "Greetings, master." At that moment, Wang Liang was utterly bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. Thankfully, the pig was quite talkative, introducing itself. Master, I am a Du Mu Tai, possessing wind elemental affinity, and I am your loyal steed. Wind elemental affinity? Does that mean you run fast? No, I fly fast. You are a flying pig? Indeed. Wang Liang returned to the living area, donned the high-tech attire awarded by the system, and stepped outside with a du.it. Was now evening. Streamers and hosts continued to shout for likes in the alley. When they saw Wang Liang emerging on a chubby white pig, they were momentarily taken aback. No one had seen anyone bring a pig into the store during the day. Where did this pig come from? And why was he out with a pig at such an hour? The spies stationed in the alley shared similar thoughts. Miao Shiyu, working in the noodle shop, also noticed Wang Liang and the pig. Her mind flooded with questions. Suddenly, Wang Liang mounted the pig, and a fierce wind swept through the alley, propelling them skyward until they became a mere speck in the sky. Miao Shiyu was left in a state of shock. Customers at the noodle shop rubbed their eyes, exclaiming, "What just happened? Did I just see someone flying away on a pig?" I saw it too. Me as well. Outside, the streamers stared wide-eyed at the tiny speck in the sky, repeatedly muttering, "How is this possible?" The spies, while astonished, did not neglect their duties, swiftly reporting the bizarre event to headquarters. "Did you say Wang Liang flew away on a pig?" The director, Shin Kuo, hung up the phone, rapidly relaying this extraordinary occurrence to the higher authorities. In the air defense monitoring room, staff members stared at the screen displaying the pig and Wang Liang, only one thought resonating in their minds. Pigs can fly now? This is utterly unscientific. Simultaneously, satellites from various countries captured the scene of Wang Liang riding the pig. A multitude of top scientists analyzed this as a new form of advanced technology that enabled pigs to fly. Little did they know, this was not technology at all. It was magic. After soaring for a while, Adu suddenly exclaimed, "Master, my magical energy is about to deplete. Take care." Following this, they plummeted towards the city below. With a cry of "Oh no!" Wang Liang landed in a square in an instant. The elderly women dancing in the square, the small vendors, and the onlookers all turned to stare at the man who had fallen from the sky, their eyes wide as saucers. Wang Liang inhaled sharply, dusting himself off as he limped to a nearby grilled cold noodle stall, saying, "I'll have a serving of grilled cold noodles, with an extra sausage." The vendor, an elderly woman, seemingly unaware of the commotion online, squinted at him and replied, "Young man, perhaps you should visit a hospital first. No need. It's just a minor incident." Just then, a piercing scream erupted nearby. "Ah, isn't that the owner of the marvelous toy store?" Wang Liang turned to see a plump girl with a round face, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes fixed on him like a wolf eyeing a lamb. As her cry echoed, a crowd quickly gathered, some recording the moment, others extending greetings, creating a lively scene. The elderly woman prepared the grilled cold noodles swiftly. Wang Liang scanned the map on his phone, discovering he had landed in the neighboring Steel City. How awkward. He would need to buy a train ticket to return. Having just finished his meal, he tossed the noodle box into a nearby trash bin when a sudden, anguished scream pierced the air. Turning around, he saw a small tornado forming beside the elderly women dancing. Their thermoses and speakers were swept into the air. Standing at the edge of the tornado were two young men. Following their gaze, Wang Liang noticed two battle tops on the ground. entangled in a fierce clash between a dragon and a tiger. "What in the world is going on?" an elderly man exclaimed, just as he placed a cigarette in his mouth, only to be interrupted by a blood-curdling scream. Wang Liang turned to see the man clutching his mouth, hopping around frantically, with a smoldering cigarette but lying nearby. Beside him, a young boy's eyes sparkled, fixated on the battle tops, saliva dripping from his mouth. The small tornado did not last long. With a roar of dragon and tiger, it abruptly ceased, dropping the airborne speakers and thermoses in a cacophony of sound. The two youths, sensing danger, snatched their tops and fled. The elderly women glared at the shattered speakers on the ground, furiously cursing. Meanwhile, the nearby onlookers applauded, reveling in the misfortune of the dancing women whose loud music had long disturbed the peace. Despite numerous police warnings, "Grandpa, I want to buy the battle tops from earlier. Father, I too wish to purchase a battle top that can unleash the sacred beasts. Dearest mother, I assure you that I will study diligently from now on. Please grant me the privilege of acquiring a battle top." Chapter 27. Task completed. Selling Starwing magic wands without any hiccups. The typical response from parents is to ask, "Do you want a big bag of candies?" They are utterly oblivious to the profound impact such a bag can have on a child. Trembling voice. Wang Liang did not linger in Iron City. He hailed a taxi and, after more than 2 hours of arduous travel, finally returned to the store. Meanwhile, several foreign research institutions had received the battle tops and began working tirelessly overnight to decipher their technology. In Gaoyao country, at the Tefuyuan Research Institute, Sambin Taro gazed at the 5 tops before him and remarked, "Aren't these the tops from an anime? Which anime was it? Do you recall?" One of his subordinates promptly responded, "It was adapted from a manga illustrated by Aoki Takao, which I watched during my childhood." Sambin Taro nodded in acknowledgement, took out a manual to glance at it, then grimaced, saying, "Who can decipher the square characters of Longhua?" Another subordinate replied, "I can." Upon finishing the translation of the manual, Sambin Taro tilted his head back and burst into hearty laughter. With his subordinates following suit, "Enough!" Sambin Taro called for silence, his lips curling in skepticism. "I do not believe there is such a thing as a tornado. Let us demonstrate the divine dragon storm right here." His subordinate, clutching a Dragon Knight battle top, affixed it to the launcher, shouted, "One pot," and yanked the cord sharply. The battle top was launched from the device, landing on the ground and commencing its spin. Moments later, he shouted in a garbled version of Longhua dialect, "Divine Dragon, Storm." The instant the word storm escaped his lips, a fierce wind swept through the research institute, sending papers flying in every direction. Sambin Taro shielded his eyes with one hand, shouting, "Stop it! Quickly, make it cease! Professor Sanbin, the manual has been caught in the storm. I do not know how to stop it." As he spoke, the tempest intensified, lifting some of the lighter instruments into the air, witnessing those incredibly expensive devices being tossed about, colliding with the walls. Sanbin Taro felt his heart constrict painfully, as if gripped by a monstrous hand, and weakly cried out, "Quick, save the instruments." No sooner had he uttered the words than the wind hurled an instrument towards his rugged face with a resounding thud. Sambin Taro collapsed to the ground. His subordinates rushed to assist him out of the laboratory. The storm raged on for over half an hour. When Sambin Taro re-entered the laboratory, the disarray before him caused his legs to buckle, and he sat down on the floor, weeping loudly, akin to a child whose spicy snacks had been snatched away. That moment, he regretted his choices deeply. Had he only adhered to the manual's instructions to use the Divine Dragon Storm in an open outdoor space. Meanwhile, scientists from the Free Nation were also attempting to decipher the battle tops. They were relatively astute, meticulously following the instructions to examine the skills of the battle tops. Subsequently, they placed the tops into a disassembly box and began using mechanical arms to take them apart. Just as they removed the topmost attack ring, a warning sounded. "Do not disassemble. There is a risk of electrical leakage. Please refrain from disassembling." Ignoring the warning, they continued their work. Electrical energy began to leak. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown reached 3, a scientist who understood Longhua dialect sensed impending doom and shouted, "Run!" He was the first to flee the laboratory. Moments later, a loud explosion was heard. Turning back, they saw the laboratory filled with blinding flashes of lightning, accompanied by the horrifying screams reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. Minutes later, A group of scientists crawled out of the laboratory, trembling, each with frizzled hair and trailing watermarks behind them. One elderly scientist, his hair gray, stammered, Change personnel. I will not participate in this project. The mishaps were not confined to these two laboratories. That night, any laboratory attempting to decipher the battle-top technology encountered trouble. The following day, just minutes after Wang Liang opened the store, the battle tops were snatched up in a frenzy, and the task was completed. He quickly closed the shop to claim his reward. Task completed. Reward: 1 experience card for the points fruit machine. This is a magical machine. With a stroke of luck, one may accrue a great number of points. Upon hearing this, the corners of Wang Liang's mouth involuntarily lifted. After all, he was the prince of the fruit machine. Surely, he would win tens of thousands of points, first redeeming a 7-day, 7-night trip to another world to enjoy himself thoroughly, and then acquiring an all-purpose beautiful nanny robot to cook for him during the day and assist him at night. Although there wasn't much for her to help with at night, nonetheless, it was all good fortune. Latest task: sell 1,000 Starwing Magic Wands. Starwing Magic Wands? Wang Liang furrowed his brow, recalling that this was the magic wand used by Meiqi and Balala the fairies. The system even sells such toys. He would have to have some fun with it later. The previous prankster wand had emitted donkey sounds in the middle of the night, which he had thoroughly wrapped in layers of tape and stored away. Price: 1 month of good luck. Friendly reminder: a black iron-level magical toy supplier can collect one person's month of good luck for 5 points. Wang Liang felt somewhat bewildered. It was no longer about money, but rather about good fortune. The question remained: how does one collect good luck? Task reward: promotion to bronze-level magical toy supplier, profit-sharing ratio raised to 2. Dimension store upgraded to level 2. Supplier levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold. As levels rise, supplier permissions and benefits will continuously improve. Dimension store levels: level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. As levels rise, the functions of the Dimension store will also be enhanced. Starwing Magic Wands, good luck collector, shipping in progress, shipping successful. With a flash of silver light, 5 rows of Starwing Magic Wands appeared at the counter, and beside the cash register, a vessel resembling a fish tank emerged, filled with a swirling mist that changed shape in an indescribable manner. Would you like to use the Points Fruit Machine Experience card now? Use it! Wang Liang exclaimed, and no sooner had he spoken than a fruit machine appeared before him, similar to the ones he had played before, featuring apples, oranges, lemons, watermelons, bells, and the number 77. The apples and oranges offered a 5x multiplier, while lemons, watermelons, and bells had a 10x multiplier, and 77 boasted a 50x multiplier. The selection was limited, and there were no bars, representing a simplified version of the fruit machine. To the right, the points display indicated he had 2,100 points, with a minimum bet of 5 points per spin. He placed a bet on an apple to test the waters, and his 2,100 points instantly transformed into 125. Wang Liang, filled with confidence, then wagered on 2 lemons. Chapter 28. Forcibly consuming roasted dinosaur meat and teaching a drunken man a lesson with pepper spray. He did not win. His total dropped from 2,125 to 115. Wang Liang nodded with assurance. Having learned the machine's patterns from his earlier losses, he placed a bet of 115 points on a lemon. If he won, it would yield 1,150 points. Quite impressive. Unfortunately, he did not win, landing instead on the adjacent watermelon, reducing his total to 2,000, a loss of 100 points. Wang Liang remained undeterred. After careful consideration, he wagered 100 points on both an apple and a bell. Knowing that winning on either would be profitable, the fruit icons lit up one after another, ultimately stopping on the 77. His total plummeted from 2,000 to 1,800. Wang Liang rubbed his stiff cheeks, continuing to bet 100 points on an apple and 100 points on a bell. This time, he finally won. An apple. His points soared to 2,300. Wang Liang exhaled a breath of relief, murmuring, "Truly, I am the prince of the fruit machine," effortlessly earning 200 points. After indulging in a moment of self-satisfaction, he resumed betting. Little did he know that this would mark the beginning of a nightmare. No matter what he wagered, he could not win. In less than half an hour, his 2,300 points dwindled to a mere 300. At that moment, Wang Liang's face flushed crimson, completely absorbed in the game. Taking a deep breath, He placed his final 300 points all on the 77. His eyes fixed on the fruit machine, silently urging, "Let me win." The harsh reality slapped him painfully. He didn't even graze the 77, landing instead on the watermelon, watching helplessly as his hard-earned 2,100 points vanished. This tale serves as a cautionary reminder. Never play the fruit machine, for you cannot outsmart the machine. While he was still lamenting, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Fruit machine experience concluded. We welcome you back to the Cosmic Entertainment Center, where we are eager to serve you. Your total expenditure was 2,100 cosmic coins, and as a bonus, we present you with a roasted dinosaur meat set. With a flash of silver light, a large silver plate appeared on the counter, containing a sizable piece of meat surrounded by an array of unfamiliar green vegetables. Wang Liang, enticed by the mouth-watering aroma, felt his stomach grumble in protest. He picked up the meat, headed to the dining area, and sliced off a piece to taste. The meat melted in his mouth, its savory flavor mingling with the refreshing essence of some plant, exceedingly delicious. Although he had never tried Wagyu beef sold by weight, he was certain that this roasted dinosaur meat far surpassed it in flavor. In an instant, it healed his wounded spirit from the fruit machine debacle. At the same time, he vowed never to indulge in such games of chance again, feeling as though he had once more been exploited by the system. That so-called Universal Entertainment City was undoubtedly interconnected with the system. He mused that a formidable force must be lurking behind the system, one that had devised various supplier systems to engage individuals across different universes in commerce, extracting the goods they desired. Such as the unfathomable essence of luck. Throughout this process, they would intermittently harvest the suppliers, ensuring they did not prematurely acquire their rewards, thereby preventing a lack of motivation to sell and a tendency to idle away their days. At this thought, Wang Liang's mind suddenly conjured the image of Miao Shiyu, not out of yearning, but recalling the scene when she had brought him stewed lamb. He hastily sliced a piece of roasted dinosaur meat from his plate, transferring it to another dish, and swiftly devoured the remaining morsels of roasted dinosaur meat before making his way to the adjacent noodle shop. It was just past 10 in the morning, and only one table was occupied by patrons enjoying their morning drinks. Wang Liang placed the dish on the counter and smiled at Miao Shiyu, saying, "This is a rare delicacy. Do give it a taste." "What kind of meat is this?" "It smells divine," Miao Shiyu exclaimed, retrieving a pair of disposable chopsticks, taking a small bite that lit up her eyes, followed by a larger mouthful. The meat was already scarce, and her appetite reduced it by 3/4 in an instant. Wang Liang quickly interjected, "Shouldn't you leave some for your brother?" Miao Shiyu's face flushed crimson as she clutched the meat and dashed into the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged with a clean, empty plate. As Wang Liang accepted the plate and was about to leave, a loud crash echoed through the shop. Turning to investigate, he noticed shattered glass strewn across the floor. A plump man, his face flushed from drink, stood up from the table, slurring, "Boss, what kind of meat was that? It smelled so good. I want a plate too." It was meat brought by a neighbor. "We don't serve that here," Miao Shiyu explained, just as another middle-aged man, gaunt and with a ruddy complexion, stood up from the drinking table, hurling a glass to the ground, which shattered with a loud crash, sending shards everywhere. He bellowed, "You think you're better than us? Hurry up and bring out that meat, or I'll smash this shabby noodle shop with that." He advanced menacingly towards Miao Shiyu. Furious, Miao Shiyu knew 100 ways to make this individual kneel and call her grandma. However, with Wang Liang present, she could not reveal her true capabilities and pretended to be flustered, retreating step by step. Wang Liang, looking down on such drunken ruffians who dared to cause trouble after a few drinks, pulled the panicking Miao Shiyu behind him. He produced a super self-defense spray, a token he had received but never used, and sprayed it at the advancing, dark-faced man. A cloud of silver mist enveloped him completely, followed by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The man's companions, jolted awake by the scream, wasted no time in fleeing the scene. Wang Liang, however, could not allow them to escape unscathed after their bravado. With 2 swift sprays, he encased the remaining 3 drunken men in silver mist, eliciting similar cries of despair. Calmly, he stowed the super self-defense spray in his pocket and turned to Miao Shiyu, reassuring her, "Do not fear. They are merely a few insignificant rascals." Miao Shiyu, observing Wang Liang's triumphant demeanor, nearly laughed aloud, thinking to herself, I'm not afraid. I didn't panic even when a gun was pointed at my head back in the day. This is nothing, of course. I must maintain the facade of fear. She timidly replied, Thank you. Almost retching, she thought, this is way too dramatic for me. It's not my style at all. I in the kitchen doorway. Sun Gu silently observed the entire spectacle, internally critiquing, You say no, but your body tells a different story. A few minutes later, as the silver mist dissipated, the four inebriated men staggered to their feet. Intent on leaving, Wang Liang again produced the super self-defense spray, addressing them. Each shattered cup costs 1,000. You broke 2, so that S2,000. Add another 1,000 for the meal, making a total of 3,000. Pay, and you can leave. The most vociferous of the dark-faced men was about to respond when his companion intervened, insisting they pay. The 4 men, dazed and disoriented, stumbled out of the noodle shop, only to run directly into the police and were summarily taken away. The onlookers shook their heads, muttering, What were you thinking? The man has a space-based cannon on the moon. Even the Free Nation cannot handle him. Truly, it's like the old man going to the restroom, asking for trouble. After dealing with the drunken men, Wang Liang remarked, You clean up. I'll head back. Just as he reached the door with the empty plate, Miao Shiyu called out, Wait, you still haven't told me what kind of meat it was? Roasted dinosaur meat. What? Miao Shiyu stared blankly at Wang Liang's retreating figure, utterly astonished. Sun Gu, standing in the kitchen doorway, formed an O with his mouth. Moments later, both asked in unison, Did he just say roasted dinosaur meat? No one answered, for the question itself was the best response. Miao Shiyu hurried into the kitchen, opening the safe hidden in the refrigerator to retrieve a direct line phone, dialing the director's number. Director Shin, Sun Gu and I just ate roasted dinosaur meat sent by Wang Liang. Is there any research value? Should we expel some? Upon hearing this, Director Shin was momentarily bewildered, instinctively asking, Did you just say you ate roasted dinosaur meat from Wang Liang? Yes. Is there any research value? Please hold on. Director Shin set down the phone, picked up another, and reported the matter to his superiors. Soon after, Professor Tian Zhongcai from the Paleontology Department at Yinjing University received the call. Upon hearing of Wang Liang's roasted dinosaur meat, his heart raced with excitement, only to plummet when he learned it had been consumed. When he heard that the individual who consumed it was willing to expel it, his heart nearly gave out from the stress, continuously exclaiming that the roasted dinosaur meat held immense research value. Sun Gu found a plastic bag, inserted his fingers down his throat, and retched, expelling a large mound of 8 treasure porridge. After securing the bag, he found another to cover it, instructing the nearby team members to take the 8 treasure porridge away. Upon returning to the shop, Wang Liang did not rush to open the door. Instead, he retrieved a star wing magic wand and, following the incantations in the manual, chanted, Balala energy, Shaluo Shaluo, little magic fairy, transform. A dazzling beam of light erupted from the wand, encircling him, and when it faded, Wang Liang found himself transformed, clad in a pink dress and wearing a pink wig. He pulled out his phone, activated the selfie function, and upon seeing his reflection, exclaimed, Wow, not bad at all. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he recited the next spell from the manual, Balala energy, Lolajuo, shield. The wand emitted a beam of light, forming a shield before him. Balala energy, Minglawu, whirlwind. Instantly, a whirlwind swept through the shop. After that, the spells ceased. There were only these 3. However, for children, that was more than sufficient, as it was merely a toy and not a genuine magic wand. Each time 3 spells were cast, a week was required for the magical energy to recharge before it could be used again. As the magic energy within the wand depleted, Wang Liang reverted to his original appearance. Around 1 in the afternoon, the magical toy store opened unexpectedly. The spies waiting outside sensed the scent of opportunity and surged into the store, among them a small, rotund boy. Wang Liang stood behind the counter and addressed the crowd. This time, the toy is somewhat special. It is a star wing magic wand imbued with magical energy. To purchase it, you must surrender your luck for the next month, which means you will experience a great deal of misfortune during that time. Think carefully before buying. Did they even need to think? The spies disregarded the notion of luck entirely, clamoring, Boss Wang, I want a magic wand. I'll take 2. I need 3. Wang Liang slightly shook his head and pointed to the luck collector beside the cash register, saying, Place your hand above this fishbowl-like device. When I say take it away, then you can remove your hand out. A short, shifty-eyed middle-aged man immediately placed his hand above the luck collector. The gray mist within the vessel gradually rose, swirling around his hand before returning to the center. At that moment, the mist appeared to darken slightly, and a shadow seemed to cloud the man's brow. "All right, you can take it down now," Wang Liang said, handing the Star Wing magic wand and a gray manual to the gaunt man. Clutching the wand and manual, the gaunt man hurriedly squeezed out of the shop and into a secluded corner of the alley. He pulled out his phone, preparing to report this astonishing news to headquarters when suddenly, black smoke billowed from his phone. Instinctively, he threw it to the ground. With a loud bang, the phone erupted into a fireball. Wang Liang's words echoed in his mind. "In the coming month, you will experience a great deal of misfortune." Initially, he had dismissed this statement, but its swift manifestation left him wary. A thin, middle-aged man named Zhou Lei, a citizen of Longhua, graduated from Shangchuan University in Gaoyao Country. After completing his studies, he lived and worked in Gaoyao Country for over a decade before being dispatched by his company to Longhua. His mission was to promptly purchase items from the magical toy store and to cultivate a favorable relationship with its proprietor. During the execution of his duties, Zhou Lei enjoyed a generous salary, and any additional contributions would earn him substantial bonuses. As the saying goes, money can work wonders. The thought of the monthly deposits made any misfortune seem trivial in comparison. As he stepped out of the alley, en route to deliver a magic wand to a designated location, two reckless youths on a scooter equipped with a subwoofer suddenly lost control and crashed into him, sending him tumbling into a roadside ditch. His legs, knees, and back throbbed with pain. Minutes later, an ambulance screeched to a halt beside the accident site. Zhou Lei was lifted from the ditch by two burly male nurses and placed onto a stretcher, ultimately being loaded into the ambulance. But Zhou Lei was not the only unfortunate soul that day. After he procured the magic wand, the next buyer was a spy from the free country, known by the nickname Old Man, whose real name was Du Ming. A citizen of Longhua and a graduate of the University of California, Du Ming had also spent over a decade living and working in the free country before being assigned to Longhua. Just as he stepped out of the store after purchasing a magic wand, he felt a sudden drop of liquid on his forehead. He reached up to touch it and found it sticky. Upon examining it closely, he noticed it was a grayish-white substance. Instinctively, he brought it to his nose to sniff it. How repulsive! Chapter 30. As magic unfolds, scientists' minds buzz to his dismay. It was bird droppings. Fortunately, he had tissues in his pocket, and he quickly wiped the excrement from his forehead. Fearing he hadn't cleaned it thoroughly, he retreated to a corner to moisten another tissue with saliva and wipe his forehead again. Feeling somewhat reassured, just as he tossed the tissue into a corner, he noticed the ground beneath him was slick. Looking down, he discovered he had stepped into dog feces, prompting him to hastily wipe his shoe on the grass nearby. After cleaning himself up, he intended to pull out his phone to report on the magic wand, but discovered it was missing. It must have been jostled loose in the crowd when he exited. He quickly retraced his steps to find it. The store was crowded, and during his search, he was inadvertently stepped on multiple times, leaving unsightly prints on his newly purchased designer sneakers. Du Ming repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm and composed, refusing to succumb to anger. After an exhaustive search, he ultimately gave up, exiting the toy store and crossing the alleyway, determined to find his companions in the neighborhood and hand over the magic wand for a report. As he entered the community gate, a garbage truck approached. As it passed, a large, blood-stained bandage was blown off by the wind, landing squarely on his face. Du Ming peeled the bandage off and stared at it. Overwhelmed by despair, he let out a roar to the heavens, lamenting his wretched luck. Mid-yell, he abruptly stopped as a bitter taste filled his mouth, and two magpies flew overhead. Spitting in disgust, he retched, the old man in the security booth, sipping tea, witnessed the entire spectacle and burst into laughter. But as he chuckled, he suddenly realized his mouth was empty. His dentures had gone missing. He began frantically searching the floor for them. Du Ming was certainly not the only unfortunate individual. Anyone who had purchased a magic wand with their luck experienced a series of bizarre events. The Starwing magic wand quickly climbed the charts of major online platforms, thanks to the fervent promotion by streamers. When people learned that real magic existed, their worldview shattered, especially for scientists who revered empirical evidence. Their minds buzzed as if struck by a hammer. For instance, Zhao Renli, the director of the Long Science Institute, was deep in the southwestern mountains overseeing the development of super batteries when he received a call informing him, Director Zhao, the magical toy store has unveiled a genuine magic wand. What are your thoughts? What could he say? He could only weep. His mind clouded. The scientific principles he had upheld throughout his life lay in ruins. After a long pause, he finally stammered, "Could you send a magic wand to the Southwestern Lab?" At that moment, the Southwestern Lab, aiming to expedite the research and production of super batteries, had gathered a third of Longwa's scientists. It was needless to say that the higher-ups would certainly arrange for a wand to be sent. Upon hearing the news of the magic wand, research institutions worldwide rushed to ensure that one would be sent to them for study. They were eager to investigate the phenomenon of magic. The heads of various corporations and investors nearly soiled themselves upon hearing that the magical toy store had released actual magic wands. They had previously thought that Boss Wong had a wealth of groundbreaking technology, but now it seemed he possessed magic as well. This was simply astounding. In the office of the chairman of the Dami Corporation, Lei Xiaojun held a Starwing magic wand and recited from the instruction manual, Balala Energy, Shalasha, Little Magic Fairy, Transform. A beam of colorful light shot forth from the wand, swirling around him and adorning him with a pink skirt and pink wig, leaving his face unchanged, still bearing its mature demeanor. The secretary in the office gazed at the transformed figure, nearly bursting into laughter but managing to stifle it just in time. Unaware of how peculiar he now appeared, Lei Xiaojun continued reciting. Balala Energy, Minglami, Whirlwind. A gust of wind swept through the office, sending paper documents flying everywhere. Balala Energy, Luolajuo, Shield. He raised the shield to block the incoming folders. Moments later, the magical energy was depleted, and the shield, wind, pink skirt, and pink wig vanished simultaneously. Taking a deep breath, Lei Xiaojun remarked, "The toys from the magical toy store truly are remarkable. This month, Xiao Sun's bonus will be doubled." "Understood, Mr. Lei," the secretary replied, preparing to leave. But Lei Xiaojun added, "Tell Xiao Sun that there's no need to visit the magical toy store this month. He should wait until his luck returns." Certainly. That afternoon, Miao Shiyu realized that a new crowd had gathered in the alley. It turned out that the group of spies had vanished without a trace. Concurrently, a streamer with over 300,000 followers lay in a hospital bed, tearfully addressing his phone, "Dear friends, please be cautious when purchasing magic wands with your luck. This is no joke. Losing your luck is terrifying. I nearly fell into a storm drain while walking down the street. If I hadn't been fat and got stuck, I would have surely fallen in. You know what lies below." Just as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly slipped from its stand and crashed heavily onto his face. Bouncing off to the floor, the screen shattered. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. And the streamer could no longer hold back his tears. Viewers watching the live stream bombarded the chat with comments. "Are you saying you can buy a magic wand without spending money? Just using luck? I have a strong constitution. I can sleep in a graveyard without issue. Tomorrow, I'll buy a magic wand using my luck." With that, the streamer climbed out of bed, glancing at the comments, shaking his head vigorously in disbelief. "So, after all my warnings, you didn't heed a single word, did you?" Equally oblivious was the first customer of the magical toy store, a chubby boy named Zhang Dong. It was Sunday, and he had pushed his way into the store earlier to buy the Starwing magic wand. Wang Liang, concerned for his safety, refused to sell it to him. After a quick lunch at home, he returned, persistently pleading at the counter, "Uncle, please sell me the magic wand." His incessant repetition was like a broken record, tormenting Wang Liang's ears. Finally, exasperated, Wang Liang said, "Stop. Place your hand on the fish tank. I'll let you take it down when I say so." Without hesitation, the chubby boy placed his hand above the fish tank. A gray mist slowly rose from the tank, swirling around his hand before sinking back into the center of the tank, darkening in color. "All right, you can take it down now," Wang Liang declared, retrieving a Starwing magic wand from behind the counter and handing it to the delighted boy. Zhang Dong beamed with joy, singing, "The sun shines bright. Flowers smile at me, the little birds chirp. Why are you carrying a bomb? I'm off to blow up the school." As he exited the toy store. The next morning, upon arriving at school to hand in his homework, he discovered a horrifying situation. Chapter 31. The exercise book chewed by a dog. Chubby boy acts heroically with the magic wand. His exercise book had been chewed up by the family dog. The cover was riddled with holes, and the pages were tattered in the impatient gaze of the class representative. Zhang Dong struggled to produce his Chinese exercise book. In an instant, the surrounding classmates erupted into laughter. "Are you going to submit that?" The Chinese class representative chuckled. After a moment of deep contemplation, Zhang Dong replied, "Yes. If he didn't submit it, he would be called into the office and face the old witch's tempestuous reprimand. By submitting it, he could at least delay the inevitable scolding." The class representative said nothing further, benevolently placing his exercise book on top of the pile. Zhang Dong hurriedly shoved his exercise book into the middle of the stack. After enduring a tense morning reading session and a math class, the bell rang, and the Chinese teacher arrived. Standing at the door with a dark expression, she called out, "Zhang Dong, come to my office." With that, she turned and left. "Zhang Dong, good luck." His deskmate mimicked ancient customs, bowing slightly with a smirk of schadenfreude. The classmates surrounding him followed suit, bowing and wishing him luck as well. Zhang Dong entered the office with the spirit of a valiant warrior. Fully aware that there was no turning back, his practice book, which bore the scars of a dog's relentless chewing, lay prominently on the desk. The face of the Chinese teacher remained grim, reminiscent of the overcast skies of Jiangnan in July, when the plum rain season casts a pall over the land. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and with a dramatic sigh, she exclaimed, "Zhang Dong, what on earth is going on with your homework?" Lowering his gaze, Zhang Dong stammered, By Laosher, I don't know when our dog chewed on the practice book." Upon hearing this, the other teachers in the office shook their heads with amusement. However, the Chinese teacher did not share in their laughter. Her expression darkened further, becoming as black as the bottom of a pot. Gritting her teeth, she seized a practice book from her desk, thrust it into Zhang Dong's arms, and coldly instructed, "Copy all the exercises from this book into your notebook. Complete them again, and from now on, submit this notebook for your practice assignments." Zhang Dong could hardly recall how he exited the office. Once back at his seat, staring at the practice book in his hands, he nearly wept. "Oh, valiant warrior, why art thou so sorrowful?" his deskmate inquired, rolling a book into a cylinder and presenting it to Zhang Dong's mouth. "Get lost," Zhang Dong retorted, pushing the book aside and brandishing his Starwing magic wand. He tilted his head and asked, "Do you know what this is? Magic wand?" His deskmate's eyes widened in astonishment. "Yesterday, while my dad was scrolling through Douyin, he came across one and said that buying a magic wand would bring a month of bad luck, forbidding me from purchasing one." "You're such a coward. Watch closely," Zhang Dong declared, rising and raising the Starwing magic wand, chanting, "Balala energy, Shaluo, little magic fairy, transform." A burst of colorful light erupted from the wand. Swirling around him, and a chubby little magic fairy appeared, dressed in a pink gown and sporting pink hair. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, followed by an eruption of laughter. "Zhang Dong, you've turned into a girl." His deskmate laughed, clutching his stomach. "Zhang Dong, you're finished? You've become a girl," echoed the laughter of his classmates. Unfazed, Zhang Dong held up the magic wand and chanted, "Balala energy, Su Hua, transform." Instantly, he reverted to his original form. "How about that? Impressive, right?" Just as he finished speaking, the school bell rang, prompting him to hurriedly stow the wand in his backpack and take out his Chinese textbook, sitting up straight. This lesson was taught by the old witch, and caution was paramount. Time flew by, and soon it was lunchtime. A group of female classmates surrounded Zhang Dong, eager to play with his Starwing magic wand. "In a way," he protested, shaking off the swarm of girls and racing to the bike shed. He hopped on his bicycle, pedaling furiously towards home to finish his lunch and tackle the exercises in his practice book. While waiting at a red light halfway home, a scooter, disregarding traffic rules, barreled through the red light, seemingly unaware that a mere 10 seconds could mean disaster. That moment, a speeding SUV approached him. The pedestrians waiting at the red light collectively gasped, some even covering their eyes, unable to bear the impending calamity. Instinctively, the chubby Zhang Dong pulled out the Starwing magic wand tucked in his sleeve, pointed at the side of the scooter, and shouted, "Balala energy, Luo la duo." Shield! A beam of colorful light shot from the wand, forming a radiant shield beside the scooter. The SUV collided with the shield, producing a deafening crash. The woman on the scooter didn't even pause, continuing on as though the incident had nothing to do with her. The SUV driver flung open his door, leaping out to shout at the retreating figure of the woman, "What the hell? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" After venting his frustration, he noticed the dissipating shield in front of his vehicle, his mouth agape in astonishment. The pedestrians who had witnessed the entire spectacle stared wide-eyed, muttering in disbelief, "No way! Incredible!" As the red light turned green, Zhang Dong slid the magic wand back into his sleeve and pedaled home. In the afternoon, during art class, while others painted and crafted, he struggled to complete his practice exercises. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the principal entered, accompanied by a stylish young man holding a banner emblazoned with the words bravery in action. Zhang Dong, engrossed in his work, failed to notice their arrival until he heard his name being called. Looking up, he saw the principal beaming at him alongside the young man, whom he instantly recognized as the SUV driver. Our classmate Zhang Dong displayed remarkable bravery, using a magic wand to successfully prevent a traffic accident, the principal announced, prompting applause from his peers. Amidst the clapping, Zhang Dong approached the stage to accept the banner. That moment, the Chinese teacher, also known as the Old Witch, stood at the door with her previously stormy expression finally brightening. Unsurprisingly, the tale of a fifth-grade student using a Starwing magic wand to avert a traffic disaster swiftly made the news and trended across various online platforms. While the Starwing magic wand gained immense popularity, the reckless woman who had disregarded traffic rules also found herself in the spotlight, soon facing the police, receiving a reprimand, and being fined 200 yuan. Commenters beneath the article voiced their outrage. "Only 200 yuan? That's hardly satisfying. It should be 2,000. Let us see if she dares to run a red light again. I'm off to buy a magic wand." Chapter 32. The failure of the magic wand unraveling. Exchange for particle laser GUN.INA laboratory deep in the southwestern mountains. President Zhao Only of the Dragon Science Institute held the Starwing magic wand in one hand and the instruction manual in the other. His expression grave as he recited, "Balala energy, Shaluo, little magic fairy, transform." A burst of colorful light erupted from the wand. Swirling around him, over 60 years of age, Zhao Shengli donned a pink dress and pink wig. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and in an instant, he appeared 20 years younger, albeit with a hint of incongruity. The scientists in the same lab could no longer contain their laughter. Collapsing in mirth, Balala energy, Su Hua, transform. Zhao Shengli reverted to his former self, gazing at the wand in his hand, muttering, "What precisely is this so-called magic?" He then placed it into a scanner for analysis. The results revealed it to be an utterly ordinary plastic toy, devoid of any remarkable properties. Meanwhile, scientists from the country of Plaster were also investigating the magic wand. Given the previous debacle at the Tufei Institute, they approached this task with caution, placing the wand into a large disassembly box and employing robotic arms for the task. However, as they made a small incision with a laser, the wand suddenly erupted into a burst of flames. Once the flames extinguished, the disassembly box revealed nothing but ashes. "Baka Yaru!" cried the lead researcher, Koizumi Timing, cursing the air as he left the lab. Heading to the office, he picked up the landline and dialed a special number. Respectfully stating, "Report. The experiment failed. The magic wand turned to ashes. I've reviewed the surveillance footage. You can pursue other projects." "Hey." Just as Koizumi was about to hang up, he adopted a serious demeanor, took a deep breath, and added, "We can still consider other approaches." "What approach?" "Directly control the shop's owner." "Have you lost your mind?" The voice on the other end exclaimed in disbelief, "I'm not insane. In the Dragon Kingdom, there's an old saying, even a tiger dozes off sometimes. If we plan meticulously, we can surely control the owner. Once we do, whether it's gaining magic or surpassing contemporary black technology, our country will rise to power again." After expressing his excitement, Koizumi calmed himself and continued, "Even if we fail, we'll only lose a few people. But if we succeed..." "Enough," the other party interrupted, muttering, "Forget today's conversation." With that, the call ended. In the free country, at a secret laboratory in Area 51. The head of the lab, Amos, shook his head at the report in his hands, sipped his coffee, and submitted the report. The president of the Free Country Academy of Sciences soon reviewed the document, sighed, and picked up the landline to dial a special number, coldly stating, "I can no longer passively decipher the products of the magical toy store. We must take the initiative." "Do you have a good plan, Ace?" "No brilliant ideas. The only thing I can think of is to control that damned owner and extract the technology directly from him." Oh my god, are you crazy? He has installed a space-based cannon on the moon, with a single shot equivalent to a medium-sized nuclear bomb if we fail. Before the other party could finish, Ace interrupted. It's simple. It's 1,000 times easier than deciphering the products. As long as he doesn't realize it's us, we'll be fine. You really are a madman, the other party exclaimed before abruptly ending the call. The director of the Academy of Sciences, Ace, gazed at the image of the Virgin Mary across from him, murmuring, "What a bunch of cowardly fools." On this day, many research institutions lost their patience, proposing unconventional methods to acquire magic and black technology. Achoo. Wang Liang was reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a cinematic masterpiece through the holographic projection feature, when he was suddenly overtaken by a sneeze. Out of the blue, a sharp pain shot through his side as the air from his lungs pressed against his ribs. Damn it! Who's cursing me? Wang Liang rubbed his ribs, and an idea struck him. Would those individuals resort to desperate measures upon the emergence of the magic wand? Previously, he had conjured a space-based cannon, temporarily deterring a few unruly thieves. Times had changed. Magic was a force beyond the realm of science. Who wouldn't he yearn to wield it? Better safe than sorry, he thought, and proceeded to close the film. Pulling up the product page. The magic wand had already sold 999 units, and he would complete the task by tomorrow, bringing his points total to 4,995. Opening the special items section, he meticulously scanned through, discovering only 3 items within his financial reach that were also suitable for his current predicament. 1.AN Invisibility Cloak, priced at 4,500 points. Once donned, it rendered the wearer invisible, ensuring personal safety when venturing outside. 2. A Particle Laser Gun, also priced at 4,500 points, produced by the Yinhuang Armaments Group, equipped with a super energy block capable of firing 100,000 times, with each beam of laser easily piercing ordinary space alloy. While he was uncertain about the strength of space alloy, the mere mention of space already conferred an air of superiority. The ability to penetrate space alloy underscored the particle laser gun's formidable nature. 3. The revised Sunflower Manual, priced at 4,900 points, proclaiming that this edition had been refined by a legendary master, allowing practitioners to achieve mastery without self-castration, enabling them to kill with mere flower petals and extend their lifespan by 50 years. To be honest, upon seeing the revised Sunflower Manual, Wang Liang felt a flicker of excitement, quickly suppressed. He feared that practicing it would transform him into a gender-ambiguous figure akin to Dongfang Bubi. After careful deliberation, he resolved to exchange for the particle laser gun when suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Friendly reminder. The revised Sunflower Manual requires no arduous practice from the supplier. Upon exchange, enlightenment is instantaneous, and mastery is attained immediately. Upon hearing this, only 3 words echoed in Wang Liang's mind. What to do? After much contemplation, he still hesitated to exchange for the Sunflower Manual and opted for the particle laser gun instead. With a flash of silver light, a black box materialized on the ground. Upon opening it, he found a silver-white handgun inside. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand. It felt incredibly light, reminiscent of the plastic toy guns from his childhood. He placed the gun into a black garbage bag, poked a hole to expose the barrel, and stepped outside, aiming diagonally toward the east and pulling the trigger through the plastic. A swift whoosh resonated as a beam of light shot from the gun's muzzle, soaring into the sky. The spies in the alley, the streamers, and Miao Shiyu from the neighboring shop were momentarily bewildered. What was happening? What kind of black technology were they playing with? How could a beam of light emanate from a plastic bag? After testing the gun, Wang Liang nodded in satisfaction and returned to the shop. The next day, news broke from the land of Gao Yao, with a headline reading, "Unidentified Object Shoots Down Gao Yao's Fighter Jet." Chapter 33. Transforming into Ultraman Diga, Boss Wang encounters Boss Ning. The head of Gao Yao's Air Defense Department, Jingtian Ichiro, scrutinized the images transmitted from satellites, witnessing a beam of light suddenly flying in, piercing through the fighter jet. It was utterly incomprehensible. Standing beside him, a subordinate muttered with his head bowed, "That beam of light came from the west. I suspect it must be a new weapon being tested by Longhua." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room turned grim. Wang Liang remained unaware of the news. He had no inkling that his casual shot had brought down a fighter jet far above Gao Yao. At this moment, the magical toy store had opened its doors, and the last Star Wing magic wand was purchased by a little girl. Close up, it's time to go. Ding. Task completed. Reward. Promoted to bronze level magical toy supplier. Commission rate increased to 2. Dimensional shop upgraded to level 2 dimensional shop. New task. Sell 1,000 divine light sticks. Divine light sticks? Wang Liang was taken aback, if his memory served him right. Divine light sticks were the tools for transforming into Ultraman Digga. Back in the day, raising the divine light stick above his head and shouting Digga made him feel as if he had truly become Ultraman Digga. With his desk mate playing the role of the world-destroying monster. Amid a bout of playful chaos, even the teacher entering through the back door was oblivious. Price. Work for a month at the Cosmic Entertainment City. What? Wang Liang was astonished again. This system was becoming increasingly outrageous, even making him a de facto black labor intermediary. And how would he get to the Cosmic Entertainment City? Task reward. 1 blind box machine experience card. Allowing free selection of 1 blind box from the machine. Friendly reminder, none of the blind boxes in the machine are empty. Each contains highly valuable prizes. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang felt a surge of excitement. In his heyday, he had been dubbed the king of blind boxes, possessing an uncanny intuition for the treasures hidden within, easily selecting the grand prize with a mere flick of his hand. After completing this task, he was certain he'd find something extraordinary. Store upgrading. Upgrade complete. A time-space wormhole door to Cosmic Entertainment City added. Wang Liang felt a silver flash before him, as a pitch-black door appeared to the right of the counter. Shipping. Shipping complete. Another silver flash occurred, and 5 rows of divine light sticks appeared in the counter. Friendly reminder. For every individual successfully working for a month in the Cosmic Entertainment City, the supplier will earn 10 points. Exiting midway for various reasons will be considered a purchase failure, and points will not increase. Wait, is there any danger in working at the Cosmic Entertainment City? As long as you adhere to the rules, there is no danger. Bronze-level suppliers may receive a free cup of milk tea every month at the Cosmic Entertainment City. Are you saying I can visit the Cosmic Entertainment City at any time? Friendly reminder, bronze-level suppliers can visit the Cosmic Entertainment City for leisure at any time, but do not lose sight of your purpose. Wang Liang nodded in satisfaction. Was he someone who would lose focus? Obviously not. He retrieved a divine light stick from the counter, glanced at the instructions, raised it above his head, pressed the switch, and shouted Digga. The covers on either side of the stick parted, emitting a silver light that enveloped him completely. Moments later, the silver light dissipated, and Ultraman Digga manifested. Wang Liang recalled that transforming into Digga didn't require shouting his name. Perhaps the toy's manufacturer intended for the call to invoke Digga's imposing presence. No matter. As long as he could transform, it fulfilled a childhood dream. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, eager to confront a monster. Standing tall, he placed his hands on his waist, then crossed them over his chest to gather energy. He then extended his arms out to the sides, concentrating energy in his right hand, forming an L shape with both hands, and released a beam of silver light from his right hand. The signature move of Ultraman Digga, Zi-Paleo Ray. Due to the fact that the divine light stick was merely a toy, the Zi-Paleo Ray lacked any real power. It was just a beam of light. 10 minutes later, a dazzling silver light radiated from Wang Liang, reverting him back to his original form. Each transformation with the divine light stick lasted only 10 minutes, and it could not be reversed midway. He had to wait until the energy was depleted. After one transformation, the divine light stick needed to be placed in sunlight for a week to recharge, with the indicator light illuminating before it could be used again. Although there were numerous limitations, Wang Liang was confident that once he opened the door, the divine light stick would surely fly off the shelves. Who wouldn't want to transform into Digga at least once? However, he didn't wish to open the door just yet. He decided to take a stroll around the Cosmic Entertainment City first. As he approached the time-space wormhole door, it suddenly emitted a fan-shaped silver light, scanning him from head to toe. An electronic voice announced. Bronze-level suppliers are eligible for entry. The door then slid to the left, revealing a swirling vortex emanating silver light. Wang Liang took a deep breath and cautiously stepped into the vortex. As darkness enveloped him, it quickly brightened, revealing a vast and boundless hall filled with various entertainment facilities. Among them, 2 items stood out vividly in his memory: the claw machine and the fruit machine. The claw machine experience from the shop had disappeared the next day after his last visit. It turned out to originate from here. The fruit machine had almost brought him to tears with its pitfalls. Hey, new here. Wang Liang turned to see a young man appearing beside him, dressed casually in a t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. The young man wore a slight smirk, exuding an air of mischief. Wang Liang nodded, acknowledging him. The young man, however, was not inclined to let him off easily, extending a fair hand and cheerfully introducing himself. I am Ning Yuan, the owner of this entertainment city. Welcome. Upon realizing he was the owner, Wang Liang was taken aback. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. This seemingly carefree and mischievous young man was indeed the proprietor of the entertainment venue. Which was somewhat impressive. He extended his own hand, shaking Ning Yuan's, and said, I didn't expect to meet you, Boss Ning. I look forward to your guidance. Over there is the points exchange machine. You can convert your points into cosmic currency. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave you to it. As Wang Liang observed Ning Yuan's retreating figure, he fell into deep thought. The fact that he was aware of points and there was a points exchange machine suggested that he was not the only supplier under this system. Approaching the points exchange machine, he noted that 1 point could be exchanged for 1 cosmic currency. After selling the last Star Wing magic wand that morning, he currently possessed 500 points. Turning his head, he glanced at the prices of the goods suspended above the bar across from him. The cheapest milk tea costs a staggering 150 cosmic coins. The expenses here are exorbitantly high, far beyond what a person of his modest means can afford, prompting him to resolutely abandon the idea of exchanging for cosmic coins. Just as he was preparing to approach for a complimentary milk tea, a strikingly attractive waitress, carrying a tray, approached him and sweetly said, Hello, Boss Wang. Here is your milk tea. In Chapter 34, Observations in the Entertainment City. Exchange for godly chef skills. Wang Liang expressed his gratitude, taking a sip of the milk tea. Before he could discern its flavor, a sudden uproar of laughter erupted nearby. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The laughter rose and fell in a grand crescendo, culminating in a few coughs as someone exclaimed, A full 100,000 points, and now, it's finally here. Following this, another wave of laughter ensued. Curious, Wang Liang turned towards the source of the mirth, spotting a youth clad in sunglasses and a red vest, standing before a fruit machine, with a small crowd of onlookers nearby, their faces brimming with envy. Approaching with his milk tea, Wang Liang peeked at the machine, which displayed a score of exactly 200,000. The youth, seemingly undeterred, continued to press on the buttons. He shook his head slightly, initially believing that this overconfident young man would suffer a crushing defeat, only to be astonished as he won an additional 300,000 points. An older man to the left, swallowing hard, whispered to another, How can such a minor food supplier have such extraordinary luck? I'm in tears. Food supplier? Wang Liang immediately seized upon this key detail, moving closer to the older man and politely inquiring, Are all the people here suppliers? You must be new here, the older man said, regarding Wang Liang as if he were a rare specimen. Yes. What kind of supplier are you? Wang Liang, reluctant to reveal too much about himself, countered, What kind of supplier are you? Before the older man could respond, the youth at the fruit machine unveiled his background, declaring that he had once been a jar supplier, lingering long in the cultivation world. Quite impressive, but now, he had fallen to become a mere servant in the cosmic entertainment city. The older man, unfazed by the revelation of his past, shook his head and sighed heavily, You'll soon follow in my footsteps. I won't. My luck is quite good. What is a jar supplier? Wang Liang interjected, eager to learn about other suppliers aside from the magical toy supplier. The jars of a jar supplier conceal various treasures, frequently residing in the cultivation world, aiming to attract powerful cultivators to open them, yielding substantial profits and rapid accumulation of points. Among many suppliers, they are quite esteemed. What exactly are you? Noticing that everyone around was aware of the existence of suppliers, Wang Liang decided to be candid, responding, I am a magical toy supplier. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted around him. The youth at the fruit machine chuckled and remarked, Do you know what happened to the last toy supplier? What were they doing? Engaging in companionship at the pleasure house. Huh? Why? What else? They owed Boss Ning cosmic coins. Did you encounter Boss Ning when you arrived? I did. Did he ask you to exchange your points for cosmic coins to play a bit? He did. Take my advice. Never touch anything here. Just then, someone in the distance shouted, Identity of a pill supplier for sale at a bargain. Only 500,000 points. Are there any other suppliers interested? Upon hearing this, Wang Liang was utterly astonished. What? Supplier identities can actually be resold. Here, any valuable item can be sold, he pondered. Wang Liang remained silent, standing on his toes to observe a middle-aged man who had just shouted being dragged away by two men in black. During this process, the man seemed frozen in place, not struggling at all. He's done for. The older man shook his head despondently, letting out a heavy sigh. Where are they taking him? Who knows? Many suppliers have disappeared like this. After some time, new pill suppliers will arrive here, just like you. A new toy supplier has reappeared. Who knows how long you can last? All right, stop scaring the newcomer, as long as you don't touch anything here and complete your tasks well. Nothing should go wrong, said the youth at the fruit machine as he stood up and walked deeper into the hall. Seeing the envious expressions on the faces of the onlookers, Wang Liang asked, "Where did he go?" "To an unimaginable paradise." Upon hearing this, a vivid image of a lavish banquet filled Wang Liang's mind, as he contemplated that a visit there would likely cost a significant amount of points. The older man sighed, saying, "A single visit costs at least 200,000 points. 200,000? So expensive?" At his words, another round of laughter erupted around him. "Do you know what a fleeting dream is? I do die in that place. You will relive an entire lifetime. Whatever you lacked in your previous life will be provided. Family, friendship, love, power, wealth, fame. Anything you desire can be fulfilled, as long as you pay 200,000 points. Once the older man finished speaking, his face was filled with ecstasy. It was evident that he had experienced this before and wished to indulge in it again. To be truthful, Wang Liang felt a twinge of desire as well. He had never experienced familial love in his past life, nor had he in this new life. But alas, he lacked the points as this thought crossed his mind, his attention inadvertently fixated on the fruit machine. This is a shortcut, a one-way road. He finally comprehended why the older man had fallen to being a servant. It was likely that the food supplier would soon follow suit. I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Wang Liang said briskly, exiting the cosmic entertainment city and returning to his store. He resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would never set foot in the cosmic entertainment city again. That sinister-looking boss Ning was indeed no good. The paradise he had devised was nothing more than a fiery pit. Moreover, he had forgotten to inquire about the ranking of the magical toy supplier among the many suppliers. But judging by the smiles of those individuals, it did not seem particularly high. He would wait for an opportune moment to enter and acquire a supplier identity that yielded high profits and quick points. Like that of a jar supplier, then he could enter paradise. No, he scoffed at the idea. He would rather jump from the second floor than go there. He'll prevent himself from spiraling into wild thoughts. Wang Liang decisively opened the product page. He still had 500 points left to spend and hoped to find something suitable. After scanning through, he found nothing of interest and was about to order takeout when the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Friendly reminder, godly chef skills are currently on sale at a discount. This is an essential life skill, strongly recommended for suppliers to purchase. As soon as the words fell, the product page automatically switched. The godly chef skills appeared towards the back of the special products section, priced at exactly 500 points after the discount. The description read, condensed experiences from 100 renowned cosmic chefs. Upon purchase, no learning is required. Knowledge will be imparted directly. Wang Liang pondered for a moment. He couldn't keep relying on takeout. What if a desperate capitalist instructed someone to poison his food? Although he wouldn't die, he would certainly suffer consequences. For the sake of his future happiness, he decisively exchanged for the godly chef skills. In an instant, a myriad of cooking experiences flooded his mind. The siblings from the neighboring store often brought him delicacies. This time, he would let them sample his culinary skills. In Chapter 35, Grocery Shopping Under Surveillance, scaring off intruders with magic, he strolled through the kitchen, finding it utterly bare, lacking even a bucket of cooking oil. Donning his high-tech outfit and arming himself with the super defense spray, he retrieved the long-dormant Prankster King staff, leaving the particle laser gun behind. There was no need to cause misunderstandings while grocery shopping. Chanting a spell, he summoned Adumu, a pig with an affinity for wind elements. Mounting Adumu, he soared into the sky amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. In an instant, the spies in the alley were busily reporting Wang Liang's movements back to headquarters, particularly the spies from the Guoya country, whose eyes gleamed red with excitement as they relayed their findings, as if afflicted with a case of red-eye disease. At the entrance of the vast agricultural market, a pig descended gently before a stall selling seasonings. A young man clad in a black robe dismounted from the pig and approached the astonished vendor, saying, "Good sir, please weigh me 2 pounds of various seasonings." The vendor remained silent, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Wang Liang repeated his request, and only then did the vendor snap back to reality, hurriedly tearing off several plastic bags and clumsily beginning to weigh the seasonings. His hands trembled significantly, spilling quite a bit, as though he were afflicted with Parkinson's syndrome. After paying for the seasonings, Wang Liang, accompanied by Adumu, ventured deeper into the market, joyfully purchasing oil, rice, and vegetables. Just as he was engrossed in his shopping, Adumu whispered, "Master, there are several people following you." "Where are they?" Wang Liang inquired, maintaining his composure. "One is at a stall selling rural eggs, while the other 2 are behind the stall selling beef. Should I deal with them?" "No need. Let's observe a little longer." As he shopped, Wang Liang discreetly glanced at the individuals tailing him. 1 was a middle-aged man in a gray tracksuit, black pants, and old cloth shoes, an unremarkable face that would blend into a crowd without notice. The other 2 were young, one wearing headphones, casually munching on sunflower seeds, tossing the shells back into the bag, displaying a degree of civility, though their eyes were far from innocent, frequently darting in his direction. Another young man held several apples in his hand, casting a discreet glance at the nearby stall, and subtly surveying him. Tio, an outsider, he appeared to be just an ordinary visitor at the farmer's market. Had it not been for Adu's reminder, Wang Liang would not have noticed, as he had not undergone any special training. It is indeed challenging to detect a follower amidst the throngs of people at the bustling market. Report: Wang Liang has become aware of my presence. Should we continue to trail him? No need. Just approach him directly and inform him that there are unidentified individuals following him, and advise him to exercise caution. Understood. Wang Liang was selecting pork knuckles when a middle-aged man in gray sportswear approached him. He picked up a pig's trotter, stuffing it into a plastic bag while whispering, "I'm one of the higher-ups." About 10 meters behind you, next to the stall selling sauce-flavored pancakes, there are 2 young men who have been tailing you. Be careful. After delivering this message, he walked to the next stall, carrying the pig's trotter. Report: We have been discovered. Requesting withdrawal. Withdraw. When Wang Liang glanced back again, the 2 young men had vanished. After finishing his shopping and exiting the farmer's market, Wang Liang quietly inquired, "Adu, can you locate those 2 young men from above?" "Yes, their scent has yet to dissipate. Let us go. I intend to teach them a small lesson." Amidst the astonished gaze of the elderly man selling spices, Wang Liang soared into the air on a pig. The elderly man, looking up with his few remaining yellowed teeth bared, murmured, "What is happening? Even pigs can fly now." The nearby woman selling pancakes cast a disdainful glance at the old man and, lifting her chin, said, "Don't you ever surf the internet? Even Boss Wong from the magical toy store is unaware? What internet? I'm still climbing walls." In a narrow alley off the north road of the Grand Farmer's Market, 2 young men were riding an electric bike when suddenly, a pig descended from above. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The 2 men were taken aback by Wang Liang's abrupt appearance. The youth sitting in the back seat earnestly replied, "Boss Wang, you've misunderstood. We're not following you." "All right, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Wang Liang withdrew the prankster's wand from his sleeve, pointing it at the youth operating the electric bike, chanting, "Extreme speed, mother." Instantly, a cloud of black mist erupted from the wand's tip, enveloping the wheels of the electric bike. As the mist dispersed, it wrapped around the 2 young men, causing them to tumble to the ground. At that moment, the black mist cleared, revealing a motionless black rat on the ground. The 2 young men stared at the rat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, attempting to rise several times yet failing as if afflicted by seizures. Ultimately, they knelt on the ground, weeping and saying, "We accepted money from Mr. M and followed his orders." "When did you receive the money?" "About a week ago. While we were at an internet CAF, we stumbled upon a part-time job posting on a forum. We contacted a person with the username Mr. M through QQ, who taught us some tracking and counter-surveillance techniques, instructing us to follow you for a fee of 1,000 per session. Do you take me for a fool? In just a week, you've mastered tracking techniques to perfection and can detect when I discover you. You just made a mistake. Try again." After speaking, Wang Liang raised his wand and recited a spell, transforming one of the youths wearing headphones into a black rat. The other youth, witnessing his companion's plight, turned pale, his teeth chattering as yellow liquid rapidly dripped from his pant leg. Finally, as if making a resolve, he widened his eyes, his throat bobbing up and down, and moments later, collapsed with a thud, beginning to froth at the mouth. "Woe is me!" Wang Liang exclaimed, quickly dialing 120, by the time the paramedics arrived. One individual was already stiffening. The electric bike and the other youth, due to the magic's dissipation, had returned to normal, and a dew had also departed. Upon seeing his companion's condition, the youth wearing headphones suddenly collapsed and began frothing at the mouth. Despite the emergency personnel's swift efforts, he succumbed. 2 lives were lost in an instant. Naturally, Wang Liang was taken away by the police. Upon entering the police station, the officer who apprehended him received a phone call and drove him, along with his purchases, back to the front of the magical toy store. Onlookers gaped as they witnessed Wang Liang riding a pig and returning in a police car, bewildered. Miao Shiyu sighed in relief upon seeing Wang Liang return. Back in the shop, as he prepared dinner, Wang Liang pondered over the 2 youths who would rather resort to self-harm than reveal their identities. Feeling a surge of gloom, it appeared these individuals were genuinely desperate. He could not afford to sit idly by. He needed a strategy to deal with them, to make them aware that the sky is blue, the ground is black, and Wang Liang is not to be trifled with. 2 hours later, the sweet and sour pork knuckles and chicken stewed with mushrooms were ready. Wang Liang set aside some dishes, placed them in a bowl, and carried them to the adjacent store. "Come, taste my culinary skills." Chapter 36. Culinary skills astonish Miao Shiyu. Opening the sale of the divine light stick, Miao Shiyu gazed at the bowl filled with pork knuckles and chicken, instinctively exclaiming, "You can cook?" In her mind, someone as enigmatic as Wang Liang should be confined to dark rooms, plotting nefarious deeds. Wang Liang remained silent, casting Miao Shiyu a look of exasperation, urging her to comprehend. Observing Wang Liang's helpless expression, which was rather endearing, she chuckled, retrieving a pair of disposable chopsticks to pick up a piece of pork knuckle, placing it in her mouth. Her eyes widened like saucers. Following that, she devoured the second, third, and fourth pieces. Then came the stewed chicken, consumed piece after piece, until only a single star anise remained in the bowl. Wiping her mouth, she looked up, only to find that Wang Liang had vanished without her noticing. Muttering to herself, "With cooking this delicious, it's a pity he doesn't work as a chef. Boss, we would like a plate each of the stewed pork knuckles and stewed chicken that you just made." A customer who had just entered the shop, seeing Miao Shiyu with grease dripping from her chin, felt tempted. They were sent over from the neighboring store. "I don't have any here." The neighboring store? Before he could finish his sentence, a shout rang out from outside, "Charge!" The door burst open, and a massive crowd surged into the adjacent store, resembling a battlefield. Wang Liang stood behind the bar, observing the throng of people, and declared, "The newly arrived product is the Divine Light Stick, which allows for a temporary transformation into Ultraman. This time, the product is still free, but you must work at the Universe Entertainment Club for a month to obtain it." As soon as these words left his mouth, the store fell silent. One had anticipated that it would require a month of labor to acquire the Divine Light Stick. That door led directly to the Universe Entertainment Club. And one must complete a month of work to receive the Divine Light Stick. If one withdrew midway, they would have to start over with their work hours to earn it again. The crowd's gaze followed Wang Liang's pointing finger, all fixated on the black door beside the bar. "Boss Wang, is there any danger in working at the Universe Entertainment Club?" A spy voiced the concern shared by many. "Working hard is fine, but working yourself to the bone is unnecessary. It's just a job, not a battle." "What danger could there be, however? I must remind you that once you go, you must adhere to the rules. Otherwise, you might get fired and waste your time." Upon hearing this, the spies slipped out to report back to headquarters. Most customers who had come to buy toys fell deep in thought. Only a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses took a deep breath, stepping forward to say, "Boss Wang, I want to work." "Very well." Wang Liang led the young man to the door, which opened automatically to reveal a silver vortex. "Step inside, and remember to abide by the rules." The young man nodded, taking a step into the silver whirlpool. The onlookers were once again astounded by this piece of advanced technology, their eyes wide and mouths agape, in the Longwa Security Bureau. Shen Kuer, after listening to his team's report, promptly dispatched 5 individuals to work. Acquiring the Divine Light Stick was one aspect, but primarily, he sought to gather useful intelligence from the Universe Entertainment Club. Various nations, large capital firms, and major corporations had also sent people, albeit to varying degrees. That day, 100 individuals stepped through the black door into the Universe Entertainment Club. Unlike Wang Liang, these newcomers did not appear in the lobby but were instead led into an empty white room. After a health scan confirmed their well-being and the absence of dangerous items, they were escorted away by 5 individuals clad in white. The first to enter for work, a bespectacled young man named Li Fei, was taken to a room where he was instructed to shower and change into a black uniform. Along with others, he was then brought to another empty white room. Inside, there was a stack of employee handbooks. Each person received a copy and began to memorize the employee code of conduct. No accepting tips from customers, no prying into customers' privacy, and so on. The final rule sent shivers down their spines. Any violation of the above regulations would result in immediate exile. Where precisely they would be exiled to was not specified, but it was assuredly not a pleasant destination. The first day was spent memorizing the employee guidelines, and the food provided was akin to compressed biscuits, edible yet quite filling. On the second day, they were taken out of their rooms by the white-clad individuals, navigating a labyrinthine route to an exquisitely traditional Longwa restaurant. Upon entering, they were intercepted by a plump woman. She looked at him with a smile, exclaiming, "Finally, a living person. I can't stand those cold, lifeless robots. Let us have this young man drink with me." Li Fei felt a surge of resentment upon hearing that he was to accompany someone for drinks. How could a dignified man of stature stoop to drink with a woman resembling a corpulent pig? Just as he was about to refuse, a figure clad in white stepped in to decline on his behalf. Being new and still in training, he suggested, "Please, enjoy yourselves for now." With that, he escorted Li Fei into a transparent elevator that whisked them up to the 30th floor, where he handed Li Fei over to another individual dressed in white. Thus, Li Fei became a proud beverage sales representative, occasionally finding himself compelled to share a drink with patrons against his will. The staff at the establishment fondly referred to him as the living one, as the majority of the service personnel were, in fact, intelligent robots. Initially, he appreciated the robots' attentive and courteous service, but over time, he began to sense a lack of warmth in their interactions, and spending prolonged periods in their company left him feeling uneasy, yearning for genuine human connection. While Li Fei diligently toiled away, the miraculous godlight stick and the cosmic entertainment club, along with the enigmatic black door leading into the club, had already created quite a stir in the outside world. The trending topics across major online platforms were as follows: the godlight stick that transforms you into Ultraman, the mysterious cosmic entertainment club, is the entrance to the cosmic entertainment club a wormhole? And what other black technologies does Boss Wong of the magical toy store possess? The last title resonated deeply with the public sentiment. Meanwhile, in a remote laboratory nestled deep within the southwestern mountains, Wang Shengli, the president of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, furrowed his brow as he perused the incoming reports, murmuring, "This Wang Liang is indeed unfathomable. We must find every possible means to win him over. We cannot afford to be negligent." The scientists surrounding him nodded in tacit agreement. Similarly, AC, the president of the Free National Academy of Sciences, sighed as he gazed at an image of the Virgin Mary on his desk. Lamenting, could Wang Liang be a divine envoy? He possesses an abundance of black technologies, and even more alarmingly, he wields magic. His assistant, rubbing his temples, remarked, "Dragon Country has acquired a super battery manufacturing technology from the magical toy store. We cannot allow Dragon Country's technology to surpass ours. We must devise a plan." AC remained silent, sighing as he massaged his temples. According to the reports, Wang Liang had neither family nor friends, making it impossible to approach him through those close to him. Attempts to win his favor with money, power, or beauty had been repeatedly rebuffed. The only strategy that came to mind was kidnapping him and interrogating him for his black technologies and magic. However, this plan bore immense risks, as failure could lead to dire consequences. Other factions were equally shaken by the revelation of Wang Liang's black technologies. In the aftermath, they all racked their brains to devise ways to obtain his incredible innovations and magical artifacts. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Upon leaving the establishment, Li Fei was rewarded for his commendable performance with a bottle of raspberry wine. As he exited, the other patrons turned their curious gazes towards him. A burly man sporting a bushy beard boomed, "Brother, what did you do in there?" Li Fei shook the bottle of wine in his hand, responding, "I was promoting beverages. They even rewarded me with this raspberry wine. I'll pay 50,000 for that bottle." shouted a man adorned with a thick gold chain and a small leather bag, his gaze brimming with arrogance. I'll offer 100,000. I'll bid 1,000,000. Let us see who dares to compete with me. The one shouting 1,000,000 was a middle-aged man with an air of superiority, surveying the crowd with disdain. Regardless of what others offered, he declared he would outbid them threefold. A robust man dressed in a traditional Chinese suit pushed through the crowd to stand beside Li Fei. Just then, 5 others pushed open the black door and entered the shop, their hands empty, devoid of any rewards. What do you all do? Wang Liang inquired, intrigued. We are hall attendants, responsible for accompanying guests and placing bets and comforting those who have lost money. They replied. After a month, has the company not rewarded you at all? None. Wang Liang shook his head, inwardly critiquing. This Ning boss truly is stingy. After earning so much, he can't even spare a small gift. He's practically a miser. The 5 individuals quickly took the godlight sticks and hastily exited the magical toy store. As if compelled by some urgent matter, Li Fei had grown weary of the drinks served within, and when someone offered a high price, he promptly sold his raspberry wine, reaping a handsome profit of $300. The other patrons watched enviously, their mouths watering, but with the workforce already at full capacity, he could only hope for someone to drop out, though it appeared unlikely. After checking his transaction notification, he passed the raspberry wine to the burly man, took the godlight stick, and left the toy store. Hailing a taxi to sunshinecommunity.as, he pulled out his phone to make a call. The building door swung open, revealing a stylishly dressed girl. Upon seeing Li Fei, she frowned and said, "What are you doing here again? I told you, it's impossible between us. Please stop bothering me. Did you hear that? Don't disturb my sister, or you'll be in for it." A young boy nearby, playing with a water gun, threatened, aiming it at Li Fei. "Zhang Xiaoxue, I recall you once said that if I could become Ultraman, you would marry me," Li Fei exclaimed, raising the godlight stick above his head, activating it with a shout of Digga. The covers on either side of the stick opened, releasing a beam of silver light that enveloped him entirely. Moments later, the silver light dissipated, revealing Ultraman Digga. But what use is love when I can transform into Ultraman? With that, Li Fei turned away, tears streaming down his face. He was an ordinary-looking man with an average education and a typical family background. Yet he longed for love and hoped to share his life with the girl he cherished. However, he felt he was too ordinary to deserve such a thing. Zhang Xiaoxue stood in a daze, watching the silhouette of Ultraman, memories flooding her mind. She recalled a sunny afternoon when Li Fei rode his electric bike, clad in a bright yellow food delivery uniform, trailing beside her, presenting her with a bouquet of roses. "Xiaoxue, today is your birthday. This is my gift to you. I hope you like it," he had said shyly. The roses slightly wilted from being crushed in the basket. She had dismissed the notion of settling down with such an ordinary classmate, unwilling to spend her life worrying about mundane matters. She had seen her younger brother holding an Ultraman toy and had casually remarked, "If you could become Ultraman, I would marry you." Little did she know, "Big sister, he really can turn into Ultraman. I want him to be my brother-in-law." As they returned home, she had reminded him, "Weren't you going to take me to buy something delicious? I've been waiting downstairs." That day, 100 individuals streamed out from the black door. Most of them spies from various factions, with only a handful being genuine customers. Once outside, they were swiftly taken back to headquarters for questioning. Upon reviewing the submitted reports, scientists across nations discovered a startling truth. There was not just one universe, but many, akin to a multitude of soap bubbles clustered together. These bubbles were interconnected, and breaching the walls of a bubble would allow entry into another universe. It was evident that the proprietor of the magical toy store, Boss Wang, possessed the ability to break through these bubble walls. In other words, he could procure a plethora of scarce items from various universes, such as black technology and magical artifacts. Upon reaching this conclusion, nations, major capitalists, and corporations convened to assemble think tanks, urging them to brainstorm viable strategies to safely acquire valuable goods from Boss Wang. In the back kitchen of the Yongfu noodle shop, Miao Shiyu held a dedicated phone line. Her expression one of exasperation as she said, "Director, there must be a process to this, right? You can't expect me to force my way in. Be patient. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman, and there's a mountain in between. A woman pursues a man, and there's but a veil. The situation is rather urgent. Please expedite your progress. If you want to change personnel, I truly lack the skills to woo someone, she replied. The moment the suggestion of changing personnel was mentioned, the tone on the other end softened immediately to "My dear, how could we possibly switch now? Fine, I won't press you. Proceed at your own pace." With the tone having softened, Miao Shiyu's demeanor also improved. "I'll do my utmost to entice him. If all else fails, I'll go straight to the point." Just then, Sun Gu approached her and whispered, "Something feels off outside. You should take a look." Miao Shiyu silenced the call, secured her dedicated phone in a safe, and stepped out of the kitchen. To her astonishment, a throng of stunning women stood outside. Each one as beautiful as she was. Finally, she understood why Director Shun had emphasized the urgency of the situation. It was indeed pressing. In the alley, streamers of influencers were basking in the attention, grinning widely as they prepared to go live. With so many beautiful women appearing simultaneously, the viewership in their live streams surged dramatically. Those watching were left in disbelief, questioning the sudden influx of so many attractive women. "I can tell, these beauties are all here to allure Boss Wong. Goodness. With this many women, even if Boss Wong had 9 kidneys, he would still be overwhelmed." Within the magical toy store, Wang Liang stood behind the bar, gazing at the throng of lovely ladies with a hint of confusion. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, a short man in a sharp suit stepped forward, introducing himself. "Boss Wong, I represent Morgan Group. These women are all here to meet you, as they hold you in high regard." A stunning beauty with fair skin and a captivating figure approached the bar, sweetly uttering, "Hello, Boss Wong." As she spoke, her large, enchanting eyes fixated on Wang Liang, seemingly attempting to ensnare his very soul. Chapter 38. The seductive strategy against Wang Liang. Miao Shiyu teases various influential powers. At this moment, the spies within the establishment silently cursed, deeming her shameless for resorting to such manipulative tactics. The customers frowned, gritting their teeth, their fists clenched, internally lamenting the vast disparities between individuals. How bitterly sour. It was as if they had consumed an excessive amount of vinegar. Wang Liang certainly appreciated the allure of such a beauty, yet his primary concern lay in his own safety. Previously, he had dealt with stalking, a covert threat, and now he was faced with an overt display of charm. A true headache indeed. After pondering for a moment, he stated, "As a representative of Morgan Group, I am aware of your intentions. I can assure you that I possess nothing of what you seek. I am merely a pawn in this game. Behind me lies a much greater power. Flattering me will yield no benefits, so I kindly ask you to leave." This statement was also directed at the spies in the establishment, hoping to confuse them for a while and alleviate his daily troubles. Upon hearing Wang Liang's firm and earnest tone, the representative of Morgan Group took a few seconds to contemplate and replied, "Boss Wang, Morgan Group will always be your good friend. We shan't disturb you further. Farewell." With that, she departed the toy store, accompanied by a bevy of beauties. Just as Wang Liang exhaled in relief, Miao Shiyu returned, carrying an old hen that had been laying eggs for 2.5 years. "The chicken you stewed last time was delightful. I'll provide the ingredients. Could you prepare it once more?" she proposed, placing the hen on the counter. "Today is my brother's birthday. I've cooked lamb for dinner. Come over later." The spies exchanged thoughtful glances, their expressions brightening as the realization dawned upon them. Why hadn't they considered this before? This beauty, who owned a noodle shop, evidently had a good rapport with Boss Wong, making her a valuable asset. "All right, allow me to showcase my unparalleled culinary skills once more. I guarantee even the children next door will weep with longing. I'll step out to see if there are any flying cows." Miao Shiyu quipped. Shortly after her return to the shop, an unassuming middle-aged man approached the bar and quietly said, "Hello, beautiful. My name is Lu Zhan, and I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. May we speak privately? What is this important matter?" "Feel free to state it directly," Miao Shiyu replied. Lu Zhan observed the seemingly naive demeanor of the beauty before him, feeling a pang of helplessness. He smiled and quietly said, "There is indeed a matter of great significance that requires your assistance. I asked, there anyone in the kitchen? Could we converse there?" "There is someone, my brother. Is there anyone else?" "No, that's all right." When Miao Shiyu led Lu Zhan to the kitchen, her brother, Sun Gu, was busy preparing lamb with a bone-cutting knife. He turned and asked, "Who is this? He claims to be from SoftBank. What business do you have with my sister?" Lu Zhan, gazing at the honest-looking man before him, retrieved a bank card from his pocket, saying, "This card contains 1 million. The password is 317993. I would like to request your sister's assistance. What sort of assistance? Sun Gu feigned vigilance. We would like her to speak favorably about us to Boss Wong of the magical toy store. To establish some rapport, Lu Jin explained, placing the bank card on the counter with a confident smile. Convinced that a mere noodle shop owner could not resist the allure of 1 million, as he had anticipated, the siblings retreated to a corner to whisper among themselves, eventually approaching Lu Jin to say, My sister cannot guarantee that her words will necessarily endear you to Boss Wong. That's not a concern. All we need is for her to speak well of us. This 1 million is merely an initial incentive. Should our relationship with Boss Wong progress, we will invest directly in your noodle shop, assisting you in establishing a nationwide chain. Thank you, Manager Liu. Thank you, Director Liu. Seeing the siblings' faces filled with dreams of a better future, Lu Jin knew his enticing proposal had worked. His expression grew serious as he added, However, there is one condition. What condition? Sun Gu asked, glancing anxiously at the bank card on the counter. You must not assist any other companies. If we discover that you have, we will immediately terminate our collaboration and reclaim this 1 million. With that, he produced a pen and a stack of papers from his pocket, laying them before Sun Gu. This is our cooperation agreement. If you agree, please sign it. Sun Gu picked up the contract, pretended to read it thoroughly, then signed it with a pseudonym, Miao Jiandong. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction, collecting the contract and pen, and looked at Miao Shiyu earnestly, saying, Work diligently. Your future is exceedingly bright. Thank you, Manager Liu, for the promotion. This is a special direct line phone. You are to report your progress to me every week. Understood, Miao Shiyu replied, accepting the phone with both hands. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction and swiftly exited the noodle shop. Subsequently, various capitalists, companies, and even spies from different nations approached Miao Shiyu. She welcomed them all, agreeing to their proposals and accepting their money, skillfully leading them around in circles. Later that evening, she retrieved the special line phone from the safe and dialed a unique number, weakly stating, Director, the fire has been drawn to me. My strategy has worked, I have heard. Thank you for your hard work. I am in the process of applying for your commendation. Goodbye. Just then, Wang Liang arrived, carrying a pot of stewed chicken into the noodle shop. The aroma wafted throughout, making her stomach growl incessantly. What is making that noise? Do you have a frog at home? Wang Liang placed the stewed chicken on the table, feigning curiosity. Yes, I have a frog in my belly. How does one keep a frog in their belly? By eating tadpoles. As they bantered, Sun Gu presented a large bowl of tender lamb, 3 cold dishes, and a bowl of longevity noodles. Since there were only adults, no cake was prepared. As the meal commenced, Miao Shiyu grabbed a chicken leg, devouring it greedily, completely disregarding her image. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. I handle the grocery shopping daily. Will you handle the cooking? You wish? Sun Gu suddenly felt like a massive light bulb in a room filled with warmth. While they indulged in their meal, the effects of the divine light stick continued to unfold. On Park Road, a stylish beauty was walking briskly ahead, glancing back occasionally. Following her was a slender man wearing a baseball cap, his shadowy eyes peering from beneath the brim, fixated on the beauty as if he intended to consume her. The beauty scanned her surroundings and noticed 3 young men emerging from an internet CAF not far away. She hurried over to seek their help. Handsome, there's someone following me. Chapter 39. The young man transforms into Tiga. Heroically rescuing the beauty, Wang Liang receives a reward. Have you called the police? Yes, but they haven't arrived yet, as the beauty spoke. She hid behind the 3 young men, peeking out nervously at her pursuer across the street. This man had stalked her before. He had even been caught by the police once, yet he was audacious enough to follow her again. It was terrifying. Without needing the police, one of the bespectacled youths proclaimed, Watch this. He pulled out the divine light stick from his pocket, raising it for all to see. Tiga, he shouted, a beam of silver light emanating from the stick, enveloping his entire form. Once the light dissipated, a bespectacled Tiga appeared. The young man's friends, having witnessed his transformation before, remained unfazed, while the beauty behind them stared in wide-eyed astonishment, her mouth forming an O shape. The stalker across the street was equally dumbfounded. His previously shadowy eyes now wide open in disbelief. Prepare to be obliterated? The bespectacled youth shouted, unleashing Tiga's signature move, the Zai Pali Ao Raid. A beam of silver light shot forth, grazing the stalker's cap and landing in the bushes across the street. At that moment, the stalker stood frozen in place, utterly paralyzed with fear, as if turned to stone. He had never imagined that Tiga would come to eliminate him. Seeing that the stalker remained motionless, the youth felt compelled to reclaim his dignity in front of the beauty. He dashed across the street, dramatically declaring, "How dare you underestimate Tiga? I will make you pay." No sooner had he spoken than the stalker fell to his knees, his head bobbing like a garlic press, crying out, "Don't kill me! Please, don't kill me! Mom! Look, it's Tiga!" A little boy exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, his face flushed. His mother recorded the moment on her phone, exclaiming, "Mom, I see it." A few minutes later, 2 police cars pulled up to the curb. The stalker, the beauty, the 2 young men, and the bespectacled Tiga were all taken away. The following day, a video of the young man transforming into Tiga to subdue a villain and heroically rescue the beauty appeared online. Unsurprisingly, it quickly climbed the trending charts on various platforms, resulting in a significant increase in customers at the magical toy store. Wang Liang gazed at the last 2 divine light sticks remaining on the counter, silently murmuring, "The working hours have come to an end." Yet they still haven't emerged. As he pondered this, the black door swung open. 2 stooped old men, trembling with age, shuffled out from within, each step a precarious maneuver as if they might topple at any moment. Wang Liang was taken aback. He distinctly remembered 2 young men entering. How could they have transformed into 2 frail elders? The customers in the store were equally bewildered. Surely, the playful spirit of these 2 old gentlemen was rather excessive. At their advanced age, they had still chosen to work. If anyone was the most bewildered, it was undoubtedly the spies from Gaoyao Nation. These 2 men were their comrades, and from the contours of their faces, one could still faintly discern their youthful appearances. After stepping out of the black door, the 2 elderly gentlemen stared blankly at the store's customers for a few seconds. Suddenly, one of them burst into tears. Weeping like a child, between sobs, he exclaimed, "It was so hard. We suffered immensely, but we finally made it out. How could you have changed so drastically?" Wang Liang, while questioning, offered them the remaining 2 divine light sticks from the counter. The elderly men said nothing, accepting the sticks and tremblingly departing from the wondrous toy store. The spies from Gaoyao Nation followed closely behind, escorting them to a safe haven where they began to inquire about the situation. Through tears, the 2 men recounted their tale, speaking in turns. "After we entered, we took a risk to gather more intelligence, violating the employee code of conduct. And then, to this point, one old man was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could barely speak." The other elder continued, "We were exiled to a planet known as Industrial Star Number 2, where we toiled for a full 60 years. 60 years. I am now 84. Oh, 60 years. The spies from Gaoyao Nation were astounded. After a moment of contemplation, one murmured, "What on earth is happening? Clearly, only a month has passed on Blue Star." The 2 old men remained silent, their tears flowing freely. The headquarters of Gaoyao Nation quickly learned of this incident, and the scientists there posited that the 2 men had likely been sent to a place where time flowed at an accelerated rate. Meanwhile, news of the elderly gentleman's circumstances began to trend across major online platforms. Shocking, 2 young men entered the Cosmic Entertainment Center for a month of work, only to return as old men. How could this be? Queries erupted regarding the secrets concealed within Wang's Cosmic Entertainment Center. Young individuals entering to work and emerging as old men within the span of a month. What could possibly be the explanation? These tantalizing headlines swiftly attracted a multitude of netizens. After reading the news, online users tagged Wang, the owner of the wondrous toy store, with an additional label: sinister, exceedingly sinister. Scientists from various countries also appended a tag to Wang, deeming him profound, too profound, utterly unfathomable. Just when one might assume he had exhausted all his means, he would invariably present a grand surprise. In a laboratory deep within the southwestern mountains, Zhao Shengli, the director of the Dragon Science Institute, gazed at the divine light sticks before him, sighing repeatedly. His assistant, ruffling his disheveled hair, spoke with a tone of resignation, "We guard a treasure trove, yet return empty-handed each time. It's truly disheartening." This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many scientists. The cutting-edge technology lay right before them, yet they could not grasp the underlying techniques, leaving them feeling as if their hearts were being clawed by a cat, itchy and anxious. Such matters cannot be rushed. Patience is essential. Tomorrow, we shall commence testing the super battery. After the two elderly men departed, Wang Liang announced that the toys had been sold out and decided to take a half-day break, swiftly ushering the remaining customers out and locking the door to claim his reward. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward. One experience card for the blind box machine, which contains treasures beyond your imagination. It all depends on your luck. Rest assured, I am known as the Blind Box Prince. I have a psychic connection with the precious prizes within, and I will surely select the right one. New task. Sell 1,000 magic bubble machines. Bubble machines. Wang Liang recalled his childhood days of blowing bubbles, mixing washing powder with water and selling them to classmates, earning a handsome profit of 3 yuan. He would buy 6 bags of spicy strips from the local shop, munching on them as he walked back to the orphanage. Finishing them all, those were truly joyful times. Price: 1 month of luck. Friendly reminder: bronze-level suppliers earn 8 points for each month of luck collected. Chapter 40. Drawing from the blind box. Claiming rewards. Task reward: a virtual reality gaming helmet. This helmet allows you to experience a second life. Wow! This reward is impressive. Wang Liang exclaimed to himself, his eyes sparkling like 21000. What searchlights? Would you like to use the blind box machine experience card now? Use. Blind box machine opening. Completed. A transparent box materialized before Wang Liang, constructed through holographic projection, displaying a row of black boxes. Through an inexplicable psychic connection, Wang Liang ultimately chose the 5th black box in the second row. Congratulations! You have obtained the legendary martial arts manual, Dragon Subduing 10 Palms. Dragon Subduing 10 Palms? Wang Liang was somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't it be 18 palms of the Dragon Subduing? The legendary powerhouse has arrived at the designated location. The countdown of 3 seconds begins now. 3, 2, 1. As the last number was spoken, Wang Liang felt an influx of martial arts knowledge flooding his mind, accompanied by a heat surging through his body as if he were burning with fever. At a certain moment, his body felt remarkably unencumbered, akin to the relief one experiences after enduring a week of constipation, followed by consuming 2 pounds of castor beans, resulting in 3 consecutive days of unrelenting diarrhea. An exhilarating sense of liberation washed over him. The Ren and Du meridians have been unblocked. The first layer of power infusion begins. In an instant, Wang Liang felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. Infusion complete. You now possess the first layer of legendary prowess. The Dragon Subduing 10 Palms martial arts have been thoroughly assimilated, reaching a state of perfection. Wang Liang nodded, a crooked smile gracing his lips as he strode out of the toy store. Making his way into the alley, under the curious gazes of onlookers, he raised his hand and shouted, "Dragon Point 10 Palms," striking the wall with a forceful slap. The wall remained unmoved. His hand struck the wall with a resounding clap, sending a jolt of pain through his arm. The spectators erupted into laughter, resembling shrimp in their mirth. That was a mistake. Just a mistake, Wang Liang muttered, shaking his hand and channeling his energy once more. He shouted, "Dragon Point 10 Palms." This time, he aimed at the ground, wary of damaging the wall, lest he incur expenses to hire a mason for repairs. A resounding dragon's roar echoed in his ears as a golden palm, over a meter in width, appeared before him and, following the motion of his hand, descended with a thud onto the ground. The golden palm dissipated, leaving behind an imprint of its form on the hard asphalt surface. In that moment, the alley fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the gentle rustling of leaves broke the stillness. Spies, streamers, ordinary customers, passers-by, and Miao Shiyu all stared with wide eyes, mouths agape in astonishment. Even the online viewers in the live stream momentarily forgot to send comments, transfixed before their screens. "Oh no, we're going to have to pay to repair the road," Wang Liang remarked, his words acting as a switch that unleashed a chorus of astonished exclamations from the crowd. Streamers enthusiastically raised their thumbs, shouting, "Boss Wang is incredible. Boss Wang is mighty. Boss Wang is imposing." The scene evoked memories for Wang Liang of the grand entrance of the Xingsu Old Immortal, a master of boundless magic. Though he could not quite recall the following line, the spies were too anxious to offer flattery. They hastily shuffled their trembling legs to a secluded spot, retrieved a satellite phone, and reported the situation to headquarters. In an unremarkable building by the sea in Gaoyao Nation, a middle-aged man with a traditional beard answered the call, listening for a few seconds before exclaiming, "What? Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Are you certain he left a palm print over a meter wide on the asphalt?" "Absolutely. I witnessed it myself." He unleashed a legendary technique, and a golden palm appeared, leaving its mark on the asphalt. "Understood. Continue your observation." The middle-aged man, trembling with apprehension, hung up the phone, gazing at the portrait of the emperor before him, taking deep breaths as if suffering from asthma. His name was Mikawa Goro, head of the secret special department in Gaoyao Nation. Ever since he took on the task concerning Wang Liang, his heart had been in turmoil. Frequently startled, and at this rate, he feared he might suffer a heart attack. The last time they sent someone to follow him, 2 of their agents had perished in an instant. He had been on edge for days, terrified that Wang Liang would somehow uncover him through some sinister means. Thankfully, nothing had gone awry, but upon hearing this news, his hair stood on end. If that palm were to strike him, it could only be described by an ancient saying from the Dragon Nation: shattered to pieces. A strategic adjustment regarding Wang Liang was imperative. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. In the Pentagon of Free Nation, in an office at the end of a corridor on the 5th floor, the head of the intelligence department, Omis, held a phone in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he spat out a mouthful of coffee. Oh my God, what are you saying? How can this be possible?" "Omisai, I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Wang Liang is certainly not an ordinary human being. He resembles a superhero from Marvel. We must refrain from employing special measures against him, for the consequences could be dire." "Is there any video footage?" "Yes, I will send it to you shortly." "All right." The Longwa Security Bureau. Shinqual put down the dedicated phone line, staring blankly at the landscape painting on the wall. After a considerable pause, he trembled as he spoke. "Is this even human?" Meanwhile, other factions received the intelligence about the slap and quickly convened their think tank teams to adjust their strategies in response to Wang Liang. Observing the slap mark on the road, Wang Liang furrowed his brow and asked, "Does anyone know a road worker? Please provide me with a contact." In an instant, nearly everyone raised their hands, randomly selecting a kind-hearted gentleman. He contacted the road workers. 2 hours later, the slap mark vanished, and the road returned to its original state, at the cost of 500 yuan, a worthy price that deterred many petty individuals. After the road workers returned to their unit, they boasted to their colleagues, who, unbeknownst to them, had already seen the complete video online. The comments below the video were rife with disdain for those who claimed traditional martial arts were ineffective. Who dares to spar with Boss Wang? Soon enough, a contrarian emerged, challenging, "Is this traditional martial arts? This is an unparalleled skill. If traditional martial arts are mastered, they become extraordinary techniques. Why haven't you mastered such skills?" It was evident that technology and fierce tactics were employed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leave such a large handprint on the road. The conversation ended here, perhaps due to being outmatched or simply having other matters to attend to. This segment of video quickly circulated on foreign websites. Citizens of Xiankai country commented, "The special effects are impressive. In real combat, our Xiankai country's karate is the most formidable." Citizens of Curry country retorted, "Karate is a joke. It can't compare to yoga." Xiankai citizens shot back, "You maggots living in a cesspool, crawl away from me." Chapter 41. Selling magical bubble machines, triggering temporary street stall task, shipping in progress. Shipment complete. A flash of silver light revealed a counter brimming with magical bubble machines, resembling oversized water guns. Wang Liang picked one up, pulled the trigger, and a cascade of colorful bubbles erupted from the nozzle. Apart from their aesthetic appeal, they seemed rather mundane. Glancing at the instruction manual, he discovered that upon contact with a person, the bubbles would instantly enlarge, enveloping them and allowing for a brief flight. Quite amusing. After launching a series of vibrant bubbles and touching one, he was instantly encased. Floating in midair for several seconds before gently descending, the bubble bursting as he returned to the counter. This toy was genuinely remarkable. After praising the magical bubble machine, he accessed the product page to check stock. He was now a confirmed tycoon. Sending one person to work at the Cosmic Entertainment Center would earn him 10 points, and after sending in 1,000 people, his points soared to 10,000. A plethora of products became available for purchase. As he browsed, his attention was suddenly captured by a sports car named Bumblebee, its entire body a vibrant yellow, strikingly ostentatious. However, that was not the main point. The highlight was that it could transform. Much like the Transformers in the movies, Though unlike the sentient transformers, this one required manual control. Manual control was excellent. Wasn't he this akin to a mecha from a science fiction novel? It suited Wang Liang's tastes perfectly. He was determined to acquire this Bumblebee sports car. Glancing at the price, it required 18,000 points, yet he currently had only 10,000. Selling one magical bubble machine would earn him 8 points, and selling 1,000 would yield 8,000 points. What was he waiting for? He promptly opened the store, as expected. A throng of people rushed in, not bothering to inquire about the product, merely shouting, "Boss Wang, I want one. I need 2. I want 3. This time, the product was the magical bubble machine, priced at a month's worth of luck. Upon hearing the word luck, the store fell silent. Last time, they were oblivious to the implications of losing a bit of luck. They had thought it inconsequential, but it was indeed perilous, and they dared not step outside for fear of being hit by a car. As per the usual protocol, buyers placed their hands on the fish tank. And when Wang Liang instructed them to remove their hands, they hesitated. The spies took a deep breath, eager to earn more, each offering a month's worth of luck. Before stepping out, they ensured their phones were safe and promptly called their companions to retreat to their safe haven. The customers, however, were not as compliant as the spies. They had already learned from online sources just how dismal losing a month's luck could be. Apart from a handful truly interested in the magical bubble machines, the rest refrained from purchasing. Ultimately, only 60 units of the magical bubble machine sold, the lowest sales record since the magical toy store opened, excluding the earlier sales of the silver electric yo-yo when customers were still unfamiliar with the store. With the poor sales of the magical bubble machine, how could Wang Liang hope to buy the Bumblebee sports car? He hurriedly introduced, "This magical bubble machine is not ordinary. The bubbles it emits can envelop a person, allowing them to float for a brief moment." After demonstrating, the customers applauded enthusiastically, the atmosphere charged with excitement, yet few made a purchase. At a critical juncture, the store's first customer, a chubby boy named Zhang Dong, entered with his classmates. Approaching the counter, he pointed at the magical bubble machine and asked, "How much for this water gun?" "This is a magical bubble machine, not a water gun." Before Wang Liang could finish, the chubby boy shook his head in disappointment, saying, "Forget the bubble machine. That's something for girls. As a man, I should be playing with a water gun." Just as he was about to leave, Wang Liang called out, "Wait, this isn't an ordinary bubble machine. It's a magical bubble machine that can envelop a person and let them float for a while." As he spoke, he demonstrated once more. The chubby boy and his classmates turned red with excitement, their eyes sparkling. "Uncle, how much is this magical bubble machine?" Wang Liang raised his index finger, smiling, "It's free. Just 1 month's luck." Upon hearing it was free, the chubby boy's eyes brightened, like 2 500-watt searchlights, but when he heard the price of a month's luck, the lights extinguished, leaving him in darkness, unable to see anything. After using a month's luck to buy a magic wand, he had experienced a month of continuous misfortune. His homework was chewed by a dog. He forgot his Chinese textbook, and during an exam, he forgot to write his name on the paper. The teacher chastised him, asking how he hadn't left his head at home. His classmates nearly collapsed with laughter. In short, a myriad of unfortunate events had transpired, and he was on the verge of tears. "Zhou Gang, why don't you buy it?" The chubby boy turned his attention to his classmate, hoping he would buy it so he could play with it too. Zhou Gang shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. He had already heard Zhang Dong speak about the month of luck, and he certainly preferred not to face the teacher's ire over playing with a magical bubble machine. "Last time you played with my magic wand and yo-yo. Now that I want to play with the bubble machine, you won't buy it? You have no loyalty. Once I buy it, you can't borrow my magical bubble machine," the chubby boy declared, resolutely placing his hand on the luck collection device. A cloud of gray mist swirled up, encircling his hand before sinking into the vessel. Wang Liang swiftly handed a magical bubble machine to the chubby boy and scanned the store's customers. As if to say, even elementary school students dare to buy it, yet you adults hesitate. Truly a bunch of cowards. This provocation, however, failed to incite action. By the time the store closed that evening, only 80 magical bubble machines had sold. At the previous sales rate, a minimum of 500 units should have been sold. After dinner, Wang Liang gazed at the product page for the Bumblebee sports car, exclaiming helplessly, "System, can't you just accept money? Why must it be luck?" Friendly reminder, currency is the most inexpensive thing. Ding, due to a significant decline in sales, A temporary street stall task has been triggered. Would you like to accept? Accept. Please select a stall location. A world map appeared before Wang Liang's eyes. After a moment's thought, he asked, are there any protective measures during the stall? Friendly reminder. During the stall, suppliers and stalls are protected by dimensional space, ensuring no danger will occur. Wang Liang nodded, choosing to set up his stall in Times Square of the Freedom Country. Those oblivious foreigners surely had no idea of the consequences of losing a month's luck. As long as he showcased the magical bubble machine's wonders, sales would undoubtedly soar. Location confirmed. Stall opening in progress. Opening complete. Wang Liang found himself standing in Times Square of the Freedom Country, just as depicted in the news, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and massive LED screens displaying advertisements. The foreigners stared at him with wide eyes, as if gazing upon a rare creature. Chapter 42. Complete the temporary task. Gain super driving skills. Temporary task. Successfully sell 300 magical bubble machines within 72 hours. Temporary task reward. 1 random life skill. Countdown begins. A colorful countdown timer materialized beside Wang Liang, startling the foreigners, who exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Wang Liang surveyed the state of his stall, the familiar counter positioned behind him, adorned with a black cash register and a fortune collector, alongside an electronic horn commonly used for selling vegetables. He picked it up and casually exclaimed, "Foreigners, here I am." To his surprise, what emanated was a language of freedom. Quite impressive. The system had anticipated his linguistic limitations, equipping him with a translation horn. From the south to the north, those who have passed and those merely passing by, come take a look at my magical bubble machine. The bubbles it produces can envelop a person and allow them to float for a while. As Wang Liang articulated this, he demonstrated the phenomenon. The foreigners covered their mouths, exclaiming, "Oh my God, this is insane. My heavens, cool, so cool." The dialogue revolved around these 4 phrases, their vocabulary quite limited, even devoid of expressions like awesome or wow. No charge, just a month of good luck to easily acquire a magical bubble machine. What are you waiting for? Hurry and grab one. The moment they heard it was free, the foreigners erupted into excitement, rushing in droves toward him, forming an orderly queue, each waiting their turn. No pushing, please. 5 minutes later, news of Wang Liang's South appearance at Times Square reached the upper echelons of the free nation. The leaders were utterly bewildered. The arrival of such happiness was far too abrupt. If Wang Liang were to remain in the free nation for business, wouldn't the black technology he possessed inevitably belong to them? Following an urgent meeting, they dispatched a savvy and capable female representative, fluent in Dragon Country's language, to rush to Times Square. Concurrently, news of this development reached Dragon Country. The Minister of Science and Technology, Hao Jianya, was pacing frantically in his office, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. The director of the Security Bureau, Shen Kuo, stood by the window, sighing repeatedly, muttering, "When it rains, it pours. There's nothing to be done." The president of the Academy of Sciences, Zhao Xingli, sat in the laboratory, lamenting to the air, "What are they all doing? They can't even keep one person. If you can't keep him, just say so. I'll have my granddaughter intervene. I guarantee it'll work. This is infuriating." Miao Shiyu was hiding in the kitchen, shedding tears as she cried, "I told you. I want to find a partner. I urged you to change representatives quickly. But you wouldn't listen. Now that he has gone, what are we to do?" Sun Gu remained silent, crouched in a corner, smoking in contemplation. Minutes later, the heads of major companies in Dragon Country learned of this news. The chairman of the rice company, Lei Xiaojun, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the incessant flow of vehicles below, sighing, "How did he suddenly end up in the free nation? This is troublesome." The chairman of Huawei Company, Renfei, rubbed his temples, murmuring, "I wonder if Mr. Wang will return." Other company leaders expressed their regrets over the matter. It was evident that Wang Liang's departure might lead to the free nation acquiring his technology, resulting in a prolonged period of suppression from their tech companies. It was truly disheartening. An hour later, news of Wang Liang's South presence at Times Square topped the trending lists on major Dragon Country online platforms. Comments flowed in with a sarcastic tone. "This is what they call a clever bird selecting its perch." The difference is clear. Some netizens, upon reading this, were incensed and wished to rebut, yet found themselves at a loss for words. As the facts were indisputable, They could only silently draw circles and curse the rhythm dogs and banana people. Unbeknownst to Wang Liang, his casual stall setup had instilled trepidation in so many. At that moment, he was engaged with the representative sent by the upper echelon of the Free Nation. Mr. Wang, we have found the finest shop for you in Times Square, and you are always welcome to settle in. The shop, water, electricity, gas, and everything else will be provided free of charge. We assure you that no one will trouble you. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me, and I will resolve them for you immediately. The lady spoke, deliberately bending to adjust her stockings. The surrounding foreigners stared wide-eyed, their hearts sour as if they had consumed 2 pounds of lemons in Times Square, where every inch of land is precious. The rental prices are exorbitant. Tio enticed this dragon country individual to settle in. They were offering it for free. The disparity between people was indeed greater than that between humans and dogs. At this moment, Wang Liang's mind was solely occupied with the thought of his Bumblebee sports car, completely disregarding the lady's charms. Politely, he replied, "Miss, could you allow me to sell my goods for a while?" Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 72 hours had elapsed. Apart from sleeping and eating, he spent all his time at the stall, ultimately selling 520 magical bubble machines. Why didn't he sell out completely? Because the foreigners were not foolish. They quickly realized the terrifying consequences of losing their luck. A particularly unfortunate individual, having just purchased a magical bubble machine, was struck unconscious by falling debris. Thankfully, it was only a half-empty bottle of cola. Had it been a brick, he would surely have met his end. Consequently, sales plummeted. However, the foreigners generally exhibited considerable bravado, as evidenced by their penchant for extreme sports, and thus, a fair number of machines were still sold. Coupled with the previous 80 sold, the total reached 600 units, amassing a score of 14,800. The remaining 200 units would need to be sold gradually. As he closed up shop and headed home. A brilliant silver light flashed, and the onlookers who had gathered to witness the spectacle found the stall had vanished, leaving behind an empty space as if it had never existed. The spies monitoring Wang Liang's movements widened their eyes in astonishment, swiftly reporting the situation. Upon learning this, the upper echelons of the Free Nation shook their heads in dismay, lamenting their predicament. The president of the Academy of Sciences, AIC, sat behind his desk, staring blankly at the image of the Virgin Mary across from him. Before suddenly roaring, "Fools! A bunch of fools!" When Wang Liang first appeared at Times Square, he had proposed the immediate implementation of special measures to forcibly retain him, but those fools had vehemently opposed, claiming it would incur unpredictable costs. Now, the individual had fled, leaving him infuriated. The head of the intelligence department, Umasai, upon hearing of Wang Liang's departure, let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had feared that some fools might sway the higher-ups into taking drastic measures, leading to unimaginable consequences. It now appeared that among those fools, there were indeed some wise individuals. Upon returning to his store, Wang Liang was promptly rewarded. Temporary mission completed. Reward: life skill, super driving technique. A skill that integrates the experiences of over 100 top race car drivers, remarkably potent, insight initiating. Wang Liang instantly felt an influx of driving expertise flood his mind. Just in time to redeem the Bumblebee sports car, he would become an exceptionally formidable driver in the realm of racing. Insight completed. Chapter 43. Wang Liang's return. The little fatty causes trouble at around noon, amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by. Wang Liang emerged from the magical toy store and entered the adjacent noodle shop, ordering a bowl of knife-cut noodles, along with an egg and a meatball. Taking a seat, he pulled out his phone and began watching a movie using the holographic projection feature. "Wait, ISNT Boss Wang's supposed to be in the Free Nation," someone exclaimed outside the noodle shop. "Yes, back. ISNT he? Is that a problem? Did I say it was a problem? Then why are you being sarcastic?" "Am I being sarcastic?" As the two seemed on the verge of a physical altercation, Wang Liang called out, "Enough arguing. I merely went to set up a stall and sell some items. What is the big deal?" "Boss Wang, while you were away, people online said you went to develop in the Free Nation. Do you believe everything said online? I'm unfamiliar with life in the Free Nation and can't even understand their language. How could I possibly develop anything?" "That is true." A passerby filmed a video and posted it online, titled, "Who said Boss Wang went to the Free Nation to develop? Look, he's back." In less than 10 minutes, the comment section exploded with over 99 replies. I'm going to roast those sarcastic banana people. I'm going too. Me too. The hidden banana people and rhythm dogs never anticipated Wang Liang's return, as they believed the air in the free nation was so sweet that once someone went, they would never come back. Consequently, they faced a deluge of backlash from netizens. Ultimately, some deleted their posts. Others erased their comments, and some removed their videos, all opting to temporarily hide, biding their time for the next opportunity to emerge as independent thinkers. Meanwhile, various factions within Dragon Country also received news of Wang Liang's return. The Minister of Science and Technology, Hao Jianya, let out a sigh of relief and brewed himself a cup of floral tea to calm his nerves. During Wang Liang's absence, he had struggled to eat or sleep, nearly succumbing to lovesickness. Zhao Xingli, the president of the Academy of Sciences, sat in his laboratory, grinning at the air while muttering, "I knew he would come back." The other scientists in the lab chuckled at Zhao's antics, shaking their heads and secretly mocking, "What a playful old man." The director of the Security Bureau, Shen Kuo, stared at the dedicated line telephone on his desk, reaching for it then pulling back, repeating this several times. Finally, he rubbed his temples and said to his secretary nearby, "Do we have any experts in romance? I mean real experts." The secretary pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems we don't." "All right, you can get back to your work." After the secretary exited the office, Shen Kuo approached the window, gazing at the blue sky, murmuring, "Indeed, matters of the heart are challenging, as difficult as climbing to the heavens." The chairman of the rice company, Lei Xiaojun, likewise stood by the window, speaking to himself, "It's great he's back. The question is, how can we obtain the holographic projection technology?" This technology was something he yearned for day and night, dreaming of the rice company acquiring it to produce a batch of holographic projection phones that would sell like hotcakes, thereby securing the top spot in global mobile phone sales. The rice company has also evolved into a remarkably esteemed enterprise, achieving great success, and now stands on the brink of retirement. Alas, it is all but a dream. The heads of other companies, naturally, have received the news of Wang Liang's return. They are racking their brains, pondering how they might acquire the coveted black technology. The knife-cut noodles soon arrived. Wang Liang glanced at Miao Shiyu, who was serving the noodles, and cheerfully remarked, "Take it easy, and be sure to retire early tonight." Miao Shiyu understood his implication. She had been suffering from insomnia for several nights, resulting in 2 panda-like dark circles under her eyes. She was astonished that he had even noticed, truly speechless, so utterly at a loss for words. She remained silent, lowered her head, and retreated behind the counter to play with her phone. "I'm just joking. Please don't be upset." "I'm not upset. That's good." Wang Liang quickly finished his noodles, paid, and just before exiting, tossed over his shoulder, "In a few days, I'll have a car. An exceptionally impressive one. I'll take you for a spin then." Miao Shiyu did not respond, keeping her head down, her lips curling slightly upwards. Around 2 p.m., the magical toy store opened its doors. Streamers of excitement filled the air as live streamers seeking to capitalize on the hype, spies sent by various factions, and ordinary customers converged, restoring the lively atmosphere of yore. Simultaneously, the chubby Zhang Dong and his classmates were having a jolly time. It was Friday, and after one more afternoon of classes, they would be liberated, eliciting extra cheerfulness. "Zhang Dong, why don't you bring out the magic bubble machine you bought and let us play with it?" His deskmate shouted. "One play costs $1. You stingy miser. If you want to play, go buy your own, coward." "I certainly won't buy it. I don't want to end up like you, constantly berated by the teacher." As they were bickering, a female classmate handed Zhang Dong $1. "Can I play once?" "Sure. I love your lavishness." The chubby boy carefully tucked the money into his pocket and retrieved the magic bubble machine from his backpack to hand to the female classmate. "But just so you know, $1 only gets you 5 bubble launches." The girl nodded, pointed ahead, and pulled the trigger, releasing a cascade of beautiful, colorful bubbles from the nozzle. The other girls gasped in astonishment. "Wow, what beautiful bubbles. Did you just say you liked her?" His deskmate chuckled beside him. "When did I say I liked her? Just now. I meant I liked her kind of lavishness." The chubby boy's face turned crimson, as if painted with rouge. "That still counts as liking her." The deskmate cupped her hands around her mouth, forming a trumpet shape, and shouted, "Listen up. Just now, Zhang Dong told me he likes." At this point, she abruptly stopped, as the chubby boy covered her mouth. When she pried his hand away, she continued to shout, "He likes Gu Sijia." Upon hearing this, a chorus of "Oh!" erupted from the class. The girl with the bubble machine blushed and exclaimed, "Could you please stop making wild claims?" The chubby boy and his desk mate began playfully tussling. Just then, the class bell rang, signaling the teacher's arrival, and the students hurriedly returned to their seats, sitting up straight. Jia quickly returned the magic bubble machine to Zhang Dong, saying, "There are still 2 chances left," and took her seat, sitting upright. Zhang Dong noticed a bubble still floating and was about to rush over to pop it when the classroom door swung open and the homeroom teacher walked in, holding a Chinese textbook, inadvertently colliding with the floating bubble. The bubble instantly expanded, enveloping the teacher and lifting them into the air of the classroom. A scream resounded throughout the class. Under the gaze of the students, the teacher, eyes closed, flailed their legs and shouted, resembling a child throwing a tantrum on the ground, only missing the words, "If you don't buy me a toy, I want to leave." After several seconds, the bubble slowly descended, silently dissipating. The teacher finally regained composure, no longer kicking or shouting, wobbly stood up, and coldly asked, "Who did this?" Chapter 44. The pickled vegetable nation provokes, easily resolved. A pin drop could be heard in the classroom. Half the students gazed at Gusijia, while the other half looked at the chubby Zhang Dong. The teacher, with a stern expression, picked up the fallen textbook, glanced at the two, and approached the podium, opening the book while saying, "Turn to Peanut Blossoms," and read it aloud. The chubby boy read with unusual seriousness and emotion. Nonetheless, he ultimately could not escape being summoned to the teacher's office. After school, the magic bubble machine was confiscated, and he received a stern reprimand. That night, while diligently completing his homework in his room, jubilant cheers suddenly erupted from outside. He approached the door, cracked it open just a bit, and peered through the gap. His parents were playing with the confiscated magic bubble machine, thoroughly enjoying themselves. He was left utterly speechless. The magic bubble machine he had worked hard to purchase, which he had barely used for a few days, had now become their toy. Could adults not be more mature? That is a child's toy. The reason, he said again, was that the fire-powered silver electric yo-yo he previously bought, capable of summoning a divine dragon, had been monopolized by his father for a long time. If it weren't for others playing it for 24 hours, they would have needed to seek out the original owner to unlock it once. The fire-powered silver electric yo-yo was likely long gone. The next morning, around 8 a.m., the magical toy store opened right on schedule. Spies sent by various factions, curious onlookers, and a few scattered customers all surged in. Wang Liang had just sold 3 magic bubble machines and was pleased to see that 180 units remained, feeling optimistic about selling out soon. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the store, startling him. He looked up to see a robust young man in martial arts attire, brandishing a broken wooden plank, chin raised, gazing at him like a proud swan. He was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Just as he was about to say that his store was too small to accommodate street performers, the muscular young man crossed his arms and, in broken Dragon Country dialect, stated earnestly, "My name is Park Shin, and I am from the pickled vegetable nation. I have loved martial arts since childhood, holding a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo and a 10th-degree black belt in karate, proficient in jiu-jitsu. I saw your unparalleled skills online, with movie-like special effects and dragon roars. Some say this is the pinnacle of traditional Dragon Country martial arts. I do not believe it. Today, I have brought a photographer to challenge you." He pointed to a lean young man beside him, holding a sports camera. "He will document the entire process of my challenge. Do you dare to accept?" After hearing this, Wang Liang could only laugh and shake his head. He had encountered people looking for partners, money, and items, but never someone seeking a fight. This lad seemed rather thick-headed. Most of the onlookers had witnessed Wang Liang demonstrate the dragon-subduing palm and were grinning in anticipation, imagining the unfortunate plight of the young man from the pickled vegetable nation. Only 2 individuals cowered in the back of the crowd, their expressions grim, as they were spies sent from the pickled vegetable nation. They wished to shout, "Are you out of your mind?" Why challenge him? But they could not. Any such utterance would reveal their identities. They could only watch helplessly as their compatriot faced impending defeat. Seeing Wang Liang remain silent and simply shaking his head in amusement, the young man assumed he was afraid. He coldly remarked, "Are you scared?" "Scared?" Wang Liang pointed to himself, grinning that of course, "I'm scared. Scared that I won't be able to hold back and accidentally kill you, causing trouble." "Just empty words, if you have the guts." Come out and exchange a few moves with me. It's boring just to spar. Why not add some stakes? Stakes? What do you mean, a wager? If you lose, you must buy all the goods in the counter. Wang Liang pointed to the magic bubble machines inside. If you win, I'll give you this phone with holographic projection capabilities. What do you say? The crowd watched the futuristic phone in Wang Liang's hand, salivating with envy, wishing they could step up to fight, but none dared to approach for fear of being beaten. The young man adopted a karate stance and declared, "Agreed. I hope you won't regret it when you lose. Everyone, step back. I won't be responsible for any collateral damage." As soon as Wang Liang finished speaking, the area within 3 meters of the young man instantly cleared out. You mentioned your expertise in karate, taekwondo, and jujitsu. Do you know what the most fearsome martial art in Dragon Country is? Stop wasting time. Come out and fight me. Without moving a muscle, Wang Liang raised his hand, slightly channeling his energy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a golden palm over a meter in size materialized beside the young man. At that moment, the young man finally lost his composure, his eyes widening in disbelief. Mouth forming an A shape, he instinctively wanted to flee, but his legs trembled as if afflicted with Parkinson's, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the golden palm struck him, sending him crashing to the ground with immense force. A phrase that would haunt him for life echoed in his ears. This is the unparalleled martial art of Dragon Country. It is called the Great Bee Slap. In the days that followed, he often dreamed of being slapped by the Great Bee Slap. Wang Liang, seeing the young man lying motionless like a turtle, shouted, "Hey, wake up! I only used 0.01 of my power. Don't pretend to be dead." The young man was utterly dumbfounded, remaining completely still until the photographer he had brought helped him to his feet. As the two stumbled out, Wang Liang reminded them, "Did you forget something?" The photographer suddenly realized and hurriedly assisted his friend back to buy something. "How much is each one?" the young man asked weakly. "No cost at all. A magical bubble machine requires a month's worth of luck. All you need to do is place your hand above this fish tank." Upon hearing that there was no charge, the young man readily placed his hand above the tank. The people in the shop counted the magical bubble machines on the counter. There were a total of 180, which meant he would need 180 months of luck. Converted into years, that amounts to 15 years. In other words, the young man would be plagued by misfortune for the next 15 years. The phrase tragically unbearable scarcely suffices to describe his plight. 2 spies from the pickled vegetable nation, concealed among the crowd, secretly sighed. What possessed you to provoke him? Pure foolishness. The gray mist from the luck collector began to swirl, hovering around the young man's hand for a while before sinking into the vessel. The visible color deepened significantly. Wang Liang fetched several large plastic bags to pack up the magical bubble machine, smiling as he handed them to the young man and his accompanying photographer. After the two left with the plastic bags, someone quickly came to assist them. Once in the car, the young man glanced at the bank notification on his phone, sighed, and remarked, "That boss Wang's extraordinary skills are truly formidable. One must never act impulsively and should always be thoroughly prepared before attempting a kidnapping." At that moment, his proficiency in the Dragon Nation's language was no longer awkward. Rather, it was remarkably fluent. Chapter 45. Mission accomplished, redeeming the Bumblebee sports car. After the young man from the pickled vegetable nation departed, Wang Liang announced that the stock was sold out and that he would take a half-day break, inviting his staff to leave and prepare to collect their rewards. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. Virtual reality game helmet. Friendly reminder. While games are enjoyable, do not become overly immersed. Such a trivial matter. How could I, Wang Liang, ever become engrossed in a mere game? A man of substance is destined to achieve great feats in this world. Before Wang Liang could finish his grandiloquent speech, the system began issuing new tasks. Latest task. Sell 1,000 anti-gravity toy swords. This sword is equipped with a micro-energy block and a micro-anti-gravity device. For safety, the flying height is set to 2 meters, with a maximum flight range of 1,000 kilometers. Once energy is depleted, it must be charged under sunlight for 180 hours. Price, 50,000 each. Upon hearing that he could finally make a purchase with money, Wang Liang let out a sigh of relief. Wealthy individuals are abundant. This task could finally be accomplished with ease. By now, he had discerned some patterns. Generally, technological items could be bought with money, while magical items required luck. Task reward, random 3-day, 3-night trip to another world. Wow, Wang Liang's eyes gleamed like two 1,000-watt searchlights. Why was this reward so extraordinary? Traveling to another world had always been his dream, but accumulating points was exceedingly difficult. He hadn't expected the system to be so generous. Shipping complete. With a flash of silver, a black helmet appeared on the counter, alongside a row of silver longswords. Wang Liang examined the helmet from every angle. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary helmet. Suddenly, an electronic voice sounded. ID binding in progress. Binding complete. This virtual reality game helmet is produced by the Future People Group, equipped with a super energy block. With a theoretical battery life of 100 years and installed with the currently popular game, Celestial Martial Era. Welcome to use it. A 100-year battery life. Impressive. Wang Liang suppressed the urge to start gaming immediately. Setting down the virtual reality helmet, he picked up an anti-gravity toy sword and scrutinized it. The blade was entirely silver, with a slightly soft outer layer, resembling a rubber coating. Being a toy, the blade was, of course, not sharp. Then he shouted. All swords returned to their origins, and waved it around haphazardly, causing a dazzling silver light to fill the shop. Each swing emitted a faint silver glow, which, depending on the direction of the swing, could transform into a curved silver moon or a serpentine silver wave. To anyone unaware, it would appear as though Wang Liang had mastered an unparalleled sword technique, releasing sword energy with each strike. After practicing, all swords returned to their origins. Wang Liang glanced at the instruction manual, raised his right hand with two fingers together in front of him, and shouted, "Rise!" With a clear ringing sound. The sword flew from his hand, hovering beside his leg. Wang Liang adjusted his stance, pointing his fingers forward, and shouted, "Dash!" The sword shot forward, nearly causing him to stumble, and as it approached the wall, he shouted, "Stop!" The sword halted instantly, almost causing him to lose balance again. Now Wang Liang finally understood why the height was set to 2 meters. It was indeed stylish, but difficult to control. Those lacking balance would easily fall. If the flight height were any higher, one could easily sustain severe injuries. After playing with the flying sword for a while, Wang Liang shifted his focus to the product page, locating the Bumblebee sports car he had long desired, and decisively clicked redeem. His 18,000 points vanished in an instant. The system's voice chimed in. Detected that the bronze-level supplier has redeemed a vehicle. The dimensional shop has added a garage. Adding. Addition complete. Cost. 10,000 points. The Bumblebee sports car has been placed in the garage. The silver glow in the shop faded, and a black door appeared next to the entrance to the living area. Wang Liang glanced at the product page's bottom, noting the negative 10,000 points, and promptly closed the page before entering the garage. The garage was modest, entirely silver-white. A bright yellow sports car sat quietly inside. Its emblem a black circle adorned with chaotic silver lines. He opened the door. The interior was entirely brown. Upon sitting in the car, he pressed the start button, and rather than the expected roar of an engine, it was remarkably quiet. "Hello, I am the intelligent assistant Bumblebee. Would you like to increase the engine sound to attract the attention of passersby?" Increase. No sooner had he spoken than a loud roar erupted. "Excellent! Now it feels like driving." Meanwhile, the attention-seeking streamers were energetically calling out in the alley, urging their viewers to follow. Suddenly, a low, flat door appeared next to the magical toy store. The door opened, and the bright yellow sports car drove out, the door closing behind it, transforming into a mere painting. The sports car came to a halt in front of a noodle shop. The door swung open, and Boss Wang stepped out, striding into the noodle shop. "Wow, Boss Wang's car is incredibly cool. It seems even more striking than those Ferraris and Lamborghinis. No need for speculation. This car outshines those luxury brands by a considerable margin. Given Boss Wang's capabilities, it undoubtedly possesses other advanced technologies." The streamers exchanged excited remarks, their mouths watering at the sight. Viewers of the livestream felt similarly. Seeing this sports car made the Lamborghini they had just purchased seem lackluster. "When will I ever get to drive such an impressive car?" they lamented in the comments. Just then, Boss Wang emerged from the noodle shop, accompanied by a beautiful woman. The female viewers of the live stream immediately lost their composure. "Oh my! The pretty owner of the shop next door really is Boss Wang's girlfriend. I'm devastated. I just want to know if this noodle shop is hiring. I want to get close to the action. Why don't I have such good fortune in love?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Liang and Miao Shiyu settled into the sports car, and with a roar, they vanished from the alley. The male streamers lamented into their phones, "If only I weren't a man." The female streamers fell silent, fearing their words would drip with envy. The spies swiftly reported this news to their headquarters. Upon receiving the report, everyone at headquarters was overjoyed, for Miao Shiyu had taken their money. As long as her relationship with Wang Liang progressed further, acquiring advanced technology and magic would be a mere formality. Little did they know, Miao Shiyu had taken everyone's money and was, in fact, from the Dragon Nation. The first point was something they would scarcely dare to contemplate, for their audacity was astounding. With their influence, making someone disappear from the world would be exceedingly simple. The second point was beyond their consideration, for prior to orchestrating Miao Shiyu's involvement, they had thoroughly investigated her, even knowing which kindergarten she had attended as a child. Alas, all of this was a facade, meticulously arranged by higher powers. Chapter 46. Transforming into a transformer to handle the foolish rich second generation. Inside the car, Miao Shiyu stole a glance at Wang Liang, who was focused on driving and silently mused. "His profile looks rather handsome. If you wish to gaze, do so directly. Don't sneak peeks, all right? Who is looking at you? You, of course. I wasn't looking at you. I was admiring the scenery along the road." Wang Liang chuckled and shook his head, choosing to remain silent. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Miao Shiyu sat rigidly, fixated on the road ahead, inwardly berating herself. "What is wrong with you? Xiao Miao, where is your usual calm demeanor? Have you lost your composure? Remember, you are on an important mission. There must be no mistakes." After a brief mental adjustment, Miao Shiyu regained her composure and pondered aloud. "What made you suddenly think of taking me out for a drive? I got a new car and felt elated." "Oh." Wang Liang remained silent, entirely focused on driving, and the awkward atmosphere returned to the car. Miao Shiyu covertly cast a glance at Wang Liang, contemplating how precious this rare moment of solitude was and how she must seize the opportunity to do something meaningful. Suddenly, a red Ferrari appeared from the side. The window rolled down and a hand emerged, defiantly raising the middle finger. Her anger flared immediately. Who was this imbecile? After finally managing to secure some private time, it had all been ruined by him. The Ferrari was driven by a pallid young man adorned with 2 small earrings, who threw Miao Shiyu a flirtatious glance before retracting his hand and raising the window. With a roar, the Ferrari zoomed past the bumblebee. It veered sharply, positioning itself in front of the bumblebee, intermittently slowing down and swerving. Faced with such a thoughtless fool, Wang Liang was rendered speechless. He had observed through the rearview mirror that the Ferrari had been tailing him, attempting to overtake several times but failing, ultimately cutting into another lane and nearly colliding with a van before finally surpassing him. Now, it was trying to cut him off again. It was as if he was toying with his own life. Given the circumstances, Wang Liang decided to retaliate. Calmly, he declared, "Bumblebee, initiate super transformation mode." Received, initiating super transformation mode. On Industrial Road, a brilliant yellow sports car was cruising along when suddenly, the front of the vehicle lifted. Standing upright, the eyes of nearby drivers and pedestrians widened in astonishment, mouths agape in disbelief. Following this, the sports car underwent a series of dazzling transformations, ultimately morphing into a figure reminiscent of a science fiction movie's Transformer. Specifically, the familiar Bumblebee. "Mom, look, it's a Transformer," a small boy exclaimed, pointing at the towering Bumblebee, his face flushed with excitement. His mother, however, appeared unfazed, utterly mesmerized. The young man in the Ferrari, witnessing the transformation through the rearview mirror, panicked and spoke into his phone. "Damn it, did you see that? I need extra pay. If it weren't for desperation, I wouldn't be doing something so reckless." On the other end of the line, a person standing atop a building observed the transformer below, trembling as he said, "Your performance is acceptable. I will consider giving you a raise." "Consider? It's a must. Don't stop. I want to see what this transformer can do." The red Ferrari screeched to a halt, and the young man, trembling, opened the door, tumbling out and raising his hands in surrender, shouting, "I was wrong. I want to do it again." At that moment, Miao Shiyu was utterly bewildered. It felt as though her seat had suddenly elevated, and she had not realized she was inside a transformer. Watching the young man's panicked demeanor, she turned to Wang Liang and asked, "Why is he suddenly so afraid of you? How could he not be afraid? a robot the height of 3 stories stands before him. Even a mere flick of a finger could crush him. Miao Shiyu's eyes widened in shock, her cherry lips slightly parted. Fixated on Wang Liang, is it normal to look at a handsome guy like that? Wang Liang's face flushed crimson as he raised his hand, saying, "Let me have a little fun at his expense." Avenging the earlier insult at this moment, Miao Shiyu had completely forgotten her shyness and followed Wang Liang's gaze towards the young man. A mechanical hand reached towards him, grasping him amidst his pleas for mercy, lifting him up and shaking him back and forth. With each shake came a blood-curdling scream, accompanied by a wave of nausea. The owner of the van, previously cut off by the Ferrari, observed the scene. Chuckling, he had it coming. A friend in the passenger seat remarked, stroking his chin, "Do you think that robot belongs to Boss Wang? Does it even need to be said? Who else in the world could possess such high-tech equipment but Boss Wang? This fool has kicked a metal plate." Other nearby drivers also witnessed the Ferrari's earlier antics and began to applaud in approval. Meanwhile, agents in the vicinity swiftly recorded the video and sent it back to headquarters. In the country of Gaoyao, the head of the secret special department, Sanchuan Wulong, slumped in his chair upon viewing the footage sent back by the intelligence personnel. What is this? This is the true embodiment of an invincible war machine. If the Dragon Kingdom equips hundreds of thousands of these robots alongside their aerial forces, who could possibly stand against them? In the Free State, due to time zone differences, it was already deep into the night when the head of the intelligence department, Omasai, was roused from sleep by his subordinates. Initially dazed, he became invigorated upon viewing the video. Trembling in his body, he fervently thought, "We absolutely cannot allow the Dragon Kingdom to possess such robots. Otherwise, everything is doomed." Other intelligence heads across different factions also broke into a cold sweat upon watching the video, similarly praying that the Dragon Kingdom must not acquire such technology. In the Dragon Kingdom, the Minister of Science and Technology, Hao Jianya, watched the video on his phone, his face flushed with excitement as he muttered repeatedly, "How can we acquire such robots?" The director of the Dragon Science Institute, Zhao Erli, sighed deeply after watching the video, exclaiming, "This is true technology. All we are dabbling with now is garbage, aside from super batteries." The head of the security bureau, Shen Kuo, paced around his office with a dedicated phone in hand, saying, "Are you certain Miao Shiyu is inside that robot?" "Affirmative. That robot transformed from a sports car. Today, Wang Liang personally came to invite Miao for a joyride. He came in person." "Yes." Once confirmed, Shen Kuo clenched his fists in excitement, repeating "good" 3 times. After a lengthy period of planning, they had finally achieved a breakthrough. Inside the bumblebee, Wang Liang noticed that the young man's voice had turned hoarse from screaming, and he gently set him down beside the Ferrari, asking, "Do you dare to raise your middle finger now?" The young man, appearing as if his spirit had been drained, weakly replied, "No, I don't dare anymore." Chapter 47. Dining on roast duck, experiencing virtual reality games. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 police cars pulled up beside them. The officers stepped out and promptly escorted him to the police station. However, the one interrogating him was not a police officer. The credentials bore the word Security Bureau. The individual only flashed a quick glimpse of his badge, not allowing a clear view. "Who employed you?" "I don't know his name. I only know his online handle, Mr. Ada." Sitting across from the young man was a gaunt man dressed in a fitted Zhongshan suit, wearing glasses with a hawk-like nose and a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. His voice was gentle, and if one did not notice his unblinking, piercing gaze since entering, they would likely assume he was a mild-mannered scholar. After uttering these words, the young man lowered his head and stole a glance at the person opposite him. His eyes met the unwavering stare, and he couldn't help but shiver, promptly confessing the details of his employment. Once the officers departed, the Ferrari was towed away. Wang Liang also deactivated the super transformation mode, and under the gaze of the onlookers, the robot underwent a dazzling series of changes before reverting to a bright yellow sports car. A wealthy heir driving a Rolls-Royce gazed at Wang Liang's car, sighing in envy. Compared to his vehicle, that sports car was an absolute marvel. Wang Liang circled around Jincha City a few more times, and wherever he went, he garnered a 100 rate of head-turning stares. "Wow! Look at that Transformer sports car. This must be the car that can transform into a robot, and it's so cool. I wonder when I'll ever have a car like that." During the time Wang Liang toyed with the young man, someone had already uploaded the video of the bumblebee transforming into a robot online, titled, "Boss Wang's new car from the magical toy store can transform into a robot." Viewers commented, "If you hadn't mentioned this was Boss Wong's car, I would never have believed it. My Ferrari is nothing compared to this. Boss Wong is truly incredible, owning a vehicle straight out of a sci-fi movie." While men were captivated by the car, women had different interests. They were more intrigued by the people inside. "I've heard that the woman in the passenger seat runs a noodle shop right next to the magical toy store. Talk about having the best of both worlds. How come I don't have such good fortune?" So frustrating. After cruising for a while, Wang Liang's stomach growled, urging him to eat. "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Miao Shiyu, lost in thought, suddenly heard Wang Liang speaking to her. Instinctively, she replied, not hungry, but realizing her mistake, quickly corrected herself to hungry. After a brief pause, she added, "I don't really know." In short, her words were a jumbled mess. "So are you hungry or not? Why are you acting so strangely today?" "Am I? What is strange about me?" Wang Liang turned to look at Miao Shiyu, noticing her sitting stiffly, staring straight ahead with a flushed face. Her ears equally red, he chuckled and said, "Then let us go have roast duck." Miao Shiyu stole a glance at Wang Liang. Seeing him focused intently on driving, she let out a sigh of relief and silently scolded herself. "Miao, can you stop overthinking? You are on a very important mission." A few moments later, under the gaze of pedestrians, the sports car came to a halt outside a restaurant named Lu Jiguomu Roast Duck. This establishment was chosen based on Wang Liang's prior memories. He had dined here once before, and the taste was exquisite. As the car door swung open, a remarkably handsome young man emerged from his vehicle. Shutting the door behind him and stretching lazily, from the opposite side, a stunning beauty with flowing long hair and a natural visage stepped out, casting a sweeping glance around her surroundings. Nearby pedestrians, intrigued, began to pull out their phones to record the spectacle while whispering amongst themselves. Wang Liang and Miao Shiyu entered the establishment, ordering a whole roasted duck along with 3 signature dishes. Under the watchful eyes of the restaurant patrons, they commenced their meal, most of which was consumed by Wang Liang, while Miao Shiyu claimed to be full after only a few bites. Upon returning to the noodle shop, it was already afternoon. Hiding in the kitchen, Miao Shiyu prepared a large bowl of noodles accompanied by a solitary egg. Brother Sun chuckled and remarked, "Wang Liang took you out for a joyride, but didn't he treat you to a meal?" "I did eat," she replied. "Then why do you seem unsatisfied?" "I wasn't full. Everyone in the restaurant was watching us. I had to be mindful of my image. Didn't I?" Brother Sun nodded in understanding, acknowledging that the higher-ups had expressed their appreciation for her work performance and hoped she would continue to excel. As Miao Shiyu finished the last spoonful of broth and placed her bowl into the washing basin. A sigh escaped her lips, and a look of concern gradually surfaced on her face. "What's wrong? Is there a problem? I have a feeling that Wang Liang might already know my true identity." "What?" Brother Sun's eyes widened in surprise. "Since we moved here, the second time I encountered Wang Liang, I sensed he had an inkling about our identities but chose not to confront it. Why didn't you say something sooner?" "It was merely a feeling, without any evidence to support it." "How was I supposed to voice that?" One cannot deny the uncanny accuracy of a woman's intuition. Indeed, Wang Liang was aware of Miao Shiyu's identity. He had discerned it shortly after she moved next door. Thanks to the intelligent assistant, Xiao Wei, embedded in the future individual smartphones, which, while merely a weak artificial intelligence, functioned as a deity within the realms of the internet, especially in a place where such technology was significantly underdeveloped. As long as one leaves traces on the internet, it can deduce their identity through comprehensive analysis. In Xiao Wei's words, Miao Shiyu's identity was exceedingly easy to track down, requiring only the breach of 500 firewalls. Wang Liang had no intention of exposing Miao Shiyu's true identity. He preferred to let her remain in the vicinity, which would, in fact, save him a great deal of trouble. Just as he was about to open the door to resume his business, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to experience the virtual reality game headset. Deciding to take a day off, he retrieved the headset, lay down on his bed, donned it, and a progress bar appeared before him. Once it reached 100%, his surroundings brightened, revealing that he was standing in the midst of a bustling street. The thoroughfare was flanked by wooden, ancient structures, and passers-by donned long robes. Crispy pears, fresh crispy pears for sale, hubing, fragrant hubing, baozi, freshly steamed pork buns. The tantalizing aromas wafting from the food stalls made Wang Liang's stomach rumble incessantly. He marveled at the game's realism, feeling as though he had transcended into this world. Suddenly, he heard a shout from a distance, "Step aside." Turning around, he saw a group of individuals clad in ornate garments. Their expressions stern and armed with long swords, galloping towards his position. Instinctively, he stepped aside. Nearby, onlookers were engaged in conversation. "The 5-yearly Ascension Conference is about to commence. I wonder how many from our Kaiyang city will be favored by the celestial beings this time." Historically, no more than 3 have been chosen. I heard that the young master of the Yi family has already been selected by a celestial being. Chapter 48. Streaming Live to Earn Points. The netizens were astonished. The Ascension Conference? Based on nearly 20 years of reading online novels, Wang Liang deduced that this was an event where celestial sects selected disciples from the mortal realm. Playing this game undoubtedly meant he was destined to embark on a path of cultivation. Just as he was about to inquire with an NPC about the location of the Ascension Conference, a game panel suddenly appeared. Name: Wang Liang. Occupation: unemployed wanderer, currently seeking work in the city. Cultivation level: none. Equipment: none. Mount: none. Wealth: none to promote the era of immortal martial arts. For every hour of live streaming, the Future People Group will sponsor 1 point. Would you like to start a live stream? Without hesitation, Wang Liang decisively chose to initiate the stream. Checking completed. Your Douyin account currently boasts 120 million followers, making it highly suitable for streaming the era of immortal martial arts. The live stream room is now opening. Successfully opened. As soon as he finished speaking, a section displaying live stream data appeared beneath his character attributes. Viewers: 521, rapidly increasing. Gift value: 100, also on the rise. The barrage of comments read, "Wow, the Transformers car just rattled my brain, and now there's a virtual reality game. Due to character limits, a user named I Just Love Sleeping added a follow-up comment. Are they even letting me live? Virtual reality game? Is it real? Dude upstairs, have you even seen whose Douyin account this is? Asking if it's real? I'm dying of laughter." After wrapping up the live stream and closing the attributes panel, Wang Liang approached a hawker selling needles and threads, politely asking, "Excuse me, good sir, where is the Ascension Conference held?" The hawker scrutinized Wang Liang as if he were an extraterrestrial being, frowning as he replied, "What part of the world are you from? How could you not know where the Ascension Conference is held?" He gestured across the street. "Just keep walking straight until you reach the city center, and you'll see the platforms set up for the conference. However, I advise you not to harbor too much hope. Not everyone possesses spiritual roots. It's far better to find a stable job. Earn some money, marry, have children, and honor your parents. That is the true path." Wang Liang hadn't anticipated being lectured by an NPC while playing a game. Truly speechless. Nodding in acknowledgement, he walked towards the city center while muttering, "A person without dreams is no different from a salted fish. How do you know I don't possess spiritual roots?" At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream had surged to over 50,000. The netizens found the hawker's words amusing. Who would ve thought that the formidable Wang would also receive a lesson one day? Haha. I just want to say, the hawker is impressive. This game is so realistic. I want to play it. The closer he got to the city center, the more crowded it became, until he was ultimately blocked by a wall of people. Fortunately, the platform in the middle was sufficiently elevated, allowing everyone to see the scene unfolding above. At that moment, a girl clad in a black dress with a cool demeanor was on stage undergoing a test. Moments later, the stone pillar before her transformed into a ghostly blue hue. The elderly man sitting calmly at the edge of the platform, sipping tea, suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the stone pillar. With a resounding hum, the azure light shot skyward, and the crowd fell into an immediate hush. A clear, melodious sword sound echoed from the horizon as Wang Liang was about to look up when a wisp of white smoke descended upon the platform. The smoke coalesced, transforming into a man, clad in a white robe, with raven-black hair casually tied back with a piece of dry grass. His face was obscured by a veil of white mist, rendering his features indistinct. He crossed his arms, and a pristine long sword spun around him playfully. How striking, Wang Liang thought to himself. The viewers watching the live stream were equally captivated by this mysterious figure. Wow, this is the kind of sword immortal I envision. Wang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go pay your respects. As the mysterious figure approached, the elderly man, suddenly tense, said, "This is the spiritual root testing ground of our Kaiyang sect." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a chilling voice. A mere Kaiyang sect dares to claim a disciple with heaven-defying spiritual roots. The moment those words fell, the mysterious figure transformed into a wisp of white smoke, whisking the girl in the black dress away into the sky. The elderly man attempted to pursue them, but was struck by a thread of white smoke, stumbling back 3 steps and spitting out blood. Lamenting, "Is our Kaiyang sect destined for decline?" Just as he finished speaking, an ordinary-looking boy with resolute eyes climbed onto the platform, causing a commotion below. I assumed that the waste of the Yi family who was rejected by the Wang family? Humph! Unable to even walk the martial path, yet he wishes to tread the path of immortality. What a dreamer! The boy disregarded all the ridicule and firmly placed his hand on the stone pillar. Moments later, the stone pillar radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling in its brilliance. The elderly man sighed, saying, "Though you possess spiritual roots, they are of mixed lineage, leading to excruciatingly slow cultivation speed. It would be better to live as a mortal and pass through life peacefully." Undeterred, the boy knelt on the platform amidst the laughter, resolutely declaring, "I shall walk the path of cultivation in this lifetime. Unafraid of the trials and tribulations, I implore the elder to show mercy and accept me as a disciple." With that, he bowed 3 times with great sincerity. The elderly man hesitated when suddenly a voice from the crowd exclaimed, "He will undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. If you do not accept him now, you will have no place to lament when the time comes." At this utterance, the crowd turned to locate the source of the voice, finding Wang Liang, who appeared unremarkable and dressed simply, eliciting disdainful expressions. Whispers filled the air. "Who knows where this bumpkin came from, daring to speak such nonsense? He probably shares the same fate as that waste. They were both rejected. To think a mixed lineage could become a supreme powerhouse is simply laughable." The voices of those present were audible to the viewers in the live stream, prompting a flurry of comments in rebuttal. "What do you know? This is undeniably the quintessential protagonist archetype. Just based on his engagement being annulled, I dare say he is destined for extraordinary greatness. This band of fools." After a moment of hesitation, the old man, seeing the youth's unwavering determination and commendable character, ultimately accepted him as a registered disciple. The young man cast a grateful yet slightly perplexed glance at Wang Liang, surprised that this seemingly unremarkable young man had the audacity to proclaim that he would become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. "How strange! Everyone, make way, for I shall be the second to possess a heavenly root," Wang Liang declared, as he squeezed to the edge of the high platform amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd. Slowly climbing up the ladder to the stone pillar, extending his hand nonchalantly to place it upon it. After all, he was a distinguished player. Surely, he must possess at least the most basic of spiritual roots. Right? Otherwise, how could he play? Time ticked by, and the stone pillar showed no signs of reaction. Could it be that he lacked a spiritual root? This defies logic, he muttered to himself. Chapter 49. The gaming company is astonished. Everyone wants to play the virtual reality game. Reality is always harsh. Listening to the jeers from the crowd below, Wang Liang, his face covered in dust, approached the edge of the platform, preparing to descend, when suddenly a voice called out from behind, "You haven't paid your silver yet." Silver? He instantly realized the situation. No wonder these people were merely spectating and not testing their spiritual roots. It turns out they required silver. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, a youth from the Yi family produced a silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to the young disciple beside the old man. "I'll cover the silver for his failed test," the young disciple replied with a stiff expression, nodding slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind propelled Wang Liang off the high platform, landing him squarely on the neck of a burly man. Wang Liang exchanged glances with the man, whose eyes bulged like an erupting volcano. Without hesitation, he leaped off and dove into the crowd. Almost simultaneously, a furious shout erupted from behind. "You little rascal, stop right there, or you'll feel Grandpa's fists." Wang Liang dared not to stand still, frantically fleeing. At that moment, the live stream's comments were filled with laughter, while the viewer count surged past 1 million and continued to rise. The words virtual reality game and Boss Wang began to appear on the trending lists of various online platforms. At the headquarters of the Penguin Company, Ma Huadong was attentively listening to the quarterly work report when suddenly, the office door burst open. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the attendees, the secretary rushed in. flustered, exclaiming, "The real virtual reality game has emerged." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of those in the conference room changed dramatically. Opening Douyin, they searched for virtual reality games, finding that Boss Wong was live streaming. Upon hearing that Boss Wong was playing a virtual reality game, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't developed by another company, they quickly pulled out their phones to watch the stream. Seconds later, a collective gasp echoed through the conference room. Mel Huading adjusted his glasses, muttering to himself, "If I didn't know this was a game, I would have thought it was a real scene." The others marveled for a moment before chattering excitedly. This Boss Wong is truly unfathomable, unveiling a groundbreaking technological marvel every few days. If our Penguin company could master the virtual reality game technology. But that's difficult. Boss Wong has never been willing to collaborate with anyone. Simultaneously, the rival company, Wong Yi, received the same news. The company's head, Ding Shi, sat behind his desk, watching the live stream while on the phone, hastily dispatching their most skilled negotiator to the magical toy store, hoping to secure a partnership with Boss Wong under reasonable conditions. "Understood," he responded. Hanging up, Ding Shi observed the comments from viewers expressing their desire to play the virtual reality game. His heart felt as if it were being roasted over an open flame. Painfully anxious, he dreamed of acquiring the virtual reality game technology. With it, the Penguin company would be rendered insignificant. He could release it at any moment. Alas, Boss Wong never cooperated with others, and sending someone to negotiate was merely a desperate gamble in the game. After evading the burly man's pursuit, Wang Liang strolled idly down the street, lamenting, "What a pathetic game. Lacking even a spiritual root. How am I supposed to play?" Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream felt a wave of frustration, bombarding the comments with, "If you don't want to play this dreadful game, I desperately want to. Can I borrow it for a few days? Please. I want to play too. I want to cry." Me too. In a certain urban village, a wealthy second-generation individual, living off rental income, bounced with excitement while watching the live stream. He had plenty of money but couldn't access the virtual reality game, leaving him restless in a villa. A well-known streamer, Fat Brother, watched the live stream while chatting with his fans, exclaiming, "This game is amazing. I absolutely must play it." With that, he stood up and began to dance wildly, expressing his overwhelming eagerness. In a five-star hotel, Wang Sikong, the heir of Baidu Group, was on the phone while watching the live stream, instructing, "Find out where I can play the virtual reality game." After hanging up, he focused intently on the stream. Minutes later, his phone rang. Upon answering, the caller said, "Apart from Boss Wong's place, there is no real virtual reality game globally." Sighing heavily, Wang Sikong tossed himself onto his plush mattress, rolling back and forth while shouting, "I want to play the virtual reality game too," resembling a child throwing a tantrum on the floor. After wandering the streets for a while, Wang Liang suddenly remembered he was still live streaming. He brought up the panel, glancing at the elapsed streaming time, and realized it had been over 3 hours. Checking the comments, he said, "This game isn't as enjoyable as you all imagine. I'm logging off to have dinner. Goodbye." In an instant, the live stream went dark. The viewers stared blankly at their screens, murmuring, "Is this even a real statement? Not fun. Yet you played for so long. Boo-hoo, did I feel like I'm playing a virtual reality game." Just as Wang Liang removed his gaming helmet, a system notification chimed in. Friendly reminder. Suppliers must adapt better to the environment of the cultivation world to lay a solid foundation for selling goods there in the future. What? I have to go sell goods in the perilous cultivation world? Wang Liang was taken aback. A short vacation there would be fine, but he had no desire to stay long-term selling goods. There were too many formidable experts, and it was far too dangerous. The system fell silent once more, becoming eerily quiet. Got it? I damn well understand. Now I know why the next reward is a 3-day, 3-night trip to another world. So that's the plan. Oh system, you truly know how to arrange things. I foolishly believed you had a conscience, but it was merely an illusion. After a round of complaints, the system remained as silent as a grave. Not speaking, huh? Fine. Once I accumulate enough points, I'll exchange for a different supplier system at the Cosmic Entertainment Center. I'll make you regret it. As he spoke, Wang Liang headed to the kitchen to check the fridge. Discovering a large pork knuckle, he turned on the stove, scorched the skin, cleaned it, caramelized the sugar, added water, spices, salt, and the knuckle, bringing it to a boil before simmering it gently. 2 hours later, a glossy, tender pork knuckle was ready. After devouring half, Wang Liang placed the other half into a porcelain basin and took it to the neighboring noodle shop, eager to tease Miao Shiyu and see how this little undercover agent would perform. As expected, Miao Shiyu wolfed down the pork knuckle in an instant. He deliberately remarked, "Your appetite is impressive. How come you only ate so little during duck roast?" Miao Shiyu's face flushed crimson as she stammered. My appetite is fine. I just wasn't hungry during the duck roast though. Why is your face so red? Chapter 50. The anti-gravity toy sword emerges, causing a stir. Is there one? Just a little bit. Perhaps it's HOT'd as the two conversed. A customer approached the counter to settle his bill, glancing at Miao Shiyu with a smile, saying, "Boss, it's not hot at all in here." After finishing, he let out a satisfied burp and exited the noodle shop. The atmosphere suddenly became exceedingly awkward, and just as Miao Shiyu pondered what to say, Wang Liang interjected, "You continue. I'll head back first." Watching Wang Liang's retreating figure, Miao Shiyu waved her little fists, silently berating herself. "Xiao Miao, how embarrassing, how could you?" She trailed off, suddenly noticing Wang Liang turn back, freezing in place and internally screaming, "Ah, I'm doomed." "What are you doing?" Nothing, just exercising," Miao Shiyu stammered, continuing to wave her fists to demonstrate her commitment to physical fitness. Wang Liang chuckled and shook his head, just as he reached the door when a middle-aged man in a suit hurried up to him, stating, "Boss Wang, I apologize for taking up a few seconds of your time. I am a representative from Penguin Company, and I would like to discuss a potential partnership regarding the virtual reality game. Feel free to set any conditions. We will fulfill them all, and for those we cannot, we will find a way." The man's words flowed rapidly, truly not wasting much time. Just as Wang Liang was about to respond, another middle-aged man rushed over, saying, "I am a representative from Wang Company. Before he could finish, Wang Liang interrupted, "Stop. I am aware that collaborating with you is merely a means to earn some money. However, what use do I have for such an abundance of wealth if I cannot procure truly fine items? It's time for you to return." The two individuals exchanged helpless glances as they watched Wang Liang step into the wondrous toy store, both letting out a heavy sigh. Simultaneously, they withdrew their phones and retreated to a secluded corner, commencing their reports. Upon learning that the collaboration had fallen through, the CEO of Penguin Company, Mahua Tang, maintained an expression devoid of surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome, merely sighing repeatedly. In contrast, Ding Shi, the head of Wang Company, was far less composed, pacing anxiously in the living room, exhibiting signs of great agitation. The following day, the wondrous toy store finally opened its doors, and in an instant, it was overflowing with customers. Wang Liang surveyed the densely packed crowd within the store and pointed toward the flying sword displayed at the counter, stating with a smile, "This time, we present the anti-gravity toy flying sword, which can soar to a height of 2 meters. One can stand upon it and fly as if riding the sword itself. Quite the exhilarating experience. It is priced at 50,000 for one. And those wishing to purchase must queue for payment." Upon hearing that they could finally make a purchase, the scouts nearly wept with joy, as their comrades had faced various misfortunes due to their loss of luck, and they had feared they would share the same fate. To their astonishment, they had narrowly escaped disaster. After acquiring the flying swords, a grand meal was deemed necessary for celebration. The ordinary customers were equally elated, having already witnessed the consequences of losing luck online. Being able to purchase items with money was certainly preferable to the alternative. However, not everyone was pleased. For instance, the portly Zhang Dong, who happened to pass by the wondrous toy store on this Saturday, was thrilled to discover that new toys had indeed been released, particularly the coveted sword he had long yearned for. When the proprietor mentioned that one could fly while wielding the sword, he was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. Yet, upon hearing the price, despair washed over him, and in an instant, he felt utterly hopeless. Having always relied on luck to make purchases, he was disheartened to learn that his favorite toy sword was now available only for a staggering 50,000, an astronomical sum he could never hope to save. He could only wait until he grew older and earned enough money to buy it. However, would the wondrous toy store still offer such flying swords by that time? The likelihood seemed slim, and the thought left him feeling despondent. Similarly distressed was Sanchuan Wulang, the head of the secret special forces of the Gaoyao nation, who had just learned of the anti-gravity toy flying sword. His heart weighed heavily with concern. This was genuine anti-gravity technology, and if it were to fall into the hands of the Dragon Nation, It could be employed for military purposes, transforming the airborne aircraft carriers and aerial fortresses of science fiction into stark reality. In such a scenario, Gaoyao Nation would likely be among the first to face repercussions, and the reasons for concern were abundantly clear. He was not the only one troubled by this development. The intelligence agency of the Free Nation had also acquired information regarding the anti-gravity toy flying sword. Due to time zone differences, it was now deep into the night, and the head of the agency, Omi C, was once again roused from his slumber by his subordinates. Upon receiving the report, his previously drowsy mind snapped into full alertness, as though doused with a bucket of ice water. He quickly dressed and made his way to the hexagonal building to inform the slumbering higher-ups and suggested they convene a think tank to devise a prudent strategy to address the situation. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it became for them. If the Dragon Nation were to obtain anti-gravity technology, all would be lost. Iron Curry Nation. A burly man stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, savoring a bitter cup of cow urine coffee, its acrid and pungent flavor sharpening his mind. Through relentless efforts, their operatives had successfully infiltrated the vicinity of the wondrous toy store. It was a promising start, and he believed that with his intelligence and artful command, he could surely extract advanced technology from Boss Wang. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "An anti-gravity toy flying sword has appeared in the wondrous toy store." An anti-gravity toy flying sword? He momentarily struggled to comprehend. Sensing his confusion, the subordinate quickly elaborated, "This flying sword conceals cutting-edge anti-gravity technology. If we were to seize this technology, traversing snowy mountains would become a trivial feat." Just imagine, he trailed off, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Snowy mountains. This was the perpetual agony of Curry Nation. After hearing his subordinate's explanation, the head, Jamil, proceeded to report to higher-ups while promptly summoning everyone to devise a strategy. He declared that they should forego meals. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation, seemingly sitting atop the world's most magnificent treasure trove, was grappling with its own frustrations, unable to unearth much of value. The Minister of Science and Technology, Hao Jianya, paced incessantly in his office, muttering inaudibly to himself, resembling a restless ant on a hot stove. The director of the Security Bureau, Shen Kuo, sat at his desk, staring blankly at the landscape painting across from him. His mind racing. Just moments ago, he had received information about the anti-gravity toy flying sword, along with some rather troubling news. Miao Shiyu had informed him that she might have already been compromised and requested extraction. Though lacking concrete evidence, her intuition, as a senior intelligence operative, was typically reliable. This matter had already been escalated. His recommendation was to withdraw promptly before Wang Liang became suspicious. They were now awaiting a response from above. Zhao Erngli, the president of the Dragon Science Institute, was perhaps the most anxious of all. Frowning with his hands on his hips, he shouted into the dedicated phone line, "Can you expedite this process? If it comes to that, I am willing to offer my precious granddaughter to employ her charms to swiftly secure anti-gravity technology from Wang Liang. We will expedite our efforts. You need not worry." Came the response, followed by the sound of the line disconnecting. Zhao Erngli, listening to the busy signal, muttered in frustration, "Expedite? How long has it been? It seems this old veteran must take matters into his own hands." With that, he retrieved his phone and called his granddaughter. The call was promptly answered. "Hello, Grandpa. What is it?" Zhao Shengli hesitated before speaking, forcing a nervous laugh before cautiously stating, "Xiaowen, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it? Did you upset Grandma again and need me to smooth things over?" "No, it's not that." Time flew by, and before long, it was noon. Wang Liang, feeling the emptiness in his stomach, called out, "It's already noon. I'm heading out for a bite to eat and a brief rest. We shall continue in the afternoon." He then ushered the patrons out and locked the door behind him. Just as he was about to cross the street to the noodle shop for a bowl of noodles, he discovered the door was locked, with an A4 sheet of paper affixed to the glass, stating, "Closed for business." What is going on? Has Miao Shiyu already sensed my compromised identity? Just as he pondered this, someone remarked, "This noodle shop only opened for a brief period this morning before closing. Boss Wang, there's a new restaurant outside the alley. Their stir-fry dishes are quite good." Wang Liang ignored the speaker and pulled out a phone from the future, saying, "Please check Miao Shiyu's number for me and give her a call." "Understood. Searching now." "Search complete. Dialing." After a considerable wait, The other end finally picked up. Miao Shiyu, you left without a word, not even a goodbye. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? I shouldn't have deceived you. What did you deceive me about? I knew about your arrival the day after you came. Then why did you? I don't have many friends. Come visit when you have time. You're busy. Wang Liang hung up, muttering, we won't be opening this afternoon. Don't wait, before retreating back into the toy store. The ordinary customers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the rapid shift in his demeanor. The scouts and representatives of various factions lowered their heads, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, at the security bureau, Miao Shiyu listened to the busy signal on the line and sighed, saying, it's nothing. I'm hanging up. Director Shen Kuo stroked his chin. A smile breaking across his face, he stood up, exclaiming 3 times, good. He approached the coffee table and personally poured Miao Shiyu a cup of tea, smiling as he said, your performance has been outstanding recently. From Wang Liang's tone just now, it seems he has developed a fondness for you. Before Shen Kuo could finish, Miao Shiyu interrupted coldly, Director, you should assign me to capture spies instead. That is our specialty. I do not wish to leverage Wang Liang's feelings to gain anything from him. With that, she stood up and slammed the door behind her. Shen Kuo remained frozen in place, his mouth opening several times without uttering a word. Eventually letting out a heavy sigh. Sitting across from him, Sun Gu took a sip of tea, shaking his head and muttering to himself, what is this? This is what we call losing the hen while trying to steal the eggs. At the headquarters of SoftBank Ventures, the head was on the phone, hurling insults. Useless. A bunch of imbeciles. How could you let 2 living beings vanish right under your noses? Pigs. A bunch of foolish pigs. At Apple Incorporated, President Kyuk, after hearing his subordinates' report, immediately ordered, fire those 2 useless individuals and replace them with 2 clever ones. If you cannot find suitable personnel again, you can leave as well. At Sequoia Capital, the head, while puffing on a cigar, said, I threw out 100,000 free coins, and now you tell me the people are untraceable. The assistant standing across, head bowed, dared not speak. Bring those 2 fools back. This time we need sharp and capable individuals. If another mistake occurs, you will be the one to write your resignation letter. On the day that Miao Shiyu and Sun Gu vanished, the various factions that had previously sent them money fully experienced the meaning of losing the hen while trying to steal the eggs. In the afternoon, the influence of the anti-gravity toy flying sword began to spread. On the summit of Wudong Mountain, a group of tourists gathered around a Taoist priest who was delivering a sermon. Just as he concluded with the exhortation to believe in science, a young man clad in a long robe and standing upon a flying sword soared past them, ascending towards the golden peak. The tourists were left utterly bewildered. Instinctively, they inquired, Master, how do we explain this? The elderly priest, stroking his goatee and furrowing his brow, replied, this is not scientific. With that, he dashed towards the golden peak with surprising agility, resembling a youth in his 20s rather than a man in his 70s or 80s. The tourists were once again left in a state of confusion. How could a man of such advanced age move so swiftly? Was this even scientific? As the priest reached the golden peak, a young man in a robe traversed the sea of clouds on his flying sword, while nearby tourists excitedly recorded the spectacle on their phones, exclaiming in exhilaration that a deity had appeared. What was happening? Could it be that the ancestral master had truly descended? Realizing this, the priest hurriedly prostrated himself in reverence, at the entrance of a high-end establishment in Jinshashi. A modestly dressed young man, standing on his flying sword, circled around while calling out, esteemed gentlemen, are you tired of luxury cars? Would you like to experience the thrill of flying on a sword? Just 100 for a ride. A mere 101 make you rich or help you find a spouse, but it offers a fresh and exhilarating experience. For the affluent patrons frequently visiting high-end venues, 100 was hardly a sum to consider. The young man quickly garnered his first customer, a portly businessman, and after a few laps, pocketed the 100 with ease. This set off a chain reaction. Wealthy women, internet celebrities, secretaries, and rich heirs all sought his service, and occasionally he received tips from satisfied clients. By the end of the afternoon, he had raked in over 3,000. With conservative estimates, a month's effort would surely recoup his initial investment, after which it would all be pure profit. In a clandestine laboratory of the Kingdom of Ointment, a silver long sword lay quietly within a glass case, being scanned by various instruments. After more than 2 hours, the scanning abruptly halted. An elderly man in a dust coat, frowning, remarked, Since we cannot discern the internal structure through scanning, we shall attempt disassembly. The long sword was placed within a disassembly apparatus, and two mechanical arms extended to begin the process. The first step involved slicing the sword at the guard, which proceeded without a hitch, revealing a cross-section of an unknown silver material, providing no discernible insights. Following the old man's instructions, a segment of the sword tip was also cut off, which similarly displayed the same enigmatic silver material. As they began to cut it open from the middle, an electronic voice suddenly echoed, warning them that the core section was equipped with an energy block and should not be severed. Chapter 52. New task. Sell Bumblebee toy cars. Begin with a journey to another realm. The technician operating the mechanical arms glanced at the elderly man, who nodded in approval. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A visible current surged before them, and in an instant, the technician felt an overwhelming numbness and pain, as if he had been struck with 40 lashes. The old man erupted in a barrage of curses. By the 8 trigrams, I meant for you to stop. Why on earth did you continue cutting? After his tirade, he sensed something amiss. Why was there a metallic scent of blood? Upon lifting his gaze, he saw a bald man grinning at him with a small curved dagger in hand. The man uttered a phrase in a distinctly peculiar accent, yet the old man understood it clearly. Once you enter the palace, you shall live in luxury. In the ensuing minutes, he experienced the most despairing moment of his life as he was castrated alive. Simultaneously, he discovered a horrifying truth. He had traversed into a dynasty with no historical records. The realm was under the dominion of the Great Jing dynasty. In the 11th year of the Jinwu era, it was an exceptionally brutal world, where the rulers were unparalleled powerhouses, and both civil and military officials were equally formidable. The common folk had no hope of rising unless they cultivated themselves. His former self had chosen to enter the palace as a eunuch to obtain cultivation manuals. The thought of enduring life in this merciless world, compounded by his current condition, brought forth a torrent of tears. In the laboratory, as the lightning dissipated, the observers discovered that the disassembly apparatus contained nothing but ash and soot, their expressions devoid of surprise. For they had grown accustomed to such outcomes. Whenever they disassembled the products from the magical toy store, it always resulted in this. Suddenly, someone inquired, "Where is Teacher Tianxia?" The people searched the laboratory thoroughly, only to find a dust coat worn by Tianxia Yilong. Attempts to call him were futile, and despite gathering more personnel for a thorough search of the entire research facility, no trace of him could be found. It was indeed peculiar. How could a living person simply vanish into thin air? They promptly reported the situation upwards, and specialists were dispatched for an investigation, yet he remained elusive, unable to provide a scientific explanation. Some began to speculate using metaphysical reasoning, and rumors spread that Tianxia Yilong had been taken by a ghost. The atmosphere in the research institute grew tense, and within half a day, everyone had vacated, fearing they too would be spirited away. The following day, the magical toy store opened as usual, bustling with customers. There was no need for luck, as sales were brisk. By noon, the shelves were already bare. Customers who failed to secure the anti-gravity flying sword sighed in disappointment. One such customer, Wang Sikong of the Baida Group, lamented that he had exercised too long the previous night and thus awoke late, arriving at the toy store only to find everything sold out. So blue. Utterly blue. He had long since grown tired of Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Rolls-Royces, yearning only to experience the thrill of flying on a sword. Yet, alas, that experience eluded him. Thank you all for your support. The anti-gravity flying swords are sold out. As per usual, we will take a half-day break. A collective sigh resonated through the store as patrons exited, imploring, "Boss Wang, can't you stock more? This is far too little." Wang Liang hurriedly ushered the customers out, closed the shop, and began to collect his rewards. Ding. Task completed. Reward. A 3-day, 3-night trip to a random alternate world. New task. Sell 1,000 Bumblebee toy cars. These Bumblebee toy cars are simplified versions of the Bumblebee sports car, capable of reaching speeds of up to 20 kilometers per hour, while retaining the ability to transform. In transformation mode, the internal smart program strictly prohibits any aggressive actions against external entities, ensuring a high safety factor. It is indeed a rare and delightful toy. 20 kilometers per hour? Wang Liang shook his head. He could ride faster on his bicycle than this Bumblebee toy car. However, as a toy, it was still quite commendable. The Bumblebee toy car is sponsored by Boss Ning from the Cosmic Entertainment Center. Acquisition method. Work at the Cosmic Entertainment Center for 2 months. Ning again? Wang Liang was taken aback. This boss Ning truly had connections, capable of having the system issue tasks. Could he be the legendary puppet master behind the scenes? Every individual successfully working at the Cosmic Entertainment Center for 2 months will receive 10 points, one of which is sponsored by Boss Ning. System reward. A chance for a lucky draw on the big wheel. With good fortune, one might win extraordinarily precious prizes. Ning sponsorship, 1,000 cosmic currency vouchers, usable at the Cosmic Entertainment Center, non-exchangeable for points. Consumption vouchers. Wang Liang deduced from past conversations that this voucher was merely bait, designed to lure him into playing those addictive fruit machines, fishing games, and claw machines. Once he exhausted all his points, Boss Ning would undoubtedly lend him cosmic currency to continue playing, and the hope of breaking even would be a distant dream. Once he accrued significant debts in cosmic currency, he would be apprehended and forced to labor in the Cosmic Entertainment Center for life to repay his debts. Thus, he resolved to visit the Cosmic Entertainment Center. After all, not taking advantage of a good deal would be foolish. He planned to purchase some fine food and drink and return promptly, without delay. Absolutely not. Goods are being dispatched. Shall we proceed to the alternate world for tourism now? Do I need to bring food and drink? Oh no, the time travel tourism company will provide it. Wait a moment. Wang Liang rushed back to his living quarters, donned his high-tech attire, and brought along his super anti-wolf spray and particle laser gun for self-defense. As for the prankster's staff, he deemed it unreliable. As for the futuristic phone, it was a must-have. All set. No sooner had he thought this than a brilliant silver light enveloped him, revealing a swirling silver vortex. Dear traveler, greetings. This journey is brought to you by the Time Travel Group's Time Travel Company. Please enter the time travel device promptly. Wang Liang, a perfectionist, rechecked the toy store to ensure it was closed and that he had gathered all his belongings. Once satisfied that everything was in order, he took a deep breath and stepped into the silver vortex. Upon entering, he was engulfed in darkness before a bright light emerged. He found himself standing within a transparent bubble, surrounded by cascading beams of colorful light. The atmosphere was eerily silent, almost daunting. Suddenly, an electronic voice broke the stillness, startling him. The package you ordered is a 3-day, 3-night trip to a random alternate world. Randomly selecting. Instantly, various world names flashed before his eyes. Spirit Martial World, Magical World, Dookie World, Celestial Realm, Divine Realm, Ancient World. Selection complete. Ancient World, Great Jing Dynasty, Year 11 of Jinwu, Journey commencing. In an instant, the vibrant beams of light began to recede. And after approximately an hour, a faint silver glow appeared ahead. Gradually, the silver light intensified, and instinctively, Wang Liang raised his hand to shield his eyes. When he lowered his hand, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. He stood upon a street lined with ancient wooden structures. On one of the signboards, the characters were inscribed in traditional Chinese script. Wang Liang's immediate attention was not drawn to the establishment itself, but rather to the several young women standing above the entrance, who were exceedingly eye-catching. They playfully called out, "Dear guest, come in and have some fun." Their peculiar accents, though strange, were comprehensible. Chapter 53. Arriving in the ancient world and accepting a temporary stall task, Wang Liang was about to stroll along the street to familiarize himself with the customs and culture of the ancient world when the system's voice suddenly resonated. Detected that the vendor is in the ancient world, triggering a temporary stall task. Do you accept? What rewards are offered? Accept or decline. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. Not saying, fine, I shall accept today, if the rewards are unsatisfactory. You may never see me take on a temporary stall task again. Temporary task. Sell 1,000 old-fashioned solar-powered children's song players. Though the style is antiquated, they are remarkably durable, an indispensable toy for children. Price. 1 tael of gold. Temporary task reward. Enchanted charm fruit. This is a fruit that grows in the magical realm. Consuming it will render you irresistibly charming, highly advantageous for sales. Enchanted charm fruit? Wang Liang stroked his chin and remarked, I am curious to see just how extraordinary it can be. Please select a stall location. Before him appeared a map, which he scrutinized carefully before deciding on the imperial capital of the Great Jing Kingdom, where wealthy patrons would surely abound, ensuring swift sales. Setting up the stall. With a flash of silver light, 2 boxes materialized on the ground, 1 black and 1 white. The black box contained palm-sized solar-powered children's song players, and the white box featured a funnel-shaped top, inscribed with the words cash register in traditional characters. The stall's location remained unchanged. He was indeed in the imperial capital. The passers-by were captivated by the fleeting silver light, and upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the two boxes, they rubbed their eyes, revealing expressions of bewilderment. Wang Liang retrieved a song player from the black box and switched it on. The familiar melody began to play. Amin, amin, a grapevine grows. Under the bridge in front of the gate, a flock of ducks swims by. The enchanting tune quickly drew a large crowd of onlookers. A clumsy man clad in coarse garments, carrying a shoulder pole, scratched his head and asked in a deep voice, "Is there a person living in that treasure chest? How can there be singing coming from within?" His curiosity mirrored that of the crowd, all furrowing their brows in contemplation, eager to uncover the secrets of the treasure chest. Recognizing the man's keen insight, Wang Liang gave him a thumbs up and said, "I shan't keep it from you. Indeed, a celestial being resides within this treasure chest. For merely one tael of gold, you can take it home and enjoy the songs of the fairy every day." At this declaration, astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers, who murmured quietly, "Is it true? If a fairy indeed lives within the treasure chest, one tael of gold is not too steep. But why would a fairy reside in a treasure chest?" Wang Liang chose not to elaborate further. He noted that these individuals, clad in coarse clothing, were unlikely to afford such a luxury. His intention in mentioning the fairy was merely to use their words to spread the news to the ears of the affluent. As he anticipated, the crowd eventually shook their heads and dispersed, none making a purchase. Wang Liang remained unperturbed, pulling out a modern smartphone to indulge in a downloaded web novel titled Black Technology Supplier, which had concluded and was exceptionally captivating. Just as he became engrossed in the story, a voice suddenly chimed in, "Hey, what are you selling that produces singing sounds?" The voice, crisp yet slightly brash, drew his attention. Upon looking up, he saw a young girl clad in a sleek black outfit, perched atop a horse, gazing down at him with a slight smirk, her large eyes glinting with mischief. "Greetings, fair lady, I am selling a treasure chest that houses a celestial being within." Wang Liang replied courteously with a slight bow. Unexpectedly, the girl's expression shifted, and she scolded, "Bah, you scoundrel, who do you think I am, your fair lady?" With that, she swung her whip, preparing to strike Wang Liang. Nearby bystanders shook their heads, casting him pitying glances. Who did not know that this young lady was the cherished jewel of the Liang royal family, notoriously spoiled and willful? They would typically avoid her presence. Yet here was Wang Liang, a mere merchant, daring to provoke her, truly a reckless endeavor. As a modern individual, Wang Liang thought it entirely normal to refer to her as a fair lady. He momentarily forgot that he was in an ancient context where even a girl's age and name were not subjects of casual inquiry. In a moment of realization, he evaded the whip while saying, "I am new here. I did not mean any offense. You dare to dodge." The girl dismounted and began to lash out at Wang Liang, the whip narrowly missing him each time, her face reddening with frustration. "You are going too far. I have already apologized." Wang Liang protested while evading. "Stand still. Allow me to lash you a few dozen times, and I shall let you go." "Why should I?" Just then, a sedan adorned with golden trim halted nearby. The curtain was drawn back by the bearers, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in lavish garments, with a broad brow and an imposing presence, who stepped out and coldly remarked, "Hunger, do not act unruly." The girl halted her assault, rushing to the man's side and clinging to his arm, pouting, "Father, this little rogue bullied me. In my hometown, it is permissible to say fair lady. I did not bully you. I have already apologized. You sharp-tongued little rogue." The girl was about to charge at Wang Liang again when the middle-aged man intervened. "Enough. Return to the residence with me." The girl shot Wang Liang a glare, reluctantly acquiescing with a yes, then mounted her horse, following closely beside the sedan while quietly grumbling, "When my daughter is bullied, my father does not seek revenge." After a moment of murmuring, a voice emerged from within the sedan. "That person is an unparalleled master. Do not provoke him further." "Him? An unparalleled master? You are too shallow in your understanding. His inner strength is exceptionally formidable, on par with mine." The girl fell silent, her head bowed in contemplation. Nearby onlookers, witnessing Wang Liang's encounter with the young lady, cast him admiring glances. 18 noon. A flicker of silver light flashed beside the stall. Once it dissipated, a lavish spread of food appeared on the table. The nearby crowd was instantly drawn to the feast, particularly captivated by the exquisite vessels it was served in. That bottle is enormous. It must be made of crystal. How much could it possibly be worth? In truth, it was merely an ordinary glass bottle for wine, which Wang Liang, disinterested in alcohol, barely regarded. Even the cups for water were crystal. A display of wealth that seemed excessive as Wang Liang relished his meal. A group of burly men clad in short jackets, brandishing wooden clubs, approached the table and barked, "We have set our sights on this feast. You can clear off." No sooner had the words left their mouths than a chilling scream echoed throughout the street. The onlookers stared wide-eyed at the gaping wounds on the arms of the destitute. Resembling thumb-sized holes, their expressions frozen in shock. Chapter 54. Encountering a time traveler during the meal time and again. I do not show my strength, and you take me for a fool. Wang Liang, already vexed by the troublesome young lady, found his meal disrupted by the emergence of several ruffians, an additional stroke of misfortune. The burly men, upon witnessing a flash of silver light, suddenly found gaping wounds appearing upon their arms, leaving them in a state of shock. What kind of unparalleled skill is this, to be so formidable? Hearing the command to leave, without a second thought, they collapsed on the ground and began rolling across the street. "Wait! All of you return!" Upon hearing the command, the men nearly burst into tears. With no choice, they rolled back to the table, hunched over and with downcast eyes, cautiously stating, "What further orders do you have, my lord? We would brave any peril for you. Do you have any money?" The men rummaged through their belongings, managing to gather a mere 2 taels of silver. "My lord, this is all we have," they stammered. Placing the coins on the table, Wang Liang, on a leisure trip, had not considered bringing silver. Glancing at the coins, he tossed them a bottle of beverage, saying, "Now go." The burly men, clutching the beverage, collapsed on the ground once more, hastily rolling across the street before scurrying away. Nearby onlookers, witnessing Wang Liang toss away a crystal bottle, were left drooling with envy. A few astute individuals quickly pursued them. The burly men, aware that such treasures were beyond their reach, hastily bandaged their wounds and, despite the pain, rushed toward the largest pawn shop in the city. Just a few hundred steps away, they were intercepted by a horse-riding young lady. The girl tossed a gold ingot onto the ground, coldly commanding, "Hand it over." Upon recognizing her as Liang Wangfu's cherished jewel, Liang Xiaohong, nicknamed the Little Tyrant of the World, the men hurriedly handed over the crystal bottle, pocketing the gold before fleeing into a narrow alley. Those trailing behind, witnessing the crystal bottle fall into Liang Xiaohong's possession, could not suppress their sighs of regret. After returning to her residence, Liang Xiaohong grew increasingly enraged. She had never endured such a significant loss in her life. Determined to seek revenge, she observed the individual for a time, noting the extravagant vessels he used for dining, surpassing even those in the royal residence. Using a technique she had neither heard of nor seen before, she had injured several ruffians at last. She was convinced that this individual was indeed a genuine master of unparalleled skill. Upon seeing him, the local ruffians were summoned to produce some silver, which he unceremoniously tossed at them along with an exceedingly precious crystal vial. She was momentarily taken aback. His actions were utterly bewildering and defied all logic. How could such a treasure as a crystal vial fall into the hands of common thugs? Hastily, she purchased it, and upon receiving it, discovered it contained a bubbly liquid. How peculiar that the water was effervescent. Indeed, it was most strange. After examining the vial, she grasped the cap and gently twisted it with a hiss. The liquid erupted, splattering her face. The taste was sweet, accompanied by a hint of fruity aroma. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon her. Within was a unique beverage, though she could not fathom why it had sprayed out, resulting in a significant loss. Just as she was about to drink, a high-pitched, clear voice rang out from a distance. "Princess Xioning, from where did you acquire that vial?" As the words fell, a fair-skinned, beardless eunuch clad in palace attire rushed to her side. His lips quivering, his expression exceedingly agitated. It was Chief Eunuch Zhang. This esteemed chief eunuch was a favored confidant of the emperor, wielding considerable influence and overseeing all eunuchs in the palace. Rumor had it that he commanded a covert team tasked with surveilling the officials of both the civil and military sectors. A figure even her father dared not underestimate. She promptly dismounted and declared, "This is a peculiar item from a strange individual dining on the adjacent street. Chief Eunuch Zhang, allow me to escort you there." "I am most grateful, Princess," he replied, bowing slightly and following closely beside Liang Xiaohong. Every movement cautious and impeccable. As they traversed the alley, upon spotting the young man seated at a round table, Chief Eunuch Zhang's countenance flushed crimson, and he staggered against the wall, trembling uncontrollably. 9 years had passed. He never expected to encounter Wang, the proprietor of the wondrous toy store, on the street after such a long interval. They had often speculated about the extent of Wang's mastery of advanced technology. Now, he could only conclude that Wang's capabilities were indeed unfathomable, beyond anything he could have imagined. "Chief Eunuch Zhang, are you unwell? Should we return to the palace to summon a physician?" Liang Xiaohong inquired. Her brow furrowed in concern. "No, I am fine," he stammered, leaning against the wall for a moment before hastening to Wang's side, dropping to his knees with a thud and weeping, "Wang, I implore you to take me back home." Wang was left utterly dumbfounded. What lunacy was this? Home. Chief Eunuch Zhang had spent many years in the palace, honing his skills in reading people, and instantly grasped Wang's bewilderment. "In a hushed tone, he remarked, "You are indeed Wang, the owner of the wondrous toy store, correct?" Wang's eyes widened in shock. How could anyone recognize him here? "Let us speak privately." Chief Eunuch Zhang gestured toward the shops behind them. "Very well, I shall forego my meal. Please clear the table." In an instant, with a flash of silver light, the dining table vanished, leaving Wang in a state of astonishment at the miraculous display. As they entered the shop, a group of officials adorned in uniforms wielding sabers appeared from all directions, surrounding them and blocking all escape. Liang Xiaohong, standing across the street, observed everything with keen interest, silently contemplating. This person's abilities are akin to those of a celestial being. How I wish to apprentice under him. Inside the shop, after requesting the proprietor and attendants to leave, Chief Eunuch Zhang tearfully confided, "I am a blue star person who has traversed to this realm." Transversed, Wang's eyes widened with astonishment. In this day and age, had traversing become a commonplace occurrence? He himself was a traveler. He had never anticipated encountering another. Just as he was about to inquire about the system the other possessed, he heard Zhang say, "I traversed because of you." The circumstances are as follows. After listening to the entire tale, Wang silently mused, "Were you from another nation, I would undoubtedly take you back. However, you are from the nation of plaster, and you shamelessly dare to decipher the anti-gravity technology of my flying sword. Most importantly, you even have the audacity to speak the truth to me. Is this an affront to my intellect? If I were to take you back, would I not simply be a fool?" In truth, Chief Eunuch Zhang, also known as Tianishian from the Plaster Nation's laboratory, wanted to express his fear. Aware that Wang was from the Dragon Kingdom, yet, he could not bring himself to lie, having been thoroughly intimidated by Wang's celestial-like abilities. Chapter 55. Wang visits the brothel. Liang Xiaohong seeks apprenticeship. After making up his mind, Wang readily agreed, proposing a condition that Chief Eunuch Zhang purchase a solar-powered children's song player. Zhang had come out to handle internal affairs procurement, and such a treasure would undoubtedly please the ladies of the palace. Without hesitation, he promptly summoned someone to retrieve 1,000 taels of gold, dropping them into the funnel above the silver chest. Just as the treasure was whisked away, a flash of silver light occurred, and the stall vanished, leaving behind a bright red fruit. Wang casually picked up the fruit, wiped it on his clothing, and took a hearty bite, juice flowing forth and filling his mouth with fragrance. The aroma wafted through the air, rapidly saturating the entire street, lingering without dissipating. Liang Xiaohong, across the street, swallowed hard, silently exclaiming, "Is that a celestial fruit? How delightful it smells!" Suddenly, a few cries of children echoed nearby. "Mother, I want to eat fruit too. Please buy me some." "Here, I have a large earthen pie. Would you like some?" "And no, I don't want it." Chief Eunuch Zhang suffered the most, being closest to Wang, his senses assaulted by the rich aroma that invaded his nostrils, nearly driving him to distraction. Fortunately, Wang, the unusually tormenting master, devoured the fruit at an astonishing pace, leaving none behind. Wait, why did he suddenly seem so captivating? A flutter of feeling stirred within him. Ever since that incident, Zhang's heart had been extinguished. No matter the beauty before him, he felt nothing. Yet now, his heart was inexplicably rekindled. What was happening? Across the street, Liang Xiaohong's cheeks flushed crimson as she quietly mused, why has he suddenly become so handsome? Chief Eunuch Zhang, I intend to explore the city for a few more days. You may return to the palace, and I shall summon you when I depart. Wang, you are newly arrived and must be unfamiliar with the area. I shall assign a guide to accompany you, Chief Eunuch Zhang said. Wang internally scoffed at this little plaster man, whose cunning mind was evident. How dare he so brazenly send someone to monitor him? Just wait and see, he thought, smiling. Having a guide is most welcome. Zhang exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinate, a young man, holding a folding fan, clad in elegant attire, approached from across the street, bowing slightly and saying, Father, allow me to accompany this esteemed guest in the city. Chief Eunuch Zhang remained silent, cautiously eyeing Wang. It matters not who accompanies me, as long as they bring sufficient silver. I did not bring any with me. Not a problem. Chief Eunuch Zhang produced a 30,000 tael silver note from his sleeve and handed it to his godson with a smile, saying, This is Feng Baokai. He has lived in the imperial capital since childhood. Let him show you around. It is getting late. I must return to the palace to report. Go ahead. Wang waved his hand, watching Zhang's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible smirk. Standing beside him, Feng Baokai discreetly observed Wang, inwardly pondering, this person does not appear to be of good character. I wonder why father is so concerned about him. Could it? He had to admit that Wang's appearance far surpassed his own. His aura was enchanting, and his eyes were captivating, ensnaring anyone who gazed into them. He was undeniably the object of desire for many noble ladies. Take me to the finest brothel in the city. Huh? Feng Baokai was taken aback. With such looks and charm, it was perplexing that he preferred the company of common courtesans. Two tigers, one with no tail and the other with no ears. How odd. What do you mean? Hurry up. Follow me. Liang Xiaohong, hidden in a nearby alley, heard Wang's intention to visit a brothel and muttered indignantly, Humph. A libertine. After cursing him, she stealthily followed behind. Wang's visit to the brothel was merely out of curiosity. He sought to see what a real brothel was like, whether it resembled the portrayals in period dramas. After winding through several streets, a 3-story establishment adorned with the sign of Drunken Spring Pavilion appeared before Wang. The entrance boasted intricate carvings and paintings, with red lanterns hanging and patrons clad in luxurious garments arriving in sedan chairs. An unmistakable high-end establishment. Under Feng Baocai's guidance, they entered the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The first floor was a grand hall filled with dozens of octagonal tables, and in the center, a stage where several women performed, some playing instruments while others sang. Guests lounged at tables, sipping drinks, engaging in conversation, and enjoying the melodies, appearing quite at ease. Is this not akin to a bar? Wang mused aloud, having anticipated a scene of debauchery, only to find it so unpretentious. Is a bar a type of hotel? A different kind of brothel. As they conversed, a woman of about 30 approached with a beaming smile, performing a courteous bow, her gaze fixed intently on Wang. What a handsome young man. The first floor is noisy. May I invite you upstairs? Since the first floor is lively, I shall remain here for a while, Wang replied, seeking an empty spot to sit, ordering a few plates of dried fruits and a pot of tea. Dr. Cha had just brewed a pot of tea when he was suddenly encircled by a bevy of charming young ladies. What a handsome young man, my lord. Do you have someone to accompany you this evening? My lord, let me serve you. Faced with the inviting teacups, sweet delicacies, and a multitude of sparkling gazes, Wang Liang succumbed to the overwhelming situation and fled amidst the envious stares of the guests. Feng Baokai shook his head slightly behind him, muttering to himself, Isn't the purpose of visiting a brothel to seek pleasure? How could he run away? Truly strange, indeed. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaohong sat in a tea house across from the Drunken Spring Pavilion, preparing to send someone to discreetly observe the happenings across the street. To her surprise, the roguish young man entered and shortly thereafter emerged, heading towards the tea house, prompting her to quickly retreat upstairs to hide. Sitting near the staircase, she gathered her inner strength and overheard the young man saying, So this is what a brothel is like. It lacks any excitement. Another voice chimed in, Boss Wang, have you never been to a brothel? Of course not. If I had been, why would I go again? Just let me enjoy some tea, then take me to the finest restaurant in the city. Upon hearing these words, Liang Xiaohong silently mused. It appears I misjudged him. He is merely driven by curiosity to explore. I had thought a true master of the arts would never be a mere scoundrel. Having contemplated this, she took a deep breath and slowly descended the stairs. Approaching the extraordinary master, cupping her hands in respect and declaring, Master, I humbly bow to you. Just as she prepared to kneel, Wang Liang steadied her. Who is your master? You have mistaken the person, Master. I have not made a mistake. Wang Liang focused and realized that this was the willful girl who had intended to whip him. With a change of hairstyle and attire, he had not recognized her at first. Just then, a dapper young man in luxurious garments, holding a folding fan, approached with a pale complexion and a red on his forehead. Cousin, so you are here. I have been searching for you. Upon noticing Wang Liang, his brow furrowed, and he coldly demanded, Who is he? He is my master, Liang Xiaohong replied, though not claim kinship recklessly. I am not your master. Upon hearing this, the young noble's face turned icy as he scolded. How dare you speak disrespectfully to my cousin? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, he raised his fan to strike. Liang Xiaohong, knowing Wang Liang's prowess, rushed forward to intervene. Do not act rudely towards my master. Cousin, step aside. He has insulted you, and I shall make him regret it. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of patrons both upstairs and downstairs. Upon recognizing the nobleman, they could not help but shake their heads. He was the youngest son of the Mu Wang, raised in luxury and devoid of skills, relying on his illustrious lineage to act without restraint, causing trouble wherever he went. He was known as Ghost Seeking Trouble and was often mentioned alongside the princess of the Liang Wang residence as the two tyrants of the imperial capital. The exceptionally handsome youth seemed unfamiliar to many, leading them to wonder if he was a hidden master, as they speculated. The dashing young man in black robes sighed, set down his teacup, and mused. Have you ever heard of a fearsome martial art known as the Great Bido? Great Bido. The nobleman scoffed, preparing to retaliate, only to be met by a hand that was nearly his own height, glowing with golden light and accompanied by a fierce gust, striking him down in an instant. He felt as if he had been rammed by a chariot pulled by dozens of wild horses. And pain surged through him as he collapsed to the ground, hearing a voice declare, I thought you were formidable. Turns out you are nothing but a faad. At that moment, his mind raced with the realization. Inner energy taking form. This is a martial arts master. In the entirety of Dejing, such figures are few and far between. To encounter one in an ordinary tea house was unexpected, and he realized he had offended a martial arts master. Even his father would be powerless to protect him now. He finally understood why his cousin, usually so haughty, had chosen to take this person as her master. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, the martial arts master splashed a cup of tea onto his forehead, causing him to shiver in discomfort. He then took a cloth from a servant's shoulder and began to wipe his forehead while frowning, saying, I detest your ambiguous appearance. You are a grown man, yet you adorn yourself with a red on your forehead. Do you think you are a marriageable young lady? The moment those words left his lips, the once stunned crowd erupted into laughter, as if they had encountered a flock of clucking hens. After finishing with the red, Wang Liang felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and waved his hand, saying, Take me to the finest restaurant in the city. I wish to savor classical cuisine. Though Feng Baokai was unaware of what classical cuisine entailed, he knew precisely where the city's finest restaurant was located. Bowing slightly, he said with a fawning demeanor, Please follow me. After settling the bill, he led the way, finally understanding why his godfather held this person in such high regard. Initially, he had thought Wang Liang was merely a trickster. But he had not anticipated he was a martial arts master of elusive nature, deserving of respect even from the emperor himself. Liang Xiaohong was utterly awestruck by Wang Liang's extraordinary skill, silently trailing behind him like a humble servant. After a winding journey, Feng Baokai brought Wang Liang to a restaurant named Yipin Lu instead of a private room. They chose a table by the window and ordered a lavish spread of delicacies. highlighting the natural flavors of the ingredients, including exotic dishes like braised wolf meat and steamed bear paws. During the meal, Liang Xiaohong sincerely apologized and repeatedly praised Wang Liang, begging him to accept her as a disciple. Wang Liang simply replied with a firm no, causing her eyes to redden as she fought back tears. For the next 2 days, whenever Feng Baokai took Wang Liang out, Liang Xiaohong would persistently follow, showering him with compliments and offering treasures in hopes of being accepted as his disciple. Yet, Wang Liang remained unmoved, neither accepting her gifts nor her pleas. On the 4th morning, Feng Baokai stood outside waiting for Wang Liang. Yet he did not emerge no matter how long he waited. He softly called out, "Boss Wang," but received no response. After several attempts, he called out again, "Boss Wang, I'm coming in." Still, there was no reply. Cautiously, he opened the door only to find the room entirely empty. He hurriedly dispatched someone to inform his godfather. At the palace, Chief Steward Zhang stood next to a lavishly dressed woman, demonstrating an old-fashioned solar-powered children's song player. As the upbeat melody of 2 tigers played, a smile spread across the woman's face as she leisurely remarked, "This item is quite good. It pleases me greatly. If the Empress is pleased, then a reward of 1,000 is in order. Please collect it. Thank you, Your Majesty." As Chief Steward Zhang exited the palace with a smile, a young eunuch rushed over, handing him a note. He did not read it immediately but opened it upon returning to his quarters, only to have his expression change dramatically, his eyes widening in shock. Trembling, he uttered, "Wang Liang, you deceived me." After uttering those words, it seemed as if he had expended all his strength. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Weeping uncontrollably, "Achoo! Achoo!" Wang Liang rubbed his nose, cursing inwardly, "Who the hell is cursing me? I swear, if I find out, I'll make you regret it." Friendly reminder. 1,000 Bumblebee toy cars have been parked in the Temporal Dimension garage, located next to the entrance of the Cosmic Entertainment Center. "All right, little system, you may withdraw." Wang Liang did not immediately head to the Temporal Dimension garage, but leaned against the counter to open the product page. He was quite affluent now. Previously selling an anti-gravity flying sword earned him a profit of 1,000, translating to 10 points through a 2 cut from a bronze-level supplier. After selling 1,000 swords, he accumulated 10,000 points, plus an additional 3 points from previous broadcasts, totaling 10,003 points. However, given that he owed 10,000 points for using the Temporal Dimension garage, he was left with only 3 points. He browsed through the food, drink, and entertainment categories, finding no discounted products available to purchase. Opening the special products section, he studied it thoroughly, fixating on an all-purpose beautiful nanny robot. From the images, it appeared remarkably lifelike. But let there be no misunderstanding. Wang Liang merely desired the robot to cook for him daily and tidy up. He had no ulterior motives. Ultimately, he refrained from making the purchase, the reason for which remains unspoken. Mentioning it would only bring him to tears. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the next day arrived, heralding the opening of the magical toy store. Chapter 57. The magical toy store opens. The chubby boy persuades his father to work for a car. Representatives from various factions, spies from different nations, and ordinary customers felt as if they had been waiting an eternity. Upon seeing the doors swing open, they lowered their heads and rushed inside, eager to see what was for sale, shouting, "Boss Wang, I want one. I want 2. I want 3. Wang Liang relished this enthusiastic response from customers, standing behind the counter with a smile, saying, "Friends, please do not rush. Follow me with that." He led the eager patrons into the Temporal Dimension garage, which was spacious, with 5 levels, each housing 200 Bumblebee toy cars. The customers gazed at the Bumblebee in the garage, swallowing hard as they inquired, "Boss Wang, can these cars transform into robots like yours?" "Of course," he replied, "but these are merely toy cars with a maximum speed of only 20 kilometers per hour. Think carefully before making a purchase." Upon hearing this, the customers' faces flushed with excitement. Was there any need for contemplation? A car that could transform into a robot. Who on earth would care about its speed? Even if it were as slow as a tortoise. It was a single word. Buy. 2 words. Must buy. After the excitement, one customer eagerly asked, "Boss Wang, how much does it cost?" With a determined expression, he seemed to declare, regardless of the price, he would buy it. "Everyone, don't be alarmed. Purchasing this car requires no money. Simply work for 2 months at the Cosmic Entertainment Center, and you shall receive it this announcement. The ordinary customers erupted into cheers. Working was perfectly acceptable. They relished labor. Meanwhile, representatives from various factions and spies from different nations wore smiles on their faces but inwardly lamented, more work. The last thing I want is to toil. All right, everyone, back to the shop. Those eager to work for a toy car will be promptly arranged, Wang Liang said as he led the crowd back to the store, where he began to register them and explain the rules of employment, urging them to remember to adhere to the regulations, unlike last time when violations had left them aged beyond their years. After the briefing, he started sending people inside to work. The representatives and spies quickly reported this development to headquarters, which decided to send them in immediately, fearing they would miss out on the opportunity. There was no choice. The arm could not bend the thigh. For the sake of a modest sum of money, they had to enter the workforce on this Sunday. The portly Zhangdong, while seeking companions to play with, discovered that the magical toy store had opened its doors. He immediately ventured in to investigate whether new toys were available, particularly if luck could help him acquire one. Accustomed to misfortune, he was no longer intimidated by it. Squeezing through the crowd, he made his way to the counter, only to find it nearly empty. He overheard discussions about the Bumblebee sports car, with some declaring it a must-have, and learned that working for 2 months at the Cosmic Entertainment Center would earn him a Bumblebee toy car. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed home, abandoning his quest for friends. Upon arriving, he surveyed the room and saw his father lounging on the couch, engrossed in his phone. He rushed over and exclaimed, "Dad, haven't you always wanted to change cars? The magical toy store is now selling Bumblebee sports cars. Just work for 2 months at the Cosmic Entertainment Center, and you can take the car home without spending a dime." Upon hearing this, his father's eyes lit up with surprise as he put down his phone. Just as he was about to respond, a voice from the kitchen chimed in, "Work at the Cosmic Entertainment Center for 2 months? Your dad will surely get fired from his job. Do you want to survive on the wind?" At these words, both father and son's expressions fell. Their spirits deflated like 2 defeated roosters. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was noon. Wang Liang patted his flat belly and declared, "It's time for a break. Friends wishing to purchase cars can return in the afternoon." As he spoke, he ushered the patrons out and stepped outside himself, intending to buy some pork belly for a delicious grilled meat feast. Suddenly, he noticed that the nearby noodle shop had undergone renovations, with a sign by the door reading, "Special Affairs Communication Office." What could this be? Just then, Miao Shiyu, whom he hadn't seen for days, emerged from within, beaming as she stood at the entrance. "Long time no see." Wang Liang instantly recognized her, responding with a smile. "So, you've decided to drop the act and lay your cards on the table. We wanted to keep it under wraps, but could we really? You, with your vast knowledge of the cosmos, have seen through everything. How could we possibly conceal it?" Miao Shiyu thought to herself, stifling a chuckle. "Please, come inside. You're suddenly so polite." "I'm a bit taken aback," Wang Liang remarked as he followed her into the establishment, which now deserved the title of Special Affairs Communication Office. The interior had transformed dramatically, adorned with landscape paintings, black sofas, and a tea table playing classical music, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. "Please have a seat." As Wang Liang settled down, Miao Shiyu poured tea while saying, "From now on, I will be in charge of communication with you. So, it's still a beauty strategy?" At this, Miao Shiyu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered, "If this is a plan devised by the higher-ups." "It has nothing to do with me? Why are you blushing? I had no intention of turning the tables on you." "Who's blushing? I'm merely feeling a bit warm. Let's go eat. I haven't finished my sentence. We'll talk later." After exiting the shop, Brother Sun, who had been silently observing from the back, shook his head slightly, murmuring, "It's over. The Security Bureau is about to lose another senior intelligence officer." With that, he quietly picked up a banana, peeled it, and began to munch while shaking his head. Zhang's Lu Cuisine. Wang Liang placed his order and handed the menu to the waiter, glancing at the pensive Miao Shiyu. "I know what you all want. And I can assure you, I don't have it either, and if I did, I would certainly prioritize you." "Stop right there. I've heard enough grandiose speeches. In any case, thank you for your support in the afternoon." The portly boy and his father reappeared at the magical toy store. "Uncle, my dad wants to buy the Bumblebee sports car." Wang Liang smiled at this old customer and, turning to the middle-aged man behind him, corrected, "Let me clarify. It's not a Bumblebee sports car, but a Bumblebee toy car with a maximum speed of only 20 kilometers per hour. Think carefully before you buy. Upon hearing this, the boy's smile instantly froze. He had never anticipated the boss would be so particular, effectively derailing his plans. His father's expression also stiffened. He hadn't expected his mischievous son to trick him, causing him to be excited for an entire morning and even request a long leave from work, during which his boss had suggested he could experience the car after the purchase. "Come, let us go home." The boy was lifted by the scruff of his neck and dragged out of the magical toy store. Anxiously, his father took him to a nearby bookstore to buy an entire set of exam papers from Huanggong, returning home to toss him into the study. After treating him to some stir-fried pork, he coldly declared, "I see you have too much free time. Write an extra exam paper daily. I'll check it when I return from my business trip." With that, he slammed the door and headed straight for the magical toy store. Chapter 58. Wang Xikong also comes to work, and transformers begin to appear. A maximum speed of 20 kilometers per hour certainly did not dampen the enthusiasm of the portly boy's father for buying a car. While it may not function as a genuine vehicle, it could still be enjoyed. The same sentiment echoed in the mind of Wang Xikong, heir to the Baida Group. Such a splendid toy could not be overlooked. It was imperative to purchase it and work for it. Thus, he was sent to the Cosmic Entertainment Center, where on the first day, he was assigned a room and instructed to memorize the employee code of conduct. On the second day, he was dispatched to a nursing home, tasked with conversing with the elderly to alleviate their boredom. Initially taken aback by the sight of the old individuals, he observed their dark hair, robust muscles, and youthful faces, incredulous that they could be considered elderly. Was he being mocked? After an introduction from the intelligent robot supervisor, he learned that these individuals had all consumed longevity potions, with an average lifespan reaching 10,000 years. Shocked by this revelation, Wang Xikong was puzzled as to why these long-lived individuals chose to remain in a nursing home rather than enjoy life outside. The intelligent robot supervisor explained that although their bodies aged slowly, their spirits deteriorated rapidly over the long years. Having seen through everything, their hearts became as still as a calm lake, akin to the dead. Wang Xikong was further perplexed. Why not seek enjoyment or excitement? Like engaging with beautiful women. The intelligent supervisor seemed to anticipate his thoughts and clarified. Throughout the ages, these individuals have experienced everything they wish to and have grown weary of it. They lack interest in anything, merely sitting in silence, awaiting death. Wang Xikong was even more baffled. If these individuals were disinterested in everything, what purpose would it serve for him to engage them in conversation? The intelligent robot supervisor informed him that in this highly advanced technological world, 90 of jobs were performed by intelligent robots, leaving humanity with only two professions, artists and scientists. Those willing to serve others were exceedingly rare, nearly non-existent. Wang Xikong couldn't help but wonder. Where were the sons, the daughters, the grandchildren, the relatives? Why not care for each other? The intelligent robot supervisor then explained that traditional reproductive rules had vanished 2,000 years ago, leading to the dissolution of conventional familial relationships. Humanity had become profoundly lonely, continuously developing entertainment products. Rather than alleviating this solitude, the more they indulged in entertainment, the deeper their loneliness grew. Coupled with their extended lifespans, their isolation became acute. Thus, there was a need for genuine strangers to converse with them. Providing temporary relief from their melancholy, can't you converse with them yourselves? Wang Xikong inquired. They describe us as soulless, devoid of warmth, cold machines that follow protocols, and do not wish to speak with us at all. How pretentious! These individuals are simply idling away their time. Bring them into our world, where they can toil daily, and their trivial concerns will vanish. While engaged in conversation, the intelligent robot supervisor escorted Wang Xikong into a sparsely furnished room. Devoid of any furniture, there, a stunningly beautiful girl, with an alluring figure, sat cross-legged on the floor. Upon hearing the commotion, she opened her eyes and turned her gaze towards Wang Xikong. He was instantly captivated by the depth of her eyes. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, revealing a spectrum of emotions. However, within her eyes, there was nothing but emptiness, an all-encompassing void that seemed to transcend the mundane. Reminiscent of the deities worshipped in temples, "Sir, he is a human whom we have hired at a premium for our happy retirement home, hailing from a less developed world," she stated. The girl did not speak immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Wang Xikong from head to toe, as if appraising a precious work of art. This made him feel quite uneasy. After a moment, her melodious voice broke the silence. "You may leave. I wish to converse with this young individual for a while." Thus, Wang Xikong became a cherished presence within the happy retirement home, where the elderly adored engaging him in conversation, sharing tales from their long lives. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 2 months had passed. Under the reluctant gazes of the residents, Wang Xikong was taken away by the intelligent robot supervisor. Upon returning to Blue Star, he arranged for the Bumblebee toy car to be transported home but did not immediately play with it. Instead, he immersed himself in creative endeavors. Wang Xikong wove the stories shared by the elderly, along with his own experiences of labor, into a novel. He approached a publishing house and, leveraging his financial resources, published a science fiction book titled Wang Xikong's Adventures in Labor. The first print run consisted of 10,000 copies, and he posted a brief announcement on Weibo for promotion.in an instant. It ascended to the second spot on various platforms' trending lists, with the Bumblebee toy car occupying the first. Netizens humorously remarked, "This world is truly bizarre. Young Master Wang has published a book." IVE decided to purchase a copy of young Master Wang's masterpiece for a read and to learn a thing or two. Ha ha ha. Young Master Wang, if you cannot grasp science fiction, perhaps it's best to return to pursuing internet fame. Some opportunistic bloggers, after reading the book, exclaimed, "This is simply a divine work. It's exceptionally captivating." This time, their praise was genuine, not merely jesting, as more bloggers proclaimed it a masterpiece of science fiction. Curious netizens who bought the book were left astonished. The tales within the novel were fantastical, yet strikingly realistic, as if they had experienced them firsthand. The bloggers were not exaggerating. Indeed, it was a remarkable work. The question arose, however, how could someone like Wang Xikong, who appeared ordinary, have penned such a masterpiece? Unsurprisingly, Wang Xikong's Adventures in Labor skyrocketed to fame overnight, bolstered by the author's renown and the quality of its content. In response to skepticism, Wang Xikong posted a Weibo update detailing his experiences working at the Cosmic Entertainment Center, briefly explaining the inspiration behind his book and showcasing his Bumblebee toy car. Aspiring science fiction writers among the netizens, upon reading this, were consumed by envy, proclaiming, "I get it. I'm off to find a job. I'm already on my way to the magical toy store." Meanwhile, a chubby boy's father emerged, calling his mother to the entrance of the magical toy store. He drove the Bumblebee toy car around the block, and upon encountering traffic, he activated its transformation mode, morphing it into a towering robot. With a single stride, the robot crossed onto the pedestrian lane, leisurely strolling. This spectacle was captured by a Curry Nation blogger visiting Long Country named Almi, who had over 3 million followers on YouTube. His purpose in Jincha City was to document the supposedly backward western regions of Long Country. To his astonishment, the rumored backward regions were actually filled with skyscrapers, wide roads, and even pristine public restrooms, which shattered his confidence. Even more unexpectedly, Almi exclaimed, "Such an impressive vehicle, and you tell me it's a toy car? Cars can transform into robots? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. I think it was merely a movie special effect." After the robot turned the corner, Almi hurried back to his hotel, quickly editing the footage he had captured and titling it, "Cars in Long Country can transform into robots. We can't even produce decent domestic cars." He posted it on YouTube. Within minutes, a comment from a fan in his home country appeared. "Blogger, I hope you are not deceiving us with computer-generated imagery. Please film the actual backward areas of the West. With love from the Curry Nation." Upon reading this, he sighed and shook his head. Moments later, another comment from a Curry Nation fan came through. Aside from the computer-generated robot, nothing else seemed particularly new. "We have many skyscrapers and cars in our Mengmai." Almi no longer wished to read the comments. He once shared their misconceptions, believing that the western regions of Long Country were filled only with horse-drawn carts and mud huts. The reality, however, had delivered a severe blow to his preconceived notions. There were indeed skyscrapers and cars capable of transforming into robots. Just as he was about to close the interface, he received another comment from a fan in a free nation. "Oh my god, this must be a product from the magical toy store. The owner once sold a magical bubble machine in Times Square. By the time I arrived, he had already returned to Long Country. Oh, my heavens, I desperately want to buy a transforming sports car. Magical toy store?" Almi was taken aback. He had just arrived in Long Country yesterday and had not heard of such an impressive establishment. After searching online, he felt as though he had fallen into a metaphorical sewer, only able to glimpse a small portion of the sky. After a few minutes of searching, he realized that his accommodation was not far from the magical toy store. What was he waiting for? He hastily set off. Meanwhile, the chubby boy was in his small bedroom, struggling to complete the Yellow River exercises his father had purchased for him. Suddenly, he heard exclamations from outside. Rising to look out the window, he was instantly transfixed. Was that not the Transformers he had longed for? He watched as the Transformer descended, performing a dazzling transformation into a sports yard, at that moment. The chubby boy was nearly brought to tears with envy. He desperately desired a transforming sports car to drive to school every day, which would be nothing short of incredible. Unfortunately, he did not possess one. Sobbing quietly, he suddenly noticed a man and a woman emerging from the car, resembling his father and mother. Rubbing his eyes and looking closely, he confirmed it was indeed his parents. This meant that the transforming sports car was a gift for him. In an instant, the chubby boy felt like the happiest child in the world. Just as he prepared to rush downstairs to admire the transforming sports car, he suddenly remembered that his father would want to check his homework. And he hadn't completed the Yellow River exercises properly. His multiple choice answers were all filled out haphazardly. If his father discovered he hadn't taken his studies seriously, he would surely prevent him from playing with the transforming sports car. Thinking of this, the chubby boy's face flushed red with anxiety, nearly in tears. When he heard the door open, he quickly sat up straight in his chair, pretending to be diligently working on his assignments. However, his father did not enter to check his work. Listening closely, he realized his father was chatting with his mother. The playability of this car is indeed remarkable. Renting it out could earn us between $500 to $1,000 a day. This could provide us with an additional source of income. Be careful. Don't let anyone steal it. Others can't start this car. Only I can help them with that, but I must keep an eye on it. After a door closed, there was silence. The chubby boy hurriedly focused on his homework, hoping to earn some time to play with the transforming sports car. The next day, a variety of vehicles filled the area outside the primary school on Park Road, all there to drop off children. Suddenly, a colossal figure turned the corner and approached the school entrance. In an instant, the atmosphere grew hushed, the only sound being the wind rustling through the leaves. Students, parents, and the gatekeepers stared in awe at this behemoth, their mouths agape. Seconds later, a student shouted, "The Transformer is here! The Transformer is here!" A wave of astonished voices erupted as the Transformer approached the school gate, performing a dazzling transformation into a sports car. The doors swung open, and a chubby boy, burdened with a large backpack, emerged from the vehicle, sprinting towards the entrance. Instantly, his classmates surrounded him, bombarding him with questions about the Transformer. The chubby boy proudly lifted his chin and declared, "The transforming sports car was bought for me by my father from the magical toy store." Really? The magical toy store has released transforming sports cars again? A bespectacled classmate exclaimed in surprise. "It's all over the internet. You didn't know?" "I didn't know. My mother doesn't allow me to play with my phone or go online," replied the bespectacled classmate. Upon hearing this, the other students sighed in unison, lamenting that their parents had also restricted their access to phones and the internet. No worries. Come over to my house on Sunday to play with the transforming sports car. Upon hearing this, the classmates praised the chubby boy for his generosity. Even Gusijia, the girl who had previously spent money to play with the magical bubble machine, chimed in, expressing her desire to visit and enjoy the transforming sports car. In the bustling metropolis, the weapons exhibition center buzzed with excitement. A group of impeccably dressed sales representatives enthusiastically introduced the weaponry on display to the affluent visitors from the desert nation. After surveying the offerings, the wealthy patrons expressed their satisfaction and indicated their intention to devise a purchasing plan upon their return. The sales personnel, maintaining close proximity, personally escorted the dignitaries back to their five-star hotel. As they traveled partway, a striking yellow sports car suddenly underwent a dazzling transformation, morphing into a towering robot that stood nearly a story high at it, stepped onto the bicycle lane, and began to stride forward. The eyes of the affluent passengers widened in astonishment, their cigars falling onto their trousers, leaving scorched holes as they gasped in pain and trembled while asking, "What sort of vehicle is this?" "This is merely a toy car," the sales representative replied candidly. "What? The wealthy patrons were utterly bewildered. Such an impressive vehicle, such remarkable technology, could undoubtedly be utilized for military purposes, and now, he was telling them it was simply a toy car? Unbelievable. Could it be that the technology of the Dragon Kingdom had reached such heights? What they perceived as cutting-edge technology was, in the Dragon Kingdom, rather commonplace, relegated to the production of toy cars. It was overwhelmingly powerful, to the point of despair. The sales representative glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the patrons looking utterly despondent. He could hardly contain his laughter and decided against offering any explanation, letting them remain in their state of shock for a while longer. Chapter 60. Pikachu appears, shocking the wealthy patrons from the desert nation in the magical toy store. Wang Liang was seated behind the bar. Engrossed in a game of chess, he had recently become enamored with this intellectual pastime and logged in daily to challenge an elderly opponent. The outcome, however, was better left unsaid. Suddenly, a few individuals dressed in attire reminiscent of the desert nation appeared before the bar. Startling him considerably, instinctively, he stood to check for any black briefcases in their possession. Fortunately, there were none. A portly man, resembling a television interpreter, approached with squinty eyes and a toothy grin, saying, "Boss Wang, these gentlemen are friends from the desert nation who wish to purchase 10 Bumblebee toy cars. The job slots are all filled." "Job?" The portly man exhibited a look of confusion. "Did you not investigate before coming? These Bumblebee toy cars require 2 months of work at the Cosmic Entertainment Center to earn." Before Wang Liang could finish his sentence, a system notification echoed in his mind. Detected wealthy customers in the store, triggering a temporary mission. "Do you accept?" "Oh, you little system. You are truly something else." "Accept. Temporary mission. Lead the wealthy patrons to the fishing machine. The machine has been placed in the time-dimensional garage. Reward, God-level singing skill, which incorporates the singing techniques of the top 100 singers across various universes, enabling the user to attract romantic interests and escape the agonizing single life." How ridiculous. My single life is not at all painful. Thank you very much, Wang Liang thought to himself as he silently criticized the system. He then heard the portly man say that the patrons from the desert nation were willing to purchase a job slot for 1 million free coins. The moment these words were uttered, a collective gasp echoed throughout the store. The current exchange rate, 1 million free coins amounted to over 7 million dragon coins. Tio, spend such an exorbitant sum simply for a job slot. These filthy rich patrons were beyond comprehension. Tell them that job slots are not for sale, but they can win prizes through the gaming machine, which includes not only Bumblebee toy cars, but also even more valuable rewards. The portly man and the desert visitors whispered among themselves, their expressions shifting from resignation to delight. Wang Liang recognized that they had taken the bait. Sure enough, the portly man smiled and said, "They want to know where they can play the gaming machine. Follow me." Wang Liang led the patrons and the portly man into the time-dimensional garage, leaving representatives of various factions and spies from different nations, as well as ordinary customers, waiting anxiously outside. That moment, the garage had transformed. The space had contracted, with 3 Bumblebee toy cars parked beside the fishing machine, immediately capturing the attention of the desert visitors as if to say, "What fun! You can easily win me and take me home. Oh, little system, you are indeed a clever merchant. You have led me astray." Wang Liang silently criticized the system while guiding the desert visitors to the fishing machine, only to realize that the machine was covered in unintelligible text. On the screen, every fish, every turtle, and every bomb was adorned with incomprehensible characters. The desert patrons chuckled among themselves, each pulling out a gold-trimmed black card from their pockets, inserting it into the slot, and taking their positions around the machine with utmost seriousness. Wang Liang suddenly understood and admired the system's foresight. It had even changed the text to the characters of the desert nation. It seemed this was a perfect opportunity to exploit these wealthy patrons. He hoped they wouldn't end up in tears over their losses, leaving him to clean up the mess. One thing that had perplexed Wang Liang was why the system required so much money. In other worlds, that currency would be worthless, merely scraps of paper. Lost in thought, the system notification interrupted his musings. Educational moment. These currencies are transferred to the godly wealth system for future use by hosts bound to it. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang felt a dull thrum in his head. All this time, he had been unwittingly working for the future hosts of the godly wealth system. What the hell? He cursed inwardly. He vowed never to let anyone binding the godly wealth system go unpunished should he ever find out. He would demand repayment and exact revenge on that host. Suddenly, music blared, breaking his train of thought. A patron from the desert nation emerged from the prize outlet of the fishing machine, unveiling a small black box. Inside was a sphere, half red and half white, with a button in the center. Upon pressing the button, the sphere split open, emitting a flash of silver light, revealing a yellow, mouse-like creature. The creature stood upright, gazing at the crowd, exclaiming, "Pikachu!" Its voice was sweet, and its large eyes brimmed with innocence, making it an adorable sight. The desert patrons gasped in awe, rushing forward to cradle the creature in their arms, only to hear, "Pika-Chu!" A burst of electrical energy crackled, causing one patroness' hair to stand on end. Smoke billowing from his nostrils. Wang Liang could no longer contain his laughter, clutching his stomach as he erupted into fits of mirth. The other patrons from the desert nation joined in, laughing uproariously. The portly translator, fearing to offend the wealthy clients, stifled his laughter, his chubby cheeks turning crimson as his shoulders shook in a comically exaggerated manner. The desert patron, who had been shocked, instead of being angry, was filled with exhilaration and joined in the laughter. With this prize in hand, the patrons from the desert nation were completely captivated by the fishing machine, unable to extricate themselves. Wang Liang used a futuristic smartphone to translate the text on the machine, discovering that the words written on each fish indicated the prizes. For example, the golden shark bore the inscription, "Shark Pepper Transformation Mecha Set." Wang Liang was quite familiar with Shark Pepper, a character from a childhood television series he loved. To think that even a prize like the Shark Pepper Transformation Mecha existed, it made him want to try his hand at fishing. However, he ultimately dismissed the idea. The cost of playing the fishing machine was exorbitant. One free coin only converted to 10 points. And the lowest power cannon required a minimum of 200 points. This meant that each launch of the fishing net cost at least 20 free coins, translating to nearly 150 dragon coins. It was prohibitively expensive, accessible only to these affluent patrons from the desert. By around 7 p.m., the system notification chimed once more. Friendly reminder: the fishing machine has earned a total of 100 million free coins and will soon close. Guests, please prepare to leave and settle rewards. Goodness, oh little system, you are indeed merciless. You've raked in 100 million in just one afternoon. I'm genuinely concerned they might demand repairs for me without sharing a dime. How can you sleep at night? Wang Liang grumbled about the system as he entered the time-dimensional garage, noticing that the desert patrons were still engrossed in their fishing machine endeavors. With a forced smile, he addressed them, "Esteemed patrons, it's already past 7. The fishing activity will conclude, and the store must close. It's time for everyone to return home." After the portly translator conveyed Wang Liang's message, the desert patrons mechanically turned to face him. Chapter 61. Wang Liang's happy little life with a toothy grin. They chattered amongst themselves, retrieving their prizes from the fishing machine and rising to head for the door. Wang Liang noticed that each of them held a Pokeball capable of summoning Pikachu. No wonder they were so joyous. After bidding farewell to the wealthy patrons, he received the god-level singing skill. He downloaded a karaoke app, entered the PK mode, and attempted a rendition of a classic song. You clap one, I clap one, two little children play a game. You clap two, I clap two'd. The moment this song played, the opposing contestant disconnected. Wang Liang was certain the competitor had been intimidated by his world-class vocal talent and had no hope of competing against him, leading to their hasty retreat. Indeed, it must be so. Not one to rest on his laurels, Wang Liang matched with a male contestant, reasoning that a man would likely possess a higher tolerance for pressure and would not be as easily disheartened by his exceptional singing voice. This time, the opponent sang first, but all that emerged was a series of disjointed lyrics. "Dear, you fly slowly. Be careful not to collide with the large landmine ahead." Upon hearing this, Wang Liang's eyes brimmed with tears as he glanced around, letting out a long sigh. What on earth is this song about? The lyrics are not worth mentioning. The voice resembles that of a rather feeble duck residing in one's throat, hoarse and breathless, causing listeners to instinctively curl their toes against the soles of their shoes. The phone was silenced, awaiting the completion of the other party's song. Wang Liang was ready to astound with his world-class singing. Intending to reveal to the other what true music is, unexpectedly, after finishing the song, this little rascal abruptly disconnected and fled. Such audacity! Today, he must impart a lesson to this young man who knows nothing of music. Xiao Wei, is it possible for you to locate the phone of the person who just sang with me through this karaoke app? Infiltrating the server. Search complete. Confirming IP address. The phone associated with the IP address has been found. Create a viral alarm featuring my world-class singing, install it on this phone, and set it to ring precisely at 5 a.m. every morning. Can you manage that? It can be accomplished. Even if he silences it, the volume can be automatically adjusted to the maximum. Is that feasible? It can be done with some permissions. If he shuts down the phone, we will wait for him to power it on. And that is when the viral alarm will sound. All right, a week of gentle education will suffice. After a week, we will cancel the viral alarm. Understood. Let us begin. Viral alarm in production. Please sing into the phone. Wang Liang contemplated for a moment and sang a classic tune. Throw the handkerchief, gently place it in the child's hand. Once finished, the weak artificial intelligence Xiao Wei proceeded to the next step. Embedding the viral alarm. Embedding complete. Obtaining permissions. Acquisition successful. Setting playback conditions. Settings complete. Upon hearing that everything was ready, Wang Liang nodded in satisfaction, went to the kitchen to fetch a bottle of nutritional supplement, drinking while opening a chess app to educate the oblivious old man. Xiao Wei, he moved the knight. What should he do? Move the elephant. He aims to capture the rook. Use the side cannon to check. Meanwhile, the former national chess champion, Grandmaster Liu Xiaohua, known for his terrifying calculation abilities and nicknamed the Eastern Computer, was furrowing his brow, intently staring at the computer screen as if faced with a conundrum. Minutes later, he sighed deeply and informed the viewers in the live stream. This game is lost. No sooner had he spoken than his opponent typed a few words. Old man, you can't compete. Practice for a few more decades, and perhaps you can tie with me. Shortly thereafter, with a stroke of genius, the opponent checkmated Liu Xiaohua. The chess enthusiasts in the live stream erupted in fury. Even the software dogs dare to act tough? I'll open the software and teach him a lesson, so he knows the sky is blue, the earth is black, and one must not be too arrogant. Let us go. Wang Liang, witnessing the continuous stream of challenges, accepted them all. With Xiao Wei's assistance, he left his opponents utterly defeated. Each time victory was near, he would taunt, "Little novice, do you yield?" driving his opponents to flee in frustration. In a study room, a middle-aged man in a red vest stared fixedly at the computer screen, muttering, "I refuse to believe that I spent over 1,000 on this chess software and cannot defeat you." Minutes later, upon reading the opponent's message, he clenched his teeth, fists tight, face flushed, not from exertion, but from anger. With a shout of "Ah!" he struck the computer screen with a punch, causing it to emit smoke. After educating the oblivious challenger, it was already past 10 o'clock. Wang Liang opened the system's shop page, browsing the food section to see what delectable items were on discount for a late-night treat. After a thorough look, he indeed found something enticing. Fried meatballs, originally priced at 100 points, now only 3 points. Description: made from natural pork sourced from our 128 agricultural stars, expiring tomorrow, now on special. Although it's nearing expiration, it is so cheap at just 3 points. What more could one ask for? Wang Liang decisively exchanged for the fried meatballs. With a flash of silver, a black box appeared on the coffee table. Opening the box revealed it filled to the brim with fried meatballs, accompanied by a portion of pepper salt. He did not eat immediately, but asked Xiao Wei to help him find the latest video of Su Xiaoyun in the Wandering Dragon Country. Curious to see how far the young man had cycled and whether he had found a 5-star shelter, along with any beautiful scenery along the way. His videos were quite delectable. As the video began, the young man was seen emerging from his sleeping bag, announcing it was time to rise. The camera shifted to the outside of the tent, revealing a location in the northeastern region of the Dragon Country, where the weather was frigid, blanketed in snow. He had set up camp in the snow the previous night and slept through the night. Seeing that he had endured the cold without issue, Wang Liang exhaled in relief. He pinched a fried meatball, dipped it in pepper salt, and popped it into his mouth. With a satisfying crunch, the outer layer was crisp and delicious, while the inside remained soft and fragrant. Truly, the fried meatballs from the system shop were exceptional. While enjoying the fried meatballs and watching Su Xiaoyun's video, Wang Liang sipped on his nutritional supplement. This life was indeed quite comfortable. Time flew by. And before he knew it, it was 5 a.m. At that moment. As Wang Liang slept soundly, a young man far to the south was abruptly awakened by the sound of singing. Throw the handkerchief. Gently place it in the child's hand. Seconds later, a furious shout erupted. What the hell? Chapter 62. Task completed. Lucky spin lottery. The young man cursed while groping around his pillow, picking up his phone and exclaiming, "Damn it, it's only 5 a.m. that I'm off today." He had specifically canceled his alarm yesterday, hoping for a leisurely morning. Who would have thought that, at the crack of dawn, he would be jolted awake by the handkerchief song? What the hell? The young man attempted to silence the song but could not locate the off button. Fortunately, it only sang once. After being roused by the handkerchief song, he found sleep eluding him. Thus, he had no choice but to rise, wash up, eat breakfast, and head out for some exercise. This was precisely Wang Liang's intention, to encourage the young man to rise early, reward himself less, and lead a healthier lifestyle each day. A noble intention indeed. He performed good deeds without seeking recognition and never expected gratitude from the young man. Truly a typical unsung hero. At 8:30 in the morning, Wang Liang was awakened by his biological clock. Got up, washed up, cooked a pack of Black Elephant instant noodles, and fried a free-range egg, slicing a piece of Sanhui sausage to enjoy a delightful breakfast. He opened the shop door. The shop had been somewhat quiet lately due to a lack of stock, with only a few spies coming in to check the situation. Wang Liang discreetly took photos of these familiar faces, already having Xiao Wei investigate them thoroughly. The first to enter was a man with a common face. A spy from Curry Country. He received a monthly salary of 10,000 free coins, equivalent to over 70,000 dragon coins. This salary is considered average among spies. The next to enter was a short man, a spy from Pickle Country, earning 5,000 free coins, making his salary the lowest. The highest paid spy was from Free Country, earning 30,000 free coins, equivalent to over 210,000 dragon coins, a true tycoon. Wang Liang had already planned that if he ever ran short on funds, he would borrow from these individuals. What is this called? This is what one might refer to as reaping the benefits of capitalists, entirely justifiable. Not a hint of wrongdoing. Today was a day worth celebrating, as the remaining 3 workers were finally about to emerge, meaning he could claim his reward. This time, it was a lucky spin lottery. Back in the day, he spent 50 cents at a small shop near the school to draw a prize, winning a toy gun, earning him the title of lottery prince among his classmates. Unfortunately, he was later robbed by a group of delinquents in a narrow alley. However, he held no sadness over it, for that toy gun was of poor quality, with the piston breaking after a few uses. Had it been of good quality, Wang Liang would never have so easily given it away. He had maintained a big brother in that area with spicy strips, who would go to the internet cafe to take care of those delinquents. Enough of idle chattered. At precisely 10 o'clock, the black door swung open, and 3 young men returned to the shop under the watchful eyes of the crowd. One of the young men held a roll of fabric, claiming it was a reward from the company, made from high-tech materials, suitable for crafting clothes that are warm in winter and cool in summer. Representatives from various countries and factions were vying for it, and Wang Liang sent a message to Miao Shiyu. Upon her arrival, she immediately raised the price from 500,000 to 5 million, even drawing a handgun from her waist to play with casually. The spies and representatives dared not voice their anger. The young man is quite astute, effortlessly selling the fabric to Miao Shiyu. Miao Shiyu, holding the fabric, does not leave but makes a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a group of robust men clad in Zhongshan suits enters the toy store, under the watchful gaze of onlookers, stuffing the fabric into a safe and carrying it away, with a beaming smile. She approaches the counter, places a gun down, and exits the toy store. Wang Liang picks up the gun, glances around, weighing it in his hand, and in the midst of the bewildered gazes of spies and representatives, he aims the gun at them and pulls the trigger. A click resounds, a flame bursts forth from the muzzle. It turns out to be merely a lighter. The spies and representatives are left utterly speechless. Is this some sort of joke? Wang Liang, chuckling, leads 3 young men to the time-effective dimensional garage, retrieves a Bumblebee toy car, returns to the store, ushers the spies and representatives out, closes the door, and begins to claim his rewards. Ding! Mission accomplished. System reward. A chance to spin the lucky wheel. With a stroke of luck, one might draw incredibly precious prizes. Sponsored by Boss Ning. 1,000 Universe Coins shopping voucher. Redeemable at the Universe Entertainment Center. Not exchangeable for points. Latest mission. Sell 1,000 Magic Pokeballs. Magic Pokeballs. Are those the ones capable of releasing Pikachu, Squirtle, and Charizard? Pokemon, also known as Bakemon, was one of Wang Liang's favorite animated series in his childhood. Regrettably, he only managed to watch the first season sporadically, and the protagonist never won the championship, failing to become a Pokemon master. Judging by the prizes won from the fishing machines in the desert country, the toys for sale this time should indeed be the Pokeballs from Pokemon. How splendid! This is the toy Wang Liang fantasized about in his youth. He had purchased a Pokeball before, only to find a plastic Pikachu inside. It was merely a child's plaything. Price: a month and a half of good fortune. Friendly reminder: bronze-level toy suppliers can earn 10 points for every month and a half of good fortune collected. Mission reward: a set of Mars vacation villas, where suppliers can take a break every 6 months, fully equipped with food, drink, and entertainment. Quite splendid. Excellent. This Mars vacation villa is truly to my liking. Do remember to arrange several beauties for me, as I wish to instruct them in cultivating crops and see if vegetables can be grown on Mars. The system ignored Wang Liang, perhaps deeming his request too bizarre. Arranging a few beauties merely for farming? Are you out of your mind? Would you like to activate the lucky wheel now? Yes. Wang Liang replied confidently. A silver wheel, constructed from holographic projections, materialized before him. Its black pointer began to spin. The first segment it passed was a rather precious prize, a 9,000-year-old peach of immortality. Wang Liang's heart raced. Had he drawn the peach, he would have soared to unimaginable heights, possessing nearly infinite longevity and a system. He could sit at the store entrance, witnessing the ebb and flow of life, the blooming and withering of flowers, and say to an old man of 80, "Young man, your great-grandfather loved ice cream, and I see you share the same fondness." The old man would gaze at the remarkably youthful Wang Liang, bewildered, and reply, "Boss Wang, I was in my 20s when you were born. I'm now preparing for my funeral. And you're still in your 20s? When will you age?" Wang Liang sighed deeply, stating, "When the heavens grow old, so shall I." The old man was astonished, his mouth agape, oblivious to his dentures falling out. Returning to reality, the pointer swept past again, revealing ginseng fruits, 9-turn elixirs, 100,000 year longevity potions, dark magic tomes, and a series of extraordinarily impressive prizes. Exhausting his last ounce of strength, it finally came to a halt. Chapter 63, Drawing the Longevity Potion, taking advantage at the Universe Entertainment Center. Ding. Congratulations! You have obtained a 1,000-year longevity potion. Wow! If I drink this, wouldn't I become a 1,000-year-old Wang? No. A millennia-old old demon. No. A terrestrial immortal? As Wang Liang spoke, he began to sing with his world-class vocal prowess. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. After finishing the song, he sighed toward the heavens. Lonely? So lonely, emptiness, truly overwhelming emptiness. Please call me the true man of empty loneliness. If anyone dares to disregard me, I shall unleash my wrath. After his lament, he erupted into a fit of laughter, which, to the unknowing observer, might have seemed as if the enchanted toy store was raising geese. The system's voice promptly intervened, curtailing the raucous laughter. Commencing delivery, dispensing rewards. A flash of silver illuminated the scene. The counter was now adorned with an array of red and white magic Pokeballs, and a small black box appeared atop the counter, featuring a card bordered in silver. Upon opening the box, he discovered a round-bellied glass vial containing a golden liquid, bubbling enthusiastically. Were it not for the system's assurance that this was the longevity potion, Wang Liang would not have dared to drink it, as it resembled the poisons concocted by wicked witches in films. Removing the wooden cork, a waft of fragrant aroma enveloped him. Wang Liang lifted the vial to his lips, intending to take a small sip to discern the flavor of the coveted longevity potion that had been sought after by emperors and commoners alike throughout history. To his astonishment, the potion seemed almost alive. Swiftly sliding down his throat without pause and into his stomach, closing his eyes, he savored the experience, finding it devoid of any distinct flavor. It felt akin to Zhu Beiji's experience consuming ginseng fruit. Suddenly, a fiery sensation ignited within his belly, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Recalling his previous experience with a tonic, without hesitation, Wang Liang dashed into the living quarters, heading straight for the bathroom, turning on the faucet to shower. At that moment, his temperature soared, and the water upon contact with his flushed skin instantly evaporated into a mist, in no time. The bathroom was enveloped in steam, resembling a celestial realm. Wang Liang felt as though he had been cast into the 8 trigrams furnace of Taishang Laojun. It was unbearably hot, his mind began to fog, and he feared his brain would boil over. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the heat within him began to dissipate, returning to normalcy. After shutting off the faucet, he gazed into the mirrored at that moment. Wang Liang had undergone a remarkable transformation. His skin glowed a bronze hue, embodying masculine allure. His long, dark hair cascaded down to his waist. His eyes were bright and clear, shimmering like stars, as if they contained the ebb and flow of celestial bodies. Under his gaze, all that existed in the world seemed to pale in comparison. Wang Liang nodded in satisfaction. This ordeal had not been in vain. Not only had he transformed into a terrestrial immortal capable of living for over 1,000 years, but he had also become even more handsome. It seemed he would need to be more cautious when venturing out, lest those women in their 20s be unable to resist approaching him. Donning the system's reward in the form of a black robe, he tied his long hair back with a fine hemp cord. With a change in appearance, he resembled an ancient hero. In summary, it was all about how to look good. After much contemplation, Wang Liang ultimately decided to cut his hair short, as washing long hair was too cumbersome. Grabbing a pair of scissors, he gathered his hair to the front, securing it into a bundle, and with one swift cut, it fell away without a hitch. As if slicing through steel wire. "Has even my hair been enhanced?" Wang Liang exclaimed in surprise. Pulling a strand of hair, he placed it against the blade, moving it up and down, yet the hair remained undamaged. Continuing to exist, he stroked his stubble and took up an electric shaver, swiftly trimming it down to a smooth finish, feeling relieved. As long as he could shave, he had no intention of becoming a long-bearded old man. After indulging in self-admiration, he returned to the store, retrieving a magic Pokeball from the bar. Pressing the circular button in its center, a flash of silver light revealed an adorably charming Pikachu on the counter, which he used to affectionately refer to as the Yellow Rat. Pikachu stared at Wang Liang with its big, innocent eyes. Indeed, this was the delightful sensation he sought. Grabbing Pikachu by the tail, he rubbed its head, feeling the exceptionally fine and soft fur, which was immensely comforting. Pikachu quickly became annoyed, calling out its name as it began to discharge electricity. However, it was of no consequence. Wang Liang had received an extraordinary power, rendering him impervious to mere electric shocks. After a brief moment of futile attempts, Pikachu displayed an expression of utter despondency, lying on the counter, allowing the villain to continue the playful harassment. Fortunately, the villain only indulged for a short while before returning Pikachu to its Pokeball. After fulfilling his childhood dream of playing with Pikachu, Wang Liang placed the Pokeball back on the counter and picked up the black card. The front of the card bore the words Universe Entertainment Center, while the back displayed an emblem identical to the one above the sign of the magical toy store, featuring a chaotic array of silver lines within a black circle. It was unclear what the significance was. Wang Liang contemplated the card, mentally preparing himself. Once inside, he would merely indulge in good food and drink, enjoy the spectacle, and gather intelligence about the suppliers, absolutely avoiding the deceptive machines like the Points Fruit Machine, Points Fishing Machine, or Points Claw Machine. After selling the Bumblebee toy car, his points had surged to 10,000, marking him as a veritable wealthy individual. He must not emerge from the Universe Entertainment Center as a pauper. With everything planned, Wang Liang took his phone and the card and stepped into the Universe Entertainment Center. To his surprise, upon entering, he encountered the black market dealer, Boss Ning, who wore his signature sinister grin. Wang Liang lowered his head, attempting to feign ignorance and sidestep past him, only to find his path blocked by Boss Ning. "Welcome to the Cosmic Entertainment Center." The proprietor, Ning, gestured towards a machine across the way and remarked, "You may upgrade your consumption voucher into a cosmic currency storage card at that device." "Thank you," Wang Liang, preferring to avoid further conversation with the peculiar Ning, hastened toward the machine. Following the prompts, he converted his voucher into a cosmic currency storage card. He then made his way to a bubble tea shop, spending 50 cosmic currency on a cup of tea before meandering through the hall. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted nearby. A gaunt young man was shouting, "Lend me 1,000 cosmic currency, and I assure you, I will turn my fortunes around." The two burly men in black beside him paid him no heed. Each seized an arm and dragged him away. Wang Liang recognized the fellow. He had previously won a staggering amount of points on the fruit machine, leaving Wang Liang envious and drooling, before he disappeared to indulge in some pleasure. Seemingly a supplier of gourmet delights, Wang Liang had suspected that, given time, the young man would encounter misfortune. He never anticipated it would occur so swiftly. Chapter 64. Shopping return, uncovering secrets engrossed in thought. He was suddenly interrupted from behind. "Young man, come here. I wish to speak with you." He turned to see a voluptuous woman, her cheeks rosy, smiling at him from a short distance away. Her large, glistening eyes seemed to beckon, as if intent on drowning a man in their depths. That moment, two words occupied Wang Liang's mind: grand and familiar. Without further ado, he approached. The woman waved her hand, saying, "Don't be afraid, dear. I mean you no harm." Before she could finish, Wang Liang interjected, "Madam, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I can't hear you." Before the woman could respond, a diminutive middle-aged man, observing others at the fruit machine, chimed in. What could she possibly want? Just the usual matters of the bedchamber. "Young man, be cautious. You might find yourself at a disadvantage." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression turned icy, and snowflakes began to swirl within a meter of her. Wang Liang was taken aback. What caliber of master could manipulate the local climate? The surrounding players seemed unfazed, engrossed in their gaming, indifferent to the unfolding drama. The small man scoffed, shook his head, and returned his focus to the machine, as if its allure was irresistible. After the snowflakes danced around the woman for a brief moment, they dissipated without a trace, her cheeks regaining their rosy hue, and her eyes now reflecting an innocent demeanor, reminiscent of a naive young girl. This cosmic entertainment center was not only run by an eccentric owner, but its patrons were equally peculiar. Wang Liang chose not to linger, traversing through various entertainment facilities until he arrived at a dining area, where he spent 350 cosmic currency on a long-desired roasted dinosaur meat set. He relished his meal. He overheard a conversation from a neighboring table. "Have you heard about the new miraculous toy supplier?" "No, not at all." "What's the story?" "The tale is grand indeed. Although this supplier appears to be at the bottom tier amongst many, it seems." The speaker abruptly paused, deliberately savoring his drink. His companions urged him. "Come on, spill the beans." Wang Liang, feeling impatient, silently muttered, "If you don't hurry, I'll give you something to worry about." Before the man could continue, one of his companions interrupted, "I'll treat you to a foot massage later." "Are there any other offerings?" "Indeed. Speak quickly. Rumor has it, the miraculous toy supplier's products encompass achievements from the realms of cultivation, technology, magic, and martial arts civilizations." This revelation, the restaurant fell into an immediate hush. Wang Liang was taken aback, pondering, "Is that truly impressive?" Before he could finish his thought, someone exclaimed, "So, does that mean he could potentially acquire prizes from all four civilizations?" "Theoretically, yes." After a lengthy pause, someone sighed heavily, lamenting, "Why is there such disparity among suppliers?" No one offered a response. Apart from Wang Liang, others seemed engulfed in profound doubt about their lives, having once believed that possessing a supplier system made them the chosen ones. Little did they know, there were far greater heights to behold, their systems lagging far behind. After several minutes of silence, someone inquired, "Has anyone seen this miraculous toy supplier?" Glances were exchanged, and heads shook in unison. The informant frowned, stating, "As far as I know, this supplier has only shown himself once in the entertainment center and has not reappeared since." Following this, silence enveloped the group once more. Wang Liang, seated in a corner, quietly consumed his roasted dinosaur meat, striving to remain inconspicuous, aiming to embody the guise of an innocent youth. The silence lingered for an extended period. Eventually, someone ventured, "Does this miraculous toy supplier, in the future, have the ability to merge with any system he desires?" "Theoretically, yes." "Merge? Can systems even merge?" Wang Liang's ears perked up at this notion, but regrettably, the one who mentioned system merging fell silent, and the conversation did not resume until he finished his meal. He refrained from inquiring further, fully aware that the individuals around him were seasoned veterans. He had no desire to reveal his identity. He would have to gather information gradually. After settling his bill with the cosmic currency storage card, he exited the restaurant and entered a shopping center. The variety of goods was impressive: clothing, footwear, snacks, toys, household appliances, and smart electronic devices, all available in abundance. Wang Liang spotted the whirlwind remote-controlled car he had previously sold, priced at 100 cosmic currency, which seemed reasonable when considering the exchange rate of one cosmic currency equating to 1 point. After perusing the aisles, he purchased 2 stylish outfits and a plethora of snacks. Having spent the entirety of the cosmic currency generously provided by Ning, he encountered him once more before exiting. "We look forward to your next visit. Thank you." Watching Wang Liang's retreating figure, Ning revealed a knowing smile. Upon returning to his store, Wang Liang did not immediately open for business. He opted to take a day of respite, organizing his snacks and clothing before retrieving a magical Pokeball to release Pikachu. While affectionately stroking Pikachu's fluffy head, he indulged in his snacks and engaged in a game of chess on his phone, attempting to educate the oblivious old man. It was a day of unadulterated pleasure. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, numerous events unfolded in the external world. A clandestine research facility in the Land of Ointment. The doors were suddenly flung open, and a group of researchers clad in protective suits fled. Following them, a pair of mechanical hands gripped the door frame, and with a thunderous crash, a towering robot emerged, its cold, piercing electronic voice resonating incessantly. Upon detection, a competitor is attempting to execute reverse engineering. Self-destruct protocol initiated. Under the astonished gaze of onlookers, the robot dashed toward the lush trees of the hillside, swiftly uprooting them in mere moments. Half the mountain was stripped bare. The head of the research facility, Tu Fei Yuan, was in a state of panic, realizing that if the robot continued its rampage, he would surely face dire consequences. He scrambled to retrieve his phone, urgently reporting the situation to higher authorities and imploring them to dispatch personnel at once. Minutes later, 3 armed helicopters arrived, launching large nets in a futile attempt to restrain the robot's movements. However, the robot remained undeterred, continuing its assault on the trees until it reached a temple at the mountain's base. The crowd grew frantic. This temple housed their ancestors' remains, and if it were to be desecrated, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Chapter 65. Ashes dispersed amidst the sale of Pokeballs. Murphy's Law. The more one fears something, the more it manifests. The robot tore through the net that ensnared it, racing into the temple amidst the panicked expressions of the onlookers. A cacophony of shattering followed, and the broken tablets were cast into the courtyard, accompanied by a plume of white smoke. Standing outside the facility, Tu Fei Yuan gazed at the swirling smoke above the temple, feeling as though a monstrous hand had gripped his heart, causing him excruciating pain. "Our ancestors' ashes have been scattered," he uttered, collapsing at the entrance. Chaos erupted once more. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous explosion echoed from the mountain as flames engulfed the temple, billowing thick smoke skyward. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. The robot had finally self-destructed. Had it breached the city, the consequences would have been catastrophic. What they feared began to unfold on the streets of Curry Nation. The towering robot, emitting harsh electronic sounds, demolished everything in its path, leaving a trail of devastation. It was uncertain how many of Curry Nation's prideful outdoor toilets had been destroyed, but suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed, erupting into a fireball. When the flames subsided, only a heap of ashes remained, scattered by the wind, further degrading the already desolate streets. From above, it appeared as though the area had just endured an aerial bombardment. Meanwhile, the researchers in Curry Nation sat in shock amid the rubble, frozen in place like lifeless swine. In contrast, the intellect of the Free Nation citizens had significantly improved compared to that of the Ointment Nation. They had chosen an isolated location to research Bumblebee toy cars. Upon the sounding of the alarm, the Bumblebee toy car transformed into a robot, wreaking havoc in the laboratory. Finding nothing else to dismantle, it erupted into a conflagration and charged towards the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert. Researchers from the Free Nation, sheltering in a safe house, watched the receding flames on their surveillance equipment. Collectively struck by a singular thought, "This is perilously dangerous. I shall never again engage in the study of the merchandise from the magical toy store." That evening, a piece of news from the Patchwork Nation reached the Dragon Nation, bearing the headline, "The ancestral temple of the Patchwork people destroyed by a robot transformed from a Bumblebee toy car." The cause of the robot's sudden loss of control is under investigation. Upon reading this news, netizens in the Dragon Nation exulted, exclaiming, "What a relief! Truly a splendid respite." Those temples, which the people of the Dragon Nation derisively referred to as toilets, were dedicated to individuals of egregious wrongdoing and moral depravity. Their destruction was met with overwhelming satisfaction. Concurrently, admiration for Boss Wong surged, with fervent declarations of his remarkable prowess. "What a feat! He has avenged us most splendidly." In stark contrast, citizens of the Patchwork Nation took to the internet to denounce Wang Liang and the magical toy store, alleging that the items sold by this establishment possessed grave quality issues and demanded reparations and the reconstruction of the temple. Just as one storm subsided, another arose. News of the Bumblebee toy car's transformation into a robot that wreaked havoc in the Curry Nation, taking on the guise of a husky and demolishing an entire street, soon followed. Following this revelation, Dragon Nation netizens echoed, "Serves you right. What a fitting consequence for causing trouble in the snowy mountains." Likewise, Curry Nation's netizens joined in the outcry against Wang Liang and the magical toy store, clamoring for compensation to cover the reconstruction of the buildings along the street and demanding 10,000 free coins for each affected individual. While onlookers reveled in the unfolding drama, military officials across nations broke into a cold sweat at the sight of the robot's might. They understood all too well that its sudden loss of control was what made it so terrifying. If such destruction could be wrought when it was out of control, one could only imagine the devastation a true war robot could unleash. Most crucially, the question lingered. Could the Dragon Nation acquire the technology to manufacture war robots from Wang Liang? This posed a significant dilemma. Achoo! Achoo! Wang Liang rubbed his nose, silently lamenting, "Could it be that Boss Ning's unfortunate fate has fixated upon me? Why do I keep sneezing?" Suddenly, a voice emanated from his phone. "Young man, why don't you leave?" "Old man, you've already lost 10 rounds. Take a break and play again tomorrow." "I refuse. I simply cannot believe I can't win even once against you." Wang Liang sighed and shook his head, hastily shutting down the chess application in a moment of resignation. Meanwhile, an elderly gentleman clad in a red vest, with eyes as round as eggs, gazed at the words checkmate with trembling hands. He cautiously lifted his teacup, took a sip of strong tea, inhaled deeply, and shouted, "Once more. I shall battle you for 108 rounds." No sooner had he finished his proclamation than a rag flew through the air, landing squarely atop his head, enveloping him entirely. "Your grandson is currently doing homework. Why are you making such a racket?" Aware of his transgression, the elderly man fell silent, removed the rag from his head, placed it on the coffee table, and, now resembling a disheveled vegetable, resumed his spirited contest. The following day, under the scrutiny of spies and representatives, the magical toy store finally opened its doors, without a moment's hesitation. The crowd surged inside. Upon encountering Boss Wong, everyone was momentarily stunned. The transformation was astounding. Overnight, he had metamorphosed from a charming young man into a mature, charismatic figure, his eyes resembling a fathomless abyss that drew one in. His hair, now longer, gleamed jet black, tied back with a simple string, bestowing upon him an ethereal quality. Observing the slack-jawed spies and representatives, Wang Liang had a sudden inspiration. He decided to toss them a smoke bomb of sorts. Grinning as he proclaimed, "Yesterday, my master from the celestial realm returned and gifted me with a magical elixir, which is how I came to be like this. Nothing peculiar about it." With that, he produced a magical Pokeball from the counter, introducing it as, "This time, we have the magical Pokeball, capable of releasing a genuine Pikachu. All it requires is a month and a half of good fortune. Those wishing to purchase may form a queue." Had this been in the past, chaos would have erupted at this moment. Yet now, no one moved. They stood there, dazed and confused, akin to a flock of bewildered geese. Moments later, a spy inquired, "Boss Wong, did you just say you have a celestial master?" Wang Liang remained silent, merely nodding, enhancing the air of mystery surrounding him, making it difficult for anyone to discern the truth. Following this remark, silence enveloped the store once more. Suddenly, a child's voice rang out from the entrance. "Excuse me. Uncles, could you step aside? I wish to buy a Pokeball." The uncles were jolted back to reality, and they promptly formed a line to purchase the Pokeball. Little chubby Zhang Dong, observing the adults in the store, silently grumbled, "If I don't come, You one T buy. But as soon as I show up, you all rush to BUYITS finally the weekend, and now I have to waste half the day in line. How frustrating. Chapter 66. The Smoke Bomb's Revelation. Pikachu's overwhelming popularity after the spies and representatives had purchased their magical Pokeballs. They swiftly reported the latest developments to their headquarters, the Free Nations Intelligence Department. The head, Omis, sat behind his desk, his face shifting from red to white like a chameleon. After a considerable pause, he gazed at the portrait of the Virgin Mary across from him, murmuring, "Is this true?" The intelligence report claimed that Boss Wong possessed a celestial master. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed it outright. However, given the identity of the individual in question, it provoked a myriad of thoughts. Could it be that Boss Wong truly was a disciple of a celestial being? Is that why he wields such incomprehensible advanced technology? In the Curry Nation's intelligence department, the head, Jamil, stood by the window, scrutinizing the report with a furrowed brow, sighing deeply. Inwardly, he mused, why would the great true God favor the people of the Dragon Nation and accept them as disciples? The people of the Curry Nation are the most devoted followers of the true God. The creaking of the doorknob was heard, and a dark-skinned woman entered carrying a tray topped with several flatbreads, a large piece of meat, and a bowl of thick yellow soup with tiny granules. "Didn't I tell you to knock before entering the office?" Jamil said with a scowl. The woman stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. She distinctly recalled being told the previous day that knocking was unnecessary when bringing food. "Remember, from now on, you must knock before entering the office," Jamil nearly shouted, startling the woman. The tray slipped from her grasp, and the yellow soup splattered everywhere, leading any onlookers to believe someone had made a mess in the office. In the Dragon Nation Security Bureau, Director Shun Kor leaned against his desk, gazing at a landscape painting opposite him, and inquired, "Do you think what Wang Liang said is true?" The secretary shook his head, remaining silent. "Are you implying it is false?" "No. I simply cannot discern the truth from falsehood. If one day Wang Liang claims he has met the Jade Emperor, I would have to ponder whether he truly has." The secretary's face bore an expression of helplessness. Anything that transpired in Wang Liang's life seemed plausible, for he was no ordinary individual, and one could not apply conventional standards to him. Sighing, Shan Kuo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may go about your business." The secretary felt as if a weight had been lifted, hastily exiting the office, eager to distance himself from the headache-inducing conundrum. As noon approached, Wang Liang looked at the chubby boy at the counter and cheerfully asked, "Have you finished your homework?" Upon hearing the word homework, the boy's smile vanished instantly. He sighed and replied, "Not a single word." "Oh, young lad, tomorrow I shall inform your teacher that you only wish to buy toys and neglect your studies." The mention of the teacher sent the boy into a panic. "I haven't done anything. Today is Saturday. I can finish my homework tomorrow." "Then let me ask you, can the food for today wait until tomorrow?" "No, it cannot." "Then can today's homework wait until tomorrow?" "Well, I suppose not." "Then why aren't you hurrying back to write it?" Just as the boy prepared to leave, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Scratching the back of his head, he said, "But I haven't bought a toy yet. I almost got tricked into going home." Laughter erupted in the store at his words. Wang Liang ceased teasing the boy, guiding him to place his hand above the fortune collector to gather good luck. Afterward, he retrieved a magical Pokeball from behind the counter and handed it to him. Upon receiving the Pokeball, the boy's face lit up with joy, and he bounced out of the magical toy store, eager to find his friends at the nearby secret base. They watched the boy's jubilant retreat. The onlookers sighed, lamenting, "The carefree childhood is forever lost to us." Simultaneously, after a morning of anticipation, the magical Pokeball surged to the top of trending lists across major online platforms. In a video, a brawny man with rippling muscles, exuding gentleness, was seen gently stroking Pikachu's head while saying, "If it weren't for my excellent physical condition and quick reflexes, I would never have been able to purchase the magical Pokeball." The crowd was immense. It was truly a cacophony of drums and firecrackers. The viewing ladies were utterly charmed by the adorable Pikachu, flooding the comments with exclamations of, "So cute. I want one. I have already purchased a ticket to Jinsha City. Wish me luck in acquiring a magical Pokeball as well." On this day, countless young ladies were irresistibly drawn to the adorable Pikachu, utilizing various modes of transportation to rush towards the wondrous toy shop. Such an enchanting Pikachu certainly would not go unnoticed by the young gentleman, who had already set off as the ladies began to comment. 18 noon. After several days of absence, Miao Shiyu entered the magical toy shop, carrying a large basin of boiled meat under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Her identity had now become clear. The representatives of various factions who had previously given her money were on the verge of being reprimanded by their headquarters, while spies from numerous countries envied her for being so close to Boss Wang. Wang Liang was contemplating what to have for lunch when he suddenly caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. He then heard someone behind him exclaim, "Make way, it's hot oil. No compensation for any spills on clothes." Immediately after, Miao Shiyu squeezed through the crowd, placing the basin of boiled meat on the counter, and then went back to bring a basin of rice. "You treated me to a meal last time, so this time, I'll treat you to boiled meat," calling it even, with a flushed face. She turned and hurried away, as if being chased by wolves. "I can't eat this much. Let us share." "No, I can't." "What's with you today?" Wang Liang said, swiftly stepping in front of Miao Shiyu. Noticing her crimson complexion, even her neck was flushed. "Why is your face so red?" It's nothing. The shop is just hot," Miao Shiyu replied, keeping her head down throughout the conversation. After speaking, she dodged around Wang Liang and quickly made her way to the exit. Wang Liang observed her retreating figure, filled with bewilderment. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused while bystanders see clearly. The onlookers in the shop instantly understood the situation between the two. A portion of the representatives and spies simultaneously thought, "This is it. It's truly over this time." Meanwhile, the representatives from various companies in the Dragon Nation silently commended the situation, thinking, "Impressive, truly impressive." Wang Liang was no fool. After some contemplation, he grasped the underlying nuances. Choosing to go with the flow regarding this matter, he returned to the bar to close up for lunch, only for Miao Shiyu to return, carrying a large bottle of lemonade. "The boiled meat is too spicy. I bought you a drink." After saying this, she attempted to leave again. Wang Liang unleashed a bold move. "I'll be vacationing on Mars soon. As a gesture of reciprocity, I might bring you along, depending on the circumstances." The moment these words left his mouth, the shop fell silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping. Representatives from various countries and spies appeared frozen in place, their eyes wide and mouths agape, mentally shouting, "Did I just hear that? He's actually going to vacation on Mars? Oh my heavens, I think I'm going to lose it." Miao Shiyu abruptly halted, mechanically turning around to stammer, Did you just say you were going to vacation on Mars?" "Yes. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with you, you big-headed fool?" The crowd glared at Wang Liang, wishing they could seize him on the spot and give him a good thrashing. This was utterly too ostentatious. "Are you really going to take me with you?" This question slipped from Miao Shiyu's lips instinctively, driven by her responsibilities and her uncertainty about what else to say. Wang Liang was about to respond that it depended on the situation when a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Friendly reminder. When going on vacation to Mars, you may bring one beautiful companion, as it aids in the relaxation of suppliers. System. I must earnestly inform you that I am not that kind of person. Bringing Miao Shiyu to Mars is purely a matter of reciprocity. Do you understand? The system remained silent, seemingly accepting his point. Glancing at the adorably naive Miao Shiyu, he teasingly asked, "Would you like to go?" "Yes." Miao Shiyu replied almost instantaneously, then internally urged herself, "Little Miao, for the sake of the mission, you must be thick-skinned and hold your ground. Then it's settled. Let us eat. Let us eat." Wang Liang declared, beginning to usher people out. "Our shop will close for lunch. Dear friends, please return in the afternoon." The crowd left the magical toy shop, filled with an overwhelming sense of envy and resentment, standing in the alley, gazing at the shop door that had suddenly transformed into a picturesque scene, their hearts echoing with a sense of unfulfilled longing. In the alley, Sun Gu noticed that Miao Shiyu had not come out after entering and that the shop door was closed. His eyes widened in disbelief. He swiftly dashed to the communication center, grabbed the direct line, and dialed Director Shin's number. "Director, something significant has happened." "What is it?" The response was accompanied by a cacophony of clattering sounds, suggesting some object had fallen. At noon, Miao Shiyu delivered a basin of boiled meat to Wang Liang, and she hasn't emerged from the shop since. Moreover, the door is closed. "Are you certain?" "I saw it with my own eyes." After a brief pause, the director repeated good 3 times and cautioned Sun Gu to remain vigilant, as the enemy would likely attempt sabotage, and any factor detrimental to the development of Miao and Wang Liang's romantic relationship must be kept at bay. Sun Gu nodded vigorously in agreement. Initially, he thought that being recognized by Wang Liang might spell doom for his plans, but unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn for the better. While Sun Gu was on the phone, the news of Wang Liang's intention to take Miao Shiyu on a vacation to Mars was already being reported to headquarters by spies and representatives. Jamil, the head of the intelligence agency in Curry Nation, was drinking his unique coffee when he was so startled by the news that he sprayed it all over his assistant, leaving the assistant with a distinct odor wherever he went. In Freedom Nation, the head of the intelligence agency, Omis, was roused from his slumber by his subordinates and nearly fell from his bed upon hearing the intel, fortunately being caught by his girlfriend in the nick of time. Mikawa Goro, the head of the secret special forces in the Patchwork Nation, sighed heavily after reviewing the submitted intelligence, staring out at the birds flying by, and said, "Gather the think tank." At that moment, the think tanks in various countries were nearly at their wits' end. They had no effective strategies for extracting advanced technology from Wang Liang and ultimately decided to imitate the Dragon Nation-S approach, planning to employ the beauty trap while swiftly dismantling it. Meanwhile, in the midst of external turmoil, the little chubby boy and his companions were secretly playing with Pikachu in their hideout. Look at that person. He seems to be stealing batteries. Not far from the bridge tunnel stood several old electric bicycles, the vehicles of fishermen. A lanky young man with yellow hair pretended to be nonchalant as he stood next to the electric bike, quickly using tools to remove a battery within mere seconds, placing it on his scooter. Seeing that several children in the tunnel were watching him, he widened his eyes, attempting to scare them away. "The bad guy has spotted us. What should we do? What are you panicking about? Pikachu, go!" In an instant, a bolt of yellow lightning sprang from the tunnel, appearing before the young man. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Pikachu, a creature he was all too familiar with from his childhood. He had planned to sell the stolen battery and purchase a toy from the magical toy shop, never expecting that these children would have already acquired one. Extending his hand, he aimed to capture the adorable Pikachu, only to hear a resounding Pika-Chu. A surge of electricity erupted from Pikachu's tail, coursing through his extended hand and instantly enveloping his entire body. A tingling sensation overwhelmed him, akin to the discomfort after squatting in a restroom all day, rendering him immobile. The pain was excruciating, reminiscent of being injected with a veterinarian's syringe. He emitted a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Following this agonizing cry, his hair turned singed black, his denim pants, adorned with chains, were torn in several places, and smoke billowed from his nostrils. The fishermen by the river were nearly startled into the water by his shriek. As they approached to investigate, the chubby boy and his friends emerged from the tunnel, rushing towards the yellow-haired youth. Meanwhile, Pikachu, having discharged its energy, happily bounced back into the magical Pokeball. "Uncle, this person is stealing batteries from your electric bikes. You must catch him," the chubby boy shouted, prompting the fishermen to curse and dash forward like enraged bulls. The yellow-haired young man was infuriated with the chubby boy, having spent 3 days by the river. Noticing that the fishermen were always engrossed in their fishing, completely oblivious to their electric bikes. Most importantly, there were no surveillance cameras in the area. If the battery went missing and the police were called, they would find it difficult to catch him. By the time they apprehended him, he would have already enjoyed his spoils. Even if he had to serve another few days in jail, it was no different from his previous experiences. Upon release, he would return to his life of crime without a care. Little did he expect that his plans would be thwarted by a group of children and that Pikachu would shock him. "Wait, I must not get caught. If I do, I'll be in serious trouble." Just as he thought this, the yellow-haired youth, suppressing the pain, took a giant leap onto his motorcycle, twisting the key in an attempt to flee. However, at that critical moment, the engine failed, sputtering before falling silent. Chapter 68. The young ladies rushed to buy Pikachu. Instantly selling out, the young man with yellow hair abandoned his motorcycle and dashed away. Having observed over the past few days that the fishermen by the river were utterly inept, often spending an entire day without catching a single fish, should they apprehend him, he was certain they would vent their frustrations upon him for their lack of success. It must be said that his powers of observation were indeed commendable. The fishermen were thinking precisely what he had surmised. After running a few paces, a flash of yellow darted past him. And before he could react, two furry little feet were kicking at him with remarkable speed, leaving him no time to evade. The impact felt akin to receiving a fierce slap to the face. It hurt intensely. Moments later, a series of blows rained down upon his head, accompanied by the repeated cries of Pika, Pikachu. The fishermen, witnessing a yellow rodent flitting about the thief's head and delivering swift kicks, were momentarily bewildered. They exchanged confused glances, their eyes filled with perplexity. A middle-aged man with a beer belly, panting heavily, asked, What is this rodent?" The others shook their heads, equally baffled. Only a younger individual, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "I know. This must be the Pikachu that the magical toy store has been selling recently." "What on earth?" The beer-bellied man remained utterly befuddled, having never encountered an animal with such a peculiar name. "Pikachu. It's a toy. A toy." The crowd was even more confused. Wasn't this clearly a creature? Were they to be regarded as fools? The newcomer refrained from further explanation, as it would have been futile. The thief, ensnared by Pikachu, was soon caught by the fisherman, who pinned him to the ground and retrieved a stick, administering a sound thrashing before calling the police. Once the officers had taken the thief away, the fishermen turned their attention to Pikachu, captivated by its adorable appearance. They reached out to touch it, only to be met with a jolt of electricity that caused them to yelp in surprise. Ultimately, they exchanged 3 large bags of spicy snacks with a chubby boy before resuming their fishing. The allure of fishing was far greater than that of Pikachu. Meanwhile, the chubby boy and his companions were happily munching on their spicy snacks in their secret hideout when suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the bridge, "Zhang Dong, it's time to eat." Just by the tone, it was clear that the speaker was on the brink of a furious outburst. "Oh no, my mother won't allow me to eat spicy snacks. You all need to hurry." The sentence was abruptly cut off. That moment, a middle-aged woman wielding a stick stood at the entrance of the bridge. "Zhang Dong, come out." The other end of the bridge was blocked. Leaving the chubby boy with no escape, he steeled himself, quickly devouring the last 3 spicy snacks in his bag, storing Pikachu in its pokeball, and leaving his companions with a melancholic silhouette as he exited the bridge. Immediately, the voice rang out, "Zhang Dong, stop right there." His companions, seeing that he had evaded the clutches of danger, earnestly remarked, "Our brother is safe now. We can enjoy our snacks without worry." "Indeed." The others nodded in agreement. Around 2 in the afternoon, after a long journey, the young ladies finally arrived at the entrance of the magical toy store. A medley of various perfume scents filled the alley, causing some of the spies to suffer from allergies, resulting in incessant sneezing. As the doors of the magical toy store swung open amidst the gaze of the eager ladies, a well-groomed beauty emerged, carrying a ceramic basin. Who was she? Why was she at the magical toy store? Was she the girlfriend of the shop owner, Wang Liang? These 3 questions immediately sprang to the minds of the young women, accompanied by a subtle pang of envy. As Miao Shiyu walked toward the adjacent communication area, she observed the throng of ladies filling the alley and quietly murmured, "This is absolutely madness." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Quick, let us get inside." In an instant, the young ladies transformed into frenzied hens, clamoring to enter the shop. Upon seeing Wang Liang, they were momentarily stunned. Is he not extraordinarily handsome? 1,000 times more so than in the videos. They quickly reverted from frenzied hens to bashful young girls, their faces flushed as they stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Liang behind the counter. Experiencing the attention of so many young ladies for the first time, Wang Liang felt his face heat up as he stated, "Please queue for the magical hair Pokemon balls." The young ladies transformed once more from bashful girls to eager participants, lining up enthusiastically. The remaining 500 magical Pokemon balls from the morning swiftly sold out. Those who acquired the magical Pokemon balls immediately began posting pictures with Pikachu across various social media platforms, accompanied by ostentatiously boastful captions. For instance, "It's 2023, and surely there can't be anyone without a cute Pikachu." Plastic friends and sisters, upon seeing such posts, scoffed and tossed their phones aside, unconcerned about potential damage since there were plenty of backup funds available. True friends, however, urged them to hurry home, eager to lovingly ruffle Pikachu's round little head. "Too adorable. I simply can't resist." The young ladies who failed to secure the magical Pokemon balls exhibited even more dramatic reactions. A JK girl stood at the counter, her innocent big eyes blinking as she implored softly, "Boss Wong, could you please sell me just one more magical hair Pokemon ball? I can't sleep without Pikachu." "Can't sleep? Take a tricycle then." Wang Liang's words left the JK girl speechless for a moment. Another mature lady leaned casually against the counter, resting her chin on one hand, leisurely saying, "Little brother, if you just..." "Stop!" Wang Liang promptly interrupted her suggestive words and began ushering people out. Meanwhile, the beloved Pikachu, adored by the young ladies, was being prepared for dissection by researchers from various countries. This creature, capable of generating electricity and returning to its magical Pokeball, was simply too wondrous. Studying its physiological structure might unveil the secrets of magic. In Free Nation, Area 51, an underground secret laboratory, the president of the Academy of Sciences, Ace, personally oversaw the dissection of Pikachu. On a large dissection table, the adorable Pikachu was strapped down, its innocent eyes blinking with naivety. "Pika." "Pikachu," its tender voice echoed in the laboratory. Surrounding it were individuals clad in white coats, one of whom held a gleaming scalpel. As the command was given, the individual took a deep breath and extended the scalpel toward Pikachu's furry belly. Pikachu sensed the impending danger and began to struggle, but alas, it was bound too tightly to escape. It could not comprehend why its master would wish to harm it. With tears streaming from its innocent eyes, it uttered, "Pika." Pikachu. Chapter 69. Pikachu Strikes Back. Wang Liang vacations on Mars as the scalpel drew closer. The blade grazed Pikachu's fur, and with a resounding Pikachu, an overwhelming surge of electricity erupted from its body. Some of the current traveled along the scalpel, shocking the wielder and sending them into a seizure. The others, in a panic, attempted to flee, but it was futile. No human could outrun electricity. They all collapsed, convulsing on the floor. Moments later, an ethereal voice echoed in the laboratory, "Detection of intentional harm to Pikachu has been registered. The Pokeball and Pikachu will return to the magical world." Countdown commencing. 3, 2, 1. A flash of silver light enveloped Pikachu, and it vanished from the dissection table. Minutes later, a team of medical personnel rushed into the laboratory, carrying the incapacitated researchers on stretchers. During this commotion, Academy President Ace regained consciousness, feeling as though he had been beaten mercilessly with a baseball bat. His entire body ached, and he felt a chill in his head. Tentatively, he reached up to touch his scalp. It was smooth. He found no hair. "What the heck?" he exclaimed in disbelief. He had lost his once handsome locks, leaving him a bald man, utterly disheartened at the prospect of facing his lover like this. The agony was unbearable on that day. Any researcher who sought to dissect Pikachu met with dire consequences. The researchers from Dragon Nation refrained from such actions, knowing that anything sold at the magical toy store not only defied understanding but could also lead to further losses. Additionally, there was the matter of a vacation on Mars. After Miao Shiyu returned to the communication area, she rapidly reported Wang Liang's intent to take her on holiday to Mars to Director Shen. Upon hearing the news, Shen Kuo leaped up in excitement and swiftly contacted the director of the space agency, Bai Weibao. Upon learning that Wang Liang planned to take Miao Shiyu to Mars, Bai Weibao, mid-sip of tea, choked and sprayed it everywhere, stammering in excitement. Thus, the news circulated, eventually reaching the ears of Zhao Shengli, the director of the Dragon Institute, who stood frozen in place, resembling a dazed goose. After what felt like an eternity, he finally uttered, "Excellent. This is splendid, truly splendid. There are indeed exceptional individuals at play here." The magical toy store. After ushering out the last exuberant female customer, Wang Liang quickly secured the door and began to claim his rewards. Ding! Mission complete. Reward. A villa for vacationing on Mars, available every 6 months for the supplier to enjoy a period of leisure, fully equipped with food, drink, and entertainment. Quite splendid. New mission. Sell 1,000 sets of horror adventure chess. Adventure chess? Wang Liang furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling the nature of a particular toy he had crafted in his youth. He had once drawn a winding path on a sheet of sketch paper, segmented into squares, each marked with numbers. Interspersed among these numbers were specific traps, such as move back 3 spaces or sing a song. He had even fashioned a die from paper, along with 2 game pieces, allowing him to engage in play with his companions. The rules were simple. Roll the die to determine how many squares to advance, and the first player to reach the finish line was declared the winner. The greatest delight lay in ensnaring one's opponent in a trap, compelling them to bray like a donkey, sing a tune, or even suffer a playful flick to the forehead. An amusing pastime indeed. This adventure game, prefixed with the word horror, suggested that the traps would possess a terrifying theme. Wang Liang considered himself quite courageous, having watched numerous horror films featuring characters like Uncle Zombie, Mr. Zombie, and the Village Corpse. The horror adventure game before him seemed trivial, almost childlike. Upon his return from Mars, he looked forward to experiencing it thoroughly. The horror adventure game is only for the truly brave children. Even the great prankster King has participated in its design and creation, making it a rare and delightful toy. Price: 10 years of love. Must I once again collect love? Friendly reminder: bronze level suppliers earn 10 points for every decade of love collected. Task reward: promotion to silver level marvelous toy supplier, automatic upgrade of the dimensional shop to level 3, and an increase in profit share to 3. Supplier levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold. As levels rise, supplier privileges and benefits continuously strengthen. Dimensional shop levels: level 1, 2, 3, 4. As levels increase, the shop's functions will be progressively refined. At long last, was an upgrade on the horizon? Wang Liang felt as if he had been waiting an eternity. Friendly reminder: silver-level marvelous toy suppliers possess the qualification for initial toy design. This upgrade holds significant importance. Design toys? A look of excitement crossed Wang Liang's face as he inquired whether toys of his own design would yield greater profits. The system remained silent on this matter, continuing its course of communication. Commencing shipment. Shipment completed. A flash of silver illuminated the store as flat black boxes filled the counter. Next to the luck collector on the counter, a fish tank appeared, filled with pink mist, presumably the love collector. Would you like to head to the Mars vacation villa now? Wait a moment. Wang Liang quickly donned his high-tech attire, equipped himself with a futuristic phone, and dashed from the marvelous toy store. Under the gaze of onlookers, he rushed into the adjacent communication center, emerging moments later with Miao Shiyu in tow. The crowd overheard the mention of going to Mars for a vacation, and soon they were back in the toy store. I think I just heard them say they are going to Mars for vacation, exclaimed a young lady to her friend, who nodded in agreement. I think I heard that too. Upon hearing this, the young lady was left in utter shock. As more and more people began discussing the prospect of a vacation on Mars, it became clear to all that Boss Wang was taking his girlfriend to Mars. In an instant, the young ladies appeared to have consumed an abundance of lemons. Sour. How exasperatingly sour. What a remarkable boyfriend he was, whisking his girlfriend away to Mars for a vacation. Envy. Such envy that it nearly brought tears to their eyes. Why couldn't they have a boyfriend like that? In the store, Wang Liang silently communicated with the system, indicating it was time to depart. In a flash, a brilliant silver light erupted, slowly coalescing into a swirling vortex. Miao Shiyu gazed at the spectacle before her, her eyes wide with wonder, her mouth slightly agape, silently pondering. Is this a scene from a science fiction film? Dear travelers, welcome aboard. This journey is brought to you by Future People Travel Company. Please board the vessel. The sudden electronic announcement startled her, prompting her to instinctively move closer to Wang Liang. Oh, not be afraid. This is merely the voice of artificial intelligence. Let us board the spacecraft. Wang Liang urged as he led Miao Shiyu through the shimmering vortex. Chapter 70. Little Miao's inner thoughts. They safely arrived on Mars. The interior of the spacecraft resembled that of the one they had taken to the moon, albeit with an additional seat. Dear travelers, the time traveler is about to depart for the Mars vacation villa. Please take your seats to prevent any accidents. Once seated, the electronic voice echoed once more. Quantum engine initiating. Point 3, 2, 1. Launch. The view outside transformed dramatically as they found themselves in space, the blue planet drifting nearby, resembling a sapphire amidst the cosmos. Simultaneously, satellites from various nations detected an unidentified flying object. Upon transmitting the footage to the monitoring room, they recognized it as the very spacecraft that Boss Wang had taken to the moon. It seemed the intelligence department's findings were indeed accurate. Boss Wang was indeed bound for Mars. In the monitoring room of the Dragon Nation Space Agency, Director Bai Weibao observed the screens while conversing on the phone, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Theo, an outsider, it might have seemed he was preparing for a wedding. So jubilant was his demeanor. On board the spacecraft, Miao Shiyu gazed at the blue planet, her heart captivated by its beauty, exclaiming, "It's simply breathtaking. Indeed, it is quite stunning," came a voice from beside her, snapping her back to reality. She was engaged in an exceedingly crucial mission, seated next to a man who was both familiar yet unfamiliar, and at that moment, they were the only two aboard. The thought quickened her heartbeat, and warmth spread across her face as her mind wandered. "He brought me to Mars. Does he have feelings for me? I must admit, he is rather handsome and undoubtedly one of the most unique individuals on this planet." "No, little Meow, what are you thinking? How could he possibly be interested in an ordinary girl like you? Focus, remember. You are on a vital mission that concerns the entire nation. You must maintain unwavering concentration. He is, after all, a normal adult man. What if, just a hypothetical, he were to dot? What would I do? What could I do? It seems there is no good solution. I would have to dot. As those thoughts raced through her mind, Miao Shiyu felt her face flush intensely. She touched her cheek, only to catch a glimpse of Wang Liang looking at her with a puzzled expression. Instinctively, she blurted, "I'm fine, just a little warm." After uttering those words, she felt something amiss and quickly added, I'm not blushing." As soon as the words left her mouth, Miao Shiyu realized she had made a glaring admission, attempting to feign nonchalance as she gazed out at the blue planet. Her mind racing with anxious thoughts. "Oh no, this is utterly disastrous. How embarrassing. I could cry." Wang Liang was amused by Miao Shiyu's adorably dazed expression, shaking his head as he chuckled, "I know you're not blushing. No need to explain, haha." Hearing his laughter, Miao Shiyu wished for a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. She had never felt this awkward in her life. Fortunately, the electronic voice suddenly chimed in, breaking the tension. "The second quantum leap is commencing. Destination: Mars Vacation Villa. Point 3, 2, 1. She watched as the scenery outside morphed into a cascade of colorful lights retreating behind them. From the large screens in the various space agency monitoring rooms, the spacecraft vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Bai Weibao exhaled deeply, expressing envy. "If only our Dragon Nation could master such black technology." The other personnel in the monitoring room were equally envious, their mouths watering at the thought. Compared to this spacecraft, the rockets they had launched seemed like mere toys, utterly incomparable in the Free Nation. At NASA's command center, Director Chris rubbed his temples and remarked, "The Dragon Nation has successfully boarded the spacecraft. Well, what are our people doing? All they seem to ask for is funding." He paced the monitoring room, cursing, "Fools. Truly a bunch of fools." The Western Union Space Agency. Director Alpice stared blankly at the monitoring screens, rendered speechless. The technological advancements embodied in this spacecraft far surpassed the current era. Even if the Dragon Nation were to grasp a fraction of it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Destruction. Miao Shiyu and Wang Liang's relationship must be sabotaged. In the Bear Nation Space Agency, Director Ivan sipped his vodka, a smile spreading across his face. The strategy above was indeed astute. By aligning with the Dragon Nation, even if it was just for scraps, the Bear Nation would undoubtedly fare well on the spacecraft. Miao Shiyu admired the vibrant lights, only to have her vision shift as a translucent bowl radiating a soft yellow glow appeared ahead. Reminiscent of an energy shield from a sci-fi film, within the bowl stood a black villa, glistening with metallic sheen under the sunlight, exuding an aura of high technology. Behind the villa, a large swimming pool beckoned. "This is incredible," she exclaimed. Wang Liang was equally taken aback. The scene before them was something straight out of a science fiction movie. The spacecraft glided smoothly through the bowl's wall and descended before the villa. As the hatch opened, the electronic voice sounded once more, "Dear travelers, you have arrived at the Mars Vacation Villa. We will return to collect you in 7 days. Wishing you a pleasant journey, goodbye." As Wang Liang and Miao Shiyu disembarked, the spacecraft ascended rapidly, disappearing into the sky. The villa's door opened automatically. A young girl clad in a black dress emerged, extending her hand in a gesture of invitation, and with a warm smile. She remarked, "Welcome to the Martian Holiday Villa. I am your intelligent butler, Xiao Hor. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I haven't eaten yet. Let's arrange a meal first," Wang Liang said as he led Miao Shiyu into the villa. The interior was predominantly adorned in silver. Upon passing through the foyer, to the left lay an expansive living room furnished with a circle of black sofas, while to the right were the bathroom and cloakroom. In the cloakroom hung 2 outfits, with the words spacesuit emblazoned upon the wall above. After touring the first floor, Wang Liang ascended to the second floor via the staircase adjacent to the foyer, with Miao Shiyu silently trailing behind. The layout of the second floor was equally straightforward, featuring a bedroom on the left, a study, a dining room, and a bathroom on the right. The bathroom housed an enormous bathtub, allowing one to soak while enjoying the desolate Martian landscape. After the villa tour, dinner was served, a generous portion of roasted meat for each person, some unidentified vegetables, and a glass of dark beverage. Just as they were relishing the meal, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in their minds. Friendly reminder. The next upgrade to the dimensional shop will require a substantial sum of money. It is advisable for the supplier to seize the opportunity of vacationing on Mars to initiate a live broadcast and earn some revenue. Heeding the advice, Wang Liang promptly seized the futuristic phone, activated the Douyin live stream, propped the phone against the napkin holder, and aimed it at Miao Shiyu, signaling to the viewers that she was quite safe, heartily enjoying her meal and drink, assuring them not to worry. I have not sold her to extraterrestrials. Chapter 71. The emergence of 1 nanometer lithography technology causes a frenzy. Miao Shiyu glanced at the live stream, noting the ever-increasing viewer count in the upper left corner, 10, 000, 20, 000, 50, 000. The barrage of comments was dazzling, a cacophony of varied remarks. Hey, beautiful lady, are you Wang's girlfriend? Hello, husband. Suddenly, a special effect animation materialized as a user named Wang Sikong sent a carnival gift, followed by a flurry of animations as gifts poured in. She remained silent, continuing to savor her meal. How splendid it is to be live streaming. The viewers can witness her in the authentic Martian environment. Only advantages, no downsides. In the Dragon Kingdom Space Agency. Director Bai Weibo stood by the window, gazing at the sky, contemplating whether Miao Shiyu could successfully complete her mission and retrieve some Martian soil and rocks. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a secretary rushed in, placing a phone before him, exclaiming excitedly, "Director Bai, look!" Without needing to be told, Bai Weibo saw Miao Shiyu seated at the dining table, enjoying her meal against a backdrop of a silvery wall. Is this the famed Martian holiday villa? Bai Weibo mused aloud, pulling out his phone to open the live stream, settling onto the sofa to watch intently. The tasks he needed to assign were already delegated. Now, he could merely observe, hoping Miao Shiyu would successfully return with Martian soil and rocks. Meanwhile, the director of the security bureau, Shen Kuo, was also watching the live stream, chuckling to himself, convinced that sending Miao Shiyu on this mission was one of the wisest decisions of his career. Absolutely brilliant, astoundingly astute. Lost in his self-satisfaction, the phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Minister Hao Jianya from the Ministry of Science and Technology. As soon as he answered, a hearty laugh erupted from the receiver. The other party laughed for a while before speaking. "Old Shun, you executed this task splendidly. On behalf of the entire Ministry of Science and Technology, I extend my heartfelt." Before the minister could finish, Shen Kuo interjected, "Stop. I don't require your flowery thanks. I heard you have a bottle of 20-year-old Fangio. I don't have time to visit, so send it to me." True to his profession and intelligence, he had an uncanny nose for such matters. "This bottle has been warming up here. As the saying goes, where there is joy, there is sorrow." While people in the Dragon Kingdom celebrated as if it were New Year's, those in the Free Nation were lamenting as if they had lost a loved one. Chris, the head of the space agency, slumped in his chair, watching the live stream on the big screen, sighing repeatedly, internally screaming, "Why? Why is the beautiful lady dining not from the Free Nation?" He felt as if he were transforming into a walking encyclopedia of questions. Omasai, the head of the intelligence department, was also watching the live stream, his brow furrowed, fists clenched, and his face pale with rage. Not from embarrassment but from frustration. He cursed internally. Insidious, incredibly insidious. To employ such underhanded tactics, all of them are conniving scoundrels. Suddenly, he recalled a colloquial term from the Dragon Kingdom, Lao Lu. This is a pack of Lao Lu. They drive me mad. Simultaneously, Gaia's secret task force leader, Sanchuan Wulong, and Curry Nation's intelligence department head, Jamil, were equally infuriated. Their anger akin to two unsuccessful mating monkeys. They could only sit behind their desks, glaring at the live stream with wide eyes, silently vowing, "Just you wait. I will surely undermine the relationship between Miao Shiyu and Wang Liang." In the Martian holiday villa, Wang Liang finished his last piece of meat, wiped his mouth, and inquired, "Xiaohua, are there any entertaining activities? You may spend some time in the study reading to recharge your mind." Came the reply. The mention of reading made Wang Liang's head spin. Aside from internet novels, he had little interest in other books. However, this was the Martian holiday villa, and the books in the study were likely penned by extraterrestrials. He picked up his phone and earnestly proclaimed, "Dear friends, we must read more and enrich our minds to progress." With that, he strode into the study. Noticing Wang Liang heading to the study, Miao Shiyu hurriedly finished her last piece of roasted meat and silently followed him in. This was her strategic approach to the mission, never to disturb, only to quietly observe. Once inside the study, Wang Liang casually pulled a book from the shelf, its cover reading, "Manufacturing and Applications of 1-Nanometer Lithography Machines." The viewers in the live stream, too, caught sight of it through the phone's camera. The once vibrant barrage of comments came to an abrupt halt as they stared, astonished. What kind of divine study is this? To casually pull a book that discusses cutting-edge technology? Oh my, I am losing my mind. The Minister of Science and Technology, Hao Jianya, gazed at the words on the cover, his eyes nearly bulging out. Isn't this the high-end lithography technology one have yearned for, even in my dreams? Xiao Li, quickly, informed Douyin Company to send a message to Wang Liang stating that we wish to purchase this lithography technology. Regardless of the conditions, do not refuse. Meanwhile, in the Free Nations Black Palace Technology Management Committee, panic ensued. Oh God. We cannot let the 1-nanometer lithography technology fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Quickly contact Douyin Company to send a message to Wang Liang offering to purchase the lithography technology at a high price. No conditions denied. In the Gaia Nation's Technology Management Department, the urgency was palpable. Contact Douyin Company immediately. We must send a message to Wang Liang. No matter what, we must try. What message should we send? Baka Yuru, foolish pig. Do I need to spell it out? Of course, we will offer a high price to purchase the lithography technology. In the Tulip Nation, at ASML Lithography Company, the atmosphere was tense. What are you all standing around for? Contact Douyin Company immediately. Send a message to Wang Liang stating that ASML is willing to offer 49 of its shares to acquire the 1-nanometer lithography technology. After giving his subordinates their instructions, the company head paced anxiously in his office, much like an ant on a hot pan. Once the 1-nanometer lithography machine hits the market, ASML's lithography machines will have no sales avenue. At that moment, Douyin Company was inundated with messages from across the globe, each more significant than the last. The head of the company, Zhang Xiaoming, remarked, "We are an internet company, not a communications company, all right?" Ultimately, adhering to a policy of offending no one. The technical team temporarily cleared the comments section, compiling the incoming messages into a single barrage that was displayed on the screen. Viewers in the live stream, witnessing the sudden disappearance of comments, initially thought it was a glitch. However, the next second, an avalanche of impressive messages flooded in. Chapter 72. Announcement of Martian sovereignty leaves nations in tears. Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Science and Technology. We offer a high price to purchase the 1-nanometer lithography technology. Any conditions will be accepted. Free Nations Black Palace Technology Management Committee. Likewise, Gaia Nation's Technology Management Department. ASML Lithography Company. Wang Liang glanced at the barrage, preparing to speak when the system voice suddenly reverberated in his mind. Friendly reminder. This outdated technology could secure friendship with the Dragon Kingdom, thus facilitating the supplier's business dealings there. Stand down. I have my own judgments, he retorted to the system. After flipping through the book casually, he realized he seemed to not quite understand it, carelessly tossing it onto the table. He then selected another book, a novel titled Returning to the Village to Engage in Agriculture and Aquaculture, Selling a Chicken for 10,000, leafing through a few pages, and discovered that the protagonist shared a name with the first customer of the magical toy store. For this reason alone, he decided to read the book. After spending over 10 minutes searching through every book in the study, I failed to find any technical literature. All I encountered were novels or tomes on the history of extraterrestrial development, utterly devoid of value. During this endeavor, Miao Shiyu occasionally glanced at the book on the table about the manufacturing and application of a 1-nanometer lithography machine. Her mind raced, yet she could devise no effective means to obtain that book. Xiaohua, having finished your reading, are there any intriguing projects left? You could don a spacesuit and drive around in a Mars rover, taking in the breathtaking Martian landscapes. What a splendid idea! Can we disembark and take a stroll? Certainly, The spacesuit encompasses a life support system that will ensure your safety throughout. Wang Liang nodded and led Miao Shiyu to the cloakroom, where they donned their spacesuits. As he stood before the mirror, checking if he looked more handsome, he suddenly noticed Miao Shiyu standing behind him, her expression adorably dazed. However, the most striking aspect was that the spacesuit was form-fitting, accentuating her figure quite impressively. Upon uttering this thought, Wang Liang immediately regretted it. Damn, I must not continue to be such a straightforward man. Sure enough, Miao Shiyu's expression shifted instantly, her head bowed, her ears flushed with crimson. Wang Liang dared not utter another word, guiding her out of the holiday villa to the six-wheeled all-terrain vehicle parked outside. This vehicle was equipped with an intelligent driving system. One merely needed to specify a route, and it would navigate itself. Wang Liang's intended path was to meander within a 20-kilometer radius of the villa. Venturing further would be unwise, as he feared the rover might break down, leaving them stranded. The proximity would allow for a return on foot, while a greater distance could lead to dire consequences. His phone, belonging to a future individual, was secured in the dashboard. At that moment, over 300 million viewers had gathered in the livestream, and GIF animations surged without pause. Some streamers, eager to join the excitement, were on the verge of tears from envy. Typically, they would plead and negotiate, engaging in antics just to garner gifts. Yet here in Wang Liang's live stream, the popularity was astonishingly high, likely unattainable in a lifetime of streaming. The gifts flowed in without cessation. Where were these affluent patrons emerging from? Could they not spare a few carnival tokens? Observing Wang Liang, he had not once acknowledged the viewers in the live stream. Even when prominent figures interested in the lithography machine technology appeared, he remained unfazed, continuing to act as he pleased. Could it be that this was what they referred to as a true mogul? One who could disregard all societal norms? Unbeknownst to Wang Liang, several streamers had already classified him as a genuine big shot. Gazing at the fiery red mountains outside, he suddenly pondered aloud, "What is your mission this time?" Miao Shiyu, taken aback by Wang Liang's unexpected inquiry, paused momentarily before replying, "To find opportunities to collect Martian soil and rocks to bring back for research at the Lonka Institute. Had I known sooner, we should have brought some bags along," Wang Liang remarked, turning to scan the back seat and discovering a box of mineral water and a box of biscuits, which would serve perfectly for gathering soil and stones. "Stop the vehicle. We need to explore." The Mars rover came to an automatic halt the moment the door swung open. A pale yellow protective shield enveloped the spacesuit. The quantum network was successfully activated, ensuring high-speed internet access even on an uninhabited planet, a feature supported by the Future Communications Company. Wang Liang was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt advertisement. "You certainly know when to promote," he quipped. "With so many viewers in the live stream, a brief advertisement is in order," came the cheerful response from Xiao Wei, who twirled mid-air. The viewers in the live stream were astonished. "Wow, Quantum Network, is it really that impressive? Is the Future Communications Company operated by aliens? Now it makes sense. No wonder Boss Wang has connections with extraterrestrials, explaining all this advanced technology." In the Free Nation Academy of Sciences, Director Ace abruptly rose from his chair, gazing at the portrait of the Virgin Mary, and pronounced, "We must immediately initiate the search for extraterrestrial beings." Concurrently, representatives from other nations also proposed their own extraterrestrial search initiatives, eager to connect with aliens and acquire advanced technology. Wang Liang tucked his phone into his breast pocket, revealing the camera, and, with Miao Shiyu, descended from the Mars rover, stepping onto Martian soil. The surrounding area was barren and desolate, a veritable wasteland devoid of life. After a brief exploration, he stacked stones to form a Mani mound and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that from this moment forth, Mars is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, as evidenced by this Mani mound." The moment these words escaped his lips, the live stream erupted in excitement. No one had anticipated that Wang Liang's first proclamation would be so audacious. Watching the broadcast, Zhao Shengli, the director of the Lonka Institute, erupted into laughter, exclaiming "Incredible," as he executed 2 backflips, leaving his students in the office astounded. Similarly, Director Ace, upon hearing the translation of Wang Liang's proclamation, nearly wept in frustration. "This is utterly unacceptable. I vehemently protest. Mars belongs to all humanity, not just the Dragon Kingdom." At that instant, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom rejoiced. exuberantly flooding the comments with declarations of Boss Wong is amazing. Meanwhile, the representatives from other nations were left dumbfounded. Can it really be played this way? We strongly disagree. Mars belongs to all humanity, not just the Dragon Kingdom. Having declared the territorial claim, Wang Liang prepared to gather soil when he noticed Miao Shiyu staring at him, her gaze fixed and somewhat dazed. Even with his thick skin, he found himself somewhat flustered under her gaze and feigned indifference, smiling as he said, "Is it customary to gaze at others like this?" Suddenly, a voice emanated from the collar of his spacesuit, jolting Miao Shiyu back to reality. Her face flushed as she stammered, "I was just lost in thought. I wasn't looking at you." Chapter 73. Miao Shiyu awarded first-class merit. Wang Liang experiences terrifying adventure chess. Wang Liang chuckled, remaining silent as he turned to the vehicle, retrieving the boxes of mineral water and biscuits to begin collecting soil and stones. Miao Shiyu, momentarily taken aback by Wang Liang's initiative to assist her in her task, expressed her gratitude and hurried to help. Zhao Epli, the director of the Lunker Institute, watched the livestream in a daze, sighing and muttering, "That girl is quite fortunate. It seems my granddaughter has no chance with that." He sighed once more. Director Ace of the Free Nation Academy of Sciences also sighed, almost drooling in envy. Why the drooling? Quite simply, he was filled with jealousy as he witnessed the Dragon Kingdom effortlessly acquire the immensely precious Martian soil and rocks. His emotions boiled down to one word: envy, akin to having consumed 3 pounds of aged vinegar on the spot. After collecting the soil and stones, Wang Liang and Miao Shiyu strolled around the Mars rover, admiring the unique Martian landscape. Along the way, they stumbled upon a piece of doghead gold, causing viewers in the live stream to leap with envy, some likely thinking he had been possessed by a rabbit spirit. In the subsequent days, they indulged in barbecues, mountain climbing, swimming, and gaming at home. Purely video games, without any dubious implications. Miao Shiyu transformed from someone who blushed at the slightest provocation to one who laughed heartily, exhibiting a remarkable change. During this time, there was no live streaming, for on the very first day, they had already garnered over 5 million, and combined with previous savings, the next upgrade of the dimensional shop would be more than sufficient. Not live streaming did not equate to being devoid of attention. The headlines proclaiming Boss Wong and Miao Shiyu vacationing on Mars consistently dominated the trending topics across various online platforms, a classic example of a person absent yet whose legend lived on. The comments section was inundated with younger women in their 20s, brimming with experience, expressing disbelief that someone like Miao Shiyu, who was merely average in appearance, could accompany Boss Wong on a Martian vacation. Many voiced their dissatisfaction, declaring, "I'm not convinced, absolutely not." Some young men, witnessing the uproar, teased that Miao Shiyu's identity was not as simple as it appeared. This resulted in their frustration boiling over, and they dared not provoke this lively group of women again. On the 7th day at noon, the spacecraft arrived punctually. Wang Liang and Miao Shiyu loaded the boxes containing soil and stones aboard, returning to the magical toy store. Naturally, the technical book on manufacturing the lithography machine was not left behind, kept securely at hand. Spies from various nations and representatives from different factions, alongside ordinary onlookers, gazed in astonishment. A line of robust men clad in black Zhongshan suits, their expressions stern, approached the entrance of the magical toy store. Moments later, the door swung open, and they entered, emerging with 2 black boxes. Upon sighting the black boxes, the spies nearly had their eyes pop out. They recognized these boxes from the live stream, knowing they contained the exceedingly precious Martian soil and rocks. If they could acquire even a gram, they could retire immediately. Why endure such hardships here? After the muscular men departed, the envy-inducing Miao Shiyu exited the magical toy store, making her way to the adjacent Special Affairs Communication Office. Suddenly, someone called out, "Head inside." "What are you waiting for?" As if awakening from a dream, everyone rushed toward the store, but alas, they were a moment too late. The door transformed into a painting. Inside the communication office, Sun Gu pushed a small box adorned with red velvet in front of Miao Shiyu. Smiling as he said, "Take a look." Miao Shiyu opened the box, and to her astonishment, it contained a first-class merit medal. It is worth noting that even the director possesses merely a second-class merit medal, a distinction he earned during his youth while valiantly apprehending spies. Occasionally, he takes it out to reminisce about his past glories, refusing to let others touch the medal, displaying an air of haughty pride. To everyone's astonishment, she has been awarded a first-class merit, a pinnacle of honor typically bestowed posthumously upon those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Suddenly, a thought strikes her. What of Wang Liang? The one who brought back soil and rocks from Mars. He is undoubtedly the true hero. Upon mentioning Wang Liang, Sun Ji's smile broadened, and he jested, "It hasn't been long, and you're already defending Wang Liang. Fear not. He will certainly receive his due rewards. However, due to the magnitude of his contributions, the higher-ups are currently deliberating on what form his reward should take. In my opinion, simply awarding him you would suffice." Miao Shiyu remained silent, her cheeks flushed, her gaze lowered as she retreated into the inner chamber. Within the whimsical toy store, Wang Liang reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a treatise on the manufacturing and applications of a 1-nanometer lithography machine. He mused aloud, as the saying goes, 2 peaches can slay 3 warriors. Dogs biting dogs, a mouthful of fur. If I toss this book aside, it will surely incite a bloodbath, a perfect opportunity to impart a lesson to these oblivious youngsters. But how to disseminate it reasonably? That is indeed a significant conundrum. After considerable contemplation, he devised a clever plan. He retrieved his phone and captured portions of the book's content, intending for Xiao Wei to scan it into an electronic format, re-edit it, alter the critical data, and compile it into a booklet to be sent to Miao Shiyu for printing, with the intention of secretly delivering it during tomorrow's meal drop. Miao Shiyu, upon reviewing the transmitted content, pondered deeply before ultimately deciding to return to the bureau to print it herself, opting not to submit it to the higher authorities, as Wang Liang had not specified that the materials were for them. Should the information be submitted, it would undoubtedly leak, and her trust with Wang Liang would plummet into the negatives. The aforementioned is the objective rationale. As for the subjective reasoning, she had her own. But alas, there was no time to elaborate. She had to depart. After conveying her instructions, Wang Liang redirected his attention to his new toy. Emerging from the living area, he approached the counter, retrieving a black flat box. Upon opening it, he discovered a wooden box inside, its lid inscribed with the words "Terrifying Adventure Chess. Not for the faint of heart. Caution for the bold." Wang Liang, categorizing himself as one of the bold, scoffed, "Who do they think they're looking down on? If I were to scream, I'd be the grandson." With that, he opened the wooden box as he had anticipated. It contained the very adventure chess set he had played with in his youth, albeit with a wooden board, and the dice and pieces were polished and smooth, far superior to the makeshift version he had crafted himself. Grasping the die, he prepared to roll when suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from the board, startling him to the brink of a scream. The smoke rapidly coalesced into the form of a hunchbacked old woman leaning on a cane. In a raspy, dry voice, she intoned, "Young adventurer, are you prepared to face the horrors that await?" Wang Liang instinctively replied, "I am ready." "Then please, roll the die," the old woman said, a sinister smile creeping across her face. Chapter 74. The infamous wormhole. Unfazed by the deception, Wang Liang declared, casting the die. As it landed on the board. Another cloud of black smoke emanated forth, swirling and ultimately forming the numeral 6, coinciding with the die's outcome. The triangular piece on the board moved forward 6 spaces. Suddenly, 3 crooked, blood-red characters appeared beside the space. Wormhole. A chill ran down Wang Liang's spine, and he contemplated closing the box, wishing to withdraw from the game, but alas, it was too late. A chilling cackle echoed in the air, and he felt his consciousness being drawn into the board. In the blink of an eye, he found himself ensconced within a damp cavern, its walls adorned with a layer of gray-green slime exuding a nauseating stench around him. He could faintly discern what sounded like some creature slithering along the walls, creating a squelching noise as it brushed against the viscous slime. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that he was encircled by walls coated in the same gray-green substance, with only a dark tunnel ahead of him. There was no need for further deliberation. He pressed onward. As he walked, he reminded himself that this was merely a game, devoid of any real danger, and there was no cause for fear. He simply needed to proceed. Upon entering the tunnel, a noxious odor assaulted him, nearly inducing vomit. "You've got to be kidding," he muttered, abruptly halting his curse, realizing that opening his mouth would only allow the foul stench to invade his senses. His eyes burned with discomfort, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose with his collar as he hurried forward, Hoping to escape this dreadful place, he found himself regretting his choice to engage with this ghastly adventure chess. Why not indulge in a perfectly fine virtual reality headset instead of this? He grumbled to himself. At the very least, he could have played a chess app to educate those oblivious old men. The further he ventured, the narrower the tunnel became. Initially, he could stand upright, but soon he was crouching and eventually crawling. The walls, slick with gray-green slime, clung to his clothes, hands, and hair, and the constricting space quickened his heartbeat. Compelling him to crawl faster, he felt as though he might suffocate at any moment, yearning to escape this narrow, stench-ridden tunnel. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from ahead, resembling the slithering of some creature through the slime. The noise grew louder, indicating that the unknown being was drawing nearer. Wang Liang began to retreat slowly, hoping to avoid attracting the creature's attention. Without warning, the slime-coated wall began to writhe, pushing him forward. As the peculiar sound of the creature became unmistakably clear, resolute, he decided to crawl ahead, reminding himself that this was merely a game, devoid of peril. An unknown creature? Come at me. Let us see if I can take you on. Suddenly, a light appeared before him, and he felt himself lighten, landing in a pool of black, viscous substance. Before he could process what had occurred, the black goo engulfed him as he crawled out and glanced back. He beheld a plump, white worm defecating, producing the very substance that had submerged him. This meant he had just been inside the worm's belly. This realization prompted Wang Liang to retch involuntarily, cursing under his breath. What kind of cursed game is this? Get me out of here! As if in response, laughter echoed from a distance. Wang Liang turned to face the source of the laughter, and beneath the grim sky, he spotted a little girl in a floral dress, her fair complexion gleaming as she frolicked beside a black wooden house. As she played, she suddenly glanced in his direction, her face adorned with a sweet smile. "Hello, big brother?" the little girl chimed, waving her hand in greeting. According to the rules of horror films, such seemingly innocent children are often the most terrifying. Wang Liang feigned ignorance, redirecting his attention to the surroundings. He found himself in a shadowy realm where thick, leaden clouds obscured the sun, casting a pall over the landscape. Jagged black mountains loomed like monstrous predators, and the plains below were littered with fragmented black stones and twisted black trees, their gnarled branches evoking a sense of revulsion. Suddenly, the little girl called out, "Big brother." Wang Liang turned to see that she had inexplicably appeared behind him, her head tilted, still wearing that disconcertingly sweet smile. "Hello!" He managed a strained smile, retreating slowly. The girl remained silent, her smile unwavering as he backed away. To his shock, he found himself standing once again beside the black wooden house. The old woman stood at the window, her face lined with wrinkles, emanating a benevolent smile. "Big brother, this is my grandmother," the little girl said suddenly. Wang Liang instinctively took several steps back. The door swung open, revealing a hunchbacked old woman with a black cane. "Young man, come in and rest a while. Have a cup of bitter tea," she beckoned, her smile warm. "Rest inside?" "No way." Wang Liang stared at the ominous doorway behind the old woman, shaking his head as he continued to back away. But as he retreated, he found himself once more beside the little girl, who was still smiling sweetly. It became apparent that this wooden house represented the ultimate challenge. One must enter, whether one wished to or not. After all, this was merely a game, and he had no reason to fear. Wang Liang silently reassured himself, taking a deep breath as he approached the dark doorway. Meanwhile, the little girl's smile widened. The hunchbacked old woman bowed her head and retreated a few steps, disappearing into the shadows. Wang Liang reached the threshold and glanced back one last time, startled to find that the little girl had vanished. "Big brother, hurry!" Looking down, he saw her standing beside his leg, beaming up at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Wang Liang nodded, muttering to himself, "I'm not afraid, not in the slightest." With that proclamation, he stepped boldly into the dark doorway. A musty, damp odor enveloping him. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he gradually discerned the interior of the wooden house. Before him lay a living room furnished with 3 black wooden chairs, seemingly hewn from the twisted branches of the grotesque trees. Upon glancing to the left, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 75. Educating the old man, selling the technical documentation for the lithography machine. Standing before him was a long-eared, shaggy donkey. With a toothy grin, it brayed, "Air ah, as if mocking his cowardice. Wang Liang felt as though he had been struck on the head, the world around him dimming and then brightening. Transforming before his eyes, he had returned to the wondrous toy store. The hunchbacked old woman floating on the chessboard cackled, "Isn't this delightful?" At that moment, all Wang Liang could think to utter was, "Delightful indeed." He had anticipated some grand terror lurking within the wooden cabin, never expecting to find a foolish donkey instead. Was this a jest? This absurd horror adventure chess? Whoever fancied it could keep it? He certainly would not partake again. He swiftly tidied up the chess set and returned to the living area, reclining on the sofa and opening the chess app, ready to impart some wisdom to the oblivious old man. Meanwhile, a bald old fellow clad in a red vest finished his lunch, wiped his mouth, and settled onto the sofa. Following the sequential instructions imparted by his grandson, he swiftly opened the chess app on his tablet, selected the 10-minute quick chess option, and clicked start. Soon, he was matched with a player under the moniker specializing in educating old men. Silently, he mused, today's youth truly lacks awareness of their own limitations. Before deploying his favored opening move, the cannon at the forefront, his opponent responded with the common screen horse defense. They exchanged moves for 30 rounds, and in a moment of carelessness, he fell victim to a lateral tiger kill from his opponent. A line of text appeared beside the opponent's avatar. "Novice, do you submit?" The old man, already irked by his loss, found the provocation further infuriating. Resolutely, he clicked to play another round. He refused to believe that after decades of playing chess in the park and downstairs, he could not triumph over a mere youth. In this match, he opted for a more conservative opening, launching his knight and fortifying the center. The opponent countered with the advisor cannon to counter the knight's opening, an astutely targeted strategy that compelled him to proceed with caution. After another 30 rounds of intense engagement, he once again fell prey to a lateral tiger kill. The text reappeared beside the opponent's avatar. "Novice, do you submit?" "Submit?" That was a foregone conclusion. The old man, with a fiery temperament, would not relent easily. Otherwise, he would not have enjoyed the 10-minute quick chess format. He swiftly clicked for another match, fervently hoping that his opponent would not depart before he could avenge his previous losses. Miraculously, his pleas seemed to be heard, and his challenge was accepted once more. This time, he unleashed his ultimate tactic, the Immortal's Pointer. With this opening, he had bested countless formidable opponents in the park. Once victorious, he would make sure to impart a thorough lesson to this young upstart, teaching him that there are always greater heights and individuals beyond one's kin. After another 30 rounds of fierce combat, yet again, the old man found himself ensnared by a lateral tiger kill from his opponent. The text reappeared. "Novice, do you submit?" The old man, now completely enraged, clicked for yet another round, fixating intently on the screen, fearing that his opponent might flee before he could exact his retribution. Fortunately, the opponent remained, and the game commenced anew. This time, he employed his most treasured strategy, the nine-tailed turtle formation. The opponent nonchalantly set up the cannon at the forefront. After yet another 30 rounds of fierce struggle, yet again, he succumbed to a lateral tiger kill. The text appeared once more beside the opponent's avatar. "Novice, do you submit?" Staring at those words, the old man, with eyes bulging in fury, shouted, "I refuse to submit again." Thus, from the moment he finished lunch until the hour of dinner, the old man continued to lose. His face, a dark hue tinged with red, his eyes bulging and bloodshot. He gasped for breath like an enraged bull, muttering, "Bring it on, let's have another." Then, alongside the opponent's avatar, a message appeared. "Novice, my brother has gone to dinner. I won't play with you anymore. Ha ha ha." Following this, the opponent exited the room. Breathing a sigh of relief, the old man ignored his partner calling him for dinner and stormed into the bedroom, weeping uncontrollably, like a child of 70 on the other side. Having completed his lesson with the old man, Wang Liang felt elated. He opened the system's product page to check for any discounted delicacies, yet regrettably found none. After completing his previous task, his points had accumulated to 20,000, a veritable small fortune. However, he still believed in frugality, trying to avoid spending points unless absolutely necessary. He ventured into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and found a piece of beef, deciding to prepare a beef stew and a bowl of noodles. Crafting a simple yet hearty braised beef noodle dish, life could be so delightfully unadorned. The following morning, Miao Shiyu brought him 2 meat sandwiches and a bowl of spicy meatball soup, quietly adding the printed manual on the manufacturing and application of the 1 nanometer lithography machine. After breakfast, amidst the attention of the crowd, the wondrous toy store finally opened its doors. Spies from various nations, representatives of different factions, and ordinary customers flocked in, instantly filling the store to capacity. Wang Liang seized the manual for the 1 nanometer lithography machine from the counter and declared, "Inform your backers that I am selling this book. Highest bidder wins, and the offer is only valid until this morning. Hurry." As soon as the words left his lips, chaos erupted in the store. With nearly half the patrons turning to flee, he then addressed the ordinary customers, saying, "Dear friends, today's opening is primarily for this book. Tomorrow we will start selling toys, and the toys this time are the horror adventure chess, which I have personally tried and found exceedingly enjoyable. Please return home for now, and I warmly welcome you to come back tomorrow to purchase." And no sooner had he finished speaking than a sharply dressed foreigner approached the counter. Speaking fluent Dragon Country dialect with a smile, "Hello, Boss Wang. My name is Paul. After discussion, we would like to offer 100 million Freedom Coins for this technical documentation. Who do you represent?" Upon hearing the name Freedom Nation, Wang Liang silently thought, "As I suspected, this scoundrel has frightened off other factions to secure the opportunity to acquire the 1 nanometer lithography technology at a bargain price." Alas, his plans would ultimately come to naught. Miao Shiyu, her face cold, stepped up to the counter and declared, "Dragon Country offers 1 billion Dragon Coins. We offer 500 million Freedom Coins." Paul replied, utterly composed, as if that sum were merely a number. "Not real currency. Dragon Country offers 5 billion Dragon Coins. We offer 1 billion Freedom Coins." They shouted back and forth. As they raised their bids, representatives from various factions and spies from different nations gradually returned to the store. Watching the two with a sense of disbelief, thinking to themselves, "This truly is a battle of titans." After they reported the lithography machine documentation back to their factions, they received instructions to abandon the endeavor. One could easily deduce why. Without the requisite power, one could not possibly interject themselves into such high-end technology. Even if they forced a purchase, it would invite calamity, oil being a prime example. Chapter 76. Wang Liang earns over 14 billion. Paul loses the documentation. Just as he finished that thought, his phone rang. Miao Shiyu pulled out her phone, her expression changing dramatically, letting out a soft sigh as she stepped out of the wondrous toy store. Paul's lips curled slightly, revealing a victorious smile. As time ticked by, Miao Shiyu did not return, prompting Wang Liang to slam the book onto the counter, shaking his head and saying, "It seems she won't be coming back. This documentation will be sold to you at a bargain price. Convert 100 million Freedom Coins to Dragon Coins at the current exchange rate and transfer the amount to my account." He then opened the book, pulling out a note with his account number and handing it to Paul. "Let's make this a cash-on-delivery transaction," Paul remarked, taking the note and glancing at the book on the counter. "I need to review the first 10 pages to confirm its authenticity." "Hemph." Wang Liang scoffed, his face instantly clouded with frost. He picked up the book, flipped through it, and coldly stated, "Are you implying that Wang Liang would sell you counterfeit goods?" Paul felt a shiver at Wang Liang's piercing gaze, mustering his courage to respond. "The sum involved is simply too large. I must proceed with caution." "Ha ha ha." The frost on Wang Liang's face melted away as he laughed heartily. Patting Paul on the shoulder and presenting the book to him with a smile, "You are my largest client to date. How could I deny you the chance to verify the goods? You wish to see 10 pages? I will allow you to inspect 20. When he requested the re-editing of the content, it was a mixture of truth and fabrication, and without practical inspection, discerning authenticity was exceedingly difficult. Paul found himself at the mercy of Wang Liang's unpredictable temperament, forcing a smile as he accepted the book and began his inspection. At that moment, the store was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Whether spies from various nations or representatives of different factions, they all felt a sense of envy so intense that it made them want to weep. 100 million Freedom Coins. He could never spend that much in this lifetime, nor the next, nor the one after that. Were he to possess such wealth, why would he endure torment here? He would undoubtedly revel in luxury, indulging in gourmet cuisine, beautiful women, yachts, and lavish hotels. Everything one could desire. But alas, he did not. It was painfully disheartening. Paul, being an expert in lithography machines, confirmed the authenticity of the documentation after merely skimming the 5th page. The technology described within was at least a generation ahead of what they currently possessed. After perusing the subsequent 15 pages, he reluctantly closed the book, placing it on the counter, and declared, "This is indeed genuine. I will call now to have the funds transferred." And no sooner had he spoken than Miao Shiyu rushed in, exclaiming, "Wait, we will raise our offer again." Paul, taken aback by the woman's sudden reappearance at such a crucial moment, turned to Wang Liang, hoping that this esteemed boss would honor the agreement and sell him the book. Unfortunately, that was not to be. Boss Wang chuckled and inquired, "How much can you increase the offer?" Miao Shiyu extended a single finger and emphatically declared, 10 billion long coins. Wang Liang remained silent, shifting his gaze towards Paul. Paul took a deep breath and stated, "We are willing to raise our bid to 2 billion Liberty coins, which, according to the current exchange rate, amounts to over 14 billion long coins." As he spoke, he glanced at Miao Shiyu, his eyes icy with disdain. At this critical moment, the phone rang once more, prompting Miao Shiyu to exit the wondrous toy store with her mobile device in hand. Paul was determined to prevent her from returning to increase the bid. He produced his satellite phone in front of everyone, dialed with haste, and swiftly communicated the final transaction price, reciting Wang Liang's bank account number aloud. The transfer was executed promptly. Within a minute, a notification of the transaction arrived. Just then, Miao Shiyu hurried back into the toy store, exclaiming, "We wish to raise our offer." Paul's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a victor's grin as he replied, "My dear lady, we have already acquired the lithography technology documents." He then picked up the book from the counter, tilted his chin slightly, and strode towards the exit. Resembling a triumphant rooster, Miao Shiyu's complexion fluctuated between red and pale before she huffed dismissively and stormed out of the wondrous toy store. The onlookers inside exhaled collectively, relieved that this epic bidding war had finally concluded. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have made a modest profit and have decided to take the rest of the day off to celebrate. We shall reopen tomorrow," Wang Liang began, but before he could finish, the spies and representatives in the store had already begun to exit. The sale had inflicted an indelible wound on their resilient spirits. "I toil endlessly for a pittance, while you effortlessly sell documents worth a fortune. Enough to last several lifetimes. I am utterly disgusted." After closing the door, Wang Liang promptly retrieved the scepter of the prank king, opened the accompanying magical scroll, and chanted, "Simulu, Arsa, move." He had already enchanted the book earlier that morning. As soon as he uttered the incantation, the book would automatically relocate to a trash bin near the intersection of Industrial Road after Paul placed it in an opaque, sealed container such as a safe or backpack. All that remained was to wait for Paul to discover the missing documents, as for Miao Shiyu's repeated bidding, that had been prearranged. She was, after all, a mere decoy in the alley. Paul, flanked by a group of burly men, boarded a business vehicle bound for the airport, utilizing a special passage to board a private jet en route to Liberty Nation. During the flight, he could not resist opening the safe to revisit the invaluable lithography documents, only to find the container startlingly empty. Panic seized him. These documents were worth 2 billion Liberty coins, and their loss would yield unimaginable consequences. The burly man seated beside him, noticing the empty safe, immediately changed countenance and rushed to ascertain the situation. Moments later, Paul tremulously picked up his satellite phone. Dialing with a quavering voice, he lamented, "The lithography technology documents have been lost." "What?" he reiterated, his voice trembling. "The lithography technology documents have been lost." The response from the other end was a prolonged silence, and as he held the phone, his heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. After what felt like an eternity, a furious roar erupted from the receiver. "You fool! Get back and find them. If you can't, I will have your head." Startled, Paul shivered and hurriedly replied, "I will return immediately to search for them. Prepare a report on the loss." Upon hanging up, he realized his pants were soaked. Simultaneously, the media in Liberty Nation broke a shocking news story titled, 20 billion Liberty coins of taxpayer money wasted as lithography technology purchased from the wondrous toy store goes missing. This news quickly became a global sensation, shared by media outlets worldwide. In the office of the president of the Liberty Academy of Sciences, the furious shouts could be heard from afar. "Damn it. Wang Defa, you fool, a pack of idiots." Murphy's Law dictated that when one was enraged, others would inevitably rejoice. Upon hearing about the missing lithography technology documents, Nations immediately issued orders to scour every inch of land in search of them. Chapter 77. Data Leak. Ace explodes on the airplane. While Paul was drafting his report, he suddenly pondered whether Boss Wong of the Wondrous Toy Store might be behind this mischief. The entire process of purchasing the lithography machine, seemingly fraught with obstacles, had actually gone remarkably smoothly, merely requiring a bit more financial outlay. In the realm of 1 nanometer lithography technology, money was but paper, hardly worth mentioning. The woman dispatched by Long Nation had come and gone multiple times. Initially, he presumed she was reporting to her superiors. Now, it appeared she was merely providing him an opportunity. Realizing this, Paul seized his satellite phone and updated headquarters with his latest discovery. The response was dismissive. "What good is that? It's mere speculation. Even if Boss Wong is behind this, do you have any evidence? You were the one who removed the documents from the Wondrous Toy Store and subsequently lost them. With so many witnesses in the store, do you think the other party will admit to anything? The priority now is to retrieve the lithography technology documents as swiftly as possible." At the intersection of Industrial Road, an elderly woman carrying a woven bag glanced into a trash bin, finding no mineral water bottles. Just as she was about to lament the fierce competition for scrap, she noticed a book. "A book will do. I can sell it for scrap paper." She retrieved it from the trash and prepared to place it in her bag when a young man approached, grinning. "Ma'am, I'll give you $100 for that book." A smile instantly brightened the elderly woman's face. After a day of scavenging, she had only made a few coins, and this book could fetch her 100, just as she was about to sell it. Another young man rushed over, declaring, "I'll give you 500 for that book." Stunned by the offer, the elderly woman could hardly comprehend. What kind of book is this, to be so valuable? Before long, a throng of people gathered, each offering increasingly higher amounts. "I'll give you 1,000. I'll give you 2,000. Curious onlookers flocked to the scene. To their astonishment, the book the elderly woman held appeared to be the lithography technology documents that Liberty Nation had purchased for 20 billion Liberty coins. As the crowd clamored, impatience set in. Some pulled out wads of cash, stuffing them into the elderly woman's bag, snatching the book, and snapping photos of every page. Moments later, they dispersed in a flurry. The elderly woman stood frozen, examining the book in her hands and the stacks of cash in her bag, feeling as though she were in a dream. She had scavenged for scraps out of necessity, lacking a pension, hoping to lighten her children's financial burden, never imagining a crowd would pay her so handsomely for a mere book. Having lived a lifetime, she had never encountered something so bizarre. Suddenly, another group approached her. Seizing the book from her grasp, their faces stern as they questioned, "Where did this book come from?" She pointed to the nearby trash bin. "I found it in there." The young man who had spoken to her sighed deeply and inquired, "Before us, did anyone else see you with this book?" "Yes, a group of young men just took it, taking pictures and giving me money." Before she could finish, the young men had already dashed away. When they reached the next intersection, a police car stopped them. After a brief conversation with the officers, they were taken into custody. At 7 p.m. Long Nation time, Paul emerged from the police station, clutching the 1 nanometer lithography manufacturing and application book, his expression ashen and devoid of vitality, akin to a terminal cancer patient. Upon investigation, he learned of the data leak. Even if he managed to bring the book back, he would face unimaginable repercussions. As Paul boarded the private jet once more, a news report topped the trending charts across major online platforms in Long Nation, titled, "Jinchao City Police Help Liberty Nation Recover 20 billion Liberty Coins Worth of Lithography Technology Documents." This news was swiftly disseminated by media outlets worldwide, becoming a global sensation. Upon reading the report, Long Nation's netizens commented, "This is absurd. It's pure magical realism. How could documents worth 20 billion disappear, only to be recovered by us? How foolish can one be?" Others lamented, "Why didn't we just buy the lithography technology documents ourselves? What were we thinking?" At the Wondrous Toy Store, Wang Liang picked up a piece of lamb, dipped it in sesame sauce, and remarked, "Your performance was quite commendable." "What good is skill if you see right through it?" Miao Shiyu replied, shaking her head in resignation. "This was a special circumstance. It doesn't count. Please send me your bank account number later." "For what purpose?" "To give you a token of appreciation for your efforts." "I don't want it." "Then what do you desire?" Miao Shiyu set down her chopsticks, gazing at the lamb in the pot, inhaling deeply before quietly stating, I wish to obtain the genuine lithography technology documents. All right. Huh. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. Miao Shiyu hadn't anticipated Wang Liang's swift agreement. Leaving her anxious for a moment, at 11 p.m. In the office of Lonka Institute, Director Zhao Shengli paced back and forth, casting glances at the clock on the wall, murmuring under his breath, "Why haven't they arrived yet?" Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a bespectacled, refined young man stood at the threshold, announcing, "Director, the materials have arrived." Without uttering another word, Zhao Shengli darted out of the office, following the young man to the conference room. He pushed open the door to find a group of burly men clad in Zhongshan suits, each bearing an austere expression and an air of meticulousness. On the conference table lay a silver briefcase, glinting with metallic sheen under the lights. "Director Zhao, please sign the confidentiality agreement." The leading man handed Zhao Shengli a folder and a pen. Zhao Ali swiftly took the folder and pen, signed his name with haste, and handed it back, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the briefcase on the table. After confirming everything was in order, the sturdy man cautiously opened the briefcase and retrieved a book, placing it before Zhao Shengli. Concurrently, he instructed everyone to turn around and step back, positioning themselves against the wall. A few moments later, the room resonated with Zhao Shengli's hearty laughter. Meanwhile, at the Free Nation Academy, President AIC was in a fit of rage, bellowing furiously, "What good is retrieving the lithography machine data when it has all been leaked? Those who got their hands on the information must be laughing all the way to the bank. Having snagged a fortune of $2 billion free dollars for nothing, how jubilant they must be. Most importantly, once the data is out, the chip industry in Free Nation will soon face a severe blow. I earn at least $100 million free dollars from this sector annually. If it falters, my share will dwindle rapidly." Chapter 78. The chubby brother and little Sima experienced the terrifying adventure game suddenly. The office door burst open, and a young man with a hawk-like nose rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Paul's plane has crashed over the Pacific." "What?" AIC gasped, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The hawk-nosed youth trembled at his distorted expression. Instinctively lowering his voice to repeat, "Paul's plane has crashed over the Pacific." AIC fell silent, staggering back to his desk, clutching the edge as he sank into his chair, leaning back and staring at the ceiling. Laughter erupting from him until tears streamed down his face. Who would have imagined that the lithography machine technology they had purchased for $2 billion free dollars would end up being a windfall for others while eluding them? "Oh God! What on earth is happening?" The hawk-nosed youth, witnessing the director's manic laughter and tears, grew concerned and discreetly exited the office to summon a psychiatrist. The following day, the magical toy store opened its doors as usual. Wang Liang stood behind the counter, smiling as he announced, "Today's featured product is the terrifying adventure game, infused with a hint of horror and immense fun. I've personally experienced it, and it's priced at 10 years of love." Buyers are lining up. 10 years of love? The patrons exchanged glances, their minds racing. Some single individuals muttered, "I have no intention of finding a partner. What use is love? I'll buy it." Those with girlfriends quietly remarked, "I already have a girlfriend. Love or not, it doesn't concern me. I'll buy it." Only the young men pursuing their crushes hesitated, contemplating until they finally resolved, "Forget it. I'll buy it." Consequently, Wang Liang sold half of his stock of the terrifying adventure game within the morning, creating a significant impact. Some spies and representatives received texts from their girlfriends, the messages strikingly similar, simply stating, "Let's break up." They were left bewildered, scrambling to placate their girlfriends, but to no avail. Their partners were resolute in their decision to end the relationship. At that moment, they recalled their exchange of 10 years of love, undoubtedly linked to this incident. The image of the pink mist wafting from the jar on the counter and Wang Liang's beaming smile lingered in their minds. Inescapable. The devil. Wang Liang is a devil. Following this event, some spies who lost their girlfriends submitted their resignation letters to headquarters, vowing never to face this devil again. After a morning of brewing, the terrifying adventure game and its unique price soared to the top of various online platforms. The omnipotent internet users, upon viewing it, swiftly devised a solution and aimed to capitalize on the ensuing chaos. The executive director of Shanshui commented, "I understand now. I'll send my 14-year-old daughter to buy it, precisely to prevent her from dating early." The Arson Hair Studio added, "My son is 15. To prevent early romance and distractions from his studies, I will take him to buy the terrifying adventure game immediately. The car enthusiast garage chimed in. My daughter is currently dating. This was quite a predicament, but now I finally have a solution. In the afternoon, a throng of parents accompanied their children to purchase the terrifying adventure game. Wang Liang was initially taken aback, wondering when these parents had become so progressive, willingly bringing their children to the magical toy store. Upon reflection, he realized these parents were quite cunning, devising such a method to prevent early romance. Impressive, truly impressive. Among them were two well-known gaming streamers, one named Chubby Brother and the other Little Sima, though it was unclear whose child they were accompanying. Time flew by, and before long, night fell. As he closed up, 10 terrifying adventure games remained, and he believed he would complete his sales target by tomorrow, earning a promotion to silver-level magical toy supplier, along with the qualification to design toys. While dining, the influence of the terrifying adventure game began to spread. Chubby Brother and Little Sima stood in their hotel room, engaging with their viewers online. Little Sima announced, "Today, we bought the terrifying adventure game at the magical toy store. Ready for an experience. Thanks to the user who gifted us an airplane. Your ID is quite unique." Chubby Brother added, "Thank you to the user who sent us a rocket. Do you think we'll be scared? Not a chance." After some banter, they finally opened the terrifying adventure game on the table. As the black smoke rose from the game board, both Chubby Brother and Little Sima yelped in unison, jumping back several steps. Their timid reaction amused the viewers, who bombarded the chat with comments like, "Already scared? Come on, you can do better." The black smoke swiftly coalesced into a hunchbacked old woman, her head bowed as she emitted a sharp, sinister cackle, causing Chubby Brother and Little Sima to retreat to a corner, repeatedly exclaiming, "I don't want to play anymore." The viewers were equally startled by the apparition. Is this truly the legendary ghost? Evil spirits, be gone. I must take my leave. Laughter erupted, but the eerie voice soon followed. Young adventurers, are you prepared to face the terror? Chubby Brother retorted, "I'll face whatever comes," and bolted towards the door, while Little Sima, quick on his feet, darted ahead of him. The two composed themselves outside for a few minutes before deciding to return and continue their challenge. It's just a game. It won't endanger our lives. What are we afraid of? The viewers cheered as the duo confidently re-entered the room, striding towards the game board, confronting the old woman with, "We are not afraid at all." After exchanging a glance, Chubby Brother, the bolder of the two, picked up the dice and tossed them onto the board. A plume of black smoke erupted, forming the number 5. The piece belonging to Little Sima advanced forward 5 spaces, where a line of blood-red characters appeared, reading Demon Altar. Little Sima felt his consciousness being drawn into the board, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him. He found himself in a stone room reeking of decay. Meanwhile, the viewers and Chubby Brother witnessed Little Sima becoming engulfed in black smoke. Moments later, he trembled uncontrollably, his pants dampened. Chubby Brother, feeling a twinge of concern, whispered, "Old Ma, are you all right?" No sooner had he spoken than the black smoke surrounding Little Sima's head dissipated. He stood frozen for a few seconds before collapsing into Chubby Brother's arms, sobbing and repeating, "It's too terrifying, too terrifying." The live chat erupted in laughter at this scene. He wet his pants. Ha ha ha. Crying like a 30-something baby. Is it really that exaggerated? The plump brother, with a face full of disdain, pushed Xiao Sima away, furrowing his brows as he echoed the sentiments of netizens. Is it really that exaggerated? Exaggerated? Xiao Sima replied, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. I am not exaggerating at all. All right. Just try it if you don't believe me. I'll try it then, the plump brother declared, picking up the dice and tossing them onto the game board. This time, he rolled a 3, and the pieces moved forward automatically by 3 spaces, revealing a line of blood-red characters beside the squares. Does Asylum. A thick black smoke erupted from the board, instantly enveloping the plump brother's large head. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Sima dashed to the bathroom for a quick shower and changed his clothes. Just as he returned to the room, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. The plump brother appeared pale as a ghost, trembling all over as if afflicted by epilepsy. Upon seeing Xiao Sima, he rushed towards him as if he had spotted a lifeline. Screaming in terror, weighing over 300 pounds, the plump brother's approach was too much for Xiao Sima to bear, prompting him to flee in haste. Thus, the two of them engaged in a frantic chase around the suite, running in circles countless times. Eventually, the The plump brother managed to calm down, sitting on the bed, clutching his head, and sobbing uncontrollably, murmuring, "I will never play again. I will never play again." The live stream audience was left in a frenzy of curiosity, bombarding the chat with questions about the earlier events. Xiao Sima, pulling the plump brother along, began to recount their harrowing experience, exchanging words as they narrated the terrifying scenes they had encountered. Meanwhile, after a day of transport, the horror adventure chess set arrived at the Asiro Research Institute in the Land of Plaster. The head of the institute, Asiro, had long heard of the renowned products from the magical toy store but had been unable to secure research opportunities due to the institute's lack of credentials. However, after a series of incidents at the Tofu Yuan Research Institute, he finally seized the chance to study the horror adventure chess set. This time, he was determined to achieve results and prove to the world that Asiro Research Institute was the finest in the world. Gazing at the chessboard on the table, Asiro addressed his student, Kojiro, saying, "In the Dragon Kingdom, there is an old saying, without entering the tiger's den, how can one obtain tiger cubs? If we wish to study the horror adventure chess, we must first understand it. Therefore, I have decided to play a few rounds of horror adventure chess with you." The student bowed his head and murmured, "Hi." Asiro pursed his lips and nodded, cautiously opening the chessboard. Instantly, a plume of black smoke rose from the board, causing everyone in the laboratory to scream in panic. "Silence!" Asiro commanded sternly. The laboratory fell silent as a pin could be heard dropping. The black smoke quickly coalesced into the form of a hunchbacked old woman, emitting a chilling laugh before uttering incomprehensible words. A student who understood the dragon language hurriedly stepped forward to translate. After hearing the translation, Asiro nodded, seizing the dice and tossing them onto the board, causing another surge of black smoke that startled the laboratory personnel once more. The smoke formed the character for 2, and the pieces moved forward automatically by 2 spaces, yet nothing occurred. Seeing that nothing had happened, Kojiro, feeling slightly relieved, rolled the dice, this time landing a 5. The pieces advanced 5 spaces, revealing another line of blood-red characters, the Call of Cthulhu. Immediately, black mist enveloped Kojiro's head. The laboratory erupted in gasps of horror. Moments later, a series of bizarre, grotesque, and indescribable sounds suddenly emerged from the black mist, leaving everyone dizzy and nauseous. Asiro covered his mouth, attempting to pull Kojiro from the fog, but as his hand reached the edge of the mist, he was violently thrown back by an unseen force, his fingers aching painfully as if nearly broken. Suddenly, the black mist dispersed, revealing Kojiro's pale face, his teeth chattering incessantly, and a foul odor filling the air. Asiro cursed under his breath, calling Kojiro a useless wretch, and ordered him to leave the laboratory immediately to attend to his personal hygiene. He also instructed some of the staff to clean the yellow substance on the floor and spray air freshener, while he took another group to the adjacent laboratory to continue studying the horror adventure chess. It was now his turn to roll the dice. As he grasped them, he silently mocked, "To be scared to the point of messing oneself is truly pathetic." After his brief lament, he decisively threw the dice, eager to discover what horror could frighten Kojiro so profoundly. This time, he rolled a 6, and the pieces moved forward 6 spaces, revealing a line of blood-red characters, Soul-Reaping Night. The black mist enveloped Asiro's head. Before long, his body began to tremble, akin to someone afflicted with Parkinson's disease. Simultaneously, a piercing scream erupted from the mist, leading one to believe that a pig was being slaughtered. The faces of the laboratory personnel turned ashen. The timid had already slipped away unnoticed, while the brave trembled uncontrollably. A sudden stench of urine wafted into the nostrils of the onlookers, jolting them into a state of alertness. The foggy haze that had clouded their minds dissipated, prompting a rush towards the exit. Within seconds, the laboratory was left with only Asiro. As the black mist slowly cleared, his face was revealed, eyes bulging and bloodshot, his complexion pale, with his teeth clattering incessantly. Asiro stood frozen in place for several minutes before suddenly bursting into tears, crying out, "I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore." The students hiding outside the laboratory whispered among themselves. What on earth did they just experience? Meanwhile, Xiao Sima and the plump brother had finished recounting their terrifying ordeal and initiated a horror adventure chess challenge, offering a reward of 100,000 to the first 3 players to complete it. Some netizens immediately expressed their fear, exclaiming they were too scared to participate. Yet, A few brave souls boldly claimed that they were fearless and that the 100,000 prize was merely a gift waiting for them. Chapter 80. Attempt to crack the horror adventure chest leads to catastrophe. At the Asiro Research Institute, Asiro had regained his composure and called the students back into the laboratory to conduct a thorough investigation of the horror adventure chess. This chess set was capable of creating illusions. Asiro believed that all the terrifying scenes he experienced were mere figments of the imagination, drawing one's consciousness into a dreamlike state, immersing them in an unparalleled reality, a concept that bordered on the unfathomable. If he could uncover even a fraction of its secrets, the benefits would be immense. At that moment, greed had completely overtaken his mind, and the significant accidents at the Tofu Yuan Research Institute were long forgotten. He began with an X-ray scan, hoping to effortlessly discern the internal structure of the horror adventure chess. Unfortunately, the results were a dark void, revealing nothing. Frustrated, Asiro decided to take a more hands-on approach and instructed the students to dismantle the chessboard. Believing that the simplest method would also be the most effective, the chessboard was secured to the operating table, and he activated the laser cutter, meticulously slicing along the edges of the board. The process was remarkably smooth, with no incidents occurring. He began to doubt the intelligence of the Tofu Yuan Research Institute's personnel, who seemingly failed to manage such a straightforward disassembly. As the edges of the board were cut, the black smoke dissipated instantly, revealing the hunchbacked old woman's sinister smile. However, Asiro and the students failed to notice this, as they were lost in the euphoria of potential success. After celebrating their progress, they examined the cut edges of the board, which appeared purely black with wooden textures, lacking the intricate high-tech designs they had envisioned. Asiro instructed the students to cut deeper into the exposed edge. During the process, a sudden chill swept through the laboratory, causing goosebumps to erupt on everyone's skin. One timid student, wearing round glasses, quietly retreated behind the others and fled the laboratory. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed from outside the lab, causing the remaining students to exchange alarmed glances before rushing out to investigate. In the corridor, the lights overhead emitted a pale, ghostly glow. Silence fell upon them, broken only by the sound of shoes scraping against the floor. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Downstairs! Downstairs!" The group hurried to the window and peered out. A figure lay on the concrete floor, blood pooling around their head. The dim light from the window illuminated the scene, casting a ghostly glow on the person, whose face was ashen, one eye bulging as if it were about to pop out of its socket. The blood was a deep crimson, almost black in appearance. Some of the onlookers felt their stomachs churn violently. Unable to reach the restroom in time, already retching along the way. Others who managed to hold back their nausea were still overwhelmed by the horror unfolding before them. Asiro stood frozen, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the lifeless body below. The deceased was his most cherished student, with whom he had discussed academic matters just the day before. Why had they jumped? As this question flashed through his mind, he almost immediately thought of the dismantled horror adventure chess set. Suddenly, another gust of cold wind swept through. A student who had been vomiting in the corner straightened up and declared, "Don't be afraid, I'm coming." He strode towards the window, intent on jumping out. Fortunately, those nearby acted quickly, gripping his arm tightly to prevent him from leaping. "Ainu Ryosuke, come back. It's dangerous." Just as the words left their lips, Ainu Ryosuke abruptly turned, biting down hard. The sound of a pig being slaughtered echoed as he spat out 2 bloody fingertips and leaped from the window with a thud. The sound sent shivers down the spines of those present. Aside from the one whose fingers had been bitten off, who squatted on the ground moaning in pain, the rest stood in shock. Another chilling breeze swept through, causing the group to mechanically turn towards the window, open it, and jump out in silence. With each resounding bang, the individual who had lost his fingers trembled slightly. After an extended period of silence, a group of medical personnel clad in white coats rushed towards him, escorting him out of the research facility. Seated in the vehicle, he gazed through the window and beheld a grim scene in the courtyard, where numerous corpses lay scattered, far exceeding the number of individuals present in the laboratory. A chilling thought suddenly erupted in his mind. Was he truly the sole survivor of the entire ACI Research Institute? As the vehicle rounded a corner, he unexpectedly spotted a plume of black smoke billowing from the leftmost window of a 3-story building across the street. In an instant, the smoke coalesced, transforming into a hunchbacked old woman who, with her head bowed and eyes raised, silently smiled at him in the blink of an eye. The scene before him underwent a dramatic transformation. He found himself in a traditional dwelling of the Gua people. Characterized by wooden structures and paper windows, a middle-aged woman knelt on the tatami mat, beaming as she called out to him, "Son, come here." "Mother." His face was etched with disbelief. The woman before him was indeed his mother, who had passed away during his childhood. He often reminisced about her, yet her visage had gradually faded from his memory, leaving him reliant on photographs to recall her features. To his astonishment, he never anticipated he would see her again one day. He hastened towards her, but suddenly felt an inexplicable resistance. Ignoring the obstruction, he pressed forward with all his might towards his mother. A wave of agony surged through him. The scene transformed once more, revealing shards of broken glass, the acrid scent of gasoline infiltrating his nostrils, and then, with a deafening roar, a fire surged towards him. The following morning, news of bizarre incidents occurring simultaneously across various research institutes reached Longwa. Penguin News reported, the entire staff of the McKinsey Research Institute in the free country mysteriously perished. When police and medical personnel arrived, they found them all in a swimming pool. What on earth happened? This tantalizing headline instantly captivated a multitude of curious netizens. Upon reading the news, they were left baffled, particularly as it stated that, according to preliminary investigations, the individuals in the research institute had drowned in the pool. Wasn't this an absurd claim? While it might be plausible for one person to drown, how could dozens perish simultaneously? Did they think these individuals were fools, or did they take the public for fools? Just as they digested this news, another shocking report emerged, today's top story. Staff at the ACI Research Institute in the Gua country mysteriously died, and the sole survivor succumbed to a car accident on the way to the hospital. Upon reading this news, netizens were left in a state of confusion, engaging in animated discussions in the comments section. Could it be that these two institutes have committed too many misdeeds and are now facing retribution? Do you think it could be haunted? Don't scare us. I was planning to play a horror adventure game when the sun is at its zenith this noon. Soon after, another calamity struck a research institute in the Curry Nation, where the personnel had all gone mad, attacking others indiscriminately. Wang Liang, of course, was aware of these news reports. With a cold smile, he muttered, "Serves them right." While selling the horror adventure game, he had warned Miao Shiyu that this game was exceedingly sinister, and that ordinary individuals could not handle it. He had cautioned those in charge against reckless experimentation, or else dire consequences would ensue. As expected, a major incident had occurred. As soon as the doors opened in the morning, a throng of adults seeking to exploit the children surged in, and the remaining stock of horror adventure games was swiftly purchased. Wang Liang promptly asked the patrons to leave the store and issued a statement on Douyin, emphasizing that one should never recklessly tamper with the magical toys sold in his shop, as they were equipped with protective measures, and he bore no responsibility in the event of mishaps or fatalities. He then proceeded to claim his rewards. Chapter 81. Claiming Rewards and Designing Toys. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. Promotion to silver-level magical toy supplier. Profit-sharing ratio increased to 3. Qualification for initial toy design acquired. Dimensional shop automatically upgraded to level 3. What a journey it has been. I have finally leveled up. Shop upgrading. Upgrade complete. A new dimensional portal leading to a random ancient world has been added, facilitating commerce in ancient times, located adjacent to the wormhole leading to the cosmic entertainment city. Just as he finished speaking, a notification chimed on his phone. Wang Liang glanced casually at it, only to have his eyes widen in disbelief, leaving him momentarily stunned. With a trembling voice, he exclaimed, "System, you must be joking. You only left me with 100,000. I could punch your head into your stomach." Indeed, as Wang Liang lamented, the shop upgrade had cost over 14 billion, leaving him with a mere 100,000. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap off a building. Perhaps due to the exorbitant expenses, the system exceptionally replied, "Friendly reminder, the dimensional portal to the random ancient world is exceedingly costly. This amount only suffices for the installation of the most basic version." Upon hearing this, Wang Liang's already fragile resolve was further shattered. He weakly muttered, "Isn't it just a bit of money? I can afford it. Remember, from now on, I will buy the most expensive items." Latest mission. Design a simple yet enjoyable toy for children in the ancient world and sell it there. As the electronic voice faded, a canvas created by holographic projection materialized before Wang Liang. surrounded by various drawing tools akin to a 3D version of Photoshop. What toy should he design for the children of ancient times? After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck him, and he decisively sketched a children's bicycle, adding 2 training wheels on either side of the rear wheel to ensure that riding would pose no difficulty. Once the design was complete, he promptly clicked the submit button. A few moments later, the electronic voice announced, "Children's bicycle design successful. Existing products available, planning to allocate 10,000 units. Price: 1 tael of gold. Friendly reminder, as a silver level supplier, for every tael of gold earned, the supplier automatically gains 1 point, or they may choose 3 chin of gold instead. Mission reward: 1 opportunity to spin the lucky wheel. With a bit of luck, one could obtain precious prizes. Another chance at the lucky wheel. Just you wait. This time I will definitely draw something truly remarkable that will leave you in awe and never dare to cross me again." Wang Liang declared through gritted teeth, his fist clenched in determination. The system, however, remained indifferent, ignoring his outburst. Goods allocation in progress. 10,000 outdated children's bicycles found accumulating in the warehouse, starting delivery. Due to insufficient space, renting a timely dimensional warehouse. Deducting 10,000 points, delivery successful. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang leaned against the counter, enunciating each word with painstaking effort. "So, not only did you deduct my money, but you also took away my 10,000 points. I'll kick you to death." Friendly reminder: it is advisable for suppliers to design smaller toys until the shop reaches level 4, as this will eliminate the need to rent a timely dimensional warehouse. What good is your reminder now? If only you had said it earlier. I had painstakingly saved up 30,000 points, and now I'm back to 20,000. I'll smash your head into your stomach. This time, the system fell silent, as quiet as a dead fish, leaving Wang Liang to mutter incessantly by the counter. He lamented about his money and then about his points, his expression one of deep discomfort. Akin to someone who had been constipated for a week, squatting on the toilet from dawn till dusk without relief. 1 of Wang Liang's virtues, if viewed through a lens of high emotional intelligence, was his optimism, though from a low emotional intelligence perspective, one might say he was oblivious. After a brief moment of discomfort, he reminded himself, "Don't get angry. Getting upset won't solve anything. It's just money. It's all worthless, and points? They're worthless too. All of it, worthless." More than 2 hours later, a glistening, tender, and flavorful pork knuckle was lifted from the pot and placed into an enamel basin. As the saying goes, when eating pork knuckle, start with the skin. There's no rush in life. Just savor a piece of skin first. It melts in your mouth, exuding rich flavors, all thanks to the collagen, a delightful treat. As Wang Liang indulged in the pork knuckle, the influence of the horror adventure game still lingered. Turning to the Douyin post he had shared, some astute netizens, after reading it, immediately drew parallels to the bizarre deaths of personnel in research institutes worldwide. Their thoughts garnered attention in the comments section. Through a vigorous debate, they ultimately reached a consensus that Wang Liang himself was exceptionally sinister, and the toys he sold were perhaps even more so. Meanwhile, the horror adventure game challenge organized by the plump young boy and little Sima officially commenced. Participants were required to present a health certificate, ensuring they had no heart conditions, high blood pressure, or similar ailments, to prevent any unfortunate incidents during the challenge. The first contestants were 2 burly men, their faces adorned with excess flesh. Judging by their appearances, both stood tall at nearly 6 feet. Robust and muscular, with thick necks. Even if they encountered a ghost, the ghost would hesitate to approach them. The viewers in the live stream harbored high hopes for these two. If these guys can't pass, I'll wash my hair upside down. Same here. The 2 muscular men exuded confidence. 1, named Yang Gang, sat on the left, while the other, named Meng Yong, occupied the right. The sound of start. Yang Gang was the first to hurl the dice onto the game board. The moment the dice landed, a plume of black smoke erupted, coalescing into a 4-letter formation. This number, a homophone for death, boded ill. Under Yang Gang's grave gaze, the game piece advanced automatically 4 spaces, but nothing unusual occurred. He let out a sigh of relief. Next up is Meng Yong. Judging solely by his expression, he appears to be far more at ease than Yang Gang. With 2 thick fingers, he casually tosses the dice. And this time it lands on 5, a number that, in terms of fortune, is certainly more auspicious than Yang Gang's. The game piece automatically moves forward 5 spaces, and beside the square, a blood-red character appears. Resentment. A plume of black smoke rises, instantly enveloping Meng Yong's large head. Minutes later, the smoke dissipates, revealing Meng Yong, expressionless, seated in his chair, staring at Yang Gang across from him. Suddenly, he lets out a loud wail. Sobbing uncontrollably, repeating, "I have returned to life. I am alive. Are you still playing?" Yang Gang remarks disdainfully from across the table, looking down on the sight of a grown man crying. "Play?" Meng Yong gazes at him as if he were a fool. "Do you have any idea what I just went through?" Chapter 82. Completing the terrifying adventure game. The old woman bestows rewards. After uttering these words, he buries his face in his chubby hands and continues to weep. The live stream is in full effect, and viewers are thoroughly entertained, with the comment section filled with laughter. Pang Didi and Xiao Sima exchange glances and approach him to console him. After a considerable time, Meng Yong finally ceases his tears and vacates his seat, replaced by a thin young man named Zhang Yunfei. In the interest of fairness, Zhang Yunfei swaps positions with Yang Gang and prepares to roll the dice. With great seriousness, he picks up the dice and mutters, "Evil spirits, begone." He casts the dice, and it rolls a 1. The game piece moves forward 1 space, and amidst the onlooker's gaze, a line of blood-red words appears. The insect feast begins. Immediately, black smoke ascends, shrouding Zhang Yunfei's small head. This time, the darkness lingers for an extended period, and the atmosphere grows eerily silent, almost unnaturally so. After more than half an hour, the smoke finally clears, revealing Zhang Yunfei, pallid and with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, he opens his mouth and spews forth a torrent of 8 treasure porridge, catching Yang Gang off guard, who is splattered in the process. The challenge arena erupts in a cacophony of exclamations. Viewers of the live stream sit frozen in horror, grimacing and salivating at the grotesque scene. Yang Gang, bewildered, never anticipated such a turn of events. Wiping the porridge from his face, he dashes towards the restroom. With Zhang Yunfei hot on his heels, after several minutes of chaos, the challenge resumes. Yang Gang sits stiffly in his seat, opposite a stunningly cold and composed woman. In the name of fairness, she rolls the dice first. Landing a 6th, the game piece advances 6 spaces, and no ominous words appear beside the squared. A collective sigh of relief escapes the crowd. After several rounds, Yang Gang's confidence has waned significantly. Cautiously, he picks up the dice, silently praying for a smooth outcome, and rolls it onto the board. The result is an ominous 4. The game piece moves forward 4 spaces, and beside it, the character for Tomb appears. He feels his consciousness instantly drawn into the game board. And when he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in a dimly lit chamber adorned with oil lamps. In the faint glow, he sees a coffin placed in the center of the room, surrounded by individuals dressed in ancient attire. As he approaches and lightly kicks one of them, the person suddenly opens his eyes, startling Yang Gang. "Quick, kill me!" The frail voice of the man on the ground barely escapes his lips, inaudible unless one were in the extreme silence of the room. Where is this place? The tomb of the Marquis. We are but craftsmen of the grave, unable to escape. The passage has collapsed, as the man speaks. His eyes flutter shut. Yang Gang, prepared to check if he is alive, finds the oil lamp on the wall extinguished, plunging the room into utter darkness. Determined to remain calm, he begins to slowly search for a way out. Unfortunately, he discovers that he is surrounded by walls, with no exit in sight. Time stretches on indefinitely, and panic sets in. He begins to shout for help, pleading to be released, but he proves futile. The room is so quiet that even his own breathing echoes clearly. Exhausted, he leans against the wall and slowly sinks to the ground, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. When will this game end? How long will I be trapped here? An hour? 2 hours? A day? 2 days? Surely, it cannot exceed 3 days, as a person cannot survive long without water. This game could not possibly pose a threat to life. As time drags on, Yang Gang realizes he has misjudged the situation. He feels neither hunger nor thirst, as if he were a robotic entity. Only an overwhelming sense of loneliness seeps into his being. Here, time appears frozen. He can do nothing but explore the darkness, tracing every inch of wall, floor, coffin, and the figures surrounding it. He dares not pause, for if he does, the solitude will invade his heart, plunging him into unfathomable despair. The figures around the coffin gradually change. Initially, he could feel their supple muscles, but slowly, only dry, hardened skin remains until nothing is left but bones. These bones become his companions. He sits beside them, recounting stories of his life, unaware of how many times he has repeated them. As the bones crumble, he gathers the fragments together and continues his tales, the pieces shrinking further until they form a fine dust in time. He discovers a new form of entertainment, scooping a handful of bone dust and letting it slip through his fingers. Only to scoop it again and let it flow. One day, curiosity strikes him, and he decides to see the occupant of the coffin. He attempts to lift the lid, but it proves too heavy. Perhaps this is for the best. It gives him something to occupy his time. Day after day, he alternates between playing with the bone dust and attempting to lift the coffin lid, losing track of how long he has been at it. Suddenly, the coffin lid stirs. The challenge arena. The black smoke enveloping Yang Gang dissipates, revealing his large head. He stares blankly at the simultaneously familiar and foreign scene, tears streaming down his face. After such a long time, he nearly forgot about the game. What is a grown man crying for? A crisp, melodious voice jolts him back to reality. He echoes a phrase once spoken by Meng Yong. You have no idea what I have endured. With that, he rises and departs. In the midst of the dark years, he has come to understand everything. The prize is insignificant. What truly deserves cherishing is the present moment. The challenge continues. After Yang Gang's departure, he is replaced by a man who shares his name, Yang Wei. Coincidentally, Yang Wei is also a large fellow. However, having witnessed the previous rounds, the crowd no longer believes in the bravado of strongmen unafraid of ghosts. Instead, they doubt Yang Wei, considering him merely a fade of strength. As it turns out, the crowd's perception is accurate. Yang Wei barely endures one round before collapsing into tears and fleeing. The seemingly delicate yet composed beauty, on the other hand, remains remarkably unshaken in the next round. The beauty too falls prey to the ominous black smoke. Minutes later, when the smoke clears, she merely sighs softly, showing no further reaction. The arena and the live stream explode with excitement. She is the first person to emerge from the smoke without crying, panicking, or fleeing, instead exhibiting an unusual calmness. Xiao Sima and Pang Didi, still haunted by their own experiences with the black smoke, cannot help but give her a thumbs up. The beauty calmly remarks, the exterior reflects the heart. This game board is rather interesting. With that, she rises to leave. The old woman formed of black smoke at the game board straightens up and bursts into hearty laughter, proclaiming, congratulations, you have passed the level. Here is your reward. Chapter 83. Pang Didi's Breakdown. Wang Liang travels to the Tang dynasty. A swirl of black smoke rises, swiftly coalescing into a portal over half a meter high. Before the gathered crowd, a skull floats out, landing on the game board. Upon closer inspection, one can see the words King of Pranks awkwardly scrawled on its forehead. Suddenly, the skull takes flight, hurtling towards the pudgy brothers standing by the game board. Ah! A scream akin to a slaughtered pig escapes him as the skull adheres to his forehead, refusing to budge, emitting a continuous braying sound. Those unaware might think a donkey has invaded the challenge arena. Initially filled with fear, the audience can't help but display bemused expressions at the donkey-like wails. Meanwhile, the pudgy brother flails and shrieks, desperately attempting to remove the skull. Yet, it is in vain. The skull seems to have become part of him, unyielding to his efforts. Viewers in the live stream and the participants in the arena are left in utter disbelief. What on earth is happening? Gradually regaining his composure, the pudgy brother demands someone accompany him to the hospital, resulting in a large group of followers, thus naturally concluding the challenge event. The hospital. The doctor gazes at the pudgy brother, frowning in confusion. What has become of today's youth? Is this some form of performance art? Just as he prepares to inquire, the young man behind him groans, Doctor, can you perform surgery to remove this skull? No sooner had he finished speaking than the skull instantly flies onto the doctor's forehead. The doctor is left in shock. Instinctively, he reaches for the skull, but it proves impossible to remove, as though it is fused with his own head. The pudgy brother touches his forehead and apologetically says, Doctor, I sincerely apologize, but I must take my leave. He bolts away, only to hear a bellowing voice behind him. You come back here. Patients waiting in the corridor turn in unison to the consultation room, where a doctor, now sporting a skull atop his head, bursts out, pointing at the fleeing pudgy brother and shouting, "Stop right there." It is better left unspoken. However, once uttered, the rotund figure dashed away even more swiftly. The physician's view was obstructed by a skull, rendering him incapable of pursuit, and he could only stand in the corridor, crumbling under the weight of despair. Internally, he cursed, "What in the world is this? I am utterly nauseated." Just as he finished his lament, a voice interrupted, "Dr. Lee, what on earth are you doing?" He was about to recount his bizarre and unfortunate experience when the skull unexpectedly flew from his forehead and affixed itself to a colleague's brow. Without a moment's hesitation, he took to his heels, unwilling to have the skull adhere to him once more. As he sprinted away, a thunderous roar echoed behind him. Stop right there. Stopping was not an option. It was a notion he could never entertain in this lifetime. Only by fleeing incessantly could he sustain his existence. Amidst his frantic escape, he glanced back to discover it was Dr. Zhang from the dental department, struggling to remove the skull from his own forehead. Alas, despite exerting all his strength, it remained stubbornly attached. As if it had taken root in a fit of desperation, he hurled himself against the wall, attempting to shatter the skull, only to leave his own head ringing and the skull unscathed. This spectacle left the patients in the corridor in a state of bewilderment. Eventually, with no other recourse, he sought the assistance of his colleagues, hoping surgery might liberate him from the skull's grasp. However, as soon as he finished conversing with a colleague, the skull transferred itself once again, this time affixing itself to that colleague's forehead. He was tempted to flee, eager to distance himself from this accursed skull, yet he restrained himself, unwilling to be as ineffectual as Dr. Lee. Hurriedly, he led his colleague to seek help from others. After more than 2 hours, the hospital director, his expression dark, sported the skull atop his brow and spoke each word with deliberate weight. "What on earth is going on?" The crowd exchanged words, piecing together the entire absurdity as if recounting a fantastical tale. Upon hearing their accounts, the director's face darkened further, and with a heavy sigh, he resignedly declared, "Arrange a surgical procedure for me. I refuse to believe we cannot remove this skull." And no sooner had he spoken than the skull shattered into fragments, disintegrating into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the air. Once completely obliterated, a delightful teddy bear tumbled forth from the remnants. Witnessing the farcical episode come to an end, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Upon entry, a physician accompanied by a portly young man stepped into the office. He was poised to apologize for earlier events when the teddy bear, standing resolutely on the desk, emitted a thunderous roar that left everyone pale with fright. Dr. Lee, the first victim of the skull, seized the teddy bear and hurled it at the portly young man, shouting hoarsely, "Quick! Take your cursed object and leave. If this continues, I shall surely be driven to a heart attack." "I came to apologize," the plump young man replied with utmost sincerity. "No need for apologies. I simply wish for you to vacate this place. I implore you." With a resounding click, the office door swung shut, and the inexplicably ominous young man finally departed. Dear I took a deep breath, about to expel his pent-up anxiety, when suddenly he noticed the teddy bear on the floor. Winking at him, a blood-curdling scream erupted, echoing through the corridor like the wail of a slaughtered pig. The magical toy store. Wang Liang reclined on the sofa after devouring a large pig's trotter, extracted his phone, and opened a chess application. He proceeded to educate an oblivious elderly man, ultimately provoking the gentleman to send a voice message cursing him in retaliation. He had Xiaowei create a voice broadcasting software mimicking a novice player and forcefully installed it on the old man's phone, setting it to announce, "Do you accept the challenge?" for 5 continuous hours. Once everything was prepared, he donned the advanced technology attire rewarded by the system, tidied his hair, and departed the residential area. Arriving at the temporal dimension portal leading to the ancient world, he pushed open the door, revealing a dazzling silver vortex. Upon stepping inside, a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights enveloped him. Simultaneously, an electronic voice announced, "Ancient world detection in progress. Currently, the most energy-efficient route leads to the Tang dynasty during the Jingguan era. Constructing dimensional time portal. Construction complete." The world momentarily faded to black before illuminating once more, revealing a row of ancient wooden structures. The electronic voice chimed again, translating Tang dynasty language. Translation successful. Installation in progress. Installation complete. Total cost, 5,000 points. Wang Liang stood frozen, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated encountering yet another trap awaiting him. Unbelievable, he thought. This system is truly insufferable. As he lamented, an elderly man with white hair approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, muttering, "Strange, strange. Are you out of your mind? Get away from me," he retorted, already in a foul mood, and now further agitated by the lunatic's intrusion. "Greetings, I am Sun Simiao." The elder introduced himself, raising his arm in a traditional Tang dynasty gesture. "Sun Simiao?" Wang Liang exclaimed in astonishment. He had not expected to meet a historical figure so soon upon arriving in the Tang dynasty. Examining Sun Simiao closely, he noted his white hair, rosy complexion, and eyes gleaming with vitality, resembling a venerable deity. The title of Medicine King was truly well-deserved. He was 100 million times more impressive than those so-called experts. "I am merely an unrefined hermit, not the Medicine King." "You flatter me," Sun Simiao humbly replied, then continued, "You, my good sir, are the true recluse, with vigor akin to a dragon, and your spirit soaring high. You may very well live for 5 centuries. After uttering this, Sun Simiao stroked his beard, contemplating, this individual is indeed a remarkable figure, deserving of the title land-bound celestial. Why not take him as my master to seek the path? However, will he accept disciples? Regardless, hesitating would only hinder his quest for enlightenment. Just as he was about to kneel in reverence, the sage remarked, "Impressive, Medicine King. You can discern half of my lifespan." "Extraordinary. Half a lifespan?" Sun Simiao plucked a handful of his beard. Wide-eyed and rooted to the spot, stunned into silence. Suddenly, 2 words flashed through his mind. "Quickly pay respects." He promptly turned and performed a grand bow, fervently beseeching, "I implore the immortal to accept me as a disciple." Wang Liang was momentarily at a loss. Had he known that mentioning lifespan would lead to such a request, he would have refrained from saying anything. "I'm merely a merchant, not a sage, and I do not take on disciples." He hastily clarified, pointing to the door behind him. "This is my shop, specializing in toys. If you wish to purchase one, you may come to me." Sun Simiao followed his gesture, observing a black door with the words "Magical Toy Store" inscribed above. The characters unusually uniform, devoid of any discernible style. "Come, allow me to show you around and see the products." Wang Liang beckoned, leading the way with Sun Simiao closely behind. Upon entering the shop, Wang Liang was struck by astonishment. The counter was fashioned from crystal, more opulent than anything he had seen even in the emperor's court. On the counter rested 2 crystal jars, but what was that mist within? After a brief moment, Wang Liang stepped into the adjacent temporal dimension warehouse, wheeling out 5 children's toy bicycles. "This is a new type of transportation, ideal for urban use." Before he could finish, Sun Simiao shook his head and replied, "I have no money." "What?" Wang Liang was taken aback. "You are the Medicine King, and surely you must charge a few taels of gold for simply treating someone." "I generally do not charge for my services unless the client is exceedingly wealthy, in which case I might accept a small fee for food and lodging." Upon hearing this, Wang Liang gave Sun Simiao a thumbs up. Truly, the Medicine King was 100 million times better than those so-called experts who only cared for gold and disregarded humanity. "This is the second time I've heard the term expert." "What does it mean?" Sun Simiao inquired. "Most experts are charlatans, even worse than dogs. It is best not to speak of that ill-fated term again. Now, let us commence business. Don't leave. I shall treat you to some kebabs this evening." "What are kebabs?" "Skewered lamb meat." Sun Simiao nodded, half comprehending. Wang Liang wheeled out a children's bicycle, calling out at the entrance to all who passed by, "Come and take a look. A new type of transportation, the bicycle, is here. Only 1 tael of gold. With 1 tael, you cannot marry a wife, take a concubine, or become a high official. You might as well buy a bicycle to ride home." His enthusiastic pitch, combined with the novelty of the product, attracted a crowd of onlookers, though most were merely spectators unable to afford the item. From their conversations, Wang Liang gleaned that the shop was located in the Western Market. Those familiar with history would know that Chang'an was divided into Eastern and Western markets, with the Eastern Market located near the Taiji Palace and Daming Palace, primarily catering to the affluent. Conversely, the Western Market mainly served the common folk. Thus, Selling children's bicycles would require considerable effort. He pondered how to quickly attract the attention of the wealthy when a child clutching a bound ancient book emerged from the crowd, his eyes sparkling at the sight of Wang Liang's bicycle. Wang Liang immediately sensed a business opportunity. The book in the child's hands suggested that his family was at least moderately well off, if not quite wealthy. With a smile, he said, "Little friend, this bicycle is—" Before he could finish, a stout woman emerged from the throng, seized the child's ear, and scolded. "I told you to study at home, yet here you are wandering about. Just wait until I give you a beating." The child clutched the woman's plump hand, incessantly pleading for mercy. "Mother, please don't hit me. I promise I won't go shopping again." Wang Liang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Was the tugging of ears a tradition that had persisted since the Tang dynasty? Such customs had been passed down for millennia. The child's entreaties somewhat softened the woman's anger, and she coldly replied, "Come, let us return home to study." "Mother, I wish to buy this car," the child exclaimed, and no sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding slap echoed. Wang Liang and the onlookers watched in disbelief as the child received a sharp reprimand. Instantly becoming exceedingly obedient, lowering his head and trailing behind his mother as they exited the crowd. After a brief moment, the conversation between mother and son reached Wang Liang's ears. "Such a frivolous item will only hinder your studies. My child's future must not be compromised, do you understand?" "I understand, mother." "Good son, diligently apply yourself to your studies, and I shall prepare roasted lamb for you." Upon hearing these words, Wang Liang felt an urge to interject. "Balance is key, do you not understand? Studying incessantly will only render one a mere bookworm. Are you familiar with the poet Li Bai? If he had remained cooped up at home every day, how could he have composed verses that have echoed through the ages?" After the only potential customer was dismissed with a slap, the rest of the afternoon was filled with mere spectators. Meanwhile, Sun Simiao diagnosed several individuals and prescribed remedies, receiving a few fees in return. As evening approached, an invitation was extended to Wang Liang for some soup pancakes, while the idea of skewers was postponed. Wang Liang accepted, thinking it would be an excellent opportunity to accompany the local Sun Simiao and savor the culinary delights of the Tang dynasty. Upon closing the door, Sun Simiao led him to a nearby eatery. The proprietor was exceedingly hospitable, ensuring the tables and chairs were clean, and soon the soup pancakes were served. Gazing at the bowl before him, Wang Liang lamented his lack of historical knowledge, for it resembled little more than boiled noodles devoid of any seasoning. Picking up his chopsticks, he took a bite and could not help but exclaim, "Why is it so bland? There isn't even a pinch of salt. These 2 coins worth of pancakes have little salt." Sun Simiao replied, continuing to eat, "I nearly forgot. This is ancient times, and salt remains quite precious. But perhaps it is for the best, less oil, or rather, no oil and less salt, making it healthier." "Ancient times?" Sun Simiao paused, looking at Wang Liang with a puzzled expression. "I forgot to mention." Wang Liang was cut off as a sudden drumbeat resounded, followed by the proprietor's announcement. "Our establishment will soon close. Hurry, the curfew is approaching." Sun Simiao swiftly consumed his bowl of soup pancakes, and Wang Liang hurriedly followed suit, remarking, "Eating in such haste feels akin to preparing for battle." Once they exited the eatery, twilight was fast approaching. "Senior, I must return to the inn. We shall meet again tomorrow." Wang Liang had been preparing to invite Sun Simiao to experience modern nightlife when a system notification abruptly interrupted him. Friendly reminder: according to Article 320 of the Temporal Regulations, suppliers are prohibited from bringing individuals from one time period to another. Any violation will result in imprisonment by the temporal authorities, with a minimum sentence of 1,000 years. From where did this temporal authority spring forth? Truly, the shallows are teeming with turtles, and there are brothers aplenty. Understood, you may depart. After mentally grumbling about the temporal authority, he nodded at Sun Simiao and began his return. Just as he reached the door, he noticed a troop of patrolling soldiers in the street, calling out for people to return home and refrain from venturing out. Wang Liang, wishing to avoid drawing their attention, hurried back into the establishment. Checking his phone, he noted it was only just past 7. He sent a message to Miao Shiyu. "Are you there? Would you like to go out for skewers?" "Sure," she replied. Hadn't she just claimed she wasn't available? If she was going out for skewers, she must be under the watchful gaze of spies from various countries and representatives of different factions. Wang Liang drove his Bumblebee sports car, accompanied by Miao Shiyu. Out of the alley at Industrial Road Number 2, they first visited a small shop that exchanged gold and silver jewelry, purchasing 1,000 grams of silver at the current price of 4.9 per gram, totaling 4,900. Wang Liang had looked it up online. 1,000 grams of silver was equivalent to 20 taels, with one tael in the Tang dynasty approximately equal to 1,001. Eating a bowl of insipid soup pancakes for 2 meant that the silver he had acquired could sustain him for a considerable time in the Tang dynasty, provided he avoided extravagant spending. Miao Shiyu watched with a puzzled expression as Wang Liang handled the silver, mentally questioning. Why exchange for silver? He hadn't opened the shop for business in days. What was he doing alone in there? Should she inquire? No, better to refrain from asking to avoid being bothersome. After purchasing the silver, they drove to a barbecue restaurant named Western Roast Lamb Leg. As soon as they parked, they drew a crowd of curious onlookers. Isn't that the authentic Bumblebee sports car? A young man, holding a skewer of lamb, stared intently at the bright yellow car parked at the entrance. What a stunning vehicle! As soon as the words left his lips, the car doors swung open, revealing a man and a woman. The man was clad in a black robe, handsome with a slight, enigmatic smile, his long black hair flowing gracefully behind him, reminiscent of an ancient hero. The woman wore casual attire yet exuded an aura of competence, her gaze resolute, as if nothing in this world could thwart her. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they entered the restaurant and chose a table by the window to peruse the menu. Please, order freely, Wang Liang encouraged, popping open a bottle of the local specialty soda. Rest assured, I won't hold back. Let us start with 30 skewers of lamb, 20 beef tendons, and 6 honey-glazed chicken wings. After spending considerable time together, especially during their recent vacation on Mars, Miao Shiyu felt much more at ease around Wang Liang. No longer blushing at every little thing. The skewers arrived swiftly, and they continued to feast until well past 10. During their meal, several exceptionally beautiful women arrived at the neighboring table, occasionally engaging Wang Liang in conversation, to which Miao Shiyu adeptly countered, ensuring she held her ground. Back at their communication area, Miao Shiyu sat on the sofa, sipping tea while reflecting on the events of the evening. Finally, she sighed and murmured to herself, "A storm is brewing." The following day, as Wang Liang opened the door to the Tang dynasty, he spotted Sun Simiao standing at the entrance with wide eyes, muttering, "Strange, strange, a painting has transformed into a door. Truly a miraculous skill. Such things are mere illusions, Medicine King. Where can I find breakfast? I shall treat you. Senior, please accept me as your disciple." Sun Simiao, upon witnessing the miraculous event at the door, became even more resolute in his desire to be mentored. "You are the renowned Medicine King of history, destined for greatness. Go take me as your teacher would be a waste of your time." As they conversed, a robust man clad in splendid attire rode up on a magnificent steed. Dismounting to bow before Sun Simiao, "I am Cheng Chumo, son of Duke Lu, here to implore the esteemed immortal to attend the palace and attend to the empress's ailments." Duke Lu's son, Cheng Chumo? Wang Liang recalled his historical studies and gazed at the imposing figure before him. Could you be the son of Cheng Yaojin? At these words, the man's eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed, "How dare you directly address my father's name? Such disrespect." He raised his hand to strike Wang Liang but was halted by Sun Simiao. "Cheng Duyi, this gentleman is a terrestrial immortal. You must not act rashly." Cheng Chumo paused, assessing Wang Liang with a cold stare. "You may be handsome, yet I see nothing extraordinary about you," he remarked, turning to Sun Simiao with a gentler tone. "Elder son, do not be deceived by treacherous scoundrels." Just as Sun Simiao was about to retort, Wang Liang interjected, "Do not mistake my silence for weakness. I am no mere sickly cat. I care not for Cheng Yaojin, nor even for Li Shimin. Dare you wager with me?" The bystanders gasped in astonishment. Had this audacious youth consumed the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard to speak so defiantly? Cheng Chumo's teeth clenched in rage, his eyes practically ablaze. Were it not for Sun Simiao's presence, he would have drawn his axe and reduced this arrogant fool to pulp. Suppressing his fury, he spat out, "What are the terms of your wager?" Wang Liang, disregarding the crowd's shock and Cheng Chumo's ire, thought to himself, "Excellent, the fish has taken the bait," and smiled as he replied, "The rules are simple. If you can withstand a slap from me without falling, I shall submit to your will. However, should you falter, you shall purchase every item in my store." Do you dare? As the last echoes of his words faded, a golden hand, over a meter in size, suddenly appeared beside Cheng Chumo. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the hand came crashing down, sending Cheng Chumo sprawling to the ground. The golden hand then dealt him 9 resounding slaps across his rear, causing him to yelp in protest. A divine skill, indeed a divine skill. Sun Simiao gazed at Wang Liang with eyes brimming with admiration. Do not feign ignorance. I have employed less than 1% of my strength. Quickly send someone to fetch 10,000 taels of gold, and I shall sell you 1,000 children's bicycles from my store. Cheng Chumo slowly rose from the ground, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he approached Wang Liang step by step. Suddenly, with a thud, he knelt before him, exclaiming, I beseech the divine being to accept me as a disciple. As he spoke, he attempted to bow his head, only to be stopped by Wang Liang. I am merely a toy merchant, not a divine being. I do not take disciples. Rise? No. You are indeed a divine being, and I am willing to serve you as a humble disciple, running errands. Sun Simiao, seeing this, quickly echoed, I feel the same. At this moment, the spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, holding their breath, fearful of disturbing the divine being. Very well, I shall temporarily accept you as temporary employees of the miraculous toy store for a few days. When I depart, I will present each of you with a gift as compensation. Upon hearing the word gift, Sun Simiao and Cheng Chumo nearly burst into laughter. Surely, a gift from a divine being would be extraordinary and rare. Thank you, divine being, they both exclaimed in unison. Follow me, Wang Liang instructed as he led Cheng and Sun into the toy store. Before he could announce the sales task, Cheng Chumo shouted, Crystal. The counter is made of crystal. How extravagant. It's merely a few sheets of tempered glass. Nothing remarkable, Wang Liang remarked, pointing to the children's bicycles on the ground. Cheng Chumo, are you not to take the medicine king into the palace to treat the empress? Be sure to promote the bicycles in our store to the noble officials when they come by. Rest assured, divine being, I shall do my utmost, Cheng Chumo declared, thumping his chest with pride. Sun Simiao also vowed to promote the bicycles diligently. Wait! Wang Liang dashed into the living quarters and returned, handing each of them a bottle of labi. Here are 2 bottles of drink. Take them along the way. I almost forgot to mention, the bicycles are priced at 1 tael of gold each. When the noble officials arrive, ensure they bring enough gold. Now, go, and I await your good news. Cheng Chumo gazed at the eerie green bottle in his hand, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Sun Simiao mirrored his enthusiasm. After leaving the miraculous toy store, the two hastened towards the palace. At that moment, Emperor Li Shiming of the Tang dynasty was discussing state affairs with Fang Xianling when news arrived that Cheng Chumo, the son of Duke Lu, had found the elusive old immortal, Sun Simiao, in the city. Li Shiming promptly instructed the lady-in-waiting to escort them to Empress Changsuan's quarters. The empress, frail and ailing, finally had the opportunity to seek treatment from the old immortal, prompting Fang Xianling to utter a few flattering remarks before hastily taking his leave, not daring to delay the emperor's meeting with the divine physician. Within the hall of governance, Sun Simiao examined a beautiful woman, pale yet possessing a powerful aura, and after checking her pulse, declared, Your Majesty's ailment stems from a deficiency in qi, affecting all internal organs, particularly the lungs. This condition cannot be treated with medicine. It requires gradual recuperation. Upon hearing this, sadness instantly clouded Li Shiming's countenance. When Guanyin Bai married him during a time of turmoil, she tirelessly aided him in stabilizing the realm, but now, after establishing peace, her health had deteriorated due to overexertion. The thought pierced his heart like a knife. There may be someone who can save the empress. Who? Sun Simiao recounted his experiences from yesterday to today, causing Li Shiming to furrow his brow. Stroking his beard, his expression shifting between contemplation and skepticism. Finally, he asked, Is there truly such a divine being in this world? Indeed, Your Majesty, I have witnessed it with my own eyes. The son of Duke Lu has also encountered this divine being. Li Shiming nodded, gazing tenderly at Empress Changsun. Guanyin Bai, rest here. I shall personally seek out the divine being to procure the miraculous medicine. Your Majesty, I have been in the palace for too long and feel somewhat weary. Having heard of such a divine being, I wish to go out and see for myself. But your health. Venturing out for a change of scenery would do my health good, indeed. After a brief preparation, Li Shiming and Empress Changsun donned civilian attire. As they stepped outside, a palace servant announced, "Minister Wei wishes to see you." Upon hearing the name Wei Zheng, Li Shiming's brow furrowed instantly. "Tell him I am occupied. We shall meet tomorrow." Having dealt with Wei Zheng, Li Shiming and Empress Changsun boarded a heavily curtained carriage, with Sun Simiao walking behind. Along the way, they encountered Cheng Chumo, who, noticing he was empty-handed, exclaimed anxiously, "Where is my drink? I drank it." "What? That was the drink bestowed upon me by the divine being. You drank it all? I shall not let this go unpunished." As Sun Simiao spoke, he lunged toward Cheng Chumo. In a flash, Cheng Chumo produced 2 green bottles from behind his back, handing one to Sun Simiao. "Here is your drink, you old man," lacking in appreciation. Sun Simiao snatched the bottle and examined it closely, declaring, "There is less liquid inside. You must have consumed some. The portion I drank was merely a storage fee. This drink is extraordinarily sweet, infused with an ethereal essence." Just then, a voice from the carriage called out, "What drink? Bring it here for me to see, Your Majesty." Cheng Chumo was taken aback to discover the emperor was within the carriage, hastily bowing. The emperor's voice rang out again, "No need for formalities." Sun Simiao, quick as lightning, seized the drink from Cheng Chumo, approached the carriage and said, "Your Majesty, the divine being has gifted each of us a bottle of this drink. Cheng Duwei's has yet to be opened, and he wishes to present it to Your Majesty. Why, dear minister, you have gone to great lengths." As he spoke, the carriage's curtain was drawn aside, and a hand reached out to take the drink from Sun Simiao. Witnessing this, Cheng Chumo was nearly brought to tears. Chapter 87. Cheng and Li compete for the drink. Li Shiming arrives that drink was a gift from the divine being, and now it had been given away. It would be one thing if it had merely been gifted to someone else, but to the emperor. What was to be done? After handing over the drink, Sun Simiao let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly to offer the emperor Cheng Duwei's drink. Otherwise, he might have lost his own. Cautiously twisting the bottle cap open, a puff of ethereal essence wafted out as he took a sip. Sweet? Just one word. Exceedingly sweet. The drink bestowed by the divine being was indeed extraordinary. As Sun Simiao closed his eyes, savoring its profound intricacies, he was suddenly struck by an empty hand. Opening his eyes, he saw Cheng Chumo greedily guzzling his drink, half of it gone in an instant. He rushed over to reclaim it. Before he could react, as his hand brushed against the green bottle, he found it empty. Cheng Chumo presented the bottle, now devoid of contents, burping contentedly, and declared, "Delightful, truly delightful. You brat, I shall not let this go." Inside the carriage, Li Shiming examined the bottle in his hands from every angle and remarked, "This bottle is neither gold nor wood, nor crafted from crystal. It is indeed a remarkable gift from the divine being." As he spoke, he attempted to remove the cap but found it stubborn. He twisted it again, and with a satisfying pop, the cap came off, releasing an unprecedented sweetness that filled the air. Pulling out a silver needle from his sleeve, he dipped it into the drink and stirred. Finding it unchanged in color, just as he was about to taste it, Empress Changsun interrupted, "Your Majesty, allow me to try first." She took the bottle, sampling a small sip, and frowned. "This liquid is excessively sweet. Yet it possesses a strange qi. How can such energy infuse into water? How peculiar." "Ha ha ha," Li Shiming chuckled. "This must be the essence of the divine." After taking a sip himself, he affirmed, "The drink gifted by the divine being is indeed extraordinary." As his words fell, a voice from outside the carriage called, "I, Minister Wei Zheng, pay my respects to Your Majesty." Upon hearing Wei Zheng's name, Li Shiming's brow furrowed immediately to no need for formalities. Outside the carriage, a slim, middle-aged man with a square face stood up and respectfully inquired, "Is Your Majesty planning to leave the palace?" The carriage remained silent, but the driver continued towards the Zhuke gate. Though Cheng Chumo resembled his father with a robust build, he possessed a keen intellect. Sensing Wei Zheng was about to block the carriage, he hurriedly intervened, saying, "Minister Wei, a divine being has appeared in the Western market. The emperor is leaving the palace to seek treatment for the empress." "A divine being?" Wei Zheng's eyes filled with disdain. "Surely it is a charlatan deceiving the emperor." As he spoke, he attempted to halt the carriage. Cheng Chumo swiftly snatched the drink bottle from Sun Simiao's hands and offered it to Wei Zheng. Pointing at the bottle, This is the drink given to Sun Simiao by the divine being. Have you ever seen a bottle made of such material? Wei Zheng examined it closely, furrowing his brow. Neither gold nor wood. Indeed, I have never seen such a thing. Sun Simiao stepped forward to take the bottle, handling it carefully, and smiled. I am Sun Simiao. It is a pleasure to meet you, Minister Wei. Despite being a renowned healer who eschewed fame and fortune, Sun Simiao had earned Wei Zheng's respect, and they exchanged polite greetings. The conversation soon shifted back to the divine being as the carriage approached the Zhuke gate. The coachman presented a token, and the gatekeeper promptly opened the Vermilion Bird Gate. After listening to the experiences of Cheng Chumo and Sun Simiao, Wei Zheng exclaimed in disbelief, expressing his desire to meet this extraordinary figure. At the entrance of the magical toy shop stood a robust middle-aged man, as strong as a black bear, accompanied by several servants. He spoke in a gruff voice. Is this truly the residence of the divine being? The merchants nearby claimed that the divine being was indeed here to. After imparting lessons to the young master, he entered the shop alongside the young master, and the venerable son, one of the servants, gestured toward the black door on the wall, asking if the golden glowing palm truly existed. The nearby merchants insisted they had witnessed the golden palm with their own eyes. The middle-aged man was none other than Duke Lu, Cheng Yaojin, who was currently indulging in roasted lamb at his estate. Suddenly, a servant reported that his son had encountered the divine being and was instructed to prepare 10,000 taels of gold to purchase goods from the divine being's shop. Cheng Yaojin immediately inquired, where is Cheng Chumo wasting his time? He intended to retrieve this rebellious son and discipline him severely so he could reflect on his actions. Surely, how could there be a divine being in this world? It must be a charlatan deceiving his son. He vowed to make him into minced meat. Upon hearing that Cheng Chumo had found the venerable son in front of the divine being's shop and had already gone to the palace to treat the empress, Cheng Yaojin felt bewildered. Could it be that there truly was a divine being in this world? He instructed his servant to investigate further before hastening to the West Market. Upon seeing the black door on the wall, he waved his hand and declared, "Let us proceed." Just as he approached the door, it opened, revealing a handsome young man clad in a black robe. The young man scrutinized him and spoke in a clear voice. Are you the one introduced by Cheng Chumo? After speaking, he glanced behind Cheng Yaojin, frowning slightly as if sensing something amiss. I am Cheng Yaojin, Duke of Lude. I have come to investigate the reports of a divine being's appearance. Cheng Yaojin stated. Wang Liang, the young man replied, gazing with astonishment at the burly figure before him, who resembled a wild boar. It was a revelation to see Cheng Yaojin. The man reputed to only possess 3 basic skills. Cheng Yaojin despised the notion that he could only perform 3 tricks. His eyes widened in indignation as he retorted, I, Cheng Yaojin, am not limited to merely 3 tricks. I also possess formidable boxing skills. As he spoke, he threw a punch at Wang Liang. Truly, like father, like son. Why the impulsiveness? Wang Liang activated the dragon descending palm, and a golden glowing palm instantly appeared before him. Cheng Yaojin, unable to halt his momentum, struck with a thundering sound, akin to a bell tolling. Staring at the golden palm before him, Cheng Yaojin was left dumbfounded, repeatedly muttering, Divine being? Indeed a divine being? Old Cheng, pay my respects. He attempted to bow to the ground but was forcefully held up by Wang Liang. At that moment, a carriage came to a halt at the shop's entrance. Seeing his father present, Cheng Chumo hurried forward to greet him. Father, the divine being has arrived. Sun Simiao added, Divine being, His Majesty has come seeking a miraculous medicine to cure the Empress's ailment. Before Wang Liang could respond, Cheng Yaojin, like a rabbit, leaped to the side of the carriage to pay his respects. The curtain of the carriage was lifted by the coachman, revealing a middle-aged man with an imposing presence. Exuding authority without anger, he waved his hand and said softly, My loyal minister, there is no need for excessive formalities. I am traveling incognito. Chapter 88. Commentary on historical figures. Redemption of the Great Replenishing Pill. Is this truly Emperor Li Shiming of the Tang Dynasty? Wang Liang turned to inquire of Cheng Chumo. Before Cheng Chumo could respond, a thin, middle-aged man emerged, reprimanding, How dare you address His Majesty so casually? Do not delay. Just as he was speaking passionately, Wang Liang interrupted him, asking, And you are? I am Wei Zheng, the middle-aged man proclaimed, lifting his chin with pride, akin to a goose that had just devoured a child. I recall now, you are the one who dared to argue with Li Shiming. The iron-headed boy, At this remark, Cheng Chumo erupted in laughter, while Cheng Yaojin, his face flushed with indignation, trembled with suppressed fury. As an emperor, Li Shiming had long mastered the art of maintaining a calm exterior. Though internally, he was elated, having endured countless grievances from Wei Zheng. Finally, someone was there to set him straight. What a relief! Among the crowd, only Sun Simiao remained remarkably composed. Meanwhile, Wei Zheng's eyes bulged with rage, his nostrils flaring as he resembled an enraged bull. I was complimenting you. Historically, you are known as the mirror of Li Shiming, enabling him to recognize his mistakes in a timely manner, contributing indelibly to the flourishing era of Zhengguan. Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng's anger transformed into joy, and he cautiously asked, "Am I truly recorded in history?" "Of course. Your name is documented in historical texts. It cannot be fabricated." Once confirmed, Wei Zheng burst into laughter, exclaiming, "To be recorded in history is the ultimate aspiration for scholars like us. I never imagined I would achieve it. What splendid news!" Upon learning that Wei Zheng would be remembered in history, Cheng Yaojin felt discontent, bounding over to inquire, "What of my name in history?" "Certainly." Cheng Yaojin, known for his 3 basic skills, is a figure of great renown, recognized by all. There is even a saying, "A Cheng Yaojin appears unexpectedly," symbolizing events that unfold beyond expectation. After hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he lamented, "I possess other techniques beyond merely 3. As they spoke, Li Shiming approached Wang Liang alongside Empress Changsun, inquiring, "How is my reign recorded in history?" An eternal emperor, whose talent and demeanor rival those of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu Di. It is said that in his later years, he became somewhat foolish. After Wei Zheng's passing, he commanded the destruction of Wei Zheng's tombstone. Upon hearing this, the crowd lowered their heads. Wei Zheng trembled, his fists clenched. Li Shiming's expression shifted from red to pale. After a moment of restraint, he reassured, "Do not be alarmed, my loyal minister. I shall not allow anyone to destroy your tombstone." After appeasing Wei Zheng, he turned to Wang Liang, sincerely stating, "Divine being, my wife suffers from a respiratory ailment. I have come seeking a miraculous medicine for her cure." Wang Liang had thought Li Shiming had come merely to observe, but was surprised to learn he sought medicine. He glanced at the beautiful woman beside him, who exuded grace. This must be Empress Changsun. Historical records noted that she passed away at the tender age of 36. Seeing that Wang Liang remained silent, the crowd collectively urged, "We beseech the divine being for medicine. This is not the place for discussion. Let us return inside." As Wang Liang led Li Shiming and the others into the toy shop, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, "How extravagant! The counter is actually carved from crystal. What a fortune that must be!" Cheng Chumo observed his father's astonished expression, reminiscent of his own initial reaction, akin to a country bumpkin. He quickly clarified, "Father, this is tempered glass, not crystal." In response, a large foot connected with Cheng Chumo's backside with a resounding thud, knocking him off balance. "Your father is already aware." Wang Liang glanced at the father-son duo, both as imposing as bears, and could not help but shake his head. With such a kick, an ordinary person would likely be bedridden for half a month. He pulled out his phone and asked, "Xiao Wei, what illness is the so-called respiratory ailment? What medicine is used to treat it?" A small glowing figure appeared above the phone, performing a few somersaults before stating, "The respiratory ailment is a complex condition caused by prolonged fatigue, leading to damage to the heart, liver, and lungs, with the lungs being the most severely affected. Patients often experience shortness of breath, which can be alleviated with a respirator. For complete recovery, search complete. Option 1. Use a gene medical chamber to repair the damaged organs. Option 2. Utilize the rejuvenation pills crafted by cultivators in the world of cultivation to restore the damaged organs." What Xiao Wei said was in modern terminology, utterly incomprehensible to Li Shiming and the others, who stared in awe, their hearts racing with excitement. A miracle, indeed a miracle. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a system notification suddenly echoed in Wang Liang's mind. "Ding! A temporary mission has been triggered. Would you like to accept?" "Accept, temporary mission. Open the product page, redeem the great replenishing pill, and cure Empress Changsun's ailment to gain Li Shiming's friendship. Facilitating future toy sales in the Tang Dynasty. Temporary mission reward, a 5,000 Universe Entertainment Consumption Voucher, sponsored by Boss Ning." Not this strange Boss Ning again. Wang Liang muttered internally, opening the product page. Clicking on the special products section and starting to search for the Great Replenishing Pill. After scrolling to the bottom, he finally found it. .1 pill required 1,000 points. His heart ached as he realized he only had 15,000 points left. And now he would have to spend another 1,000. What a loss. Perhaps the system had expended too many points recently, as it suddenly provided a friendly reminder. Suppliers can exchange consumption vouchers for universe coins, which can then be used to play the points fruit machine, converting universe coins back into points. Upon hearing the words points fruit machine, Wang Liang immediately recognized this as another trap. Yet, he still intended to try it. Once he converted the universe coins back into points, he would withdraw immediately. After all, one universe coin equated to 1 point, and the likelihood of recovering 5,000 points was high, which would net him a profit of 4,000 points. Another opportunity to take advantage of Boss Ning. This plan was nothing short of perfect. With that thought in mind, he promptly redeemed the Great Replenishing Pill. Except for Wang Liang, the others were unable to see the system's product page. They merely perceived a fleeting glimmer of silver before a small black box materialized in the hands of the divine being. Cheng Yaojin could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "A miracle. Truly a miracle," the others echoed, "A miracle? Truly a miracle." Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Liang opened the box and retrieved a small black vial. The moment he twisted off the cap, a delightful fragrance wafted into the air. Sun Simiao, inhaling the aromatic essence, instinctively closed his eyes and murmured, "The scent is exquisitely refined. It is indeed a celestial elixir." Upon hearing it was a celestial elixir, Cheng Yaojin and his son inhaled eagerly, their eyes wide with desire, as they sought to draw in more of the divine aura emanating from the elixir. Akin to two bears searching for honey. Chapter 89. Selling out children's bicycles in one go. Completing the task, Wang Liang leisurely poured the revitalizing pill into the palm of his hand. It was a vibrant red pill that sparkled under the light, reflecting a subtle crimson glow, resembling a top-tier ruby. Sun Simiao craned his neck, fixated on the revitalizing pill, incessantly murmuring, "Celestial elixir, celestial elixir." Cheng Yaojin and his son were nearly wide-eyed with astonishment, their throats moving up and down as they struggled to swallow. Li Shimin was the most exaggerated, his fists clenched, eyes bloodshot, appearing as if he had been constipated for 3 years and was in unimaginable distress. Empress Changsun maintained her composure, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. This elixir could completely cure Empress Changsun's ailment, provided that all the merchandise in the shop was purchased. Before Li Shimin could speak, Cheng Yaojin interjected, "I shall buy them all. But what is their value?" 10,000 taels of gold. 10,000 taels of gold. Cheng Yaojin froze on the spot. While he had some copper coins, grain, and silk, his gold was limited, estimated at only about 1,000 taels. Left with no choice, he had to obediently step back behind Cheng Chumo, playing the part of a deaf dash-mute. Li Shimin waved a hand, handing a token to the coachman beside him, instructing him to return to the palace to fetch 10,000 taels of gold. After receiving the order, the coachman dashed out of the magical toy store. Wang Liang did not linger. He handed the revitalizing pill to Empress Changsun. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Empress Changsun shielded her face with her sleeve and consumed the celestial elixir. Her complexion rapidly transformed to a rosy hue. Hot. So hot. This was a normal reaction. Wang Liang reassured her, "Just bear with it." The effects of the revitalizing pill were far inferior to the complete revitalizing pill Wang Liang had consumed previously. Empress Changsun's face returned to normal within a minute, her pallor gone, and even those unversed in medicine could discern that her health had significantly improved. "Your Majesty, I feel utterly refreshed, as if a great weight has been lifted from my body." Li Shimin smiled and nodded, turning to Wang Liang to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Divine One, for bestowing this medicine." As he spoke, he prepared to bow deeply, and the others followed suit. Wang Liang caught Li Shimin and said, "No, I cannot bear the Emperor's bow. Furthermore, do not call me divine. I am merely a merchant selling toys. Please refer to me as Boss Wang." At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in his mind. Ding! Temporary task completed. Reward. A consumption voucher worth 5,000 from the Cosmic Entertainment City, graciously sponsored by Boss Ning. Simultaneously, Wang Liang noticed a jade pendant at Li Shimin's waist and a golden hairpin upon Empress Changsun's head. He added, "If you must express your gratitude, A mere jade pendant and the golden hairpin from the Empress would suffice. It is but a simple jade pendant. Without hesitation, Li Shimin removed it from his waist and handed it to Wang Liang. Empress Changsun swiftly took off the golden hairpin from her hair and placed it in Wang Liang's hand. Observing the hint of confusion in Empress Changsun's eyes, he explained, "The hairpin is a gift for a friend." Empress Changsun nodded slightly, revealing a knowing smile. At this moment, aside from Sun Simiao, who remained composed, Cheng Yaojin and his son, along with Wei Zheng, were consumed with envy. These two items were personal treasures of the emperor and empress. If bestowed upon them, they would surely be enshrined with great reverence. To see such treasures was akin to encountering the individuals themselves. Their significance was immense. Regrettably, they could not possess them. How lamentable! Wang Liang accepted the jade pendant and golden hairpin, promptly fastening the pendant to his waist, exclaiming, "Indeed, the emperor's jade pendant is exceptional. If this were to be presented, it would undoubtedly be a national treasure." The experts at the museum would be frantic if they knew this was once worn by Li Shimin. Ha ha ha! The onlookers gazed at the exuberant boss Wang, perplexed. What is a museum? Who are the experts? After a bout of laughter, Wang Liang carefully placed the golden hairpin on the counter. This was indeed a piece of jewelry once worn by Empress Changsun. If sent to an auction house, it would fetch no less than 1 billion. However, he had no intention of selling it. After being drained of funds multiple times by the system, he had come to regard money as mere refuse. It was better to acquire truly valuable items instead. After securing the hairpin, Wang Liang pointed at the children's bicycles in the store and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rare gem. Allow me to demonstrate." He mounted a children's bicycle and circled around the store. This contraption is called a bicycle. When you pedal, it propels forward, far quicker than walking, and unlike a horse, it requires no fodder. It is an exceptionally practical means of transportation. "Physician, you are of shorter stature. Why not give it a try?" Sun Simiao, who had been thoroughly engrossed and delighted, instantly darkened at this remark, thinking, "In my youth, I stood 7 feet tall. I am not short." With a frown, he approached the children's bicycle, mounted it, and began to pedal around the store. Cheng Yaojin and his son gazed on with envy, almost vocalizing their own desire to ride. At this moment, the scholars had not yet been shackled by the constraints of Confucian thought. They were eager and open to new ideas. Wei Zheng stepped forward and respectfully addressed Li Shimin, "Your Majesty, this bicycle is remarkable. Its design is astoundingly ingenious. If constructed on a larger scale and equipped with a cargo compartment, it would greatly facilitate the transport of goods within the city." Li Shimin nodded in agreement and was about to respond when the coachman who had gone to fetch the gold returned, accompanied by several soldiers carrying 3 large chests. "Place the gold into this machine," Wang Liang indicated towards the black cash register on the counter. The coachman looked to Li Shimin for confirmation and, upon receiving it, opened the chests and, following Wang Liang's gestures, began placing the gold into the funnel-shaped opening atop the cash register. Before long, the 3 chests were completely emptied. Simultaneously, a notification indicating task completion resonated in Wang Liang's mind. However, he decided to postpone claiming his reward, as he directed the soldiers to begin transporting the children's bicycles outside. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered outside the store. Nearby shopkeepers, passers-by, and merchants who had traveled from afar to do business in the Tang dynasty, as well as civil and military officials who had come upon hearing the news, creating a bustling scene. "Did you hear? His Majesty is in this store. I've heard. I even saw Duke Liu. Duke Liu is here too." After inquiring with the shopkeepers across the street, the civil and military officials were left dumbfounded. After a moment, Du Ruhui, appearing as if in a dream, murmured, "In this world, there truly exists a divine being, and he has appeared in the Tang dynasty. This is indeed a heavenly omen, a blessing for the Tang." Others joined in, echoing, "A heavenly omen, a blessing for the Tang." Chapter 90. Inviting Li Shimin and others to dine, they feasted to their heart's content. Inside the store, having transported the last children's bicycle, Wang Liang glanced at the time. It was already noon. "Let us have a meal before departing." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin and his son instantly perked up, their eyes shining like 2 searchlights. Li Shimin and his wife wore expressions of eager anticipation, while Wei Jing nodded his head like a chick pecking for grain. Sun Simiao mirrored his enthusiasm, nodding vigorously, all eager to partake in the divine meal. "Follow me." Wang Liang led them to the living area. seated them in the lounge, and turned on the television, saying, "Watch some television while I prepare the meal." He entered the kitchen and began washing vegetables. At that moment, the television was airing a program on the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although Li Shimin and the others could not comprehend the modern language, they could read the subtitles. They quickly became engrossed. This episode featured Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong in a drunken state, which left Cheng Yaojin and his son flushed with excitement, cheering repeatedly, "Your Majesty." This man possesses the talent of a great general, serving as an archer under Liu Bei. It is truly a pity he should not be summoned to serve the Tang. Indeed, Li Shimin nodded. His valor is not inferior to that of Xu Bao or Li Jing. He could be appointed as a military commander. With the emperor's endorsement, Wei Zhang stepped forward and addressed the screen. "That warrior. I am Wei Zhang of the Tang, appointed by His Majesty to invite you to serve in court." Expecting the character to express heartfelt gratitude and immediately rush forth to bow before the emperor. They were taken aback when the figure ignored him entirely, continuing to stand behind Liu Bei. Cheng Yaojin was instantly incensed. How dare this man disrespect the emperor? He dashed to the screen and bellowed, "Come forth and battle with me for 300 rounds." The figure remained unfazed, calmly standing behind Liu Bei. In his frustration, Cheng Yaojin attempted to reach in and grab him, only to be thwarted. Realizing that this was a sealed box, frowning in disbelief, he remarked, "Truly a celestial artifact. It can contain individuals within a box." This revelation ignited the curiosity of the others, who gathered around to closely examine the celestial artifact. Soon, they shifted their attention to other scenes on the television. Cheng Yaojin, upon noticing the water in the toilet, mused to himself, "This must undoubtedly be a spring of celestial origin." Glancing around, he saw that others were preoccupied with their explorations. Oblivious to the enchanting spring, a sly smile crept across his face as he thought, "This must be my destined encounter." He hurried to the toilet, extended his two large, dark hands, and scooped up the water to drink. The moment the liquid touched his lips, he found it extraordinarily sweet. Indeed, this spring was truly exceptional. "Father, let me have some." A voice suddenly called from behind, startling Cheng Yaojin. Turning around, he saw Cheng Chumo sneaking up behind him. He swiftly pulled his son closer and poured some toilet water into his mouth, whispering, "This is a serendipitous spring. Drink quickly." Upon hearing the mention of a spring, Cheng Chumo plunged his head into the toilet for a hearty gulp. Cheng Yaojin frowned and snapped, "Leave some for me. Meals are ready. Everyone, come eat." Wang Liang's announcement abruptly ended the father-son duo's quest for the celestial spring. Nonchalantly, they exited the restroom and followed the others into the dining hall. The question of seating arose. With Emperor Li Shimin present, only Empress Changsun and Wang Liang naturally took their seats, while the others stood by the table. "Sit down. Why are you all standing there?" Li Shimin commanded. At his behest, Cheng Yaojin and the others cautiously settled themselves. For lunch, Wang Liang had prepared lamb hot pot, a stir-fried dish of fish-flavored shredded pork, and a cucumber salad. As he placed the lamb into the pot, noticing that no one had started eating, he encouraged, "Dig in. Taste my culinary skills." Rising, he fetched a large bottle of chilled orange juice from the fridge and poured a glass for everyone. Understanding that he wouldn't eat, Li Shimin served some fish-flavored shredded pork to the empress and himself, cheerfully proclaiming, "Dear ministers, today we dine in the abode of immortals. Do not be restrained by mundane customs. Please, partake." This was precisely what Cheng Chumo was waiting for. He picked up his chopsticks, only to be met with a sharp stomp from his father, causing his face to flush red with pain, though he dared not make a sound. "Dr. Sun, Lord Wei?" "Lord Cheng." After the courteous exchanges, Cheng Chumo cautiously extended his chopsticks, not daring to take too much, only a few pieces of fish-flavored shredded pork. As he bit into it, an explosion of flavor delighted his senses. It was exquisite, beyond description. Having never tasted such delectable food in his life, he was thrilled. However, as he reached for more, he found the plate was already empty. Turning to glance at his father's bowl, which was brimming with shredded pork, just slightly less than that of the emperor and empress, his heart sank. He nearly wept at the unfairness of it all. Wang Liang, noticing how rapidly the fish-flavored shredded pork was disappearing, exclaimed, "You all continue eating. I'll make another batch." Just as he stood, the others began to seize the remaining meat in the pot. This time, Cheng Chumo no longer held back, fiercely grabbing a hefty portion of lamb. Yes, he bit into it. He was at a loss for words. It was simply divine. By the time he attempted to grab a second piece, the pot was already devoid of lamb. His father stood up, lifted a bowl, and dumped all the remaining lamb into the pot, followed by the vegetables from another bowl. As soon as the broth began to boil, everyone immediately dove in. It's this moment. All decorum had been cast aside, replaced by the singular rule: the swift shall partake, while the slow shall miss out. When Wang Liang brought out the freshly prepared fish-flavored shredded pork, the ingredients had vanished. Even the broth for the hot pot was completely consumed. As for the large jug of orange juice, Chang Chumo had cleverly hidden it under the table, preparing to sneakily enjoy it later. With the arrival of the fish-flavored shredded pork, a new round of culinary warfare erupted. Wang Liang stood no chance. The crowd was so eager that it seemed they could hardly maneuver their chopsticks. Once the last piece of shredded pork and the final sip of orange juice had been consumed, the diners exchanged glances, all feigning nonchalance as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Chang Chumo, with a shrewd glint in his eye, thought it futile to try to take the beverage home. He might as well drink it now. Acting as though he were adjusting his robe, he bent down and began to guzzle the drink with abandon, the sound echoing loudly. Cheng Yaojin looked down, his face flushing crimson as he silently berated. "That little brat, why can't he leave a bit for me?" The others pretended to be unaware, engaging in idle chatter. After finishing the orange juice, Cheng Chumo returned to his seat, his brow furrowed. Clearly restless. Observing his sons fidgeting in the presence of the emperor, Cheng Yaojin feared he could not shoulder significant responsibilities and gave him another sharp kick. Cheng Chumo nearly lost control of his bladder, his face shifting from red to purple, fighting back the urge to cry out. Wang Liang noticed his distress and inquired, "Cheng Chumo, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" "Boss Wang, I need to relieve myself." Chapter 91. Departing from the Tang Dynasty. "A parting gift of books, follow me," Wang Liang instructed, leading Cheng Chumo to the restroom. Pointing at the toilet, he said, "This, I believe you refer to it as a throne. After you finish, remember to press the button above." As Cheng Chumo gazed at the toilet, his complexion shifted from red to black, then to a deep purple, and finally to a rosy hue. What happened to the celestial spring? He pondered, horrified to realize that this water was from the toilet. The memory of having drunk from it made him feel nauseous. He wanted to retch but held back, having just feasted on the sumptuous banquet from the immortal's abode. He could not allow himself to waste that meal. Outside, the officials and nobles were nearly frantic. Du Ruhui, wiping sweat from his brow as he touched the painting on the wall, murmured, "Why did this perfectly fine door suddenly transform into a painting?" A thunderous shout erupted, "You vile creature, release His Majesty!" A formidable figure emerged, equally as imposing as Cheng Yaojin, resembling a hulking bear. The shouter was none other than the famed General Yu Qigong, revered alongside the legendary General Qin Qiong as a guardian deity. Before anyone could react, the painting on the wall morphed into a dark door. As it swung open, the emperor and a dashing young man clad in black emerged, followed by the empress, Cheng Yaojin, Wei Zheng, and Sun Simiao. As everyone prepared to bow, Li Shimin interrupted, "Today, I am incognito. There is no need for excessive formality. Well, the goods have been sold, and I must take my leave. Our paths may cross again in the future." Just as Wang Liang turned to depart, he suddenly recalled something. "Cheng Chumo, Dr. Sun, wait a moment. I almost forgot to distribute the rewards." With that, he swiftly returned to the enchanting toy store. As Wang Liang exited, Cheng Yaojin and the others were immediately surrounded by curious onlookers, bombarding them with questions. "Lord Cheng, what was the dwelling of the deity like? Speak quickly. What transpired inside? Which celestial being is this deity from?" After a hearty laugh, Cheng Yaojin proudly declared, "The deity hosted a banquet for His Majesty and the Empress within his residence, and we were fortunate to partake." Before he could finish, Yu Qigong interjected eagerly, "What kind of food was served?" "Naturally, the food of the immortals. In all my life, I have never tasted such exquisite dishes. After dining on celestial fare, ordinary food would surely seem bland and unpalatable." Cheng Yaojin replied, his head held high, his face aglow with rapture. The others, enviously swallowing their saliva, wished they could trade places with him. With a heavy sigh, he continued, "If anyone benefited most from this encounter, It was undoubtedly the Empress. The deity presented her with a miraculous pill, and upon consuming it, she was instantly restored to health, free from ailments. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to congratulate Empress Changzun. Li Shimin waved his hand. Tonight, we shall host a banquet in the palace to celebrate the Empress's recovery. The crowd erupted with congratulations. Even Wei Zheng, who often challenged Li Shimin, refrained from dissent, acknowledging the Empress's significant contributions to the state. As they spoke, the deity pushed open the dark door and emerged, holding 2 transparent bags. Time was short, so I could only prepare a few items. Each of you will receive a bag of snacks, a bottle of beverage, and a book, Wang Liang explained, distributing the bags to Sun Simiao and Cheng Chumo while nodding at Li Shimin before returning to the enchanting toy store. Outside, the black door on the wall transformed back into a painting. Gradually fading from view as if it had never existed, Li Shimin bowed to the wall, and everyone followed suit. Soon after, their attention fixated on the items held by Cheng Chumo and Sun Simiao. "Young man, bring those items here for your father to see." Cheng Chumo clutched the items tightly to his chest, defiantly retorting, "Father, I can listen to you on everything else, but not this. Will you hand them over?" "I will count to 3, 1, 2, before he could finish. The pressure became too much for Cheng Chumo, who reluctantly surrendered the plastic bag to his father. Without hesitation, Cheng Yaojin presented it to Li Shimin. Observing this, the crowd couldn't help but mutter, "What a sycophant." Li Shimin was hesitant to accept, knowing that if he accepted today, tomorrow Wei Zheng would submit a memorial criticizing him for seizing a minister's possessions, which was unbecoming of an emperor. He quickly replied, "It is better to share joy than to enjoy alone. Distribute the snacks among the ministers, and the books should be transcribed for each of you. These are gifts from the deity. I hope you will study them diligently. Your Majesty, it is unacceptable for him to neglect his studies and roam about aimlessly. I shall break his legs to ensure he focuses on his studies at home." Upon hearing this, Cheng Chumo nearly wept. "My snacks, they are all gone. How can I be expected to study diligently? Am I truly cut out for such pursuits? A brief glance at a book sends me into a stupor, as if a slumber bug resides within its pages." While lamenting internally, a sudden thought struck him. He glanced around, only to find that Sun Shunyi had mysteriously vanished. Indeed, the moniker Old Cunning and Crafty was not bestowed in vain. He had intended to procure some snacks, yet he had already fled. As Li Shimin distributed snacks to the assembly, Du Ruhui, gazing at the texts bestowed by the divine, exclaimed, "So, it turns out that in the East, there exists a nation that rivals our great Tang." Upon hearing these words, the crowd swiftly gathered around Du Ruhui, intrigued by the existence of another nation as formidable as their own, eager to discern its location and potential threat. After perusing the information, the assembly shook their heads in unison. It was far too distant, separated by vast deserts and various foreign states. Even if they wished to march there, it would likely take a year, let alone engage in warfare. Furthermore, the northern grasslands are astonishingly expansive, which explains why the Turks are so difficult to contend with. After one faction is subdued, a new dominator of the steppes will inevitably arise. Fang Xianling pointed to a land in the lower left corner of the Tang map and declared, "This place is splendid. Rice can be cultivated for 3 seasons, and there are no major powers. Only small nations, should we conquer it. Our Tang shall no longer fear locusts or droughts." Upon hearing this, the ministers were instantly invigorated, their faces flushed with excitement, particularly among the military leaders, whose eyes bulged with enthusiasm. Cheng Yaojin clasped his fists and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops from the Anxi Protectorate, marching southward to conquer this land and establish a granary for the Tang." The other military leaders echoed his sentiments, expressing their desire to expand the granary for the Tang. And no sooner had their words left their lips than Fang Xianling exclaimed in astonishment, "This land boasts an astonishing yield of 800 stones per mu. But the name of the grain is somewhat difficult to decipher." The characters in this book were exceedingly concise. He could only make educated guesses to comprehend some of them. Upon hearing of the 800 stones per mu yield, the eyes of the assembly widened in disbelief, their nostrils flaring as they heaved with excitement. Chapter 92. Receiving rewards, designing magical firecrackers, and venturing into the cosmic entertainment city. Your Majesty, I am willing to construct great ships and traverse the oceans to procure seeds that yield 800 stones per mu. Returning to the Tang, Chang Chumo stated with unwavering determination. Li Shimin nodded with a smile. All of you, accompany me back to the palace to discuss significant matters. At your command. In that moment, the officials of the Tang dynasty, both civil and military, were filled with fervor, having finally discovered a new goal to strive for after achieving invincibility. Meanwhile, Sun Simiao sat in an inn, munching on spicy strips while perusing modern medicine, occasionally frowning or gasping in astonishment, muttering to himself, "Marvelous, truly marvelous. What is this character?" Simultaneously, Wang Liang was receiving his mission rewards. Ding! Mission complete. Reward. One opportunity for a lucky draw on the grand wheel. With luck, precious prizes will be within reach. But what if my luck runs dry? The system, of course, refrained from answering this query, continuing its business as usual, issuing tasks. New task, with the new year approaching, design a toy suitable for children to play with during the festivities and successfully sell 1,000 sets. As the electronic voice faded, a holographic design table materialized. What new year toy should I design? Wang Liang pondered briefly before arriving at a conclusion. It would be the firecracker he adored in his youth. He clicked the drawing tool and began the design process. Though called design, it was merely sketching an image and writing a toy name. As a silver-level magical toy supplier, he possessed only basic design qualifications. Upon completion, a progress bar appeared, labeled in progress. Once the bar filled, the design table showcased a packaging resembling fruit candy, labeled Magical Firecracker, a concoction infused with a hint of mesmerizing potion and chemical substances. Those struck by the firecracker would burst into song, enhancing the festive atmosphere. After reviewing the introduction, Wang Liang couldn't help but exclaim, "This firecracker is truly impressive." Pricing in progress. Pricing complete. Price. 1 month's luck. Friendly reminder. Silver-level suppliers earn 15 points for each month of luck acquired. Speaking of points, Wang Liang glanced at his current balance, which had surged from 14,000 to 24,000. He hoped there would be no more projects that deducted points, allowing him to accumulate points for redeeming genuine treasures. 1,000 units of magical firecrackers are currently in production. Estimated delivery at 1 a.m. Shall I initiate the lucky draw on the grand wheel now? Yes, let's see if I can draw something that brings me to tears. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large black wheel appeared before Wang Liang, the silver needle spinning. The first prize it passed was Enlightenment Tea, which left him unfazed since he had no interest in cultivation. The second prize was an anti-gravity flying car. What young man would refuse a car that could soar? Wang Liang desperately wanted that vehicle, yet the needle sped past without mercy. Just one word, blue and thin. Following that were prizes like 3 days and 3 nights tour of the Heavenly Court, Hogwarts acceptance letter, ginseng fruit, peach of immortality, and Titan-class Star Destroyer. Wang Liang longed for each of these treasures. Yet the needle continued its relentless spin, leaving him in suspense. After more than a minute, the needle began to slow, finally pointing to a versatile beauty nanny robot. Wang Liang had long coveted this robot. With it, cooking, cleaning, and caring for children would be no issue. The only problem was that the needle refused to stop. Wang Liang silently screamed, "Stop!" Just as he shouted, the needle came to a halt, albeit at the next position. He immediately jumped up in dismay, though his expression resembled that of an adorable rabbit, inadvertently adding a touch of levity to the moment. Then, the familiar sound of a notification chimed. "Congratulations! You have obtained the all-purpose robot No. 251. The store instantly erupted in a dazzling silver light, and then a silver vortex appeared. A robust man in a black suit and sunglasses stepped forth from the vortex. Once the vortex vanished, the electronic voice chimed again. ID binding in progress. Binding successful. Hello, I am the all-purpose robot number 251, produced by the Yinhuang Manufacturing Group. I can cook, clean, care for children, look after the elderly, and ensure your safety. Listening to the robot's self-introduction, Wang Liang silently mused, though not the all-purpose beauty nanny robot, this will suffice. After all, it is an all-purpose robot. What more could I ask for? After a brief moment of contemplation, he addressed the robot. Point 250, no, 251. Forget it. I'll just call you 250. Please wash my dirty clothes from the living area and clean the dishes in the kitchen. Access to the living area is restricted. Authorization required. How do I authorize? Please take me to the living area. when Wang Liang arrived at the entrance of the living area with 250. A fan-shaped silver light appeared on the door, scanning 250 from head to toe. The door swung open, and Wang Liang guided 250 through the living area. He picked up a consumption voucher for the Cosmic Entertainment City from the table and quietly instructed, "Remember, you are here to take advantage of the situation, not to be taken advantage of by Boss Ning. Convert this into points, gather intelligence about suppliers, and leave immediately." Understood. Perfectly executed. With the action plan established, Wang Liang stepped into the Cosmic Entertainment City for the third time. As before, the lobby was bustling with people, and he couldn't help but wonder where these individuals acquired their cosmic currency and why they seemed so affluent. "Welcome to the Cosmic Entertainment City," a familiar voice greeted him from behind. Turning around, he saw a young man dressed in a t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, smiling at him. "You can use the Cosmic Currency Exchange Machine to convert the consumption voucher into a Cosmic Currency storage card or spend it directly." Wang Liang politely thanked him and headed straight for the points fruit machine, intending to convert the consumption voucher into points as per the system's instructions. Just as he was about to insert the voucher into the machine, a voice called out from behind, "Wait, are you looking to exchange your consumption voucher for points?" Turning around, he saw another young man clad in a black robe approaching him. "Hello, I am Luobing, a jar supplier. You must be a new supplier, correct?" Wang Liang nodded without speaking. Exchanging a consumption voucher for points on the fruit machine incurs a 50 service fee. This voucher is worth 5,000. I can purchase it for 4,000 points. Rest assured, I won't deceive you. You can inquire with other suppliers about the service fee. It's not a secret. Chapter 93. Gathering information, gaining 2,500 points for free. Can points be traded? Of course. Wang Liang nodded and inserted the consumption voucher into the fruit machine. "Sorry, I don't plan to trade at the moment." Luo Bing shook his head slightly, said no more, and walked away. Glancing at the score on the screen, Wang Liang decided to forego playing and directly converted it into points, totaling 2,500 after the 50 service fee. His points increased from 24,000 to 26,500. He was not greedy. Receiving 2,500 points for free was already splendid. What more could he ask for? As for why he chose not to trade with Luo Bing, it was because engaging in such transactions could potentially expose his identity as a magical toy supplier. During my last encounter with other suppliers, I learned that the vendor of the magical toys is quite extraordinary, capable of redeeming prizes from several civilizations. Should one's identity be revealed, it could potentially invite unnecessary troubles. After exchanging my points, I approached the counter to claim a complimentary cup of milk tea. Sipping my drink, I strolled through the hall, discreetly gathering information. I noticed a large crowd surrounding one of the points fruit machines, and upon closer inspection, I was astounded to see the screen displaying a staggering 1 million points. It is worth noting that each point on the fruit machine equates to a single point in the system. Winning 1 million points and not leaving. Who could this person be? Standing on tiptoe for a better view, I recognized the individual seated at the machine. It was Luo Bing, who had previously sought to trade points with me. "That's enough," Luo Bing exclaimed, cashing out the points. "Boss Ning, I wish to exchange for a supplier system." And no sooner had the words left his mouth than a young man, clad in a t-shirt and shorts, sporting flip-flops, casually appeared before the crowd. "Kid, what system are you exchanging?" The speaker was not Boss Ning, but rather a blue-haired monkey that had darted out from behind him. "Exchanging for a game supplier system is fine. Follow me." After leading Luo Bing a short distance away, Boss Ning suddenly turned around, grinning at me. "Kid, your system is exceptionally unique. It can integrate with other supplier systems. However, it will require a vast amount of points. So earn them diligently." The blue-haired monkey chimed in. "Kid, I have faith in you. One day you will surpass the unscrupulous Boss Ning. Keep it up with that." He waved a fist in affirmation of his support. "You won't be enjoying any snacks this month," Boss Ning declared. "I protest. This is employee abuse. Your protest is in vain." As I watched Boss Ning and the blue-haired monkey retreat, I fell into contemplation. The system can actually integrate. What might it become after merging? Would the rewards increase, yielding even more points? Lost in thought, I was suddenly interrupted by a voice beside me. "Hey, little brother, you must be the recently infamous magical toy supplier, right?" Instinctively, I replied, "No, you've mistaken me for someone else." "Then who are you?" "I am a pharmaceutical supplier." Just now, Boss Ning was speaking to this young brother beside me. Turning to look, I was taken aback to find a woman standing there, which made the situation quite awkward. I quickly corrected myself. No, I meant this beautiful lady. With that, I turned and walked towards the exit. The crowd watching my retreat fell into deep thought, having not only gleaned valuable insights but also gathered information about the integration system. My visit to the cosmic entertainment city had proven quite fruitful. I navigated a wide arc, avoiding the gazes of the suppliers, and returned to the magical toy store. By now. Evening was approaching. I inspected the living quarters, and to my satisfaction, the place was impeccably tidy. The laundry was washed spotless, and the used pots and pans were sparkling clean. Even the blankets were folded neatly. The standards of cleanliness rivaled that of a military barracks. Grabbing the golden hairpin I had requested from Empress Changsun, I exited the shop, stepping into the communication area under the watchful eyes of spies from various nations. Miao Shiyu was seated on the couch, sipping tea and reading a book. Upon noticing my arrival, she set down her book in surprise, exclaiming, "You've finally decided to emerge from the shop." "I thought you," she trailed off, pouring a cup of tea. "Thought what?" I inquired, taking a seat on the couch and sipping from the cup while gazing intently at Miao Shiyu. "Thought you had run off with someone else." "Someone else? Who? Another woman, perhaps?" Miao Shiyu's words hung in the air as she turned to gaze out the window, seemingly calm, yet her flushed cheeks betrayed her composure. "So, you've been thinking about me these past few days?" Who said I was thinking about you?" "You don't misunderstand. I was thinking of you due to the task." "I haven't misunderstood. I know you are thinking of me because of the task. No need for special clarification." "Well, that is good." Following this exchange, silence enveloped the room. Miao Shiyu remained motionless, staring out the window while flipping through her book, and I sipped my tea, as if it were scalding hot. Suddenly, a voice from the inner room broke the stillness. "You two continue your conversation. I have some matters to attend to." Brother Sun emerged from the back room, flashing a quick smile at me before hastily exiting the communication area, as though he truly had pressing business. This timely interruption shattered the silence. I retrieved the golden hairpin from my sleeve and placed it on the coffee table, stating, "This is for you." It is a golden hairpin once worn by Empress Changsun, both exquisite and valuable, perfect for a beauty like you. "Empress Changsun?" Miao Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Did you go tomb raiding these past few days?" "What are you thinking? How could I possibly go tomb raiding?" "Then how did you acquire this hairpin?" "I spent a few days selling goods in the Tang dynasty, cured Empress Changsun's ailment, and requested this jade pendant from Li Shimin." I indicated the jade pendant hanging at my waist. "This is the very pendant worn by Li Shimin. The hairpin on the table is a personal request from Empress Changsun, and now I present it to you." After hearing my words, Miao Shiyu's large, watery eyes widened in disbelief as she sat frozen on the couch, utterly bewildered. Her mind raced, attempting to process this extraordinary tale. He claimed to have conducted business in the Tang dynasty. How could that be possible? No, for others, it would be impossible. But for him, it truly could be. He must possess the ability to traverse time and space. Is he even human? One might as well call him a celestial being. Just as my thoughts were spiraling, I heard a voice call out, "Don't get caught up in these trivial details. Come, let us go out for a meal." "Huh. What do you want to eat?" "Spicy chicken wings and shrimp." All the way to the restaurant, Miao Shiyu remained in a daze. She dared not inquire further for fear of annoyance, and could only ponder alone, nearly swallowing an entire dried chili pepper at dinner. Upon returning to the communication area and gazing at the golden hairpin on the coffee table, a blush crept across her cheeks. Removing the hair tie from her hair, she fashioned an elegant bun and secured the hairpin in the center, standing before the mirror to admire her reflection as the blush lingered on her face. Chapter 94. Wang Liang sparks a butterfly effect. Miao Shiyu finds herself unwittingly drawn in after admiring herself for a while. She carefully removed the hairpin and placed it in a jewelry box. Opening her dedicated computer, she compiled the latest intelligence she had gathered into a report and submitted it to the bureau. Keeping abreast of Wang Liang's situation had become a matter of utmost importance. During dinner, Shen Kuo received a report from his subordinate and quickly set down his chopsticks to check the latest intelligence on his specialized computer. Upon reading the first line, he was left stunned, resembling a bewildered goose. After more than 10 minutes, he exhaled deeply, took a sip from his thermos filled with goji berry water, and gazed out at the pitch-black sky. Murmuring to himself, What on earth is Wang Liang? After another 5 or 6 minutes of contemplation, he hurriedly reported this outlandish news upward. Shortly thereafter, the red secure phone rang, signaling an incoming call. What progress have Wang Liang and Miao Shiyu made in their relationship? Wang Liang gifted Miao Shiyu a hairpin once worn by Empress Chang's son. From this perspective, they should soon become a couple. Excellent. This matter must not go awry, and we must also remain vigilant against potential sabotage from enemies. You should speak to Xiao Miao and borrow her hairpin for a day. It will be returned promptly, understood. Xinhua hung up and called Miao Shiyu again. Xiao Miao, I need to discuss something with you. Given Wang Liang's influence, Miao Shiyu had become increasingly important, so Xinhua was cautious in his conversation, fearing she might abruptly decide to withdraw from her role. What's the matter? I'd like to borrow your hairpin for a day. It will be returned on time. You don't believe Wang Liang's words and want to have experts appraise the hairpin's age? The higher-ups did not specify. It should be. Tell them I have marked the hairpin. And if they dare to swap it out, I will not let this matter rest. All right, I will inform them. Unless there's anything else, I'll hang up. Wait, how far have you and Wang Liang progressed? Upon hearing this question, Miao Shiyu's cheeks, slightly chubby, involuntarily flushed. I don't know. Have you held hands? Or, must I really answer such personal inquiries? This is not merely a personal issue. It pertains to the entire nation of Longhua. Fine, no, nothing has happened. We only occasionally dine together. Very well, thank you for your efforts. I, on behalf of the Bureau, extend my respects to you. I'll hang up now. Please take a rest. Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Miao Shiyu felt as though she was carrying a mountain on her back, suffocating her. That evening, the hairpin was taken away, and nearing midnight, it was presented before the director of the Beijing Museum. Shi Yuxing gently opened the box, carefully took out the hairpin, examining it from every angle before placing it on a velvet cloth. He scrutinized it with a magnifying glass for several minutes. Nodding appreciatively, from its craftsmanship and style, this hairpin appears to date back to the late Sui and early Tang dynasties. Tio have preserved in such excellent condition, it is indeed a rare treasure. With that, he carefully lifted it again, admiring it thoroughly, clearly enamored with the exquisite hairpin. A refined gentleman dressed in a Zhongshan suit sought out Shi Yuxing regarding the gold hairpin. Upon hearing that the hairpin indeed belonged to the era of Empress Zhang's son, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as he silently pondered, traveling through time to the Tang dynasty. This cannot be mere mortals, but deities. Mr. Zhang, are you feeling unwell? Not at all. He retrieved a confidentiality agreement from his briefcase and placed it before Shi Yuxing, stating, Old Shi, I kindly ask you to sign this confidentiality agreement regarding the appraisal of this hairpin tonight. Please, do not disclose this to anyone. Upon seeing the confidentiality agreement, Shi Yuxing realized the gravity of the matter and hastily signed it, assuring that he would maintain secrecy. My apologies for the intrusion. Please, do take your rest. Allow me to see you out. There's no need. As he watched Mr. Zhang's retreating figure, Shi Yuxing found himself perplexed. Though the hairpin was indeed a rare treasure, it hardly warranted a confidentiality agreement. There must be a significant secret lurking behind it. In the early hours, Wang Liang was enjoying a deep slumber when an electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. 1,000 units of magical firecrackers have been dispatched. Task reward: 1 random magical skill. Damn it, can't you speak during the day instead? Friendly reminder: silver-level suppliers can specify shipping times. If not, the default time will apply. Understood. Now be gone. With this utterance, his drowsiness vanished. Wang Liang rose to drink some water and use the restroom. Upon returning, he picked up his phone, opened a chess app, and began to teach a certain elderly gentleman who preferred playing chess at night rather than sleeping a lesson. At the security guard station in the Shanshui community, an elderly man on night duty glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the morning, and hardly any residents had entered the community. He lay back in bed, preparing to catch a brief nap. However, before doing so, he felt compelled to indulge in a game of chess to satisfy his craving. He pulled out the smartphone his son had gifted him, opened the chess app, and selected a 5-minute match, as he was an impatient player who favored fast-paced games. Winning one would be just the thing to allow him to sleep. His opponent bore the username specialist in dealing with old men. He scoffed internally, silently ridiculing, today's youth truly have no sense of their own limitations. He swiftly set up a daring formation, preparing to impart some wisdom to this audacious young challenger. After a few moves, His daring strategy was thwarted, and a few moves later, he was checkmated. The elderly man was furious. He had not anticipated that this young adversary would see through his gambit. Determined to play a straightforward game this time, he aimed to teach the youth a lesson about the reality of the world. Just as he was about to make his move, a line of text appeared next to his opponent's avatar. "Little rookie, do you concede?" The elder was instantly incensed, flipping over in frustration and hastily clicking the start button again. Minutes later, he found himself staring at the screen, which boldly displayed checkmate, and he flipped over once more in anger. Next to his opponent's avatar appeared the same taunting text. "Little rookie, do you concede?" Concede? Certainly not. Thus, the elder continued playing until the early hours of the morning, and after numerous defeats, he rose to pour himself some tea. Suddenly, he noticed a suspicious young man stealthily attempting to steal a battery. The elder found a perfect outlet for his pent-up frustration. If he couldn't teach the youth a lesson in chess, surely he could do so in reality. Grabbing the whip he used for exercise, he stepped out of the guard station and shouted, "Halt, little thief! Take this whip." As soon as the words left his mouth, he cracked the whip, landing a swift blow that sent the young man sprawling to the ground, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The commotion drew the attention of nearby shopkeepers. Before long, the thief was apprehended and taken away in a police car, utterly bewildered as to why the old man had suddenly awoken. He had carefully observed the elder's routine for an entire week. Little did he expect that at such a crucial moment, the old man would actually be awake. How unfortunate for him. In truth, the thief was not unfortunate at all. This was merely the butterfly effect. A butterfly flapping its wings might very well lead to a volcanic eruption or the end of the world. Chapter 95. Commencement of sales for magical firecrackers, acquisition of shares by 8 in the morning. A piece of news topped the trending lists across various online platforms. Penguin News. A security guard, unable to sleep after being humiliated in an online chess match, ended up. UC News. Shocking. An elderly man, unable to sleep, engaged in online chess, suffered a series of defeats, yet unexpectedly claimed a 1,000 yuan reward. Daily headlines. An elderly man, defeated by a young player in online chess, in a fit of rage, apprehended a thief. After reading the news, netizens mocked the unfortunate thief while simultaneously contemplating the remarkable talent of the individual who had managed to frustrate the elderly man through online chess. The true instigator of all this chaos had already risen. Wang Liang was enjoying a breakfast prepared by his friend, which included millet porridge, fried dough sticks, pickled vegetables, and a homemade pure meat sausage. A single bite released an explosion of flavor, leaving him with greasy lips. Following a sip of the subtly sweet millet porridge, imbued with the unique fragrance of millet, he relished the freshly fried dough sticks that emitted a delightful aroma. This breakfast left Wang Liang immensely satisfied. By 9 o'clock, spies from various nations and representatives of different factions were astonished to find the magical toy store open for business. They hesitated for a moment before rushing inside. Wang Liang surveyed the bustling crowd in his store with a pleased nod and proclaimed, "Dear friends, as the new year approaches, our store has received a batch of magical firecrackers. Those struck by these firecrackers will burst into song on the spot, enhancing the festive atmosphere. Each box is priced at a month's worth of luck. Queue up to purchase." Upon hearing that luck was required for purchase, the spies and representatives furrowed their brows, their hair nearly falling out from worry. After their previous misfortunes, it was no exaggeration to say that even drinking water felt like a struggle. Even when staying home, they often encountered various calamities, like waking from a peaceful slumber to find the ceiling plaster had suddenly fallen and struck their face, or experiencing a clogged toilet 9 times out of 10. The plumbers had become their friends, advising them to use a bit of laxative before using the restroom to avoid blockages. Recalling these nightmarish experiences sent chills down their spines, making them wish to resign immediately, yet ultimately, the lure of money compelled them to obediently form a line. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was noon. As expected, magical firecrackers soared to the top of the trending lists on various online platforms. With videos of their usage beginning to circulate. In one video, a rotund woman with curly hair, as wide as a water barrel, was cleaning while chiding, "Can't you move at all?" The oil bottle tipped over. "And you just lay there on the sofa? Get up and sweep." No sooner had she finished speaking than a firecracker resembling a piece of fruit candy exploded at her feet. She paused for a moment, picked up a broom as if it were a microphone, and began to sing I Live on the Lust Plateau. You live in the pigsty. Her voice rang clear and bright, capturing the desolate and ancient essence of the Lust Plateau. As she finished her song, the video came to an end. Netizens were left in awe, their minds only capable of two words. Produced by the magical toy store, truly extraordinary. They flooded the comments section, exclaiming, I live in Jinshashi City. I'm definitely buying these firecrackers. Not even Jesus could stop me. I'm already on my way to Jinshashi City. During lunch, Wang Liang closed the store for a break. Waiting outside. Soon, netizens' attention shifted to another news piece. Super battery officially launched, each unit capable of storing at least 10 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. Soon, a model storing 50,000 kilowatt-hours specifically for electric vehicles will be released, heralding a significant transformation in the electric vehicle industry. The comments section was closed. Netizens could only silently cheer, Dragon Country is amazing. Simultaneously, stocks in the electric vehicle industry surged, turning red as they skyrocketed. Investors who had purchased related stocks watched the upward trend with tears in their eyes. Year after year of losses, and finally, they were making a profit. It was an arduous journey. Then another bombshell was dropped. Thanks to Wang Liang, the owner of the magical toy store, for providing the manufacturing technology for super batteries. He will become the sole shareholder of the newly established Super Battery Production Group, referred to as Super Battery Group, holding 49 of the shares. This announcement left netizens utterly bewildered, their minds buzzing with confusion. They could hardly fathom the implications. All they could think was, why is Boss Wang so incredible? Wang Youfu, the chairman of Biati Electric Vehicles Group, gazed at his computer screen, muttering, that was a brilliant move. They've effectively tied Wang Liang to them. Perhaps Biati should also follow suit and offer Wang Liang some shares. The news of the share allocation left not only netizens in Dragon Country stunned, but also people from all over the world. Is it really possible? A group valued at nearly 1 trillion yuan casually giving away 49 of its shares, just a little more, and they could control the entire group. In their desperation to gain Wang Liang's support, they had resorted to such shameless tactics. How utterly disgraceful. At this moment, nations were nearly driven to tears, feeling a bitter pang of jealousy. Why? Why wasn't Wang Liang a citizen of their country? This question echoed in their minds like 1,000 whys. Wang Liang learned about the news of the share allocation from Miao Shiyu while enjoying the cola chicken wings prepared by Bei Wu. Miao Shiyu sent him a message. Congratulations, you are about to become the world's richest person. World's richest person? Haven't you seen the news? Having not yet seen it, Wang Liang urged Xiao Wei to open the news about him. After reading it, he slightly shook his head and confessed that he had lost interest in money. Have you eaten? No, I'm starving. Come over for a meal. All right. Under the watchful eyes of spies from various nations, representatives of different factions, and ordinary customers, Miao Shiyu entered the magical toy store, carrying a watermelon. A sweet-looking girl whispered to her friend, is he really Boss Wang's girlfriend? I suppose so. She's just average-looking. I can't fathom why Boss Wang would be interested in her. Did you see where she came from? The Special Affairs Communication Office. Is she someone sent by the higher-ups? Do you think just any random girl can get close to Boss Wang? That's pure fantasy. After hearing her friend's words, the beautiful girl sighed deeply, silently mocking. As if you don't dream, when you came here, you said that if Boss Wang took a liking to you, you'd yield immediately. In the store, Miao Shiyu looked at Bei Wu and politely introduced herself. Hello, my name is Miao Shiyu. Hello, I'm Bei Wu. Follow me. Bei Wu? Miao Shiyu stifled a laugh and asked, why are you called that? The boss gave me that name. Ha ha ha. Miao Shiyu couldn't hold back her laughter, covering her mouth and saying, your boss has quite the sense of humor. He's not bad, just a bit lazy, replied Bei Wu. Leading Miao Shiyu to the living area, I heard what you said. What did you say? Miao Shiyu placed the watermelon in the kitchen, walked into the dining area, and saw a lavish spread of 3 plates and 6 dishes on the table. Such a feast. Is it your birthday today? As a future world billionaire, I certainly deserve a good meal. Bei Wu, please serve this beautiful lady a generous bowl of rice. All right. A large bowl of rice was quickly placed in front of Miao Shiyu. Watching Bei Wu busily working in the dining area, she felt something was off. After taking a few bites, she quietly asked, does he not eat? He consumes electricity, not food, huh? He's a robot. Yes, Model 251. I named him Bei Wu because it rolls off the tongue. Also, I'm not bad. In fact, I'm an extraordinary man. With the news of the Super Battery Corporation, I expect to have beauties lining up to pursue me from Industrial Road to the suburbs. Miao Shiyu remained silent, focusing on her rice, seemingly enjoying it as if it had been mixed with sugar. Wang Liang continued to speak to himself. What a pity, what a pity. These beauties are bound to be disappointed. This future world billionaire has long, he trailed off, placing a piece of braised pork on Miao Shiyu's plate. Don't just eat rice, have some vegetables too. Oh. After finishing the braised pork, Miao Shiyu quietly added a bit of tomato scrambled eggs to her plate. Swiftly finishing her meal, I'm full now. I'm leaving. Enjoy your meal. With that, she quickly headed towards the dining area exit. Why are you in such a hurry? I doubt I have a few things to take care of. Wu, see her off. All right. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Miao Shiyu exited the magical toy store and hurried back to the communication office. The previously sweet girl whispered to her friend, did you notice? Her complexion looks off. Probably had a fight. Sigh. With a boyfriend like Boss Wang. How can there be arguments? It's truly incomprehensible. Inside the communication office, Miao Shiyu sat on the sofa, staring at the golden hairpin in the box, utterly still, scrutinizing it more intently than when she had it appraised by the curator of the Beijing Museum. Sure Yuxing, what's wrong? Nothing at all, that's good. Sun Gu returned to the inner room, checking the surveillance of the area surrounding the magical toy store while occasionally glancing at Miao Shiyu. He noticed that her expression changed upon her return. Quietly approaching the office door, he pressed his ear against it, just as the door swung open. Miao Shiyu stood at the threshold, asking, Sun Gu, is there something you need? Nothing at all, I was just passing by. Sun Gu feigned nonchalance and returned to the inner room, which was essentially the monitoring room. After a while, he stealthily returned to the office door, pressing his ear against it. He listened intently, but there was no sound. Around 2 in the afternoon, the magical toy store finally opened. The chubby boy, Zhang Dong, who had just started his winter break, rushed into the store first. Boss, I want a magic firecracker. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Reminiscent of Wang Liang's childhood visits to the supply and marketing cooperative, where a real knife and sword hung behind the counter. Nothing like the makeshift ones he had crafted from branches. He had yearned for them so much that they had invaded his dreams, vowing to buy them once he earned money as an adult. Unfortunately, adulthood had changed everything. His heart was now consumed by the mundane. Devoid of childish wonder, a month's luck. All right. The chubby boy expertly placed his hand on the luck collector, and after collecting his luck, he grabbed the magic firecracker and dashed off. He ran all the way to the nearby labor park. Classmates living in the vicinity were playing with firecrackers in the park, striking them and covering them with an old iron basin. Moments later, with a loud bang, the basin flew high into the air. As it fell back down, they repeated the process, reveling in their fun. An elderly sanitation worker, leaning against a tree with a woven bag in hand, watched them with smoke-stained teeth, waiting to pick up the discarded iron basins. The chubby boy took a magic firecracker from the box, intending to explode it near his classmates, but he missed through and it landed by the elderly sanitation worker. The old man paused for a moment, picked up his broom, and began to sing into it like a microphone. Brother, you walk to the west, sister. His hauntingly beautiful voice quickly attracted a crowd of citizens out for a stroll. A fashionable lady clapped her hands and exclaimed, "What a wonderful song!" Beside her, the old man scoffed, rolling his eyes incessantly, looking as if he had just witnessed something absurd. After the song ended, the sanitation worker gazed at the crowd, feeling as though he had lost his mind. How had he suddenly started singing without realizing it? He hadn't even had any alcohol. Meanwhile, the chubby boy and his classmates had shifted locations. Zhang Dong, let me play with a magic firecracker? No way, unless what? You help me finish my Chinese exam. But the Chinese exam is 10 pages long, forget it. I won't play anymore. The English homework is lighter, only 5 pages. Help me with my English exam, and I'll let you play. After a moment of thought, the classmate replied, fine, give it to me, Zhang Dong. I'll treat you to fried starch sausages if you let me play with a magic firecracker. T-least 3. No problem. Thus, the chubby boy traded half of his magic firecrackers to finish his winter vacation homework early, along with enjoying 3 fried starch sausages and a grilled cold noodle, plus 5 yuan worth of spicy hot pot, at the same time. He added a cheer to the park, with songs flowing one after another, making it seem like a concert was underway. After a long day of transportation, The products from the magical toy store reappeared in laboratories across various nations. In the Plaster Kingdom, Nakamura Research Institute. The head, Nakamura Daro, gazed solemnly at the magic firecracker on the operating table, stating, "For the sake of the Plaster Kingdom, we must overcome our fears and crack this open." Long Kingdom has already acquired the super battery manufacturing technology from Wangliang, which will have a tremendous impact on both civilian and military sectors. We cannot sit idly by and wait for death. We must strive to catch up. Yes, the laboratory personnel replied in unison. Let us start by scanning the internal structure. Yes, after more than half an hour, a researcher dejectedly reported, the scanning results are in. The inside is pitch black, and we can see nothing. Head Nakamura, lips curling downwards, furrowed his brow and sternly ordered, begin disassembly slowly. All unrelated personnel, leave the laboratory immediately. As the laboratory staff exited, they cast respectful glances at those tasked with the disassembly. Nakamura Daro was the last to leave the laboratory, saying heavily, "For the Plaster Kingdom, let us go. Let us go." In the monitoring room, a mechanical arm slowly reached for the fruit candy-like magic firecracker, beginning to peel away its outer packaging. That moment, everyone watching the surveillance felt their hearts leap into their throats. Nakamura Daro silently prayed, "Please, don't let anything go wrong. Don't let anything go wrong." Last time, when the terrifying adventure chest arrived in the Plaster Kingdom, he had fought for research opportunities, only to have it handed over to another research institute. He had been deeply frustrated and angry, not realizing that all the researchers there had perished while trying to crack the terrifying adventure chest. It was horrifying. After that, he had never dared to request research on the products from the magical toy store. Yet, ironically, the higher-ups had proactively assigned him the opportunity to research the magic firecracker. What a torment! There was no way around it. The command had been issued, and with a steely resolve, they had to conduct the research or else. The process of unwrapping seemed interminable, as though a century had passed. At last, the packaging was torn open, and a collective gasp echoed in the hearts of the onlookers, for inside lay nothing but a mound of black powder. Most importantly, nothing seemed to happen. Suddenly, Chapter 97. Nakamura Taro wept. Miao Shiyu's probing. The black powder began to self-ignite, releasing a dense plume of black smoke. Minutes later, a neatly arranged line of people stood at the entrance of the Nakamura Research Institute, inexplicably breaking into song. Wada Shino, ah! The cacophony of their wailing soon drew a crowd of curious bystanders. Once the song concluded, they began to dance, though it was more akin to chaotic flailing. During this spectacle, some individuals' movements began to distort, performing actions that were quite the eyesore, causing the women in the audience to hastily cover their eyes, peeking only through their fingers, while the men laughed unabashedly, pulling out their phones to record this absurd scene, censoring the more scandalous parts before posting online. Once the dance was finished, they resumed singing, continuing until the police arrived to escort everyone from the Nakamura Research Institute away. That evening, Nakamura Taro watched the news on television, his lips curling into a grimace, baring his teeth as he exhaled through his nostrils. He spat 2 words. Baka Yaru. With that, he seized a chair and smashed the television until it lay in ruins. The humiliation was unbearable. How could he have conducted such antics at the entrance of the Research Institute? How could he ever face anyone again? Perhaps it would be better to end it all. No, this was all instigated by the magical toy store. He raised a finger towards the light and proclaimed loudly, "I, Nakamura Taro, vow to decipher this." But before he could finish, the lights suddenly went out, plunging the room into darkness. Moments later, a voice echoed in the blackness. Baka Yaru. Following that, a cacophony of crashing sounds ensued, and when the lights flickered back on, the living room lay in disarray. Taro sat amidst the chaos, huffing like a failed mating baboon. In stark contrast sat Wang Liang, dazed and mumbling. Blue-faced Do Dun, stealing horses. Yellow-faced Chow Chow, peeking at girls bathing. He reclined on the sofa, humming a tune, lecturing the old man beside him, with a sudden exclamation from the clumsy one. "Boss, dinner's ready." He swiftly switched off his chess game, sprang up like a carp leaping from water, and dashed to the dining room. Tonight's menu consisted of sauerkraut braised ribs, classic fried chicken, smashed cucumber, sugar-dressed tomatoes, and a nutritious cabbage and tofu soup, with rice as the staple. Since the arrival of the clumsy one, his quality of life had skyrocketed. Previously, either settled for takeout or threw together a haphazard meal. Truth be told, he was simply too lazy to cook properly for himself. Before eating, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Miao Shiyu. Come over for dinner. Miao Shiyu was currently enjoying instant noodles while monitoring the surveillance. Recently, the number of spies in the vicinity had increased significantly. Suddenly, her phone chimed, and upon glancing at it, she exhaled slowly, picked it up, and began typing. Isn't the girl pursuing you able to line up from Industrial Road to the suburbs? She typed that much, then deleted it, changing it to, all right. After sending the message, she finished her last bite of noodles, placed the bowl in the kitchen, and silently murmured, Xiao Miao, what are you thinking? You and he are from entirely different worlds. The likelihood of this ending well is minimal. You must not let personal feelings distract you from your mission. Remember, you are undertaking a task of utmost importance. Under the watchful eyes of the spies, Miao Shiyu stepped into the magical toy store. It was her second visit today, and her relationship with Wang Liang had progressed yet again. This news needed to be reported to headquarters. The spies from the Gaia Kingdom whispered amongst themselves, swiftly relaying this intelligence to headquarters. Other spies shared similar sentiments, rapidly transmitting their findings as well. In the dining room, Wang Liang looked at Miao Shiyu and remarked, You seem off. What do you mean? She inquired. Your gaze has changed, your aura has transformed, becoming even more, how to describe it. Beautiful seems too mundane. It should be ethereal, filled with an otherworldly charm, as if a fairy has descended. Is that so? Miao Shiyu felt slightly bewildered. One moment he was dismissing her as merely a friend, and the next, he was extolling her virtues. What on earth did this mean? Of course, I am destined to be the world's future richest man, and I possess a keen eye for character. However, even fairies need to eat. Here, have a piece of fried chicken. Watching Wang Liang place the chicken in her bowl, Miao Shiyu fell silent and began to eat. The fried chicken, likely marinated before frying, was incredibly flavorful and delicious. As she ate, a thought struck her. Could it be that Wang Liang had spoken that way yesterday as a test to gauge her feelings? If so, perhaps she could test him as well. The mere thought sent her heart racing. She discarded the chicken bone into the trash, forcing herself to calm down, pretending to sigh as she said, I might be reassigned soon to, why? Seeing Wang Liang's astonishment, Miao Shiyu felt a sense of amusement. You know, I work in intelligence. I'm not suited for the communication office. They will send someone more appropriate for this role. So, you're leaving? Not immediately, but once the transfer order arrives, I will have to depart. Do you want to leave? Gazing into Wang Liang's clear eyes, akin to a mountain spring, Miao Shiyu suddenly felt a wave of pressure. Stammering, she replied, for a work transfer, I must comply with orders. Setting work aside, what are your true feelings? I don't know. Wang Liang ceased his inquiries, having already discerned the answer from Miao Shiyu's flushed cheeks. He addressed the phone on the table, saying, Contact the director of the Longwa Security Bureau for me. What do you intend to do? Miao Shiyu panicked, not expecting Wang Liang to directly reach out to Director Shun. I will ask them to cancel the transfer order. I can just say that I no need. In the midst of their conversation, Xiao Wei had already located the phone. Shen Kuo was dining with his family when the phone rang. Upon seeing an unknown number on his personal phone, he initially thought it was a telemarketer and considered hanging up, but then thought, what if it were something important? He pressed the green button and answered. Hello? Hello, Director. This is Wang Liang from the Magical Toy Store. Wang Liang? Shen Kuo was taken aback, standing up and walking directly into his bedroom, shutting the door. Yes, it's me. I heard from Miao Shiyu that you intend to transfer her? After hearing this, Shen Kuo was somewhat bewildered. Who were they transferring? It was impossible to reassign Miao Shiyu. Rather, he was more concerned that she might one day quit her job. That would be disastrous. However, why would Wang Liang claim that Miao Shiyu was being transferred? There must be some misunderstanding. His mind raced as he cautiously replied, It seems there is some intention from above, but the Bureau hasn't received any notification. If Mr. Wang. Before he could finish, the other party interrupted him. Chapter 98. Wang Liang's malicious act, playing virtual reality games again. Speak to the higher-ups and ensure that Miao Shiyu is not transferred. She is diligent and dedicated, truly a model employee, and she deserves a raise. Upon hearing this, a smile instantly spread across Shen Kuo's face. It was as he had guessed. He hurriedly replied, I will speak to them about that. Great, goodbye. After hanging up, he observed Miao Shiyu, who was quietly eating. That was easily resolved. Miao Shiyu remained silent, nodding, her face growing even redder. Working in the communication office was so much easier. As a friend, he couldn't just stand by and watch her suffer. Suffer? Indeed. I can't just let a friend suffer. Thank you. Half an hour later, the spies noted Miao Shiyu returning to the communication office with her head down. After a meticulous analysis, they concluded that the two had undoubtedly quarreled, and the opportunity to intervene had arrived. They quickly notified headquarters to send someone over. Upon receiving the news, the various headquarters rejoiced and dispatched carefully selected beauties. After Miao Shiyu left, Wang Liang continued to munch on smashed cucumber and said, "Xiao Wei, activate the listening software on Miao Shiyu's phone." Understood. A moment later, Miao Shiyu's voice began emanating from the phone. Xiao Miao, he only considers you a regular friend. Worried you might get hurt. You mustn't overthink it, remember? I remember. But the higher-ups are also asking me to. What should I do? Never mind. Let it flow naturally. The sound of running water suddenly echoed. Wang Liang quickly instructed Xiao Wei to turn off the listening software and uninstall it from Miao Shiyu's phone. Such behavior was utterly reprehensible. This would be the last time. He knew that with his unparalleled charm, Miao Shiyu could not possibly remain indifferent towards him. The higher-ups likely sent her over to get close to him, fearing it would lead to significant losses. After dinner, Wang Liang initially intended to continue lecturing the oblivious old man, but after some thought, he decided to let the old man off the hook. Picking up a long-neglected virtual reality headset and entering the realm of a mortal and mortal epoch. Gazing at the familiar streets, he quietly said, "Start the live broadcast." Within 3 seconds, over 1,000 viewers flooded into the live stream. Wow! At long last, I have awaited your arrival, and fortunately, I did not abandon hope. Boss Wang has finally recalled the era of immortals, and tears welled in my eyes. Is this what is referred to as a legendary virtual reality game? It feels so vivid. Observing the barrage of comments from netizens, Wang Liang found himself perplexed. These individuals dwell solely in the online realm. How can their reactions be so instantaneous? Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Shutting the game panel, he turned to witness a group of people mercilessly beating a burly man. The ground was strewn with vegetable leaves, accompanied by a shoulder pole and 2 baskets, while onlookers kept their distance, clearly terrified of the assailants. How audacious to bully someone in broad daylight. Were this reality, Wang Liang would have unleashed a flurry of blows, sending them sprawling. Alas, this is but a game in his current state. He possessed no cultivation, merely an inconspicuous bystander. To intervene would only invite trouble. Gradually retreating to a stall selling needles and threads, he quietly inquired, "What manner of people are these, daring to assault in public? Is there no law? Law?" The gaunt middle-aged man behind the stall scoffed. "You are not from around here, are you?" "No, I am but a newcomer to this city." "That explains it. The assailants are from the Tianbao Bank. The bank's head has a daughter who has become a concubine to the city lord, who is a celestial being sent by the Kaiyang sect. As the saying goes, when one attains the Tao, even the dogs and chickens ascend. The Tianbao Bank is currently a ferocious tiger on the prowl, and no one dares to provoke it. As for the man being beaten, he is akin to a tiger hanging from a noose, with no one daring to rescue him." At that moment, Wang Liang could only think to himself, "What a flow of words! Are you aiming for graduate studies?" However, he refrained from voicing this, knowing the NPCs would not comprehend. Instead, he asked, "Why is that man being beaten?" "His mother is gravely ill and bereft of funds. He borrowed money from the Tianbao Bank, initially agreeing to 3 taels but ended up owing 6 upon repayment. Ernyo is as stubborn as a mule and refuses to pay the extra tael. The bank's people beat him each time they encounter him." Just then, a convoy passed by. The leading cart bore a flag emblazoned with a golden character for treasure. "Look there. That is the silver transport convoy of the Tianbao Bank. The cart is filled to the brim with silver," the vendor remarked, his face alight with envy. Wang Liang stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. At that moment, he suddenly overheard someone in the convoy exclaim, "Everyone, keep your wits about you. If we lose anything, our heads will be on the line." Anything? What sort of thing? Could it be some cultivation manual? The mere thought ignited a spark of excitement in Wang Liang. As the convoy passed,